The Primordial World. A young man walked slowly along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Though the scenery before him was breathtakingly beautiful, his heart felt anything but cheerful. The youth's name was Chen Xuan, a transmigrant from Blue Star. When he had first arrived in this primordial land, his heart had been filled with unrestrained excitement. Yet when Chen Xuan discovered that he had crossed over as a postnatal member of the human race, and that he possessed no cheat-like golden finger at all, he was instantly struck dumb with numb despair. For now the 6 saints had already taken their thrones, and it was the era of the Great Lich Tribulation. Chen Xuan also knew that before long a catastrophic calamity would erupt among the human race. If he could not survive that Great Tribulation, he would become the most miserable of all transmigrators. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan could not help but curse aloud. Damn you, heaven. If you have the guts, strike me dead. I don't want to live anymore. In the void of the heavenly Dao heaven sensed that someone was hurling curses at it. Probing briefly, it discovered a postnatal human life form brazenly berating it. To think you dare insult this heavenly Dao. In consideration of your status as a human, I shall not erase you this time. But a punishment is still required. Immediately a point of light flickered in the void of the heavenly Dao, and a slender bolt of lightning descended from the sky above the primordial world. Seeing the lightning falling straight toward him, Chen Xuan's expression changed drastically. His heart screamed, damn it. I only told you to strike me. Are you really doing it? You damned heaven, just you wait. Chen Xuan turned and bolted, but how could his speed compare to that of lightning? In the span of a heartbeat, the bolt crashed down upon him. With a miserable scream, Chen Xuan collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. No one knew how much time had passed before he slowly regained awareness. When he finally woke, he realized in horror that he could not move his body at all. Damn, my whole body's gone numb. The curse died on his lips as he abruptly shut his mouth, terrified that if he scolded that damned heaven again, another bolt of lightning would come down and truly finish him off. Just then a voice suddenly echoed within Chen Xuan's mind. Ding. Mythic Pill Emperor System, binding in progress. Ding. Binding successful. Issuing novice gift pack to host now. Host, would you like to open the novice? Hearing the system's voice, Chen Xuan was instantly overjoyed. Hurry, open the novice gift pack. Ding. Novice gift pack opened. You have obtained 1 copy of the Augmenting Spirit Pill Recipe, 1 copy of the Nurturing Spirit Pill Recipe, 1 Innate Divine Pill, the Mythic Immortal Cauldron, and the Mythic Deluo Method. Mythic Deluo Method. I've struck it rich. I never imagined I'd actually obtain the legendary Mythic Deluo cultivation art. The thought that he would be able to cultivate the Mythic Deluo left Chen Xuan incomparably excited. After all, the Mythic Deluo was nothing like the inferior Deluo realm of this primordial world. A Mythic Deluo transcends the long river of time, remaining undying through all ages. Past, present, and future selves merge into one. They transcend earth, water, fire, wind, the 5 elements, and yin-yang themselves, commanding all myriad Deluo phenomena. From nothingness they bring forth existence. Their very body is the Tao from beginning to end. At a thought they stir the myriad heavens. One thought gives birth to a universe. Their consciousness is eternal, their true spirit indestructible, with countless great worlds resting in the palm of their hand, roaming in everlasting freedom. The mythic Deluo realm was divided into stages: refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into the void, and refining the void to merge with the Tao. Each major realm was further split into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. The early stage of refining Qi was equivalent to a heavenly Dao saint. The middle stage of refining Qi matched a Honghuang Wuji Deluo golden immortal. Once one reached perfection in the refining Qi stage, it was comparable to the great Dao realm. If one cultivated all the way to refining the void and merging with the Tao, one would already have stepped into the mythic Deluo realm. System: this mythic Deluo method is terrifyingly powerful, but if I want to cultivate it, isn't that basically impossible for me? The mythic Deluo method requires the condensation of ancestral Qi. To form ancestral Qi, I must open up each of my cells into a small world, and only then can I condense that primordial essence. Host: condensing ancestral Qi is not a problem. This system will assist you in proving the Tao as a mythic Deluo. As long as the host strives forward with determination, this system will not let you down. System: what uses do those 2 pill recipes and the innate divine pill have? Host: the augmenting spirit pill is a medicine that increases spiritual power, while the nurturing spirit pill allows a body without a nascent soul to give birth to one. As for the innate divine pill, it can reverse your innate foundations, transforming your background from postnatal. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xuan could not contain his joy. With the innate divine pill, he could transform his very foundations. Then he too would be able to begin cultivating the mythic Deluo method. As time passed, the numbing effect of the lightning gradually faded. When Chen Xuan felt that he could finally move his body again, he impatiently took out the innate divine pill. Chen Xuan opened his mouth and swallowed the innate divine pill. At once a vast and formidable energy began to surge through his body, roaming ceaselessly within him. As the energy wandered through his body again and again, Chen Xuan expelled all the filth within him, while his physique became capable of absorbing spiritual energy at a far faster rate. After several days, the energy within Chen Xuan finally dissipated. His foundations had transformed from postnatal to that of an innate divine demon. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host. Your foundation has advanced from postnatal to innate divine demon roots. System. This innate divine pill is too incredible. It actually raised me from postnatal roots to innate divine demon roots. Host, any pill provided by this system is naturally a peerless treasure. Moreover, the pill recipes given by this system are at least 10 times superior to those of the primordial world. Ding. Host's current alchemy proficiency is 0. Please begin refining pills as soon as possible to raise your proficiency level. Hearing the system's reminder, Chen Xuan stood up at once and headed toward a mountain near the Eastern Sea. However, not long after he left human territory, Chen Xuan came upon a young woman staring blankly by a riverside. Just then, a ferocious beast suddenly lunged out from the forest and charged straight at her. Seeing this, Chen Xuan hurriedly shouted, "Beauty, there's a ferocious beast behind you. Dodge quickly." Houtu by the river sensed the beast attacking from behind. She rose, turned around, and with a single punch reduced the monster to drifting ash. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan was so terrified that he froze in place. The woman walked up to him and asked, "You are of the human race?" "I am," he replied. "May I ask how I should address you, fairy?" "You may call this ancestor Houtu. Thank you for your reminder just now." Hearing this, Chen Xuan was utterly shocked. From the heights of the divine realm, ever since the battle will level rose to rank 2, all the contestants had quickened their offensive rhythms. Gu Jianfeng's four-armed desert serpent folk had already cut through the surging. With the aid of the Wu clan, he could also raise his strength that much faster. Then when the demon race slaughtered the human race in the future, he would have the power to protect his people. Ancestor Houtu, may I ask why you are here? And just now you did not seem to notice the beast approaching. Ancestor Houtu, do you perhaps have something weighing on your heart? If you don't mind speaking of it, it is not impossible that I might be able to help you. Houtu heard Chen Xuan's words and immediately shook her head. You are but an ordinary member of the human race. There is no way you can help this ancestor. You had better hurry back to your people. Ancestor Houtu, how can you be so sure I have no means? Perhaps I do have a way to help you. Very well. In view of the reminder you gave this ancestor today, there is no harm in telling you. After all, every living being in the Great Desolation knows that our Wu clan possesses no primordial spirit, and this ancestor has long been troubled over how to resolve our lack of a yuanshin. Hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. So it is because of the matter of lacking a primordial spirit. Ancestor Houtu, in truth, there are 2 ways to solve the Wu clan's problem of having no yuanshin. At these words, Houtu was greatly shocked. What did you say? You have a way to resolve the problem of lacking a primordial spirit? That is impossible. You are only a human, and how could you possibly have a method? Even Dao ancestor Hongjun has no way. How could an ordinary human possess what he does not? Ancestor Houtu, do not underestimate my human race. Though we are indeed weak in strength at present, our wisdom is unmatched among all beings of the Great Desolation. Not only that, our capacity to learn is exceedingly strong. If we are given some time, my human race will surely become the mightiest race in the Great Desolation. Houtu listened and could not help but smile. For a human with no cultivation, your tone is quite grand. How should I address you? Ancestor Houtu, my name is Chen Xuan, merely an ordinary member of the human race. As for you saying my tone is grand, that may not necessarily be true. He paused, then added, Ancestor Houtu, why don't we make a wager? Chen Xuan, what wager do you wish to make with this ancestor? Ancestor Houtu, is it not that you do not believe I can help your Wu clan resolve the issue of lacking a primordial spirit? Then let us bet on that. If I win, you shall become my Dao partner. If I lose, I will leave myself entirely at your disposal. How about it? Houtu looked into Chen Xuan's earnest gaze and thought to herself, could this fellow Chen Xuan truly have a... No, it seems this bet must be accepted. If what Chen Xuan speaks of truly works, then my Wu clan will no longer need to fear our rationality being corroded by baleful qi, and we will also be able to cultivate divine abilities and spells. Although what Chen Xuan said might not necessarily be effective, at least there was now a sliver of hope. Chen Xuan, this ancestor will gamble with you once. If you lose, this ancestor shall see you die and your Dao extinguished. If you win, this ancestor will become your Dao partner. Good. However, Ancestor Houtu, you must swear to the great Dao. Otherwise, if I tell you the method, and you then kill me to silence me, would I not suffer a great loss? Hearing this, Houtu immediately spoke out, Great Dao above. I Houtu of the Wu clan hereby swear this day, if Chen Xuan can help my Wu clan resolve the problem of lacking a primordial spirit, then I Houtu am willing to become Chen Xuan's Dao partner. Should I violate this oath, I Houtu am willing to be slain by the divine thunder of the great Dao and never attain rebirth for all eternity. No sooner had Houtu spoken than thunder rumbled continuously across the sky of the great desolation, as though affirming her vow. Houtu turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, you can tell me the method now, can you not? Ancestor Houtu, in fact, there are two methods. The first is to obtain the cultivation inheritance of Sanqing are the manifestation of Pangu great god's primordial spirit. Their cultivation methods are precisely the opposite of yours. Your Wu clan inherited Pangus bodyforging arts, while Sanqing inherited Pangus Yuanshan arts. If you could obtain the cultivation methods of Sanqing, then naturally the problem of lacking a primordial spirit could be solved. However, this method is no longer feasible. After all, Sanqing have now proven the Dao and become saints. Even if your entire Wu clan were to mobilize, you would not be a match for them, as they are now. As things stand, the only way is for your Wu clan to give birth to primordial spirits of your own, and the method for that lies in my hands. When Chen Xuan finished speaking, he immediately took out a pill formula. Ancestor Houtu, take a look. Houtu received the pill formula from Chen Xuan and began to examine it. When she saw the effects recorded upon it, she could not help but be overjoyed. Chen Xuan, where did you obtain this? If this thing can truly be refined successfully, then my Wu clan will indeed be able to give birth to primordial spirits. Ancestor Houtu, I cannot tell you where this came from, but this thing can only be refined by me. Right now, however, I do not have the materials to refine it, otherwise I could help you give birth to a primordial spirit. Hearing this, Houtu was overjoyed. Chen Xuan, if I can provide the materials, can you truly refine it? Ancestor Houtu, naturally. This can only be refined by me. But beforehand, there must be sufficient material. Upon hearing this, Houtu immediately said, Chen Xuan, leave the matter of materials to me. As long as you can refine it, that is enough. Then Ancestor Houtu, you will have lost the wager, and from now on you will be my Dao partner. Chen Xuan, set your mind at ease. So long as you refine it successfully, you will be my man. I Houtu stand by my word. From now on you may simply address me as Houtu. Chen Xuan, come back to the Wu clan with me now. My clan possesses a great many materials. So long as you can refine the nurturing spirit pill, you may use those materials as you please. Hearing this, Chen Xuan could not help but become extremely excited. Because the Wu clan lacked primordial spirits, those heavenly and earthly treasures were nothing but useless scraps to them. If he could obtain those treasures, not only could he step into the early stage of qi refining, he could even refine a great number of pills. Thinking this, Chen Xuan said, Houtu, let us set out at once. Houtu nodded, grasped Chen Xuan by the shoulder, and carried him away toward Buzhou Mountain. After several days, Houtu led Chen Xuan into the Wu clan's tribal lands. At that moment, Zhu Rong and Gong were in the midst of a brawl. The instant the two ancestor Wu saw Houtu, they immediately stopped fighting. Zhu Rong walked to Houtu's side. Little sister, you have returned. Then Gong stepped before Houtu, and when he noticed Chen Xuan, he asked in puzzlement, Little sister, is this not one of the humans created by Nuwa? Why have you brought him back? Do you intend to eat him? Houtu narrowed her eyes. Gong, although Chen Xuan is indeed one of the humans created by Nuwa, he is also this Houtu's man. If you dare to eat him, I will flay you alive. Gong and Zhu Rong were both greatly shocked at her words. Zhu Rong spoke first. Little sister, are you mad? You would take a man with no cultivation whatsoever as your Dao partner. I, Zhu Rong, do not agree. At the side, Gong also said, Little sister, I do not agree with this either. You are a quasi saintly mighty one. How can you be with someone who has no cultivation at all? Never mind my objection. Even big brother Daijing would not agree. Zhu Rong, Gong, what if I told you that Chen Xuan has a way for our Wu clan to gain primordial spirits? Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong was utterly stunned. Impossible. Even Hongjun has no way. How could someone with no cultivation possibly have one? Hearing this, Gong immediately spoke up. Little sister, you won't be fooled by this guy, will you? Even Hongjun wouldn't have a way. Oh, how could an ordinary human possibly do it? Houtu coldly snorted. Brother, do you think I am so easily deceived? Since you don't believe me, fine, I will prove it to you. Chen Xuan, show my brothers the formula for the pill. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately took out the formula for the spirit-nourishing pill. Esteemed ancestors, this is the formula for the spirit-nourishing pill. As long as you follow the materials listed in it, your witch clan can possess a primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong and Gong looked at the formula in Chen Xuan's hand with suspicion, and Gong reached out to take the formula for the spirit-nourishing pill. When Gong saw the effects of the spirit-nourishing pill, he suddenly burst into excited laughter. Indeed, it can nurture a primordial spirit. Chen Xuan, can you refine this spirit-nourishing pill? Ancestor Gong, as long as I have the materials, I can refine it. Moreover, if there are enough materials, I can even produce a large batch. Zhu Rong, upon hearing the conversation between Gonggong and Chen Xuan, immediately snatched the formula from Gonggong's hand. After looking at the formula, a look of excitement appeared on Zhu Rong's face. Chen Xuan, can you really refine this pill, eh? Ancestor Zhu Rong, I can indeed refine this pill, but I might need your help. Chen Xuan, as long as you can refine this divine pill, you can ask me to do anything. Ancestor Zhu Rong, are you sure I can ask you to do anything? Absolutely. As long as you can refine it. Alright, Ancestor Zhu Rong, just don't regret it later. At this moment, Chen Xuan was plotting a scheme in his heart, which was to use Zhu Rong's divine fire to refine pills for himself. After all, his roots had transformed, but he had not yet embarked on his cultivation journey. Then Chen Xuan looked at Houtu. Houtu, can I enter the witch clan's treasury to refine the pills now? Chen Xuan, not yet. I must inform Brother Daijang and the others. Please wait a moment while I explain the situation to them. Chen Xuan nodded. Alright, I will wait for you here. Houtu then looked at the formula in Gonggong's hand and said, Brother Gonggong, give me the formula. I need to speak with Brother Daijang about the situation. Chen Xuan nodded. Alright, I will wait for you here. Houtu then looked at the formula in Gonggong's hand and said, Brother Gonggong, give me the formula. I need to speak with Brother Daijang about the situation. Daijang looked at Chen Xuan and said, Chen Xuan, Houtu has already told me everything. You can enter the witch clan's treasury as long as you can refine the spirit-nourishing pill. I also know about your relationship with Houtu. As I said before, as long as you can refine it, I will agree to your union with Houtu. It doesn't matter if you lack cultivation, and my witch clan's treasury has countless heavenly materials and earth treasures. Even if you have no cultivation, I can use these treasures to elevate you to the level of a great Luo golden immortal or even a Kwasa saint. At this moment, Xianming interjected, Chen Xuan, if Houtu doesn't want you, you can always come find me. I'm no less capable than Houtu. Houtu glared fiercely at Xuanming. Sister Xuanming, Chen Xuan is mine. You are not allowed to have design. Sister Houtu, you haven't even bonded with him yet. Oh, Chen Xuan is not truly yours. Little Chen Xuan is so handsome that even I feel a bit tempted. After saying this, Xianming even licked her lips. Chen Xuan was taken aback by this scene. Wow, Xianming is so bold. If I were to be involved with her, I might be drained completely. Sister Xuanming, if you want to find a partner, go find one yourself. Don't have designs on Chen Xuan. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Hearing this, Xianming burst into laughter. Little sister, I was just joking with you. Chen Xuan's physique is still too weak for me to bother with you. I don't want him at all. At this moment, Chen Xuan was cursing in his heart at Xuanming, thinking, what's wrong with my physique? Just wait until I start cultivating you. I will definitely turn the tables on you. Oomph. Seeing Houtu and Xianming acting like this, Daijang helplessly said, you two sisters, stop messing around. Right now, let's have Chen Xuan hurry and refine the spirit-nourishing pill. Upon hearing this from Daijang, Houtu and Xianming immediately ceased their playful banter. After all, the most important thing now was to refine the spirit-nourishing pill so they could possess primordial spirits. Daijang then looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, come with me. I will take you to the witch clan's treasury. Chen Xuan followed Daijang to the treasury, while the other 11 ancestral witches also followed. When everyone arrived at the treasury, Daijang raised his hand and used spatial power to open the door to the ancestral witch treasury. Chen Xuan, you can enter now. Remember, all the resources inside are at your disposal as long as you can refine the spirit-nourishing pill. Ancestor Daijang, to refine the spirit-nourishing pill, I need Ancestor Zhu Rong's help. After all, I am still an ordinary being and cannot produce flames to refine the pills. Daijang looked at Zhu Rong beside him. Zhu Rong, go in with Chen Xuan and follow his instructions completely. Zhu Rong laughed and said, all right, you all wait for my good news. Zhu Rong said this and immediately grabbed Chen Xuan, entering the treasury. Once inside the treasury, Chen Xuan was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw, because the treasures stored by the witch clan were simply too many, not only including spiritual treasures and herbs, but also a significant number of spiritual roots. However, Chen Xuan didn't know what those spiritual roots were called and could only confirm through the system later. Zhu Rong then said, Chen Xuan, let's start refining the pills now. Ancestor Zhu Rong, let's not rush. Let me gather the materials for the spirit-nourishing pill first. Chen Xuan began searching the treasury, and soon he gathered all the materials through the system. Next, Chen Xuan took out the mythical indestructible cauldron. Ancestor Zhu Rong, let's start now. Zhu Rong nodded. Chen Xuan, what do you need me to do? Ancestor Zhu Rong, just control the flames properly. Follow my instructions to manage the fire, and we can begin refining the pills. All right, Chen Xuan, let's begin. Zhu Rong replied and immediately unleashed a divine fire into the mythical indestructible cauldron. Chen Xuan, seeing the flames in the cauldron, immediately added all the materials for the spirit-nourishing pill. Soon Chen Xuan realized the flames were too fierce, and he said, Ancestor Zhu Rong, you need to reduce the flames, otherwise the materials will be ruined. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhu Rong immediately minimized the flames. After some time, Chen Xuan said again, ancestor Zhu Rong increased the flames a little. In this manner, Zhu Rong was tossed back and forth by Chen Xuan several times, and at this moment, Zhu Rong thought to herself, I can't take this anymore. I absolutely refuse to do this miserable work again. If I have to ignite the fire and refine pills again, that is simply impossible. Even if it kills me, I will not ignite the fire. Chen Xuan gazed at the flames within the cauldron, nodding in satisfaction. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhu Rong felt a mix of excitement and bitterness. The excitement being that in 100 years he would be able to manifest his nascent soul, and the bitterness stemming from the need to maintain the divine fire for another 100 years. Most importantly, he absolutely could not let there be any deviation in maintaining the flames, or else he would surely be killed by his brother Dejiang. The thought of this left Zhu Rong utterly frustrated. However, for the sake of the Yuanshan pill, Zhu Rong could only grit his teeth and persevere. Seeing Zhu Rong's miserable expression, Chen Xuan nearly couldn't hold back his laughter, but at that moment, he dared not laugh out loud, otherwise if Zhu Rong were to punch him, he would be done for. For now, he needed to quickly enhance his strength, otherwise, even with Houtu's protection, he would only be able to live for a few hundred years. Thus, Chen Xuan looked toward the spiritual roots and treasures in the treasury, thinking that with these spiritual roots and treasures, perhaps he could reach the initial stage of qi refinement. After all, the treasures in the treasury were simply too numerous. The Wu clan had fought countless battles against the demon clan since their emergence, and each time they defeated some demons, they collected their treasures. Moreover, the Wu clan did not use magical treasures or spiritual roots, which indirectly led to them becoming the wealthiest race in the Honghuang era. Subsequently, Chen Xuan arrived at the location where the spiritual roots were stored, and when he looked at the spiritual roots on the ground, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected Shui Linghua effect. Consuming it can double one's spiritual power. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Xuan immediately picked up the Shui Linghua and swallowed it, then began to sit cross-legged and activate the first chapter of the mythical Deluo technique. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes. The effect of the Shui Linghua was truly remarkable. It allowed his spiritual power to surge instantly. Not only that, but it even enabled him to evolve his cells into a small world. According to the classification of the mythical Deluo technique, he had only just stepped into the qi refinement stage. To reach the initial stage of qi refinement, he needed to condense a trace of ancestral qi. It seemed he still needed to practice diligently, but to evolve a small world required an immense amount of resources, and now that he had the resources, the speed of evolution was still too slow. At this rate, even after 1,000,000 years, he would not be able to evolve all of his cells into small worlds, let alone condense a trace of ancestral qi. Although the mythical Deluo technique was powerful, practicing it was incredibly difficult. Sigh. At this speed, even after the calamity of the Wu and Yao, he would still just be a small fry, let alone being able to prevent the great calamity of the human race. It would be fortunate if he could save his own life. Ding. Detected that the host is having difficulty in cultivation. The cultivation space has been opened for the host. The cultivation space has a time acceleration effect. Cultivating for 1,000,000 years inside equates to only 1 day outside. Upon hearing this from the system, Chen Xuan was instantly filled with excitement. It was indeed true that what one desires comes to pass. This system was incredibly powerful. At that moment, Chen Xuan truly wanted to shout, "System, I love you." Then he turned to Zhu Rong and asked Zhu Rong, how long has it been now? Chen Xuan, it has only been 10 years. There are still 90 years until the Dan is complete. 90 years left. In that case, I should take this time to cultivate well. Zhu Rong, I need to bring these spiritual roots into my cultivation space. I hope you can grant me this request. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong immediately laughed heartily, saying, Chen Xuan, regarding the completion of the Dan, you are indeed the Dao Partner of Houtu. These spiritual roots can help you enhance your cultivation, which is a good thing. Moreover, once you enhance your cultivation, you will be able to refine pills yourself, and I, Zhu Rong, will also be liberated. Furthermore, Brother Dejiang has said that you can freely use the items here. Chen Xuan, hearing this, did not waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the spiritual roots into his cultivation space. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the cultivation space. Then with the system's help, Chen Xuan began to absorb the spiritual roots and cultivate. After countless epochs, Chen Xuan finally condensed a trace of ancestral qi within the creation of 345 million small worlds. Though it was merely a trace, it gave Chen Xuan hope of achieving the mythical Deluo technique. Once Chen Xuan condensed a trace of ancestral qi, he continued to expand the cellular small worlds, for only by transforming all of his cells into small worlds could he truly step into the qi refinement stage. However, after absorbing all the spiritual roots, he still had not managed to transform all of his cells into small worlds. Currently, Chen Xuan had already opened up over 500 million small worlds within his cells. Although there was still 100 million cells left, unexpanded, Chen Xian's power could already contend with the peak of Quasi-Saints, and he was even stronger than the peak of Quasi-Saints. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Yuanshan pill is about to be completed. Please collect it as soon as possible. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Xian immediately opened his eyes and directly exited the cultivation. When Chen Xian reappeared, he was already in the treasury of the Wu clan. He looked at Zhu Rong and said, Zhu Rong, the Yuanshan pill is about to be completed. Please prepare to retract the divine fire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong was instantly overjoyed, thinking that the Yuanshan pill was finally about to be completed, and he would soon be free from the 100-year restriction of not being able to lose his temper or randomly release flames, and from the torturous life of controlling the flames. At that moment, Chen Xian spoke, Zhu Rong, now is the time, retract your divine fire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong immediately collected the flames from the indestructible cauldron, and then Chen Xian waved his hand to open the cauldron's lid. Instantly, 12 pillars of light shot up into the sky, and outside the Wu clan's treasury, the 11 ancestral witches looked at the 12 pillars of light soaring into the sky, silently wondering, did Chen Xian succeed? When the 11 ancestral witches entered the treasury, they saw that the 12 pillars of light had not yet ceased. Di Jiang immediately turned to Chen Xian and asked Chen Xian, did you succeed? Di Jiang, the Yuanshan pill has been successfully refined, but its quality is too high and requires undergoing the Dan tribulation. As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, 12 Yuanshan pills flew out of the ancestral witch's treasury, and suddenly the sky above Buzhou Mountain began to be shrouded in dark clouds, followed by countless thunderbolts crackling within the clouds. As Chen Xian and the 12 ancestral witches exited the Wu clan's treasury, they saw that the sky above Buzhou Mountain was already enveloped in thunder. Looking at the Dan tribulation, Chen Xian spoke, the 9-9 destruction pill tribulation, interesting. It seems the heavenly Dao wants this pill to come into the world. Di Jiang was immediately shocked upon hearing this. This is because Di Jiang had never heard of pills requiring tribulation. After all, no being in the primordial world could refine pills that needed to transcend tribulation, not even the Taiqing saint. Now Chen Xian told them that the Yunxi pill also needed to undergo tribulation, leaving Di Jiang speechless in astonishment. At that moment, the pill tribulation had already gathered, and as it was about to descend, Di Jiang spoke up. Chen Xian, do we need to bear the tribulation? Chen Xian shook his head and replied, no need, I have my own ways to resist the pill tribulation. After saying this, he waved his hand, and a giant cauldron appeared above the 12 Yunxi pills, just as the 9-9 extinction pill tribulation began to descend. At the moment the divine thunder struck on Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones simultaneously opened their eyes. Taiqing looked at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, saying, second brother, third brother, have you also noticed? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Taiqing then said, I never expected that there would be beings in the primordial world capable of refining pills beyond the 9 turns. Second brother, third brother, this pill tribulation appears over Buzhou Mountain. It seems the alchemist is there. Shall we pay a visit together? Yuan Shi looked at Taiqing. Elder brother, someone capable of refining pills beyond 9 turns must be a hidden powerful being. It is only right for us to visit. Tong Tian said, as second brother said, since it is so, let us head to Buzhou Mountain. Upon hearing this, Taiqing and Yuan Shi flew towards Buzhou Mountain, with Tong Tian quickly following suit. Meanwhile, in the western world, Jane and Zhuanti sensed the 12 beams of divine light emanating from Buzhou Mountain, followed by the appearance of a heavenly tribulation. Jane immediately looked at Zhuanti, saying, Junior brother, it seems there are treasures emerging from Buzhou Mountain. We must hurry there, or else the 3 pure ones will seize the treasures, making it difficult for us in the future. Zhuanti nodded, and the two of them flew towards Buzhou Mountain. At the same time, within the Nuwa Palace, a stunning woman with cascading black hair and eyes like the starry sky suddenly opened her eyes. The woman then stepped forward and instantly vanished from the Nuwa Palace. In the Zixiao Palace, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and a light curtain appeared in the air, showing the scene of the 12 Yunxi pills undergoing tribulation. Hongjun gazed at the 12 golden cores, secretly thinking 12-turn golden cores, could they attract heavenly tribulation? If this pill can enhance my cultivation, I must obtain it at all costs. Thinking of this, Hongjun could no longer sit still. He stood up and stepped out, vanishing from the Zixiao Palace. At this moment, above Buzhou Mountain, the pill tribulation had already descended 8 times, with only the final tribulation remaining. As long as they overcame the last tribulation, the Yunxi pills could be consumed directly. Chen Xian looked at the final tribulation, thinking that as long as they passed it, he could become a man of Houtu. If he helped Houtu avoid being schemed against by Hongjun during her path to enlightenment, he could live off her in the future. However, at this moment in the void of the heavenly Dao, a figure in a black robe was staring at the 12 Yunxi pills, saying, daring to refine pills for the witch clan, the heavenly Dao will not allow you to succeed. No matter what effects these 12-turn golden cores have, the heavenly Dao will not allow them to come into existence. After the heavenly Dao finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the pill tribulation above Buzhou Mountain suddenly became violent. Seeing the final tribulation turn extremely violent, Chen Xuan immediately thought that the heavenly Dao was secretly meddling. He then looked at the 12 ancestral witches, saying, "Dear ancestors, please help protect the 12 Yunqi pills. Someone has tampered with the tribulation." Di Zhang looked at Chen Xuan, saying, "What do you mean? Someone has tampered with the tribulation. What is going on?" "Ancestor Di Zhang, this is not the time for explanations. You all need to go under the cauldron and inject your powers into the mythical immortal cauldron. Quickly." Upon hearing this, Di Zhang and the 11 ancestral witches immediately flew to the bottom of the mythical immortal cauldron and poured all their powers into it. Seeing this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smirk coldly. "You dare to amplify the tribulation, heavenly Dao? Then I will have the 12 ancestral witches bear the tribulation. I want to see if you dare to strike them down." At that moment, in the void of the heavenly Dao saw the 12 ancestral witches blocking the cauldron. His heart filled with fury. Damn it! The 12 ancestral witches actually used their bodies to block the tribulation. If it truly struck down, the heavenly Dao would have to bear the backlash of Pangu's fate. Damn human brat, I will remember you. Immediately after, the heavenly Dao waved his hand, dispersing the final tribulation, and slowly disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, Hongjun and the 6 saints appeared above Buzhou Mountain. Hongjun looked at the mythical immortal cauldron, secretly thinking, what kind of treasure is this? I can't even tell its grade. Chen Xuan, seeing Hongjun gaze at the mythical immortal cauldron, thought to himself, "Old man, you don't intend to snatch my treasure, do you?" "No, I need to quickly put away the treasure, otherwise if Hongjun snatches it, it will be a huge trouble." He then reached out and recalled the mythical immortal cauldron into his hands, placing it into the system space. Hongjun saw Chen Xuan take the mythical immortal cauldron and immediately looked at him, saying, "You are a human, and this 12-turn golden core was refined by you." Chen Xuan looked at Hongjun, saying, "Dao ancestor, this 12-turn golden core was indeed refined by me, but I never expected to create such a pill. I suppose you came here for this 12-turn golden core, right?" Hongjun smiled slightly, saying, "Chen Xuan, I indeed came for this 12-turn golden core. I wonder what effects it has." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan understood. Hongjun wanted to know the effects of the Yunqi pill. If it could enhance his cultivation, Hongjun might try to seize it. Thus, Chen Xuan spoke, "Dao ancestor, this 12-turn golden core doesn't have any special effects. If I had to say the greatest effect, it would be to enhance the hardness of the physical body." Hongjun, upon hearing this, squinted at Chen Xuan. Seeing Chen Xuan's calm demeanor, he thought that the kid should be telling the truth, but upon realizing it wasn't a pill that enhanced cultivation, he felt a bit disappointed. However, Hongjun also understood that pills that could enhance cultivation were not so easily refined, especially not 12-turn pills. Hongjun shifted his gaze, and then said, "Chen Xuan, I see that you have a good talent for alchemy. Would you be willing to come under my tutelage?" Chen Xuan looked at Hongjun, saying, "Dao ancestor, I Chen Xuan am just an ordinary human. Moreover, my current cultivation hasn't even reached the qi refining stage, so how could I qualify to enter your sect?" After Hongjun departed, the 6 saints turned their gazes towards the 12 transformation golden cores. Taiqing looked at Chen Xuan, saying, "May I take a look at the 12 transformation golden cores?" Upon hearing Taiqing's words, Chen Xuan thought to himself that since Taiqing was a master of alchemy, allowing him to examine the Yuan Shun Dan might lead to the discovery of its formula. If Taiqing were to uncover the formula, he would undoubtedly learn of the efficacy of the Yuan Shun Dan. Once Hongjun became aware that the Wu clan possessed a nascent soul, he would surely devise a means to eliminate them in advance. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan spoke, "Taiqing, I have already gifted the 12 transformation golden cores to the 12 ancestral witches. If you wish to see them, you should inquire with the 12 ancestral witches." Hearing this, Taiqing immediately turned to the 12 ancestral witches. However, just as he was about to ask, Zhu Jiuyin interjected, "Taiqing, the 12 transformation golden cores were given to us by Chen Xuan, and our Wu clan has been vying for the title of the true lineage of Pangu since our inception in rivalry with your Sanqing. Since you are unwilling to acknowledge our Wu clan as the true lineage of Pangu, you have no right to examine the 12 transformation golden cores." After Zhu Jiuyin finished speaking, he took the 12 transformation golden cores into his possession. Taiqing, seeing them taken away, revealed a look of disappointment. However, upon reflecting that Chen Xuan could refine the 12 transformation golden cores, he decided to take Chen Xuan as his disciple. As long as he could take Chen Xuan under his wing, if Chen Xuan were to refine pills of 9 transformations or more in the future, Taiqing could study them, potentially advancing his own alchemical skills. With this in mind, Taiqing turned to Chen Xuan, saying, "Chen Xuan, although your cultivation talent is lacking your alchemical talent is exceptional. If you are willing to become my disciple, I will impart all my alchemical knowledge to you." Meanwhile, Jie and Zhuan Ti noticed Taiqing's intention to take Chen Xuan as a disciple. Jie secretly transmitted a message to Zhuan Ti. Junior brother Taiqing wants to recruit Chen Xuan as a disciple, likely to use him to refine pills of 9 transformations or more. Junior brother, we cannot allow Taiqing to succeed. If he truly takes Chen Xuan as a disciple, his strength will further increase, making it even more difficult for us in the West to rise. Senior brother, why don't we also try to take Chen Xuan under our wing? With his alchemical talent, if he were to refine golden cores for our Western sect, how could we fail to prosper? Junior brother, while that may be the case, Chen Xuan's cultivation talent is truly too poor. If we take him in, we must find a way to enhance his strength. Senior brother, enhancing his strength is not a difficult task. At worst, we can provide him with some rare materials to help him elevate his cultivation. After the two secretly discussed this, Jie spoke. Chen Xuan, our Western sect's doors are also open to you. If you are willing to join us, I will expend rare materials to help you elevate your cultivation. Tong Tian looked at the two saints of the West, saying, Jie Zhuan Ti, your claim to help Chen Xuan elevate his cultivation is a facade. Your true intention is for him to refine pills for you. Chen Xuan, my Jie sect is inclusive and accepts all. Regardless of your background, as long as you are willing to join my Jie sect, I will take you as my direct disciple. At the same time, Yuan Shi also looked at Chen Xuan, saying, Chen Xuan, are you willing to become my disciple? If you join the Chan sect, I will also accept you as my direct disciple. What do you think? At this moment, Nu Hua, seeing that all 5 saints wanted to take Chen Xuan as a disciple, also spoke up. Chen Xuan, I have never taken disciples, but if you are willing to become my disciple, I will impart all my skills to you and allow you to use all the rare materials within the Honghuang Palace. Chen Xuan, witnessing all 6 saints wanting him as a disciple, felt a sense of difficulty arise within him. If he refused one, it would be tantamount to offending all 6 saints at once, and his current strength was not sufficient to confront them. Should the saints secretly take action against him, he would have no means of resistance. Moreover, it was now impossible to refuse the 6 saints. If he did, the 2 saints of the West along with Yuan Shi and Taiqing would surely not let him off easily. With this in mind, Chen Xuan looked at the saints and then spoke. Nu Hua Saint, are you certain that if I become your disciple, I may freely use the rare materials in the Honghuang Palace? Nu Hua looked at Chen Xuan, saying, as long as you are willing, the rare materials in the Honghuang Palace are at your... Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately considered becoming Nu Hua's disciple. However, at that moment, Taiqing interjected, Chen Xuan, my junior sister Nu Hua does not possess alchemical skills. If you become her disciple, would that not waste your alchemical talent? Hearing this, Nu Hua immediately became displeased. Taiqing, although I do not possess alchemical skills, I am willing to impart all my Dao techniques to Chen Xuan. If Chen Xuan wishes to become my disciple, Taiqing, are you still going to interfere with his decision? Upon hearing Nu Hua's words, Taiqing fell silent. Meanwhile, Jie spoke, Chen Xuan, you might want to consider this. After all, our Western sect is also a decent choice. If you are willing to join my brother, and I will find ways to elevate your roots and cultivation. Upon hearing Jie's words, Chen Xuan felt a wave of disdain rise within him. He thought, how could these two from such a barren Western world genuinely help him? They likely wanted him to refine pills for them. However, it must be said that despite the shamelessness of the 2 saints from the West, they treat their disciples quite well, or at least they do not look down upon their disciples, whereas Yuan Shi is different. Yuan Shi only values one's roots. If one's roots are lacking, it is nearly impossible to join the Chan sect. Currently, although my roots are innate, Yuan Shi would definitely look down on me. If Yuan Shi wanted to take me as a disciple, it was likely for the sake of pills. Tong Tian's character is quite good, but unfortunately he values relationships too much. Otherwise, during the Fengshen calamity, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. Among the 6 saints, Nu Hua is the least combative. However, it is precisely because of this that Taiqing stole the luck of humanity, using it to attain the status of a saint. To change the fate of humanity, now one must first change Nu Hua. To get Nu Hua to change, one must frequently interact with her. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan looked seriously at Nu Hua, saying, Nu Hua Saint, I am willing to become your disciple. Disciple Chen Xuan pays respects to Master Nu Hua. Nu Hua looked at Chen Xuan, saying, Chen Xuan, since you have become my disciple, you shall be my eldest disciple. After Nu Hua finished speaking, she waved her hand, and 7 heavenly radiance divine swords appeared in the air. Chen Xuan, these 7 heavenly radiance divine swords will serve as your magical treasures. This treasure is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, and with it for protection, I can rest easy. Chen Xuan gazed at the 7 heavenly radiant divine swords that appeared in the air and immediately turned to Nu Hua, saying, Master, this treasure is far too precious, I cannot accept it. Chen Xuan, this treasure holds little significance for me, but for you, it is a means of survival. You need not worry, just accept it with peace of mind. Seeing Nuwa say this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and stored the 7 heavenly radiant divine swords. The other 5 saints, upon witnessing Chen Xuan becoming Nuwa's disciple, felt a sense of regret within their hearts. After all, Chen Xuan was someone capable of refining 12 revolutions golden pills. If they could have brought him under their wing, it would have been of crucial importance to themselves or their sex. Just imagine if Chen Xuan were to refine 12 revolutions golden pills, or even pills above 9 revolutions, then not only would their sex benefit, but they themselves would also achieve tremendous growth. However, now that Chen Xuan had already become Nuwa's disciple, it was impossible to take him under their tutelage. Thus the saints greeted Nuwa before each returning to their own sanctuaries. At this moment, Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Chen Xuan, you shall return to the Honghuang Palace with me now, where you will cultivate from now on." Chen Xuan looked at Nuwa saying, "Master, I cannot return with you just yet, as I have some matters to attend to within the Witch clan. Please grant me some time, I will return to the Honghuang Palace once I have arranged everything." Seeing this, Nuwa waved her hand, and a token fell into Chen Xuan's hand. "Chen Xuan, this is the Honghuang order. If you wish to return to the Honghuang Palace, simply crush this token, and it will directly transport you there." After Nuwa finished speaking, she vanished from the spot, and Chen Xuan stored the Honghuang order in his possession. He then looked at the 12 ancestor witches and said, "Everyone, let's discuss this further after we return." After saying this, Chen Xuan flew towards the witch clan's tribe, while the 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances before following Chen Xuan back to the tribe. Upon returning to the witch clan's tribe, Dejiang looked at Chen Xuan and asked, "Chen Xuan, why did you choose to become Nuwa's disciple? With the resources of our witch clan, we could similarly help you improve your physique. Moreover, with your talent in alchemy, becoming stronger is merely a matter of time." Dejiang, ancestor witch, my reason for becoming Nuwa's disciple is due to my own intentions. However, I cannot disclose those intentions to you right now. The only thing I can tell you is that I cannot allow Hongjun to control the entirety of the primordial world, otherwise it will lead to its destruction. Zhu Jiuyin looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Chen Xuan, it seems you know some earth-shattering secrets. May I ask if you could share them with us? There's nothing wrong with sharing, but I fear you may not be willing to believe me." Zhu Jiuyin laughed heartily, saying, "What is there not to believe? You have refined the essence spirit pill for us, and as Houtu's Dao Partner, you can be considered one of us. Speak freely." Chen Xuan looked at the 12 ancestor witches and said, "Since you believe in me, I shall share with you, but this is not the right place for such discussions." Dejiang, ancestor witch, this is not a place to talk. Although Panga Mountain is protected by Panga's fortune, we cannot be sure that Hongjun won't use special means to spy on the situation within Panga Mountain. If possible, we should enter the Panga Hall to discuss this in detail. Dejiang shook his head saying, "Chen Xuan, not everyone can enter the Panga Hall. Unless you possess the bloodline of an ancestor witch, you cannot enter at all." Hearing Dejiang's words, Chen Xuan felt helpless, knowing that with his current strength, it would be impossible to enter the Panga Hall. So Chen Xuan spoke, "Since we cannot enter the Panga Hall, let us discuss this matter later. The most important thing now is for you all to quickly give birth to your nascent souls." Zhu Jiuyin, who was nearby, spoke up saying, "Chen Xuan is right. The most important thing for us now is to quickly consume the essence spirit pills and strive to give birth to our nascent souls as soon as possible. Only then do we have a chance to attain the Dao of Honghuang." At this moment, Xianming interjected, "But if we all enter seclusion, who will manage the witch clan? If the demon clan attacks, we will have no time to respond." Upon hearing Xianming's words, the ancestor witches all turned to Houtu, and they saw a sly smile on Dejiang's face. "Little sister, for this period the management of the witch clan will be left to you." Houtu looked at Dejiang and said, "Elder brother, is it a bit unfair for you all to go into seclusion and leave me alone to manage the witch clan? Little sister, isn't Chen Xuan here? Besides, you are now Dao partners, you won't have time to enter seclusion." With that, Dejiang looked at Chen Xuan, throwing him a knowing glance, and then proceeded directly towards the Panga. The other ancestor witches also exchanged meaningful glances with Houtu and Chen Xuan before heading towards the Panga Hall. Seeing the expressions of the ancestor witches, Chen Xuan instantly understood their intentions, and Houtu similarly grasped the meaning behind Dejiang and the others' actions. At this moment, Houtu felt quite helpless. After all, given her physical strength, if she were to engage with Chen Xuan, he would likely not be able to handle it on the spot. Nevertheless, thinking that she was now Chen Xuan's Dao partner, engaging in dual cultivation with him was also acceptable, considering she had yet to experience it. Thus, blushing, Houtu looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Chen Xuan, we." Seeing Houtu's slightly flushed face, Chen Xuan took the initiative to hold her hand, his heart filled with joy, as Houtu's beauty and figure were completely comparable to Nuwa's, and now Houtu was about to become his woman. Looking at Houtu's slightly flushed cheeks, Chen Xuan slowly said, Houtu, let's return to the cave res. Upon hearing this, Houtu's face instantly turned as red as a strawberry, and she softly responded, Chen Xuan, are we going too fast? Chen Xuan smiled gently, saying, Houtu, this step is one we will have to take sooner or later. Whether we do it sooner or later is the same, so why not do it sooner? Upon hearing this, Houtu found it reasonable, and thus led Chen Xuan back to her cave residence. After a century of battle, Houtu was increasingly astonished because Chen Xuan's physique was astonishingly powerful. It could be said without exaggeration that Chen Xuan's physique was completely on par with her own. Moreover, Chen Xuan had not even reached the qi refinement stage, so how could he possess such a formidable physique? As Chen Xuan looked at Houtu drenched in sweat, he gently said, Houtu, how about we take a break? Houtu slowly lay in Chen Xuan's embrace, saying, Husband, what is the secret behind your physique? I thought you would only be able to endure 1 or 2 times, yet it turns out I am the one struggling to keep up. Chen Xuan gently stroked Houtu's hair and said, Houtu, the reason my physique is so powerful is due to the cultivation method I practice. Houtu, the cultivation system I practice differs fundamentally from that of the Honghuang realm. Though I have yet to reach even the initial stage of qi refinement, my true strength far surpasses yours. Honghuang cultivators pursue the comprehension and mastery of cosmic laws to attain the Dao, whereas I cultivate the Dao itself. Our paths diverged from the very beginning. That is why Hongjun could not perceive my true strength. Had Hongjun discerned my genuine power, he would never have abandoned the idea of taking me as his disciple, and might well have slain me outright. Upon hearing these words, Houtu was utterly stunned. While all Honghuang beings cultivated by grasping and commanding cosmic laws to validate their Dao, her husband had pursued the Dao itself since the outset. My lord, would you tell me about this cultivation method? How can one begin cultivating the Dao from the very first step? Houtu, you are now my Dao companion. As my consort, there is nothing I withhold from you. The method I cultivate is called the mythic Great Luo cultivation art, a system comprising only 4 profound stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back into emptiness, and refining emptiness to harmonize with the Dao. When fully perfected, reaching the pinnacle of the refining emptiness to harmonize with the Dao stage, one attains the mythic Great Luo, the ultimate transcendence. The mythic Great Luo transcends the river of time itself, eternal, unchanging across past, present, and future. Their 3 bodies, the past self, present self, and future self, merge as one. They stand beyond the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, wind, the 5 phases, and yin-yang. They command myriad divine phenomena, create existence from absolute void, embody the Dao in its entirety, its origin and culmination alike. A single thought births entire universes, consciousness becomes indestructible, the true spirit imperishable. Billions of vast realms rest within their palm, forever free, forever sovereign. Houtu stood speechless, overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's explanation. For mere transcendence of the river of time already places one far beyond even the Dao itself. Even the Dao cannot escape the river of time, yet the mythic Great Luo not only transcends it, they are the Dao's beginning and end. At that moment, Houtu nearly doubted whether Chen Xuan spoke truth, or merely spun grandiose fictions, for even a Great Luo immortal could scarcely possess such overwhelming power. Noting Houtu's skeptical expression, Chen Xuan sighed helplessly. Houtu, do you truly think I am speaking nonsense? My lord, Seeing Houtu falter, Chen Xuan instantly understood she did not believe him. He said gently, Come, I shall take you somewhere. There you will see for yourself. With those words, he drew Houtu directly into his inner world. As they entered his inner world, Houtu froze in disbelief. Countless nascent microrealms shimmered before her, still small, yet staggeringly numerous. Should they all erupt simultaneously, even a quasi-sage would be obliterated. While Houtu remained transfixed, Chen Xuan spoke calmly. These microrealms are but the beginning. Look instead toward the center. Houtu immediately gazed at the heart of the microrealms and saw them all orbiting a singular radiant core. My lord, what is that? That is the primordial qi, the very foundation from which all worlds arise. And this place we stand in, it is my inner world. To cultivate the mythic Great Luo art, one must first condense the primordial qi. Now, do you finally believe me? Gazing upon that awe-inspiring vision, Houtu at last accepted his words as truth. My lord, may I also cultivate the mythic Great Luo art? Of course, but it is no simple path. You must transform every cell of your body into a microrealm and condense even a single thread of primordial qi. Only after establishing microrealms within your cells and condensing primordial qi may you begin cultivating the mythic Great Luo art. Condensing primordial qi is the absolute foundation of this art. Should you succeed in transforming all your cells into microrealms, yet fail to condense even a trace of primordial qi, you remain forever barred from this path. My lord, I wish to try. Very well. If you desire it, I shall teach you. With that, Chen Xuan spoke. He raised a finger and touched it lightly to Houtu's forehead, whereupon a torrent of profound knowledge flooded her mind. This is the refining essence into qi chapter. Practice exactly as written. My lord, I understand. They then withdrew from the inner world. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Houtu, remember this: the art I teach you must remain secret. I am not yet strong enough to defy the heavenly Dao. Should it, or Hongjun, discover this, our peril would be absolute. My lord, rest assured, I shall tell no one, not even my elder brothers. Chen Xuan nodded. Then let us begin cultivating, together. I too must transform every cell of my body into a microrealm. My lord, let us begin now. Houtu prepared to sit in meditation, yet Chen Xuan interjected, this is not the optimal place. I know a far better one. With a wave of his hand, they stood instantly within a cultivation space. This is my personal cultivation realm. 1,000,000 years spent here equals but a single day in the outer world. Houtu's eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, this cultivation space is truly extraordinary. If I train here for 10,000 years, surely I shall swiftly reach the initial stage of qi refinement. Cultivating the mythic great Luo art is infinitely more arduous than you imagine. But fear not, I am here. Look over there. Chen Xuan pointed toward a corner of the space. Following his gesture, Houtu saw a towering pile of spirit roots resting there. My lord, you've brought all the spirit roots from the treasure vault. Indeed, these are precisely the spirit roots from the vault, though only half remain. Still, they are more than sufficient to sustain both of us. Moreover, you require far fewer than I. Given your current cultivation base, you need only realign your cultivation method to the mythic great Luo art and begin opening cellular microrealms. Let us begin now. Houtu nodded, and together they settled into cross-legged meditation. After 100 years, Chen Xuan completed the full transformation. Every cell in his body had become a microrealm, and his strength reached the initial stage of qi refinement. Within that same century, Houtu opened microrealms within half her cells, and during the process, she successfully condensed a filament of primordial qi. Moreover, her nascent soul gradually strengthened and expanded as each microrealm bloomed. After 100 years in the cultivation space, although Houtu had only opened up over 300 million cellular worlds, her strength had surpassed the peak of Quasi-Saint level. Moreover, during this century, Houtu had consumed the Yunshin pill, and her primordial spirit had grown to a saturated state. It can be said that Houtu's physical body and primordial spirit had now achieved a perfect degree of compatibility. Chen Xuan glanced at Houtu, saying, Houtu, it's time for us to go out. I believe Di Jiang and the others must have already formed their primordial spirits. Houtu nodded, and the two exited the cultivation space directly. As Chen Xuan and Houtu stepped out of the cave, they heard Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches discussing matters regarding the primordial spirit. Houtu turned to Di Jiang, saying, Big brother Di Jiang, you all have come out of seclusion. Does that mean you have all formed your primordial spirits? Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches turned to look at Houtu and Chen Xuan. Di Jiang was the first to speak. Little sister, you all have come out of seclusion as well. Big brother Di Jiang, we just came out and heard you discussing the primordial spirit. It seems you have all formed your primordial spirits, right? Di Jiang laughed heartily, saying, that's right. Chen Xian's Yunshin pill really allowed us to form our primordial spirits. However, although we have formed them, they are somewhat weak. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly, saying, Di Jiang, the primordial spirit can be cultivated and strengthened over time, but you must not absorb malevolent energy to cultivate it. Otherwise, the primordial spirit will be tainted by it. If the primordial spirit is tainted by malevolent energy, you should understand the consequences better than I do. Chen Xuan, we understand what you mean. Rest assured, we will not absorb malevolent energy to cultivate our primordial spirits. Also, from now on, don't call me Di Jiang ancestor. Now that you have become Dao partners with Houtu, you can just call me Big Brother Di Jiang like Houtu does. At this moment, Xianming, who was beside them, looked at Houtu, astonished that she had fallen from the peak of Quasi-Saint to barely reaching the qi refining stage, and exclaimed, Houtu, what happened to your cultivation? Houtu immediately reacted to Xianming's words, realizing that she had not concealed her cultivation level when exiting seclusion. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches also looked at Houtu, with Di Jiang asking, little sister, what is going on? How did your cultivation drop to this level? Big brother Di Jiang, although my cultivation hasn't even reached the early stage of qi refining, my strength has actually become stronger. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. Di Jiang squinted his eyes. Little sister, you say your strength has become stronger. That's simply impossible. Since you say let's try, then fine. They'll just stand still and let you hit me once. Houtu looked at Di Jiang oddly. Big brother, are you sure you want to stand still and let me hit you? Absolutely. Go ahead and make your move. Big brother Dijiang, you said so don't blame me later. Rest assured my physical body is very strong. I don't believe you can shake me with your current cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Houtu immediately raised her hand into a fist and began to channel all the power of her worlds into her fist. Then Houtu punched towards Dijiang's abdomen. Dijiang sensed a terrifying aura swirling around Houtu's fist and felt a hint of danger. Seeing the fist about to strike his abdomen, Dijiang quickly crossed his arms and gathered all his strength to resist the blow. At the same time, Houtu's fist landed squarely on Dijiang's arms. Boom! Houtu's fist, carrying the power of over 100 million small worlds, crashed down on Dijiang's arms, the terrifying force sending Dijiang's entire body flying several billion miles. Chen Xuan, seeing Dijiang being sent flying billions of miles, promptly stepped forward and instantly arrived behind Dijiang, raising his hand to catch him. Big brother Dijiang, are you alright? Dijiang turned to see Chen Xuan and was even more shocked. Houtu was strong enough, but how had Chen Xuan also become so terrifying? After all, the power of Houtu's punch was enough to pulverize a quasi-saint. Even if the punch was not directed at Chen Xuan, the aftermath was something Chen Xuan should not be able to withstand. Yet now Chen Xuan not only managed to stop himself, but also seemed unaffected by the aftermath. Did this mean that little sister's strength was all because of Chen Xuan? Little sister hadn't even reached the early stage of qi refining, while Chen Xuan had already reached that stage, which meant that Chen Xuan's strength far surpassed little sister's. Thinking of this, Dijiang was filled with excitement. After all, Chen Xuan was now Houtu's Dao partner. If he led an attack against the demon race with Chen Xuan, the demons would undoubtedly be defeated. With his own strength, he could contend against Dijun or Taiqing, but now with Houtu and Chen Xuan, the demon race would have no means to resist. While Dijiang was pondering these matters, Chen Xuan had already brought Dijiang back to the Wu clan settlement. Houtu asked Dijiang, big brother Dijiang, how do you evaluate my strength? At this moment, Dijiang was still immersed in thoughts about how to lead Chen Xuan to attack the demon race. Seeing that Dijiang did not respond, Houtu spoke again, big brother Dijiang, what do you think of my strength? Hearing Houtu's words, Dijiang was jolted out of his fantasies. Little sister, what kind of cultivation technique have you practiced? Your strength has grown to such a degree that even if I teamed up with Zhu Yin, I might not be your opponent. Big brother Dijiang, I can't tell you what cultivation technique I practiced yet, but rest assured I will definitely teach it to you in the future. Zhu Rong, who was nearby, immediately interjected, little sister, since your technique is so powerful, why can't you teach us right now? Hearing Zhu Rong's words, Chen Xuan responded, big brother Zhu Rong, this technique is quite special, and now is not the time to teach you. Moreover, with my current strength, I still cannot contend with that fellow, so I can't teach you yet. But rest assured, when the time is right, I will naturally teach you this technique. Afterward, Chen Xuan looked at Dijiang, saying, big brother Dijiang, the spiritual roots in the Wu clan treasury have already been used by me and Houtu, so please don't be angry. Dijiang laughed heartily, saying, no worries, those spiritual roots were originally promised to you. Besides, you are now Houtu's Dao partner, so we don't mind that you used those roots. Chen Xuan, with your current strength, you must be much stronger than Houtu, right? How about joining us to attack as long as you join us, the demon race will surely not be our opponents. Chen Xuan replied, big brother Dijiang, now is not the time for me to join the fight, but I will secretly help you deal with the demon race. Before that, I hope big brother Dijiang can agree to one request of mine. Dijiang looked at Chen Xuan, saying, Chen Xuan, you are now our brother-in-law. Feel free to tell me anything you need. Brother Dijiang, I hope the Wu clan will form an alliance with humanity to jointly resist the Yao clan. Chen Xuan, I consent to an alliance with humanity, but I have one condition: humanity must sever all ties with Taiqing. After all, should the Wu clan ally with humanity, our shared fate, and thus our collective auspicious fortune, will become inextricably bound. If Taiqing seizes this opportunity to scheme against our clan's fortune, the Wu clan would face grave peril. Rest assured, brother Dijiang, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Taiqing will not strut for long. He ascended to sainthood by exploiting humanity's auspicious fortune. I shall demand full recompense, principal and interest alike. Ha ha ha. Dijiang roared with laughter. That single vow is enough. Today I hereby pledge the Wu clan's alliance with humanity. Hearing those words, Chen Xuan felt a deep sense of relief. With the Wu clan standing as humanity's protector, he could now journey safely to the palace of Nuwa. If he could alter Nuwa's path, humanity's destiny itself would shift, for humanity was forged by Nuwa's hands, and nearly half of humanity's auspicious fortune resided within her. Yet Taiqing had established the human teaching among humanity, siphoning away 1/10 of the fortune Nuwa held. And worse still, he had stolen nearly 2/10 of humanity's total fortune. To elevate humanity, the human teaching must be abolished, and Nuwa must sever her master-disciple bond. The great calamity looming over humanity still lay some time ahead. Before it arrived, Chen Xuan had to change Nuwa. Otherwise, even if he intervened to shield humanity, its rise would remain forever impossible. At that thought, Chen Xuan turned to Houtu and the 11 ancestral Wu. Esteemed elders, the time has come for me to depart for the palace of Nuwa. Certain matters, vital to humanity, demand my presence. Houtu, come here. Upon hearing the call, Houtu stepped forward. My lord, must you truly go to the palace? Some things I must do. With those words, Chen Xuan raised a finger and gently touched Houtu's forehead. This knowledge will reveal all. I must leave now. Remember, no soul, not even a whisper, may learn of this. He then withdrew the Honghuang Ling, the sovereign's edict, and crushed it in his palm. As it shattered, a shimmering portal tore open and drew him swiftly inside. After Chen Xuan vanished, Houtu returned alone to her tribe. The 11 ancestral Wu, witnessing their departure, likewise dispersed to their respective domains. Upon returning, Houtu immediately entered her private cavern and opened the information Chen Xuan had implanted within her spiritual sea. As she absorbed its contents, a torrent of murderous intent surged through her gaze. Inwardly, she vowed, Hongjun, heavens Dao, how utterly shameless you are, to plot the Wu clan's annihilation. I, Houtu, will never let you succeed. My lord, what profound secret do you conceal, knowing even the conspiracies of heavens Dao and Hongjun? Yet no matter your hidden truth, I, Houtu, shall eternally stand as your Dao consort. Hongjun, you seek the Wu clan's ruin. Then learn well the price of scheming against us. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan emerged from the portal into the palace of Nuwa. Sensing his presence, Nuwa dispatched Ling Zhuzi to escort him inside. When Chen Xuan entered the grand hall, he found Nuwa reclining languidly upon a cloud bed. Slowly she opened her eyes. Chen Xuan, centuries have passed. I'd begun to think you'd forgotten your master. Master, Chen Xuan replied. After settling my affairs, I sensed the stirrings of breakthrough. So I devoted 100 years to cultivating until reaching the initial qi refinement realm. Only then did Nuwa perceive his true cultivation level. And yet, seeing he had required a century merely to reach initial qi refinement, a subtle disappointment flickered within her. She gazed upon him. Chen Xuan, your innate talent for cultivation is indeed wanting. Though you bear the primordial Dao body, your aptitude remains grievously lacking. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a Hongjun plum. Ingest it, and your strength shall instantly ascend to that of a Deluo immortal. Her words had barely faded when a voice echoed sharply within her mind. A Hongjun plum. Not bad at all. I hadn't expected Nuwa to possess such a treasure. True, for an ordinary being, it would elevate one to Deluo immortality. But for me, it would grant little more than a modest surge in divine energy. And Nuwa, how dare you claim my cultivation talent is poor? Have you ever seen a cultivator at initial qi refinement who can slay a saint? You have no idea how formidable I truly am, even at this stage. Hee. And you, Nuwa, could never imagine I cultivate the mythic Deluo art. Nuwa inwardly recoiled. What is this? Chen Xuan hasn't spoken aloud, yet I hear his thoughts clear. A cultivator at initial qi refinement defeating a saint. Impossible. Yet his inner voice bears no deceit. Could such a cultivation art truly exist? I refuse to believe it. Could there truly be a technique enabling a mere initial qi refinement cultivator to overpower a saint? If so, then what, pray tell, is the worth of my own sainthood? Chen Xuan, follow me. She led him into the palace's treasured vault. This is my personal collection of spirit roots, gathered since my emergence into existence. You may use any of them freely for pill refinement. She reached into the vault and withdrew a Hongjun plum. Take this. May it hasten your ascension to Deluo immortality. Deluo immortality. Such base-tier Deluo is worthless. True Deluo transcends the river of time itself, eternal, unchanging, unbound. Past, present, and future coalesce into one unified self. It stands beyond earth, water, fire, wind, beyond the 5 elements and yin-yang. It commands the 10,000 cosmic phenomena, creates existence from absolute void, embodies the Tao in flesh and spirit, manifests universes with a single thought, achieves immortal consciousness and indestructible true soul, holding infinite multiverses within a palm, dwelling in eternal unfettered freedom. Nuwa recoiled inwardly, stunned beyond measure. What Chen Xuan described was too terrifying. This mythic Deluo surpassed even the primordial Deluo of the Honghuang realm. Neither saints, nor heaven's Dao, nor even the supreme Dao could transcend the river of time. Yet the mythic Deluo art granted true transcendence, absolute immortality, absolute invincibility. She refused to believe him, yet his thoughts bore no falsehood, no motive to deceive. Thus Nuwa made a bold decision. She would test Chen Xuan using her full saintly power. Chen Xuan, I shall now impart the creation divine art upon you. Study it diligently. She extended a finger and touched his brow. Instantly, the creation divine art imprinted itself upon his spiritual sea. The creation divine art is now yours. I have prepared quarters for you. Refined pills here if you wish. Now I must return to seclusion. She vanished on the spot. Chen Xuan bowed deeply. I respectfully bid farewell to my master. After Nuwa left, Chen Xuan looked at the spirit roots in the treasure house, and seeing the numerous roots scattered across the ground, he felt a surge of excitement within. These spirit roots were enough for him to refine a large quantity of spirit-enhancing pills. Of course, there are two benefits to refining spirit-enhancing pills. Firstly, they can enhance his own abilities, allowing his cellular microcosm to gradually grow. Secondly, refining these pills can improve his alchemy proficiency, and with increased proficiency, he would gain new recipes. System: what is my current alchemy proficiency? Beep. Returning to the host, your current proficiency is 60 points. 40 points away from the next level. 60 points. System: I've only refined 12 spirit-infusing pills. How do I have 60 points of proficiency? Host: you have refined 12 12-turn spirit-infusing pills, and each one grants 5 points of proficiency, so you currently have 60 points of proficiency. Proficiency is calculated based on the pill grade. 1 turn to 3 turns grants 1.4 turns to 6 turns grants 2.7 turns to 9 turns grants 3 points 10 turns to 11 turns grants 4 points, and 12 turns grants 5 points. After the system's explanation, Chen Xuan finally understood why he had 60 points of proficiency and realized that the proficiency gained at each grade level was different. At this moment, Chen Xuan looked at the spirit roots on the ground, took out the mythical indestructible cauldron, and began refining the spirit-enhancing pills. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have refined 43 turns spirit-enhancing pills. Beep. Congratulations, host, your proficiency has reached 100. Beep. Proficiency level has advanced 1 level, gaining the recipes for the source pill and the explosive pill. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have refined 55 turns spirit-enhancing pills. Chen Xuan heard the system's notification and felt puzzled. System: I refined 50 turns spirit-enhancing pills. Why hasn't my proficiency level increased? Host: your proficiency level is currently at level 1, and to advance to level 2, your proficiency must reach 200, and proficiency accumulates with levels. I see no wonder I didn't level up after refining 55 turns spirit-enhancing pills. Then Chen Xuan checked the rewards after leveling up. Upon seeing the recipe for the source pill, he couldn't help but feel delighted, as the source pill was indeed a valuable item. If he could refine a source pill of 9 turns or above, it could even restore the source lost by a saint. Now that Nuwa had already severed the 2 corpses, if she could take the source pill, she would be able to restore her source. As long as Nuwa restores her source and stands on the side of humanity, Hongjun's plan to seize the fate of humanity would also fail. With this thought, Chen Xuan began searching for the materials needed for the source pill. After a thorough search, he finally gathered all the materials in the treasure house. Thus, Chen Xuan began refining the source pill. After 81 days, the source pill was finally fully formed. When Chen Xuan opened the mythical indestructible cauldron, a golden light shot up into the sky from the Nuwa Palace. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun looked towards the direction of the Nuwa Palace. What pill has this little guy Chen Xuan refined again? It has actually attracted a pill tribulation, but this tribulation is clearly much weaker than the last one. It seems he must have refined a 9-turn pill. What a pity. This 9-turn pill is of no use to me at all. After saying this, Hongjun closed his eyes and began to wander through the void. On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones simultaneously sensed the movement of the Nuwa Palace. They each walked out of their own palaces. Yuanshi looked at Taiqing and said, "Elder brother, it seems Chen Xuan has refined an extraordinary pill again, attracting a pill tribulation." Tong Tian looked at Taiqing and Yuanshi and said, "Elder brother, second brother, Chen Xuan's alchemy talent is just too abnormal. In just a short 100 years, he has already refined a pill that triggered a pill tribulation." Taiqing looked towards the Nuwa Palace and said, "Second brother, third brother, the pill refined by Chen Xuan this time is a 9-turn pill, but I wonder what effects this 9-turn pill will have." Yuanshi beside him spoke, "Elder brother, why don't we go to Nuwa Palace and take a look? I'm curious about what effects this pill refined by Chen Xuan has." At this moment, Tong Tian also looked at Taiqing. Seeing Yuanshi and Tong Tian looking at him, Taiqing immediately said, "Let's go. I am also curious about what kind of pill Chen Xuan has refined this time." After saying this, Taiqing flew directly towards the Nuwa Palace. Yuanshi and Tong Tian followed suit. Meanwhile, in the Western world, Jane and Juanti also sensed the movement of the Nuwa Palace. Jane looked at Juanti and said, "Junior brother, I didn't expect Chen Xuan's alchemy talent to be so strong. He has refined an extraordinary pill again." Senior brother, Chen Xuan's alchemy talent is indeed strong, but it's a pity that it cannot be utilized in our... Junior brother, that may not be the case. As long as we have the opportunity, we must bring Chen Xuan to the West. Once Chen Xuan joins us, the prosperity of the West will be just around the corner. Senior brother, let's head to the Nuwa Palace now. First, we can see what pill Chen Xuan has refined, and second, we can find an opportunity to bring Chen Xuan to our western side. Hearing this, Jane immediately nodded. Let's go. We will head to the Nuwa Palace to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Jane and Junie flew directly towards the Nuwa Palace. At that moment, Nuwa, who was in seclusion, sensed the movement within the treasure house and immediately appeared beside Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, what pill have you refined to attract a pill tribulation? Master, I have refined the source pill, and its grade has also reached 9 turns, which is why it attracted a pill tribulation. Upon hearing this, Nuwa was greatly shocked and said, Source pill, could it be that this pill can restore the source? Exactly. Master, this source pill is specifically for restoring the source. As long as the source is not complete, taking the source pill can compensate for the loss of one's own source. Hearing Chen Xuan's explanation, Nuwa was astonished because the source pill that Chen Xuan refined was simply too incredible. Even Taiqing could not refine a pill that could compensate for the source. However, just as Chen Xuan and Nuwa were conversing, the pill tribulation had already been brewing. Seeing the tribulation taking shape, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and the mythical indestructible cauldron flew above the source pill. At that moment, the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints from the west also arrived above the Nuwa Palace. Taiqing looked at the 9-pattern 9-turn pill and was also greatly shocked. He thought to himself that from his birth until now he had only refined about 100 9-turn golden core pills, yet Chen Xuan had only studied alchemy for a short time and was already able to refine 9-turn pills. It was clear how terrifying Chen Xuan's alchemy talent was, even he could not compare. Thinking of Chen Xuan's alchemy talent and recalling the alchemy talent of Xuandu, Taiqing wished he could kill Xuandu on the spot. Beside him, Yuan Shi looked at the 9 turns pill and then spoke, Chen Xuan, may I ask what effects this 9 turns pill has? Could you introduce what kind of pill it is? Chen Xuan turned to Yuan Shi. Master Yuan Shi, this is the origin pill, and its greatest effect is to replenish the origin. Yuan Shi was instantly taken aback upon hearing this. Yuan Shi trembled as he pointed to the origin pill. Chen Xuan, is this origin pill effective for saints? Master Yuan Shi, the 9 turns origin pill I'm refining now is indeed effective for saints, but the origin pill also has different grades. Each turn from 1 to 9 has different effects. Only the 9 turns origin pill is effective for saints. At this moment, the 5 saints were already contemplating how to obtain the origin pill after hearing Chen Xuan's introduction. Jane transmitted a message to Junie, Junior brother, we must find a way to get our hands on this origin pill. Otherwise, once the 3 clear ones obtain the origin pill, their strength will become even greater. Senior brother, but if we want to obtain the origin pill, we will have to pay a great price considering how extraordinary this origin pill is. Meanwhile, the 3 clear ones were also eyeing the 9 turns pill. Taiqing sought the origin pill with the intent of completing his own origin, as he discovered that the good corpse he had severed when attaining sainthood was also part of his origin. Although the method of severing the 3 corpses could indeed allow a cultivator to step into the quasi-saint realm, eliminating one's good, evil, and obsessive thoughts was also part of one's origin. It was not only Taiqing who realized this. Yuan Shi, Tongtian Nuwa, and the 2 saints of the west also discovered this during their attainment of sainthood. Just as the 5 saints were pondering how to acquire the origin pill, the pill tribulation began to erupt. Lightning bolts descended upon the origin pill, yet the origin pill was protected by the mythical indestructible cauldron, swiftly blocking the 9 layers of divine lightning. When the saints saw the pill tribulation in, they revealed greedy expressions towards the origin pill. Chen Xuan, noticing the greed in their eyes, waved his hand and secured both the origin pill and the mythical indestructible cauldron. Taiqing looked at the origin pill in Chen Xuan's hand. Chen Xuan, may I have this 9 turns origin pill? I am willing to offer a 9 turns golden core in exchange. Yuan Shi, seeing Taiqing's offer, immediately spoke. Chen Xuan, I am also willing to offer 10 immortal apricots and a bottle of 3 light divine water in exchange for this origin pill. What do you think? Tongtian, seeing this, quickly added, Chen Xuan, I am willing to offer a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heart-piercing lock, plus a saint's karma, to exchange for the origin pill. At this moment, Jane also hurriedly said, Chen Xuan, I am also willing to offer 10 Bodhi seeds to exchange for the origin pill. Yuan Shi looked at Jane and Juanti, you 2 bald donkeys, exchanging 10 Bodhi seeds for the origin pill. Aren't you being too shameless? 10 Bodhi seeds would only allow one to attain the Tai golden immortal realm, while the 9 turns origin pill can help a saint replenish their origin. You 2 from the west are truly shameless to think you can trade such a heavenly pill with Bodhi seeds. Jane replied, Yuan Shi, you know our west is impoverished. Being able to offer 10 Bodhi seeds is already our limit. At this moment, Tongtian chimed in, you 2 bald donkeys are indeed shameless. In the past, you stealthily came to the east to seize spiritual roots and treasures, claiming that these things were destined for you. I don't know how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures you have robbed. And now you are here claiming poverty. Jane Juni, why don't you offer 12 Lotus of Merit to exchange the origin pill with Chen Xuan? If you are willing to offer 12 Lotus of Merit to exchange the origin pill with Chen Xuan, then I will not compete with you for the origin pill. Yuan Shi also supported Jane Junti. If you are willing to offer 12 Lotus of Merit to exchange for the origin pill with Chen Xuan, then I will also withdraw from the competition. Seeing Tan Tian and Yuan Shi pressure Jane and Junti like this, Taiqing also spoke, if the two of you are truly willing to offer 12 Lotus of Merit, then I will also withdraw from the competition. Jane understood at this moment that the three clear ones were deliberately forcing him. If he was unwilling to offer 12 Lotus of Merit, they would definitely not allow him and his junior brother to obtain the origin pill. Realizing this, Jane gave up the idea of exchanging for the origin pill. Initially, he had hoped to see if he could trade for it, but now that the three clear ones were targeting him together, it was simply impossible to obtain the origin pill, even if he teamed up with his junior brother. Moreover, with Nuwa also present, if the three clear ones joined forces with her, the two brothers would definitely gain nothing. Thinking of this, Jane said, we have some matters in the Western sect, and we will not participate in this competition. After Jane finished speaking, he directly flew towards the Western world, and Juni followed suit. The three clear ones turned to Chen Xuan, while Chen Xuan looked at them with a cold smile. Taiqing, you old bastard, back then you used the luck of the human race to attain sainthood. Later, when you discovered the potential of the human race, fearing they would grow, you used the golden core, Dao, to limit their growth, turning them into tools for your own luck. Such despicable shamelessness, and you still have the face to come in exchange for the origin pill. If you want the origin pill, I will just refuse you. At this moment, Nuwa heard Chen Xuan's thoughts. Her eyes turned to Taiqing, and she began to analyze the golden core Dao. After her analysis, she found that while the golden core Dao seemed fine on the surface, cultivating it would actually limit a person's innate talents. However, just as Nuwa was about to question Taiqing, Chen Xuan's thoughts echoed again. The three clear ones should have already started internal strife by now. I believe that it won't be long before they split, and then I will see how I deal with that old bastard Taiqing daring to take my human race's luck. I will make sure he pays it back double. Moreover, that Nuwa is also quite foolish. Back then, Taiqing benefited from the human race's luck to attain sainthood, and she didn't come out to stop him. I really don't know if she's truly foolish or pretending to be. Doesn't she know that if Taiqing benefits from the human race's luck to become a saint, he will take away her own luck? When Nuwa heard Chen Xuan refer to her as a woman, she felt an urge to rush over and tear him apart. However, upon hearing about the three clear ones splitting and Taiqing taking her human luck, she felt quite helpless. When Taiqing was preaching among the human race, Nuwa already knew that her luck was being taken by Taiqing, but she was stopped by the Dao ancestor when she tried to intervene. If it weren't for the Dao ancestor stopping her, how could Taiqing have had the opportunity to preach among the human race, let alone attain the saint position? Thinking of this, Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan secretly, saying, Chen Xuan, you have misunderstood your master. It's not that I didn't stop it, but that the Dao ancestor intervened. At this moment, Sanqing noticed Chen Xuan looking at them, and Taiqing immediately stepped forward and said, Chen Xuan, may I ask about the source pill? Taiqing, Shibwa, I have already decided to give this source pill to my master. If you want the source pill, you should ask my master instead. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he immediately tossed the source pill to Nuwa, then stood aside. Nuwa caught the source pill and then put it away. Seeing this, Taiqing looked at Nuwa and said, Junior sister Nuwa, may I have this source pill? I am willing to exchange it for 2 jars of 9 turns golden pills. Senior brother Taiqing, this 9-turn source pill was given to me by Chen Xuan, so I cannot give it to you. If you want the source pill, you can ask Chen Xuan to refine it again. Hearing this, Taiqing felt it made sense, so he looked at Chen Xuan and said, Chen Xuan, if you are willing to refine the source pill for me, I will offer you 2 jars of 9 turns golden pills plus a piece of innate top-grade spiritual treasure in exchange. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's mind began to calculate how to take advantage of Taiqing. At the same time, Nuwa's consciousness echoed with Chen Xuan's thoughts. Unexpectedly, this old fellow Taiqing is willing to part with an innate top-grade spiritual treasure for the source pill. However, wanting the 9-turn source pill is impossible. I certainly won't foolishly allow this old fellow to enhance his cultivation. However, this old fellow seems determined not to give up until he gets the source pill. Got it. Since this old fellow wants the source pill, he didn't specify that it must be the 9-turn source pill. In that case, I will go to Kunlun Mountain and strip him of his spiritual roots and golden core. Anyway, when the time comes, I can refine an 8-turn source pill for him. Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Nuwa couldn't help but feel delighted, for Taiqing was about to suffer. Just thinking about Taiqing watching his painstakingly cultivated spiritual roots being stripped away by Chen Xuan only to end up with an 8-turn source pill made her anticipate Taiqing's expression. At this moment, seeing Chen Xuan's silent, Taiqing spoke again. Chen Xuan, if you are still not satisfied, I can add another jar of 9 turns golden pills. Senior brother Taiqing, it's not that I am unwilling to refine the source pill for you, but I simply don't have the materials to refine it here. Hearing this, Taiqing burst into laughter. No problem. You can come to my Kunlun Mountain to retrieve the refining material. As long as you can refine the source pill again, all my spiritual roots and materials are at your disposal, and I can even provide you with golden pills to help you enhance your cultivation. Senior brother Taiqing, are you sure all spiritual roots and materials are at my disposal? Absolutely. As long as you can refine it, even if you use up all my spiritual roots, it's no problem. Hearing this, Chen Xuan's heart blossomed with joy. He then said, Senior brother Taiqing, since you are willing to offer your spiritual roots and materials, I will make a trip to Kunlun Mountain to find you when I have the time. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, seeing that Chen Xuan was willing to refine the source pill for Taiqing, immediately chimed in. Yuan Shi said, Chen Xuan, when you have time, help me refine one as well. I can also provide the materials. Tong Tian hurriedly added, Chen Xuan, if you have the time, please refine one for me as well. As for the materials, you need not worry. I have plenty of spiritual root materials collected. 3 senior brothers, since you all are willing to offer your spiritual root materials, I will personally come to Kunlun Mountain to refine the source pill for you when I have the time. Upon hearing this, Taiqing laughed heartily. Good. Chen Xuan, I will be waiting for you at Kunlun Mountain. Junior sister Nuwa, come visit me at Kunlun Mountain when you have time. I shall take my leave now. After Taiqing finished speaking, he turned and flew towards Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi also greeted Nuwa and Chen Xuan before flying towards Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian looked at Nuwa and Chen Xuan. Junior sister Nuwa, you have accepted a good disciple. In the future, when you have time, bring Chen Xuan to visit me at Kunlun Mountain. Hearing this, Nuwa nodded sure. Tong Tian smiled slightly and then flew towards Kunlun Mountain. After Tong Tian left, Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, this 9-turn source pill is quite a precious pill. Are you sure you really want to give it to your master? Absolutely. This source pill is of no use to me, but in your hands, master, it might come in handy someday. This woman is so indecisive. The source pill was meant for you anyway. Why else would I bother refining it? If it weren't for the human race, I wouldn't bother refining the source pill. Nuwa, I hope you won't let me down. If you recover your source, I can help you attain the Dao again. As long as you regain your Dao and awaken the human path, your status will surpass even Hongjun's. At that time, you will have the ability to protect Fushi and safeguard the human race. However, if you recover your source and still neglect the human race's life and death, I will ensure you lose everything, even your position as a saint. After hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Nuwa felt both shocked and angry. She was surprised that Chen Xuan could help her regain the Dao and furious that he didn't trust her and feared she wouldn't protect the human race. However, what is the human path? Why do I feel that awakening the human path is my mission? What is going on here? I must find a way to clarify this. Chen Xuan, I don't know why, but recently the term human path keeps appearing in my consciousness. It seems that the human path is my chance and mission. What the heck? Could it be that the human path has begun to prompt Nuwa to awaken the human path? But that's impossible. The human race's fortune has been partially stolen by Taiqing and Hongjun. Awakening the human path is simply impossible. If one wishes to awaken the human path, they must reclaim the human race's fortune that has been taken by Taiqing and Hongjun. Master, are you sure it is the human path? Chen Xuan, I am quite certain, but what exactly the human path is, I am not clear. I just feel that the human path is my mission. Master, I know nothing about the human path. I am just a beginner in chi refining. Upon hearing this, Nuwa couldn't help but scoff. Just a beginner in chi refining. Don't think I don't know you can overpower saints. Though this still needs to be observed, your talent in pill refining is not something a mere beginner in chi refining could have. As Nuwa was inwardly criticizing Chen Xuan's thoughts echoed again in her consciousness. This woman doesn't even understand the human path. The human path is the path of all beings. The human path governs all beings, the heavenly path governs order, and the earthly path governs reincarnation. You Nuwa are the master of the human path. It is a pity that if you weren't schemed against by Hongjun, your current strength would probably surpass Hongjun's by a large margin. Nuwa pondered over Chen Xuan's thoughts, her heart growing more and more excited, for Chen Xuan had spoken of the heavenly Dao governing order, the human Dao governing all beings, and the earth Dao governing reincarnation. This also indicated that her fruit position was higher than Hongjun's. Hongjun was merely the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao, while she was an awakener of the human Dao. As long as she awakened the human Dao, her fruit position would surpass Hongjun's. However, awakening the human Dao was not an easy task. Although Chen Xuan mentioned that there was a way for her to reattain the Dao, all of this was merely Chen Xuan's inner thoughts, and whether it was true remained to be seen. Moreover, although the origin pill could restore her source, her primordial spirit was still anchored in the void of the heavenly Dao. Retrieving her primordial spirit was nearly impossible. Never mind, for now I will focus on restoring my source. Once I confirm that Chen Xuan can truly assist me, I will spare no effort to break free from the Xianmen. I Nuwa will never allow my fortune to be seized by Hongjun. Chen Xuan, since you do not understand the human Dao, I shall not inquire further. You should return and cultivate well. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately replied, Yes, master. I will return to cultivate right away. Then Chen Xuan returned to the treasure vault and asked System, What is my proficiency level now? Ding. Returning to the host, your current proficiency level is 105 points, 95 points away. Seeing that he was 90 points away from the next level, Chen Xuan immediately opened the cauldron to refine the explosion pill. The explosion pill, each turn from 1 to 12, has different powers. A 7-turn explosion pill can destroy the Daoyuo physical body, an 8-turn can annihilate quasi-saints, while a 9-turn explosion pill is equivalent to the self-detonation power of a saint. Chen Xuan placed the materials for the explosion pill into the eternal myth cauldron and began to use the primordial true fire to refine the pills. After 14 cycles of time, Chen Xuan finally succeeded in refining the explosion pill, but unfortunately, he only managed to produce 108-turn explosion pills this time. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 300 proficiency points. Ding. Alchemy level has been upgraded to level 2, rewards Daoist Glimpse Mirror Everlasting Life Pill. Ding. The host is now at proficiency level 2 with 205 points remaining. Chen Xuan, upon hearing the system prompt, immediately checked the Everlasting Life Pill. Everlasting Life Pill effect can restore vitality. Even if only a breath remains, it can instantly restore one to their prime. Daoist Glimpse Mirror can glimpse all things beneath the Dao of heaven, whether past or future. They can all be revealed in the mirror. After reviewing the rewards, Chen Xuan thought to himself, this Daoist Glimpse Mirror is truly a remarkable item. It can reveal all matters beneath the Dao of heaven. Does this not mean that all of Hongjun's schemes against Hongyun, the Sanqing, and Nuwa can be displayed? If Nuwa and the Sanqing were to see how Hongjun plotted against them, would they not be furious enough to defect from the Xianmen entirely? Thinking of this, Chen Xuan began to take out the glimpse mirror and cast a spell to probe what Hongjun was doing. However, unfortunately, the mirror was completely blurred, and he could not see the image at all. Seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately inquired of the system, This glimpse mirror can't be a fake, can it? It said it could probe all beneath the Dao. Ding. Host, all rewards given by this system are genuine. The glimpse mirror not displaying an image is due to your strength issue. Currently, your strength is not above Hongjun's, so you cannot probe him. I see no wonder I can't view anything. This glimpse mirror requires my cultivation to exceed that of the opponent to probe. Realizing that the glimpse mirror could not peer into Hongjun, Chen Xuan decided not to use it anymore, and instead began refining the Everlasting Life Pill. This restorative pill was still necessary to produce. Otherwise, if he were severely injured one day, without any restorative pills, wouldn't that be advantageous for his opponent? On the other hand, upon returning to her palace, Nuwa immediately consumed the origin pill. As the pill's potency began to take effect within her, her originally missing source was rapidly recovering. Feeling her source rapidly restoring, Nuwa became even more curious about Chen Xuan. After all, he could refine such a defiant pill, and he must possess some great secret. Thinking of Chen Xuan's claim that he could contend against saints, Nuwa began to devise how to test Chen Xuan. However, just as Nuwa was contemplating how to test Chen Xuan, her source had completely restored, and because of this restoration, her cultivation broke through from the 4th level of saint to the 6th level. Nuwa looked in the direction of the treasure vault. Chen Xuan, let me see how strong you really are. After saying this, she promptly walked towards the treasure vault, and upon arriving, she immediately noticed an abundance of pills on the ground. Looking at the piles of pills, Nuwa was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chen Xuan, sensing Nuwa's arrival, stopped refining pills and turned to her. Disciple pays respects to master. Get up. What kind of pills have you refined? Master. Some of these pills are for restoring vitality, and some are for use during battles. By the way, master, I wish to return to the human race for a while. After all, I am of the human race, so I want to see how the human race has developed. Upon hearing this, Nuwa nodded and said, That's fine. You've been away from the human race for so long, it's time to return and see. If you wish to go back now, I will have Jin Ning send you to the human race. Master, once I refine the everlasting life pill, I will return to the human race. Just as Chen Xuan finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for refining 300 everlasting life pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching 500 proficiency points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching proficiency level 3, rewards Dao of Pills body of Dao Pill source. Chen Xuan, upon hearing the system prompt, no longer focused on it as Nuwa was right before him, and he could not let her know about the system's existence. Master, can I take these pills back to the human race? Chen Xuan, the pills you refined are yours to take. These 8-turn pills are of little use to me, but for you, they are a means of survival. Seeing Nuwa say this, Chen Xuan immediately put away all the pills and took out 10 everlasting life pills and explosion pills for Nuwa. Master, these 2 types of pills are for you. The first is the everlasting life pill, which restores vitality quickly when consumed. The second is the explosion pill, which has the power equivalent to that of a quasi-saint self-detonation. You should keep these 2 pills, Master. They might be useful in the future. Upon hearing this, Nuwa immediately replied, all right, I accept these 2 types of pills. Now I will have Jin Ning send you back to the human race. After Nuwa finished speaking, she transmitted a message to Jin Ning. When Jin Ning arrived at the treasure vault, Nuwa said, Jin Ning, you will take Chen Xuan back to the human race. When Chen Xuan wishes to return, you will bring him back. You must protect Chen Xuan on this journey. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan looked at Nuwa and said, Master, I will return to the human realm first. He then turned to Jin Ning, who immediately understood. Then Jin Ning transformed into her true form and flew towards the human realm with Chen Xuan. After Nuwa saw the two leave, a wicked smile appeared on her face. Chen Xuan, let me see if you can truly overpower the saints as you claim in your heart. After saying this, Nuwa transformed, wrapping herself in a black robe, then tore through space and pursued. At this moment, Chen Xuan was chatting with Jin Ning, completely unaware that Nuwa had already donned a black robe and was heading towards them. Chen Xuan looked at Jin Ning, saying, Senior sister, are you also a disciple of Master? Chen Xuan, I am not the Master's disciple. Back in the day when the Phoenix clan faced disaster, I was fortunate to receive the Master's protection. I originally wanted to become her disciple, but she refused to accept me. So I have been by her side ever since. Over the long years, I have accompanied the Master until later I began to call her Master, and she never asked me to change my address, so I have continued to call her Master. I see. In that case, Jin Ning, you are also my senior sister. Jin Ning replied, let's hurry back to the human realm. All right. Chen Xuan, hold on tight. I am going to accelerate now. However, just as Jin Ning prepared to accelerate towards the human realm, a vortex suddenly appeared in space, and a figure in a black robe slowly emerged from it. You too cannot escape. Chen Xuan, leave the 9 turns primordial pill behind. If you hand it over to me, I will let you go. What do you say? Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, I have already given the 9 turns primordial pill to Nuwa. If you want the primordial pill, you can go ask her for it. The figure in the black robe snorted coldly. Chen Xuan, do you think I would believe you? How could you possibly give such a precious pill to Nuwa? If you hand it over now, I will let you leave. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. After saying this, the figure in the black robe began to gather magical power. Jin Ning immediately looked at Chen Xuan, saying, Chen Xuan, hurry and leave. I will hold him off. Senior sister Jin Ning, you are no match for him. This guy possesses the cultivation of a saint. Even if you go all out, you won't be able to stop him. The black-robed Nuwa smiled faintly, saying, Chen Xuan, you have good insight. Since you know I possess the cultivation of a saint, you should understand that you cannot leave without handing over the primordial pill. Now I will give you one more chance. If you obediently hand it over, I will let you go. I will count to 3. If you do not hand it over, I will first incapacitate this little phoenix, and then slowly torment you until you give me the primordial pill. 1, 2. As the black-robed figure counted to 2, Jin Ning panicked, saying, Chen Xuan, I will hold him off. You hurry back to the Nuwa Palace. As long as you return to the Nuwa Palace. After finishing her words, Jin Ning transformed into her human form and charged towards the black-robed figure. The figure scoffed, a little phoenix dares to attack me. You are seeking death. After saying this, the black-robed figure flicked his hand, and a giant palm appeared in the sky, crashing down towards Jin Ning. At this moment, the black-robed figure thought to himself, Chen Xuan, let me see your true abilities. This attack possesses the power of a saint at the first level. Chen Xuan looked at the giant hand in the sky, thinking that if he did not display his strength, Jin Ning would die from this blow. However, if he revealed his strength, it might attract the attention of Hongjun. If Hongjun noticed his strength, his future days would not be easy. At this moment, Chen Xuan noticed that the guy was wearing a black robe, clearly not wanting others to know his identity. Since that is the case, I can do the same. As long as I make sure Jin Ning doesn't disclose this afterward. With this thought, Chen Xuan immediately produced a mask and put it on. In the sea of consciousness of the black-robed Nuwa, Chen Xuan's earlier thoughts echoed. Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan with the mask and thought to herself that this guy was finally willing to reveal his strength. Chen Xuan, let me see just how powerful this so-called mythical great Luo technique truly is. On the other side, after Chen Xuan donned the mask, he instantly teleported in front of Jin Ning, channeling the power of 600 million cellular worlds in his body, and then smashing a fist towards the descending giant hand. When the two forces collided, there was a thunderous boom, and the immense power clashed in the sky with the shockwave radiating outwards. Jin Ning looked at the shockwave sweeping towards her, thinking that it was over. If she were hit by this shockwave, she would definitely perish on the spot. At this moment Chen Xuan also noticed this. He raised another hand, and a protective shield enveloped Jin. After doing all this, Chen Xuan directly exerted force and shattered the black-robed figure's giant hand. He looked at the black-robed figure and said, "If you want to seize the 9 turns primordial pill, let's see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, he summoned 7 heavenly radiance divine swords. "I don't care who you are, but since you dare to come and trouble me, I have no choice but to slay you." Immediately terrifying primordial power erupted from Chen Xuan's body as he combined the 7 heavenly radiance divine swords. He grasped the swords and swung one, unleashing a terrifying blade light towards the black-robed figure. Seeing this, the black-robed figure let out a cold snort, saying, "Chen Xuan, do you think you can slay me with these 7 heavenly radiance divine swords? You are too naive." After finishing his words, the black-robed figure conjured a divine sword and similarly slashed out instantly, sending a terrifying sword light towards Chen Xuan's blade light. Boom! The two forces collided and terrifying shockwaves erupted instantly, alerting the mighty beings of the primordial era to the presence of a saint-level battle. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain, the Taiqing, sensed the terrifying fluctuations and immediately rose to fly towards the source of the disturbance. In the Western world, Jane and Zhuanti also sensed this immense battle fluctuation. Jane looked at Zhuanti and said, "Junior brother, this is the aura of a saint. A saint has made a move." "Senior brother, this is indeed the aura of a saint, and one of the two auras feels very familiar." "Junior brother, let's go take a look. If the Taiqing and Yuhua are in conflict, we can secretly bring Chen Xuan to the Western world." "Senior brother, that's a good idea. Let's leave now." After Zhuanti finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from the spot, and seeing this, Jane also vanished without a trace. At this moment, the 3 pure ones along with Jane and Zhuanti were hastening towards the location where Chen Xuan was, while the man in black had also sensed that the 5 saints were approaching his direction. However, Chen Xuan had noticed this as well. He unleashed all his power to push the man in black away, then swiftly moved to Jin Ning's side. Chen Xuan looked at the man in black and said, "I will accompany you in this battle today, but when we meet again, I will surely unveil your true form." After finishing his words, Chen Xuan grabbed Jin Ning's shoulder and vanished without a trace. The man in black, witnessing Chen Xuan's departure, revealed a faint smile. "Chen Xuan, you truly did not deceive me," the man in black said, and then he disappeared from the spot. Just as he vanished, the 5 saints appeared at the place where the two had battled. Taiqing looked at the residual magical fluctuations in the air, astonished. "I didn't expect these two to possess such strength. Ooh, I wonder who exactly they are." Yuan Shi spoke up, "Elder brother, their strength is likely even greater than ours, and in the current chaos, only Master and Yuhua possess such power." Just as Yuan Shi finished speaking, Yuhua suddenly descended, asking, "Are you all here to watch the battle as well?" Upon seeing this, Taiqing immediately replied, "Junior sister Yuhua, aren't you supposed to be fighting the mysterious person?" Yuhua pretended to be puzzled and asked Taiqing, "What do you mean by that? Do you suspect that I am battling the mysterious?" "Junior sister Yuhua, if it isn't you, then we must be cautious. Now 2 beings with saint-level strength have appeared, and we do not know who they are. If they are plotting against us in secret, we will have no way to counter them. It seems we must be more careful in the future, otherwise if a saint-level powerhouse targets us, it would be troublesome." At this moment, Tontian suggested, "Why don't we join forces to deduce their identities? Perhaps we can reveal who they are." The saints nodded slightly and began to work together to deduce. However, no matter how the 6 saints deduced, the images remained blurry. Taiqing furrowed his brow. How strange. Who are these two that we cannot even deduce their identities together? Jane looked at Taiqing and said, "Why don't we go to Zhixiao Palace and ask Master to deduce? With Master's strength, it should not be difficult to unveil their identities." Hearing this, Nua's heart sank. She thought to herself that if the Dao ancestor intervened, she might very well be. Thus Nua looked at the other saints and said, "Everyone, since the 6 of us cannot deduce their identities, they must have some means to prevent our interpretation. Since these 2 dare to openly duel, they certainly have a way to conceal it from us and Master." Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. "Junior sister Nua is right. These 2 dare to brazenly fight in the chaos. They must possess some special method to conceal themselves from us and Master. Since they intend to evade our deductions, seeking Master would be futile." Taiqing looked at Yuan Shi. "Second brother, you have a point. In that case, let us disperse. If you encounter these 2, please inform us, so that the 3 pure ones can come to assist." Jane and Zhuanti immediately responded, "Understood." Nua also said, "Understood." The 3 pure ones nodded, and then flew towards Kunlun Mountain, while Jane and Zhuanti headed west after the 3 pure ones left. After the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints from the west departed, Nua breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with her current strength, it was quite easy to conceal herself from the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the west, but she was uncertain about evading the Dao ancestor. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was sitting on Jin Ning's back pondering who had secretly plotted against him. At this moment, Jin Ning spoke, "Junior brother Chen Xuan, you are truly abnormal. You can actually contend with a saint." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan quickly replied, "Senior sister Jin Ning, do not tell anyone about this, not even master understand." Jin Ning, confused, asked, "Why is that?" "Senior sister, you don't need to worry about the reason. Oh, just know that this matter must not be spoken of, if you dare to mention it." Chen Xuan turned his head to look at Jin Ning's feathers behind her. Jin Ning's face turned red, and her heart raced as she realized he was staring at her rear. "Junior brother, don't mess around. I want to tell master, just don't do anything reckless." Hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, and then took out 10 spirit boosting pills from his system space. "Senior sister Jin Ning, as long as you keep this secret, there will be benefits for you. I have 10 spirit boosting pills here. Consuming one is equivalent to 100,000 years of hard cultivation," Chen Xuan said as he brought the spirit boosting pill to Jin Ning's lips. "Junior brother, are you really giving me this pill?" "Of course it's for you, but remember, do not speak of today's events to anyone. Rest assured, junior brother, nothing happened today." Chen Xuan, having sealed Jin Ning's mouth, did not say anything further. However, at that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Detected that the host was deduced by the 6 saints together, the system has automatically shielded all secrets. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was greatly alarmed. If the 6 saints deduced him, then does that mean the man in black is not one of the 6 saints? If he is not one of the 6 saints, then who could he be? Could it be one of Hongjun's 3 corpse? But if it were one of Hongjun's 3 corpse, he should have already come to deal. Forget it, no need to think further. It's best to be more cautious in the future. Just then, Jin Ning's voice suddenly came, "Junior brother, we have now arrived at the human clan." Chen Xuan looked down and saw that the population of the human clan was increasing, yet their cultivation level. Looking at the current state of the human clan, Chen Xuan increasingly wanted to ruin Taiqing's teachings. Of course, it was not only about ruining the teachings, but also reclaiming the fortune that Taiqing had stolen. Suddenly, Chen Xuan thought of something and said, "Jin Ning, we shall land on Shouyang Mountain. I need to take a..." Hearing this, Jin Ning immediately flew towards Shouyang Mountain. Soon they arrived above Shouyang Mountain. After landing, Chen Xuan closed his eyes and merged his own fortune of the human clan into Shouyang Mountain. However, as soon as Chen Xuan's fortune integrated into Shouyang Mountain, the entire mountain began to tremble. Jin Ning watched as the entire Shouyang Mountain trembled violently, immediately looking at Chen Xuan. "Chen Xuan, could the precious treasure you mentioned be Shouyang Mountain?" Senior sister Jin Ning, while Shouyang Mountain is indeed rich in spiritual energy, it has not yet reached the level of a precious treasure. The treasure I speak of is within Shouyang Mountain. Having finished speaking, Chen Xuan reached out and grasped the Kongtong seal. Should not wait any longer. As soon as Chen Xuan's voice fell, a burst of golden light shot up from within Shouyang Mountain, and when the golden radiance soared into the sky, the powerful beings of the wilderness sensed the anomaly of Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, Taiqing sensed that this was his chance, so he immediately tore through space and headed towards the human Shouyang Mountain. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian noticed Taiqing heading towards the humans and immediately followed suit. In the Western world, Jane and Zhuanqi both looked towards the eastern light soaring into the sky, with Jane saying, "Junior brother, another precious treasure has emerged in the east. Senior brother, in my opinion, this precious treasure is fated to be ours. We should hurry to seize it, or else if the 3 purities and Nuwa get there first, it could be troublesome." Jane nodded, and the two immediately tore through space towards the eastern human realm. At this moment, Nuwa, who had just returned to the Nuwa Palace, also sensed the golden light emanating from the direction of the human realm. What is happening? Is this the doing of that Chen Xuan again? This commotion is so great that it will surely attract the 3 purities and the 2 saints of the West. Chen Xuan, can you not allow me some peace? After speaking, Nuwa immediately turned and flew towards the direction of the humans. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court of the demon clan, Dijuan and Tai also sensed the light from Shouyang Mountain. Dijuan looked at Tai and said, "Second brother, there is a precious treasure emerging from the human direction. We must hurry to seize it, as this will give us a greater advantage against the Wu clan." Upon hearing this, Dongwang Tai nodded and then rose to fly towards the human realm. Seeing this, Dijuan immediately commanded, "Baze, you lead 100,000 demon soldiers to the site of the treasure's emergence. I will go with Tai to seize it first." Following this, Dijuan transformed into a long rainbow and pursued Dongwang Tai. At this moment, within Shouyang Mountain, Chen Xuan looked at the soaring golden light and thought to himself, "I must quickly take the Kongtong seal, or else it will surely attract all the powerful beings and the 6 saints of heaven." Thinking this, Chen Xuan intended to forcibly retrieve the Kongtong seal from within Shouyang Mountain. However, just as Chen Xuan was about to forcibly extract the Kongtong seal, it suddenly appeared in midair. Seeing this, Chen Xuan raised his hand and seized the Kongtong seal. Looking at the Honghuang seal in his hand, a smug smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. Taiqing, your opportunity, I Chen Xian shall gladly accept. I truly wish to see your expression after losing this chance, but unfortunately, I will not have the opportunity to admire it. Having said this, Chen Xian immediately grasped Jin Ning's shoulder, and with a single step he appeared above Shouyang Mountain, preparing to fly down towards the human realm. Just as Chen Xian was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. Young friend, please leave the treasure behind. This treasure is fated to be with me. If you are willing to part with it, I am willing to exchange a bottle of 9 golden pills for it. Hearing Taiqing's words, Chen Xian immediately felt disdain in his heart. Does he really think I am a 3-year-old child? The Honghuang seal is a treasure of the human clan's fortune. With it one can consolidate the human clan's luck and even decide the fate of the human emperor. Such a heavenly treasure, and that dog Taiqing actually thinks he can exchange it for a bottle of 9 golden pills. This dog Taiqing must have gone mad over the treasure. However, I cannot reveal my true face to Taiqing now, or else there will be no opportunity to obtain the materials for his spiritual root. Right, the mask. As long as I wear the mask and unleash the aura of Honghuang Daoist, Taiqing will definitely not suspect me. But what about Jin Ning? Jin Ning is Nuwa's person. If Taiqing knows that Jin Ning is with me, he will definitely suspect me. What should I do? After thinking for a while, an idea suddenly flashed in Chen Xian's mind. He saw Chen Xian put on the mask and then reached out to grip Jin Ning's neck. At this moment, Jin Ning's sea of consciousness echoed with Chen Xian's voice. Senior sister Jin Ning, listen to me. After Chen Xian's explanation, Jin Ning finally understood Chen Xian's intentions. Chen Xian tightened his grip on Jin Ning's neck and then turned to Taiqing. Taiqing, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? A bottle of 9 golden pills is all you offer to take my treasure. Taiqing, if you want this treasure, then you must exchange the Taiji diagram and the Linglong Tower with me. Taiking's face immediately flushed with anger upon hearing this. Young friend, I will give you another chance. If you leave the treasure, I will let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for killing you here. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian burst out laughing. I never expected that the dignified Taiqing saint would engage in such shameless acts. Taiqing, if you want to kill me, you must first see if you have the ability. Just now, that little phoenix also wanted to seize the treasure from my hands, but unfortunately it now lies in my grasp. Taiqing looked at Jin Ning, who was held by Chen Xian, and said, Young friend, who exactly are you? Do you not know that Jin Ning is a steed of Nuwa? If you dare to harm Jin Ning, Nuwa will surely not spare you. Chen Xian coldly laughed. Taiqing, you are not qualified to know who I am. Do not think that just because you are a saint I cannot deal with you. After saying this, Chen Xian unleashed a wave of saint-level pressure. Taiking's pupils widened in shock at the overwhelming power emanating from Chen Xian. You are one of the mysterious figures from the previous battle of wits. You guessed correctly. I am one of them, and I let another mysterious figure escape earlier. While Chen Xian was speaking to Taiqing, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian descended beside Taiqing. Just as Yuan Shi was about to speak, Nuwa also appeared in midair, followed by the 2 saints of the west, as well as Dijuan and Tai from the demon clan. Seeing so many powerful beings descend, a trace of a smile appeared beneath Chen Xian's mask. He said, I never expected that a single treasure could attract all of you here. It seems that I cannot leave without handing over the treasure. When Taiqing heard Chen Xian's words, a faint smile appeared on his face. Dao friend, if you hand over the treasure to me, I will ensure your safe departure from this place. Taiqing, I was just speaking casually. Do you really think I cannot leave? Taiqing snorted softly. Fellow Daoist, now that the 6 saints have gathered, escape is utterly impossible. I advise you to relinquish your treasures and leave. Chen Xian smiled slightly. The 6 saints. I am so scared. After speaking, Chen Xian turned to Nuwa and said, Nuwa, I currently hold Jin Ning in my hands. If you also wish to partake in the contest for the treasure, then I will have no choice but to ensure Jin Ning's demise. However, at that moment a voice echoed in Nuwa's consciousness. Master, if you hadn't brought Jin Ning here, I could have withdrawn unscathed. Now with Jin Ning by my side, I cannot protect her. I can only hope that Master will choose not to participate in the contest to save Jin Ning. Nuwa was astonished upon hearing Chen Xian's voice. For even she could not guarantee her escape from the 5 saints, yet Chen Xian claimed he had a way to evade their siege. Given the current circumstances, Nuwa realized she could only choose to believe that Chen Xian had a way to escape the onslaught of the 5 saints. Even if Chen Xian ultimately could not escape, she could find a reason to intervene in the contest and then pretend to fall into Chen Xian's hands. This way she could also aid Chen Xian in fleeing from the 5 saints. Thus Nuwa looked at Chen Xian and said, Fellow Daoist, as long as you spare Jin Ning, I assure you that I will not participate in this contest. Chen Xian smiled slightly and said, Saint Nuwa, I will trust you this once. If you dare to go back on your word, then I will make the entire human race vanish from this desolate world. Do not think I am joking. What I say I can certainly accomplish. Saint Nuwa, I hope you won't let a single treasure ruin the entire human race. At this moment, Chen Xian's voice echoed again in Nuwa's consciousness. Master, please don't blame me. If I don't say anything and you get involved, then I will be in trouble. After all, you achieved sainthood first and took the source pill. If you join in, I won't be able to escape. Nuwa gazed at the masked Chen Xian, silently thinking this kid is quite cunning. If I couldn't hear your thoughts, I would certainly have made a move for that treasure, as it clearly relates to the human race. Fellow Daoist, please rest assured. As long as you hand Jin Ning over to me, I will not interfere in this. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Chen Xian immediately tossed Jin Ning, whom he had been holding beside Nuwa, saying, Saint Nuwa, I have given you Jin Ning. I hope you will keep your promise. After speaking, Chen Xian turned to the Sanqing and coldly laughed. Taiqing, if you wish to make a move against me, you may try now. However, I advise you not to use your one qi transforming 3 purities, or I will ruin your reputation. Yuan Shi, hearing this, looked at the masked Chen Xian in confusion. Fellow Daoist, what exactly is this one qi transforming 3 purities? Why do you not let your elder brother use it? Are you afraid of his one qi transforming 3 purities? The masked Chen Xian laughed wildly, afraid. Do you think I would fear this so-called one qi transforming 3 purities? Yuan Shi, let me reveal a secret to you, one that relates to both you and Tongtian. Just as Chen Xian was about to speak, Taiqing quickly interrupted. Second brother, you must not listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately sowing discord among us, Sanqing. Taiqing, whether I am talking nonsense or not, you should know better than anyone else. Taiqing, if you do not want this matter to be known by the powerful beings of the Desolate World, then you should roll away now, or I will let the entire Desolate World know about your past. Upon hearing this, Taiqing could no longer contain himself. He summoned the Xuanzang Linglong Tower and pressed it down towards Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian coldly laughed. Taiqing, so you do have a sense of urgency. Unfortunately, you alone cannot deal with me. After speaking, Chen Xian summoned the power of Hongyuan and struck at the Xuanzang Linglong Tower. Clanged. A tremendous sound echoed throughout the Desolate World. Seeing that the Xuanzang Linglong Tower could not suppress the mysterious person, Taiqing summoned the Taiji diagram. However, at this moment, Chen Xian said, Taiqing, you dare to make a move against me. Then I will not show you any mercy. Yuan Shi, Tongtian, do you not want to know what this one qi transforming 3 purities is? I will now tell you, it is a divine ability cultivated from Taiqing, stealing your source. This divine ability can manifest 2 avatars, and both avatars are physical entities. Moreover, these 2 avatars possess strength close to that of the main body. After Chen Xian said this, Yuan Shi and Tongtian were stunned, while Jane and Junti looked at Taiqing in shock. Nuwa, on the other hand, silently thought, how does Chen Xian know Taiqing's secret? Meanwhile, Dijun and Tai Yi also heard Chen Xian's words. Dijun secretly transmitted to Tai Yi, second brother, do you think what the mysterious person said is true? Elder brother, judging by Taiqing's current behavior, it must be true. Otherwise, Taiqing would not be so eager to act against the mysterious person. Just as Dijun and Tai Yi were discussing this in secret, Taiqing angrily summoned the Taiji diagram and charged at Chen Xian. At this moment, Taiqing had only one thought: to crush this mysterious person. Seeing Taiqing charging at him, Chen Xian turned to Yuan Shi and Tongtian, saying, if you want to know the truth, then help me stop Taiqing. Otherwise, you will never know why your cultivation cannot surpass Taiqing's. Yuan Shi, upon hearing the mysterious person's words, immediately summoned the Panga banner and waved it, sending a blade of opening towards the Taiji diagram. Tongtian also summoned the 4 swords of Zhejian to block Taiqing's path. Taiqing, seeing this, angrily looked at Yuan Shi and Tongtian. Get out of the way. Do you really believe the mysterious person's words? Yuan Shi looked at Taiqing. Elder brother, this is not about whether we believe it or not. You have already sold. If what he said is false, then why are you so anxious? Taiqing realized upon hearing Yuan Shi's words that it was futile to say anything now, as his previous actions had already betrayed him. Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, Taiqing immediately spoke. Second brother, third brother, I did indeed steal a trace of your source, but now is not the time to discuss this matter. Second brother, third brother, let us unite to take down the opponent. As for the matter of stealing the source, I will naturally provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing Taiqing's words, Yuan Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Elder brother, you had best speak plainly now. Otherwise, you may not tell the truth upon returning to Kunlun Mountain. Chen Xian smiled faintly at Yuan Shi's remark. You ensure you are indeed perceptive to realize that in my absence, Taiqing might withhold the truth from you. Taiqing turned toward Yuan Shi, fury blazing in his gaze. Second brother, how dare you doubt me so? Elder brother, I merely seek the truth. At that moment, Chen Xian spoke. Yuan Shi, Tongtian, if you wish to learn the truth, it is simple: swear not to contend for the human clan's supreme treasure, and I shall reveal all concerning the lost primordial essence. Tongtian fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian. Honored fellow Daoist, Do you speak truly? Indeed I do. And more, I can even manifest the very scene as it unfolded. Yuanshi stared at Chen Xuan in disbelief. Can you truly project the scene as it occurred? Yuanshi Tongtian, I have no reason to deceive you. The choice remains yours alone. Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged a glance. Then Tongtian spoke first. Honored fellow Daoist, I withdraw from the contest for the treasure. Yuanshi followed suit. This sovereign likewise relinquishes all claim to the treasure. Chen Xuan nodded, then turned toward the two sovereigns of the Yao faction, Emperor Jun and Taiqing. Your Majesties, if you intend to vie for the treasure, I shall not hesitate to eradicate your entire Yao faction. Though your Yao faction wields formidable strength, to me you are but oversized ants, annihilated at my whim without effort or consequence. Emperor Jun burned with suppressed fury, but dared not betray it before the enigmatic sovereign. After all this being stood at the sage level, even their Zhou star array could not guarantee victory over such a transcendent entity. The Yao faction renounces all claim to the treasure. Farewell. With those words, Emperor Jun departed with Donghuang Tai and 1,000,000 Yao faction warriors, returning to the Yao faction celestial court. Chen Xuan then turned toward the two Western sages. You too, do you also covet the treasure? Jane regarded him calmly. Honored fellow Daoist, you resonate profoundly with our Western lineage. Why not join the Western sect? Chen Xuan sneered. Rumors proclaim the two Western sages paragons of shamelessness, and today I behold that truth in full measure. You two bald monks, if you dare seize my artifacts, I shall shatter Mount Sumeru and erase every disciple of the Western sect. Jane silently transmitted a message to Zhuanti. Brother, their power rivals Taiqing's. Even united, we cannot be certain of victory. Should he escape today, we shall forever live under the shadow of a sage-level adversary. To provoke a sage over a single artifact is hardly prudent. Indeed, brother, but we may later ally with Taiqing against him. Then all his artifacts shall be ours. A brilliant stratagem. Taiqing already loathes him utterly. If we approach him openly, our gains will be immense, and we may even extract further concessions from the Supreme Elder. Having concluded their silent exchange, Jane declared aloud, Honored fellow Daoist, if you decline our invitation, we shall not press you further. You share karmic resonance with the West. Thus we shall abstain from contesting the treasure this time. Hearing Jane's words, Chen Xuan instantly grew wary. What? These two bald monks are withdrawing. What scheme do they plot? Nuwa, sensing Chen Xuan's inner thought, cast her gaze upon the two Western sages. No matter your machinations, so long as I stand here, you shall not harm Chen Xuan. Nuwa, sensing Chen Xuan's inner thought, cast her gaze upon the two Western sages. No matter your machinations, so long as I stand here, you shall not harm Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan fixed his gaze on Jane and Zhuanti. Since you withdraw, depart now for the West, or I shall not hesitate to slay several of your disciples. Jane's eyes narrowed, his voice turned glacial. Honored fellow Daoist, this is excessive. We have done you no wrong. Excessive? I simply despise bald monks. Leave now, or I shall kill several disciples of the Western sect this very instant. Zhuanti erupted in wrath. Honored fellow Daoist, if you lay a hand upon our disciples, we shall never— Forgive me. You presume too much. Today I shall show you powers beyond your imagination. Chen Xuan raised his hand and withdrew 2 crimson pills. Watch closely, bald monks. Behold how I erase your disciples from existence. The moment his words ended, he activated a spatial artifice and hurled the 2 crimson pills into its vortex. A thunderous detonation echoed from the west. Jane and Zhuanti recoiled in shock. Jane stammered, staring at Chen Xuan. You did what? Nothing extraordinary. Merely cast 2 pills into the west. By the way, each pill's explosion equals the self-immolation of a quasi-sage. I tossed 2 onto Mount Sumeru. Surely chaos reigns there now. Jane swiftly surveyed Mount Sumeru. Though its outer barrier remained intact, over 1,000 disciples lay dead, and countless others wounded beyond count. Jane spoke coldly. Honored fellow Daoist, we bear no grudge against you. Why such ruth? Chen Xuan smiled faintly. I know well you bear me no ill will, yet I simply abhor bald monks. I commanded you to leave. You refused. Their deaths are your doing. I grant you one final chance. Depart now, and I shall cease. Hesitate, and I shall hurl more. Chen Xuan immediately produced 5 more explosive pills. Zhuanti roared, Stop. We withdraw immediately. Zhuanti turned to Jane. Brother, let us go. They vanished on the spot. Chen Xuan turned toward the 3 pure ones. Now that the distractions are gone, we may speak of what truly matters. He retracted the explosive pills and summoned the Grand Dao Mirror of Celestial Insight. Yuanshi Tongtian. This is a supreme Dao treasure. Its foremost function is to perceive all things beneath the Dao itself. Moreover, any event ever transpired within heaven and earth, no matter how distant in time, may be fully manifested through it. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Taiqing and Nuwa were greatly astonished. This magical artifact was exceedingly unique. For possessing it would mean controlling the secrets of all beings in the primordial. Nuwa gazed at the Dao Insight mirror in Chen Xian's hand, contemplating that if she owned this treasure, no one in the world could deceive her. However, Nuwa was well aware that this was merely a thought, as it belonged to her disciple. Taiqing, on the other hand, had different concerns. Taiqing was worried that the Dao Insight mirror could indeed reveal the scenes of their emergence. Yuanshi was thinking about how to seize the Dao Insight mirror. For possessing this artifact would mean he would be free from all schemes, even those from Hongjun or the Heavenly Dao. Tongtian pondered whether this so-called Dao Insight mirror could truly present past events. Chen Xian observed the expressions of the four saints, remaining silent as he directly activated the Dao Insight mirror to display the scene of Taiqing's emergence. At that moment, within the Dao Insight mirror, Taiqing was encased in a massive cocoon. Suddenly, the sky of the primordial darkened, and a beam of golden light fell upon the central cocoon, causing it to show signs of cracking. As the cracks multiplied with a loud boom, the upper half of the cocoon shattered, revealing a figure sitting cross-legged within. Meanwhile, outside the Dao Insight mirror, Yuanshi and Tongtian were intently focused on the mirror, and even Nuwa was fixated on it, curious to know if Taiqing had indeed siphoned Yuanshi and Tongtian's essence. Just as the saints were staring at the image in the mirror, Taiqing suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the cocoon on his left and right. Then Taiqing stretched out his arms to grasp the cocoon on both sides, saying, "Second brother, third brother, we are all transformed from Pangus' primordial spirit. If I absorb you, I will gain more of Pangus' legacy." After finishing his words, Taiqing began greedily absorbing the essences of Yuanshi and Tongtian, but as he took in a small portion, the cocoon of Yuanshi and Tongtian also started to show cracks. Seeing this, Taiqing immediately withdrew his hands, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you two to be on the verge of emergence as well. However, it's fine. Now that I've absorbed part of your essence, you will never surpass me in cultivation. As long as your cultivation is not higher than mine, I will always be your elder brother, haha." Outside the mirror, Yuanshi and Tongtian turned their heads angrily towards Taiqing upon witnessing this scene. Yuanshi was the first to speak. "Taiqing, you would forsake our brotherly bond for the sake of Pangus' legacy and attempt to absorb our essences. Taiqing, you truly are my good elder brother. Even the two saints of the West are not as shameless as you." At this moment, Tongtian chimed in, "Elder brother, do you really value a Panga legacy more than our brotherhood? Your cultivation of the path of non-action and forgetting emotion has truly made you forget the bond between the three of us brothers." Taiqing looked at Yuanshi and Tongtian, saying, "Second brother, third brother, I know I owe you both. Thus, when I saw Chen Xian could refine the origin pill, I wanted him to help you recover your lost essence." Hearing this, the masked Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, "Taiqing, such nonsense might work on Tongtian, but it won't fool Yuanshi. However, trying to deceive Yuanshi won't be so easy." Chen Xian turned to Yuanshi, asking, "Yuanshi, do you believe what Taiqing just said?" Yuanshi shook his head. "Dao friend, I naturally do not believe my elder brother's words. After all, 2 bottles of 9 turns golden pills can only be exchanged for 1 origin pill, and how could 1 origin pill restore the essence that both I and Tongtian have lost?" Tongtian, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased, saying, "What do you mean by that, you two? Do you think I'm so easy?" Chen Xian looked at Tongtian disdainfully, thinking, "Tongtian, you are the easiest to fool. If you weren't so gullible, Jane and Junie wouldn't have almost caused the destruction of the Jia sect. You probably don't even realize that the long-eared rabbit is an undercover agent they planted in the Jia sect. However, speaking of which, although Yuanshi is clever, he has a bit of a condescending view of others. If he had not looked down on the disciples of the Fuyuan sect, perhaps the teaching would have had a different outcome." Nuwa was greatly shocked upon hearing Chen Xian's thoughts. The information Chen Xian revealed was immense. Just the fact that Jane and Junti had destroyed the Jia sect was enough to astonish her. After all, the Jia sect was the largest sect among the saints, and Jane and Junti were not as powerful as Tongtian. Nuwa couldn't fathom how the presence of an undercover agent in the Jia sect could lead to its destruction. It seemed there was a secret she was unaware of. Observing Tongtian's displeased expression, Chen Xian said no more and put away the Dao Insight mirror. Then Chen Xian spoke, "Now that I have revealed what you wish to know, it is up to you two to reclaim your essence. However, I must remind you that if you wish to reclaim your essence, you must have Taiqing perform the 1 qi transforming into 3 qing and then extract the essence from his doppelgangers. I have said this much. If you two do not battle Taiqing, that would be a disservice to my words." Nuwa felt a surge of excitement at Chen Xian's statement. What a clever lad. No wonder he is my disciple. His words clearly convey to Yuanshi and Tongtian that to reclaim their essence, they must fight Taiqing. However, looking at the impending battle among Taiqing seemed quite interesting. He At that moment, Yuan Shi and Tongtian understood Chen Xian's meaning. To reclaim their essence, they must have Taiqing perform the one qi transforming into three qing. Thus Yuan Shi looked at Taiqing saying, "Elder brother, you might as well hand over my essence. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. And you, elder brother, it's still not too late to surrender our essence now. If we start fighting, don't say I didn't warn you," said Tongtian from the side. Taiqing looked at Yuan Shi and Tongtian, saying, "Second brother, third brother, I can let Chen Xian help you recover the essence you have lost. Do not fall for this mysterious person's scheme." Yuan Shi smiled slightly, saying, "I do not care what scheme he has, but at least he has not acted against us, whereas you, Taiqing, have shamelessly attempted to siphon our essence even before we have emerged. Taiqing, if you hand over the essence now, I and Tongtian will still be your brothers. If you do not blame us for taking action." After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he immediately grasped the Panga banner in his hand. At this moment, Tongtian held the Qingping sword in his hand, looking at Taiqing. "Elder brother, you should return our sword, otherwise we will have to take it back ourselves." Taiqing looked at Yuan Shi and Tongtian. "Second brother, third brother, do you really want to split from the Sanqing?" Yuan Shi looked at Taiqing. "When you were stealing our source, you should have foreseen this day." Yuan Shi, "I was momentarily confused and absorbed your source, but I only took a small part. Moreover, now all I need to do is ask Chen Xian to refine 2 source pills and then replenish your source. Why must it be the 2 sources on my body?" However, Tongtian interjected, "It is uncertain whether Chen Xian can refine the 9-turn source pill again. Besides, my second brother and I have already asked Chen Xian to refine source pills for us. Do you think we still need you to ask him? Elder brother, you should hand over our sources. Otherwise, we Sanqing will sever ties from now on." Taiqing looked at Yuan Shi and Tongtian. "It is impossible for you to take the source from me now. The 2 sources have already been cultivated into divine abilities by me. If you force me further, I will have no choice but to fight back against you." After finishing, Taiqing immediately summoned the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda and stepped onto the Taiji diagram. Seeing Taiqing summon 2 treasures, Yuan Shi and Tongtian stopped their chatter and surrounded Taiqing, with Yuan Shi taking the lead to attack. Yuan Shi waved the Pangu flag in his hand and countless heavenly opening blades slashed towards Taiqing. At the same time, Tongtian also swung the Qingping sword towards Taiqing. Niuhua watched the Sanqing battle and thought to herself, Chen Xian is really too cunning. Originally 6 saints were attacking him alone, but now it has turned into a great battle among the Sanqing. Chen Xian, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw that the Sanqing had finally started fighting. Let them fight. It would be best if Taiqing got severely injured, giving me more time to plan. At this moment, Taiqing being attacked by Yuan Shi and Tongtian roared in anger. "Yuan Shi, Tongtian, since you have come for real, I shall not hold back." 1 qi transforms into 3 qing. After saying this, Taiqing waved the duster in his hand, and 3 figures appeared in the air. Daoist Taiqing greets the honored one. Daoist Yuqing. Daoist Shangqing greets you, my friend. Seeing Taiqing performing 1 qi transforms into 3 qing, Yuan Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, what a marvelous 1 qi transforms into 3 qing. This Daoist Yuqing should be my source. Tongtian, witnessing Taiqing using 1 qi transforms into 3 qing, was somewhat surprised, as these 3 qing actually possessed the strength of the 3 heavens of saints. Originally, Taiqing had the strength of the 4 heavens of saints, and now, with the addition of 3 heavens of qing, if they want to reclaim the source, they must control Taiqing. Otherwise, Taiqing could reclaim these 3 avatars at any moment. Seeing the situation becoming so tricky, Tongtian looked at Yuan Shi. "Second brother, I will use the Zhuxian sword formation to trap them. You help me deal with Taiqing." Yuan Shi nodded immediately. "All right." Seeing this, Tongtian summoned the 4 Zhuxian swords and wrapped Taiqing in the 3 qing. Then Tongtian transmitted his voice to Yuan Shi. "Second brother, you find a way to delay Taiqing. Make sure he doesn't reclaim his avatars, or we won't be able to take back the source. Third brother, I will find a way to delay Taiqing, and then you can seize the opportunity to take back the source. Remember to trap that Daoist Yuqing, and after you reclaim the source, you come to delay Taiqing, then I will take the source back." After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he rushed into the Zhuxian sword formation, and seeing this, Tongtian immediately controlled the formation to separate Taiqing from the 3 qing. Inside the formation, Taiqing watched as the 3 qing were separated from him, and a cold smile appeared in his heart. "Tongtian, do you think separating me from the 3 qing is useful? The 3 qing and I share a mind. As long as the 4 of us work together, we can break your Zhuxian sword formation. Tongtian, although your Zhuxian sword formation is powerful, I have 4 saints on my side. If you withdraw the formation now, I can still ask Chen Xian to refine source pills for you. If you insist on continuing to fight, I will have no choice but to teach you 2 a lesson." At this moment, Yuan Shi approached Taiqing. "Taiqing, you indeed have the ability to break the Zhuxian sword formation, but if I delay you, do you think your 3 avatars can break the formation?" Taiqing looked at Yuanshi, second brother Yu. However, before Taiqing could finish his sentence, he saw streams of Zhuxian sword qi slashing towards him. Seeing this, Yuanshi also swung the Panga flag towards Taiqing. Meanwhile, the three Qing transformed by Taiqing were also attacked by the Zhuxian sword qi. Taiqing sensed that the three Qing were also trapped by the Zhuxian sword qi and thought to himself, not good. Tontian wants to trap the three Qing and then reclaim his source. Seeing the situation worsening, Taiqing immediately wanted to reclaim his one qi transforms into three Qing, but Yuanshi would not let Taiqing succeed. Yuanshi waved the Panga flag, and countless heavenly opening blades surged towards Taiqing. Seeing this, Taiqing hurriedly used the heavenly and earthly Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda to block Yuanshi's attack. Yuanshi coldly looked at Taiqing. You cannot reclaim one qi transforms into three Qing now. Oh, as long as the honored one is here, you will not succeed. Taiqing angrily looked at Yuanshi. Second brother, do you really want to fight me to the death? Taiqing, I have no intention of fighting you to the death. After all, you are my elder brother. As long as you return the source to us, we will still be good brothers. Second brother, this one qi transforms into three Qing is my trump card. If you take back the source, my divine ability will be rendered useless, so I must preserve these two sources at all costs. After saying this, Taiqing immediately unleashed the Taiji diagram to suppress Yuanshi. Seeing this, Yuanshi waved the Panga flag to counter the Taiji diagram. However, at that moment, a golden light descended from the sky, and when the golden light struck the Zhuxian sword formation, it caused the formation to momentarily halt. Taiqing seized this opportunity to escape the Zhuxian sword formation, and seeing this, Yuanshi immediately chased after Taiqing. When the two emerged, they found an observer sitting on a cloud. Upon seeing this, Taiqing immediately knelt and said, Taiqing pays respects to the master. Yuanshi also knelt and said, disciple pays respects to the master. The elder glanced at Taiqing and Yuanshi, then turned to look at the Zhuxian sword formation. Tongtian, why haven't you withdrawn the Zhuxian sword formation? Do you want to bring disaster upon the beings of the Honghuang? Hearing the elder's words, Tongtian immediately retracted the Zhuxian sword formation and knelt, saying, disciple Tongtian pays respects to the master. The old man looked at the three pure ones. You three have disregarded the lives of countless beings for your own selfish desires. Do you not realize your mistake? Considering this is your first offense, I will spare you this time. You three shall return to Kunlun Mountain and enter seclusion for cultivation, not to set foot in Honghuang for a millennium. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones immediately replied, yes, master. Then the three pure ones returned to Kunlun Mountain. After they left, the old man turned to Nuwa, and when Nuwa noticed Hongjun's gaze, she smiled slightly and said, disciple, I greet you, master. At this moment, Nuwa had developed a dislike for Hongjun, so she did not perform the bowing ceremony. Although Hongjun felt somewhat displeased by Nuwa's lack of reverence, he did not show it. Nuwa, you should return as well. Nuwa, upon hearing this, subconsciously glanced at Chen Xuan. What was Hongjun planning? Was he trying to seize the Dao Kuetian mirror from Chen Xuan? No. I must find a way to make Chen Xuan leave this place. Otherwise, if Hongjun obtains the Dao Kuetian mirror, there will be no one in Honghuang who can contend with him. Master, this mysterious person just threatened my disciple by taking Jin Ning hostage, so I need to bring him back to the palace of Nuwa for punishment. Hongjun looked at Nuwa. Nuwa, this person is not one you can handle. You should return. I will naturally take him back to the Purple Cloud Palace for punishment. Upon hearing this, Nuwa wanted to say more, but at that moment she received Chun Xian's voice in her mind. Oh, this woman, Nuwa, wouldn't want to obtain the Dao Kuitan mirror from me, would she? And that old fellow Hongjun, although he pretends to take me back to the Purple Cloud Palace, he is actually after the Dao Kuetian mirror in my hands. However, if you want the Dao Kuetian mirror, you'll have to see if you have the capability. Do you really think Chun Xian cannot escape? As long as I want to leave, even if the heavenly Dao arrives, it cannot. After hearing this, Nuwa immediately understood that Chun Xian already had a way to slip away from Hongjun. Thus, she no longer worried about his safety. However, recalling that Chun Xian mentioned he was also after the Dao Kuetian mirror, she couldn't help but curse fiercely in her heart. Master only wanted to protect you by saying he would take you back to the palace of Nuwa for punishment. Yet you think like this of Master. Chun Xian, just wait until you return to the palace of Nuwa and see how I deal with you. Master, since you are going to take this person away, I will return to the palace of Nuwa first. Nuwa said, glancing at Chen Xian before flying directly towards the palace of Nuwa. After Nuwa left, Hongjun turned to Chen Xian. Friend, do you dare to reveal your true face to me? Chen Xian smiled slightly. Hongjun, since I have donned this mask, I naturally will not let anyone know my identity. Hongjun, you just mentioned taking me back to the Purple Cloud Palace. I suppose you wish to obtain the Dao Kutan mirror from me. Friend, since you know, will you come with me willingly, or shall I personally take you? Hongjun, feel free to try. Just remember, I possess the Dao Kuetian mirror, which means I am aware of all your plans. If you dare to act against me, I do not mind letting all beings of Honghuang know your true face. Hongjun narrowed his eyes. Friend, I may not need the Daoist mirror, but if you dare to leak my plans, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you. After finishing his words, Hongjun's figure gradually disappeared into the air, and after he left, Chen Xuan also vanished from sight. When Chen Xuan reappeared, he was already within the human tribe settlement, and the mask on his face had vanished. Looking at the bustling tribesman, Chen Xuan felt even more determined to protect the human race. However, when Chen Xuan saw many people cultivating the golden core, Dao, he felt a surge of anger. Taiqing, you are destroying the foundation of my race. I, Chen Xuan, will make you pay double for this. As for Shouyang Mountain, the ancestral land of the human race, I will never allow you to lay a hand on it. I am going to seize Shouyang Mountain now, and once you leave Kunlun Mountain, I will see where you will establish your Dao ground. On the other side, after the three pure ones returned to Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian simultaneously looked at Taiqing. Yuan Shi was the first to speak. Taiqing, this time you were lucky. Next time, my third brother and I will definitely reclaim the source. After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he immediately ordered, disciples of the Chan sect, from now on, when you encounter Xuandu on Kunlun Mountain, strike him with all your might. If you kill him, I will take the blame for you. Then Yuan Shi glanced at Taiqing and returned directly to the Jade Void Palace. Seeing Yuan Shi like this, Tong Tian immediately turned to Taiqing. Big brother, if you return our source, then I will still be willing to be your brother. If you continue to be stubborn, do not blame me for being ruthless next time. After Tong Tian finished speaking, he stopped talking and directly returned to the Shangqing Palace. After Yuan Shi and Tong Tian each returned to their respective Dao grounds, Taiqing, filled with rage, shouted, "No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price." However, just as Taiqing was furious, he suddenly felt the opportunity that originally belonged to him slip away. What is going on? Has someone stolen my opportunity again? As soon as he finished speaking, Taiqing hurriedly raised his hand to calculate, and when he discovered that Shouyang Mountain would be his Dao ground in the future, he immediately flew towards the human tribe's Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, on the human side, Chen Xuan arrived at Shouyang Mountain and waved his hand to set up several defensive formations. Then he waved again to create a Dao ground. Looking at the Dao ground before him, Chen Xuan declared, "From now on, this will be my Dao ground. However, I need to give this Dao ground a name." After thinking for a long time, Chen Xuan finally decided to name it the Palace of the Pill Emperor. Just as Chen Xuan finished naming it, he sensed the saint's aura approaching. The saint's aura, it must be that old fellow Taiqing coming. But it doesn't matter, this old guy has a need for me and wouldn't dare to offend me. With this thought, Chen Xuan lazily chose not to put on the mask again, instead quietly waiting for Taiqing's arrival. Soon Taiqing arrived above Shouyang Mountain, and upon seeing that it had been occupied, coldly said, "Who dares to establish a Dao ground on Shouyang Mountain?" Hearing Taiqing's voice, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile wickedly. Then Chen Xuan flew out from Shouyang Mountain. When Taiqing saw Chen Xuan, his brows furrowed. Hearing that it was Nuwa's suggestion, Taiqing was instantly filled with anger. However, thinking of Chen Xuan's ability to refine the origin pill, he suppressed the anger in his heart. "Chen Xuan, since you have returned to the human race, you should have the time to refine the origin pill, right?" "Master Uncle, I do have time to refine the origin pill, but I don't have any alchemy materials with me, and it's unlikely I can succeed in refining the origin pill in one go. You know my poor cultivation talent, so I don't have much mana to maintain the divine fire. Chen Xuan, as long as you can refine the origin pill, you can freely use all the spiritual root materials at my place." Chen Xuan pretended to ask, "Master Uncle, are you sure I can use them freely?" "Of course. Besides, I have many elixirs to enhance strength. As long as you can refine the origin pill, you can also freely consume the elixirs I have." Hearing this, Chen Xuan began to devise how to take all of Taiqing's golden cores. At this moment, if Taiqing knew Chen Xuan's thoughts, he would surely be furious enough to slap him dead. "Chen Xuan, Shouyang Mountain is my future dojo, but since you are refining the origin pill for me, I'll give you Chen Xuan, Shouyang Mountain is my future dojo, but since you are refining the origin pill for me, I'll give you Hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face. "Taiqing, you probably never imagined that I would record everything you just said on the Soundstone, right? If in the future you dare to go back on your word, I'll let the beings of the primordial chaos hear what you said today." "Master Uncle Taiqing, you must not go back on your word." Taiqing smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, since I have given it to you, I will naturally not go back on my word. Let's return to Kunlun Mountain." Chen Xuan nodded and said, "All right, Master Uncle, but my cultivation talent is too poor to fly far. Please take me up to Kunlun Mountain." Upon hearing this, Taiqing waved his hand and instantly brought Chen Xuan to Kunlun Mountain. When Chen Xuan arrived at Kunlun Mountain, he noticed that the spiritual energy there was 10 times denser than that of the Huang Emperor's realm. Chen Xuan spoke, "Master Uncle Taiqing, the spiritual energy here at Kunlun Mountain is incredibly dense. It actually makes me feel like I want to break through." Taiqing looked at Chen Xuan, and said Chen Xuan Kunlun Mountain is one of the top blessed lands in the primordial world, and thus the spiritual energy is naturally quite rich. Hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately sat cross-legged and said, Master Uncle Taiqing, please allow me to cultivate for a while. I feel like I am about to break through. At this moment, Chen Xuan had no intention of breaking through because his realm was different from the primordial system. As long as the tiny world within him gradually expanded, he would naturally break through. And Chen Xuan deliberately claimed he was about to break through, actually intending to release his aura to attract Yuanshi and Tongtian. Of course, Chen Xuan's intention to attract Yuanshi and Tongtian also had a purpose. He aimed to refine the origin pill for Yuanshi and Tongtian first, and then take all of Taiqing's spiritual root materials and golden cores when refining for Taiqing. Hearing that Chen Xuan was about to break through, Taiqing immediately said, Chen Xuan, feel free to break through. I will protect you and no one can disturb you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan released his own aura. Upon sensing Chen Xuan's aura, Yuanshi and Tongtian exited their own dojo. When the two saw Chen Xuan sitting on the ground with Taiqing protecting him nearby, they stood by waiting. However, after a while of waiting, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and sighed, alas. It's still a failure. It seems my cultivation talent is lacking. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi immediately said, Chen Xuan, it doesn't matter if your cultivation talent is lacking. I have some celestial apricots here, they might help you break through. After Yuanshi finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 3 celestial apricots fell into Chen Xuan's hands. At this moment, Tongtian also said, Chen Xuan, I also have 2 leaves of comprehension tea. Brewing them should help you break through. Tongtian waved his hand, and 2 leaves of comprehension tea flew into Chen Xuan's hands. Looking at the comprehension tea leaves and celestial apricots in his hands, Chen Xuan immediately expressed his joy, saying, Thank you, Master Uncle Tongtian. Thank you, Master Uncle Yuanshi. Yuanshi stroked his beard and said, Chen Xuan, I am very happy to help you break through. Did you come to Kunlun Mountain today to refine the origin pill for us? Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Master Uncle Yuanshi, it was Master Uncle Taiqing who brought me to Kunlun Mountain. He asked me to help him refine the origin pill. Since I have the time, I came with Master Uncle Taiqing. I see, Chen Xuan, could you first refine the origin pill for me? Master Uncle Yuanshi, why don't you discuss it with Master Uncle Tongtian and Master Uncle Taiqing first? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi immediately turned to look at Taiqing and Tongtian. Seeing Yuanshi looking at him, Tongtian smiled slightly and said, Second brother, let Chen Xuan refine it for you first. Seeing Yuanshi looking at him, Taiqing also smiled and said, Second brother, then you take Chen Xuan back to Yushu Palace. At this moment, Taiqing understood that if he didn't let Yuanshi take Chen Xuan away, Yuanshi and Tongtian would surely act against him. After all, he had taken their origin. If he didn't let Chen Xuan help them refine it first, the 3 pure ones would completely. Seeing Taiqing say this, Yuanshi immediately said, Chen Xuan, come with me to Yushu Palace. After saying this, Yuanshi turned and walked toward Yushu Palace, and Chen Xuan immediately followed. After Chen Xuan followed, Yuanshi, Tongtian glanced at Taiqing and then walked toward Shanqing Palace. Taiqing watched Yuanshi and Tongtian leave, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had shared countless years with them since their emergence, and during this time Taiqing had built a bond with Yuanshi and Tongtian, yet this bond was now destroyed by him. At this moment, Taiqing truly wanted to restore the bond with the 3 pure ones, but at the same time, he didn't want to give up the 2 origins within him. Thus, Taiqing wanted to use Chen Xuan to refine the origin pill for him, hoping to use the origin pill to compensate for the origins of Yuanshi and Tongtian, while also preserving the 2 origins within himself. It must be said that Taiqing's idea was beautiful, but unfortunately such an idea could never be realized, as Chen Xuan had no intention of refining the origin pill for him. Meanwhile, inside Yushu Palace, Yuanshi looked at Chen Xuan and asked Chen Xuan, do you know what materials are needed to refine the origin pill? Master Uncle Yuanshi, the materials needed to refine the origin pill are. After explaining, Yuanshi nodded and said, Chen Xuan, the spiritual root materials you mentioned are all here. You should come with me to the treasure house. As Yuanshi led Chen Xuan to the treasury of Yushu Palace, Chen Xuan gazed at the abundance of spiritual roots and refining materials strewn across the ground, and a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Chen Xuan opened his mouth, saying, Yuanshi Shibwa, may I use the spiritual root materials here? I wish to refine some new pills. Chen Xuan, you may use the spiritual root materials here freely, as long as you give me a few pills in return. You said it, Shibwa. Then I shall not hold back in using them. After speaking, Chen Xuan took out the mythical indestructible cauldron and began to search for the materials needed to refine the origin pill. After a thorough search, Chen Xuan finally gathered all the materials for the origin pill. Shibwa, could you trouble yourself to protect me outside? I am about to begin refining the origin pill. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi smiled slightly and said, all right, I will wait for you outside. After saying this, Yuanshi walked directly outside the treasury and once he left Chen Xuan, began to plan how to make Yuan Shi witness the future fate of the Chan sect. Chen Xuan threw the materials for the origin pill into the mythical indestructible cauldron and then summoned the primordial divine fire to begin the refining process. After 81 days, just as the refining was nearing completion, Chen Xuan deliberately spoke, "I never expected the Chan sect to end up in such a plight." At that moment, Yuan Shi, who was outside protecting Chen Xuan, suddenly heard the voice emanating from within the treasury. Curious about the Chan sect's ultimate fate, he slowly walked toward the entrance of the treasury. Inside the treasury, Chen Xuan sensed Yuan Shi approaching and waved his hand, causing the Dao gazing mirror to appear. He then proceeded to play back the events surrounding the sealing of the gods. When Yuan Shi reached the door of the treasury, he was utterly stunned and speechless upon seeing that Chen Xuan possessed the Dao gazing mirror, which was currently displaying the scene of him Taiqing and the two saints from the west besieging Tongtian. When he saw the four of them breaking the sword array of extermination, the disciples of the Chan sect being mercilessly hunted down and many of them being led to Buddhism by Jin and Juni, he even witnessed the three purities being fed the fallen saint pill by Hongjun. Moreover, the burning lamp betrayed the Chan sect and abducted figures like Manjushri Samantabhadra and Jiu Lu's son to the western sect. Yuan Shi was now filled with rage, wishing to slay those traitors immediately. However, Yuan Shi ultimately suppressed his inner fury, pushing open the great door of the treasury and stepping before Chen Xuan. "Chen Xuan, so you are that mysterious sage. You deliberately showed me these scenes, which means you wish to collaborate." Chen Xuan turned to Yuan Shi and said, "Yuan Shi, Shibua, it's not exactly a collaboration. The reason I let you see these events is to pull you into my camp. Of course, Shibua, you may also choose to side with Hongjun, but the final outcome may be far worse than what is shown in the Dao gazing mirror." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Chen Xuan, since you want me to stand in your camp, you should also let me know your identity." Hearing Yuan Shi's words, Chen Xuan was suddenly taken aback. "Identity? I am merely a member of the human race from the primordial era, and I come from the future, but I can't possibly reveal that to Yuan Shi. Wait, if I tell Yuan Shi that I was born bearing the will of humanity and share some secrets of the primordial world with him, he will surely side with me." Thinking of this, Chen Xuan spoke, "Yuan Shi, Shibua, since you wish to know, I will tell you." After saying this, he waved his hand instantly, enclosing the treasury with an invisible force. After completing this, Chen Xuan slowly said, "I, Chen Xuan, was born bearing the will of humanity, and my purpose in coming to the primordial world is singular, to thwart the schemes of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun." When Pangu opened up the primordial world, he had already arranged everything for it. Originally, the three purities were born into the primordial world with a mission, and your duty was to enlighten the beings of the primordial world. However, the responsibilities that should have been executed by the three purities were seized by Hongjun. "Yuan Shi, do you know the true identity of Hongjun?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi shook his head and said, "I do not know." Yuan Shi, Shibua, Hongjun is one of the chaos demons among the 3,000 chaos gods. When Pangu slew the chaos gods, a few were not completely killed by him. Hongjun was one of those chaos gods and was severely injured by Pangu, so he chose to abandon his chaos god form and entered the primordial world to cultivate. Hongjun's sole purpose in entering the primordial world was to devour Pangus Dao fruit. If he consumes Pangus Dao fruit, then Hongjun can ascend to the realm of the great Dao. Yuan Shi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Chen Xuan, if what you say is true, then Hongjun is now the first sage of the primordial world. He could completely consume the Dao fruit of Father Pangu." No, Hongjun cannot consume it yet, for the heavenly Dao also desires to devour Pangus Dao fruit. When the heavenly Dao was born, for some unknown reason, it developed independent thought, and upon gaining consciousness, it sought to elevate itself further. The heavenly Dao is aware of Hongjun's identity, which is why it collaborates with him. Both aim to consume Pangus Dao fruit. The reason they cannot yet is that the three purities and the witch clan still exist. You three purities are transformed from Pangus primordial spirit, while the witch clan is formed from Pangus essence blood. Hongjun and the heavenly Dao are wary of Pangus contingencies within you, which is why they dare not yet consume Pangus Dao fruit. I see no wonder Hongjun has yet to act. However, Chen Xuan, with Hongjun and the heavenly Dao collaborating, even if I side with you, we cannot defeat them. No, we may not necessarily lose. Have you forgotten my identity? I am the inheritor of humanity, born to uphold the will of humanity. The primordial world does not only have the heavenly Dao, but also the paths of humanity and earth. Pangu arranged for the heavenly Dao to control the order of heaven and earth, the path of humanity to govern all living beings, and the path of earth to oversee life and death reincarnation to prevent such a situation. Now the heavenly Dao and Hongjun wish to suppress the path of humanity and earth by using Taiqing and the demon clan, so we must ensure they do not succeed. Yuan Shirbua, if you do not wish for the Primordial World and the Chan sect to be destroyed, you must cooperate with me. Otherwise, after the sealing of the gods, Hongjun will turn against the three purities, and at that time, you will not only become puppets of the heavenly Dao, but may even lose your saintly positions. Yuan Shi heard Chen Xian's words and looked towards the scene within the Dao mirror. Chen Xian, how shall I cooperate with you? Master Yuan Shi, you only need to pretend to be unaware of everything, and when necessary, just cooperate with me in acting. Yuan Shi nodded immediately and said, all right, I agree to cooperate with you, but since we are collaborating, why not also bring Tong Tian in? Master Yuan Shi, I have long wanted to win over Master Tong Tian, but as for Taiqing, his selfishness is too great. Every scheme he devises is solely for himself. Chen Xian will absolutely not cooperate with such a person. Moreover, Taiqing dares to scheme against both of you brothers. If we allow him to join us, he would surely sell us to Hongjun in the future. Chen Xian, Taiqing is indeed very selfish, and he has stolen my essence. Just for this matter, Yuan Shi will not forgive him. Chen Xian, currently Tong Tian, and I have already been plotted against by Hongjun. Now we are both heavenly Dao saints, and our primordial spirits are also entrusted within the space of the heavenly Dao. If we wish to break free from the heavenly Dao, Tong Tian and I must self-destruct our saint positions. But if we self-destruct our saint positions, Hongjun will surely notice. Do you have any way to help us break free from the control of the heavenly Dao? Master Yuan Shi, if you wish to break free from the control of the heavenly Dao, you have only two methods. The first method is to wait for the right moment, and then find an excuse to self-destruct your saint positions, but this method is only suitable for Tong Tian. As for the second method, that is for me to help you restore your essence first, and then you can secretly attain the Dao of Honghuang Daoist. Chen Xian, attaining the Dao of Honghuang Daoist is not easy. Back then we could only cultivate Hongjun's method of slaying the three corpses to break through to Quasi Saint, and now wanting to attain the Dao of Honghuang Daoist is impossible. Because we have no idea how to attain the Dao of Honghuang Daoist Golden Immortal. When Hongjun lectured, he only taught us 3 ways to attain the Dao of becoming a saint. The first method is to attain the Dao through power. This method can only be done by the Father God, and the process is extremely difficult. The second method is to attain the Dao through merit, which is the simplest method, but this method will be controlled by the heavenly Dao. As for the third method, it is Hongjun's 3 corpses attainment of the Dao. I have tried this method, but it is simply impossible to fuse the 3 corpses together. After hearing Yuan Shi's words, Chen Xian revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Master Yuan Shi, do you know why the 3 corpses cannot fuse together? Chen Xian, do you know the reason? Of course I do. Hongjun's method of slaying the 3 corpses can indeed lead to sainthood, but this method is only useful for himself and has no effect on the beings of Honghuang at all. Because Hongjun's true body is the Qiuchan, and the greatest ability of the Qiuchan is regeneration. Hongjun can fuse the 3 corpses, but none of you can. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi seemed to realize something, and he angrily said, Chen Xian, if what you say is true, then Hongjun has deceived all the beings of Honghuang. His so-called lecturing is just to ensure that all listeners cannot attain sainthood. Chen Xian smiled slightly and said, exactly. Master Yuan Shi, you are quite clever. You figured out so much with just a little hint. However, Hongjun has not only prevented the beings of Honghuang from attaining the Dao, but he has also taken away the fortune of all listeners. All beings who went to the Zishao Palace to listen to the Dao have a portion of their fortune secretly taken away by Hongjun. This is also the price of listening to the Dao. Hongjun is not kind enough to lecture the descendants of Pangu. His purpose is to plunder a portion of the listener's fortune to increase his own strength. Currently, Hongjun's realm should have reached the Honghuang 9th heaven. It is likely that he will break through to the realm of the heavenly Dao after some time. Chen Xian, since you know everything, you must have corresponding methods, right? Master Yuan Shi, I do indeed have a way to deal with Hongjun, but I need your assistance. Yuan Shi smiled slightly and said, Chen Xian, just say what you need help with as long as it can stop Hongjun from destroying Honghuang. Chen Xian laughed heartily and said, Master Yuan Shi, since you say so, I won't hold back. I need you to pretend to know nothing and find a way to suppress the Western teachings or destroy all opportunities related to the Western teachings. Hongjun's battle with Luo Ho back then caused the Western spiritual veins to shatter. Thus Hongjun owes the West a cause and effect. If Hongjun does not repay this cause and effect, he will not be able to break through to the realm of the heavenly Dao. Therefore, Master Yuan Shi, what you need to do is to oppose the West and absolutely must not allow the West to rise. Once the West rises, Hongjun's cause and effect will be repaid, and at that time it will be very difficult for us to deal with him. At this moment, Chen Xian was secretly delighted, for no matter how strong Hongjun became, he could not surpass himself. As long as his inner world grew stronger, he could surpass Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. Of course, Chen Xian would never tell Yuan Shi about this. Master Yuan, sure, let me tell you the method of attaining the Dao of Hongyuan. In fact, there are two ways to attain the Dao of Hongyuan. Dao. One is to attain the Dao through principles, and the other is to open up the inner world to attain the Dao. Chen Xuan, I can understand the attainment of the Dao through principles, but how does one attain the Dao? By opening up the inner world. Master Yuan, sure, opening up the inner world to attain the Dao is a very difficult task. This method of attaining the Dao is 100 times more difficult than attaining the Dao through power. What is meant by opening up the inner world to attain the Dao is to take oneself as the Dao embodying countless worlds and using the power of the worlds to attain the Dao of Hongyuan Dao. Of course, opening up the inner world is not a simple matter as it requires transforming one's own cells into worlds. This process is very prone to failure as the cells of living beings are very fragile and can easily result in death with the slightest oversight. Master Yuan, sure, I suggest you comprehend the attainment of the Dao through principles, as opening up the inner world is too perilous. However, attaining the Dao by opening up the inner world is indeed the strongest method. I attain the Dao by opening up the inner world, which is why you cannot perceive my realm. Master Yuan, sure, now you understand why I possess the strength to contend against saints, right? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's heart was already numb with shock, as there were actually so many methods of attaining the Dao. At this moment, Yuan Shi really wanted to rush to the Zishao Palace. If it weren't for Hongjun, he would not have become a heavenly Dao saint. Knowing that there is a method to attain the Dao of Hongyuan Dao, Yuan Shi wanted to immediately retreat and attain the Dao, but upon remembering that his primordial spirit and essence had yet to be restored, he forcibly suppressed the impulse within his heart. Chen Xuan, can you tell me specifically about opening up the inner world? Master Yuan, sure, it's not that I cannot say, but you will never be able to attain the Dao by opening up the inner world. Yuan Shi looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, why is that? Is it impossible even with my qualifications? Master Yuan, sure, this has nothing to do with qualifications. First, your origin has not yet recovered, and your primordial spirit is not restored. Second, it is a matter of the flesh. Master Yuan, sure, you are not a body cultivator. Your physical strength is insufficient to open the inner world. Moreover, even if you could open the inner world, if you cannot condense the ancestral qi, your power will only be stuck at the Dao realm. Yuan Shi was immediately puzzled upon hearing about ancestral qi. What is ancestral qi? Master Yuan Shi, ancestral qi is the foundation of all things. Only by possessing ancestral qi can one advance towards the Dao. If you cannot condense ancestral qi, then your strength will remain at the Dao realm. Alright, Master, you cannot currently open the inner world to attain the Dao. Even if you could, you would not be able to complete the opening of all your cells in a short time. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan ignored Yuan Shi and waved his hand to take out the origin pill from the mythical eternal cauldron. Immediately after, Chen Xuan presented the origin pill to Yuan Shi. Master, this is the 9 turns origin pill. After you take it, you will be able to restore your origin. Oh, by the way, I have taken the materials here. I will bring you new pills once I refine them. Chen Xuan, since these spiritual root materials are useful to you, take them. At this moment, Yuan Shi just wanted to quickly enter seclusion to restore his origin, so when Chen Xuan said he would take the spiritual root materials, Yuan Shi did not hesitate at all and said, take them. As long as they are useful to you, that is enough. But don't forget, when you refine the new pills, remember to give me a few more. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Master Yuan Shi, rest assured. As long as I refine them, I will definitely give you a few more. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and all the spiritual root materials were taken into the system space. Then Chen Xuan said, Master Yuan Shi, I have already given you the origin pill, so I should head to Master Tong Tian now. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi smiled slightly and said, go. I also need to quickly enter seclusion. Chen Xuan, hearing this, immediately put away the Dao view mirror and flew towards the Shangqing Palace. After Yuan Shi saw Chen Xuan leave, he directly returned to his own cultivation, while Chen Xuan had already arrived at the entrance of the Shangqing Palace. Chen Xuan glanced at the Shangqing Palace, and just as he was about to speak, a golden light fell in front of him. When the golden light dissipated, an old man stood in front of him. The old man's eyebrows reached his waist, his eyes slightly red, and his strength had reached the peak of the Taiqing Golden Immortal. The old man looked at Chen Xuan. Who are you, and why have you come to the Shangqing Palace? Chen Xuan looked at the old man. I am Chen Xuan, a disciple under Nuwa. I have come here today to refine pills from Master Tong Tian. The old man frowned. Kid, do not try to deceive me. The Holy Nuwa has never taken disciples. You cannot possibly be a disciple of the Holy Nuwa. How could a cultivator in the initial stage of Qi refinement be accepted by Nuwa as a disciple? From what I see, you just want to join the Jie sect. Kid, I am one of the 7 immortals serving under the Holy Tong Tian. You can also call me Chong Er Dingguan. Kid, if you want to join the Jie sect, then hand over the treasures on you. As long as you bribe me well, I will speak on your behalf and let you join the Jie sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan revealed a strange smile and raised his hand, causing Chang'er Dingguangxian to be bound by an invisible force. Chen Xuan looked at Chang'er Dingguangxian. So you are Chang'er Dingguangxian. I wonder how your two bald master monks are doing. It has been a long time since I last saw them. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Chang'er panicked. What are you talking about? Quickly let me go, or I will not be polite. Oh, Chang'er Dingguangxian, you still want to be impolite to me? Well, let's see how you will be impolite to me. Upon hearing this, Chang'er's eyes revealed a hint of malice. Kid, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang'er Dingguangxian mobilized the magic power within him. However, to his shock, he found that even with all his magic power, he could not break free from Chen Xuan's restraint. How is this possible? I can't break free from your restraint. You are just a cultivator in the initial stage of qi refinement. Why can't I escape? Chang'er Dingguangxian, don't waste your effort. If you fall into my hands, you won't be able to escape. Seeing that he could not break free, Chang'er immediately shouted, Jie sect disciples, someone is causing trouble in the Shangqing Palace. Please come quickly to assist me. After Chang'er spoke, countless rays of light fell at the entrance of the Shangqing Palace. When Chen Xuan saw this, he smirked slightly and began to wait quietly. When all the rays of light dissipated, numerous Jie sect disciples appeared in front of Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan looked at the disciples of the Jie sect and huffed. I didn't expect that the esteemed Jie sect disciples would try to bully the few with their numbers. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, a middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, I do not know who you are, and why are you causing trouble in my Jie sect? Chen Xuan looked at the middle-aged man and then slowly spoke. I am Chen Xuan, a disciple under Nuwa. Some time ago, I was invited by Master Tong Tian to come here to refine pills for him. However, when I came today, Chang'er Dingguangxian tried to extort benefits from me and even wanted me to join the Jie sect. Such a disgrace to the Jie sect's reputation. Do you think I should teach him a lesson? Chen Xuan, although Chang'er is at fault, it should not be up to you to teach him a lesson. How about giving me Zhao Gongming some face and letting Chang'er Dingguangxian go? Zhao Gongming, if you want me to let Chang'er Dingguangxian go, then you should invite Master Tong Tian out. If Tong Tian wants me to let him go, then I will release this dead rabbit. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for you to make me let him go. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, Ling Yixian beside him said, Zhao Gongming, you are too polite to him. How could a cultivator in the initial stage of qi refinement possibly be a disciple of the holy Nuwa? In my opinion, he is just a loose cultivator. Perhaps he has used some special means to capture Chang'er Dingguang. Chen Xuan, if you do not let Chang'er Dingguangxian go now, I will make you die without a trace. Chen Xuan looked at Ling Yixian and thought to himself, this guy is also a complete traitor. During the Fengshen calamity, he was defeated by the real person Pu Xian, which led him to leave the Jie sect and become Puxian's mount, and even later joined Pu Xian in besieging Jinling. Upon thinking of this, Chen Xuan immediately raised his hand and grabbed, causing Ling Yixian to uncontrollably fly towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan seized Ling Yixian by the neck. Ling Yixian, you are not yet qualified to speak to me. If you do not want to die, behave yourself. After Ling Yixian was grabbed by the neck by Chen Xuan, he furiously exclaimed, Chen Xuan, what skill is it to sneak attack me? If you have the ability, let me go and fight me unknown. Chen Xuan smirked slightly, then turned to Chang'er Dingguangxian. I'll give you both one chance. If you can defeat me, I will spare you. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan waved his hands and sent the two flying. Once they steadied themselves, Chang'er looked at Ling Yixian. Let's attack together. I want him to perish completely. Chang'er charged at Chen Xuan first, and seeing this, Ling Yixian immediately channeled his magic and rushed at Chen Xuan as well. Seeing the two attack him, Chen Xuan summoned the mythical indestructible cauldron and then urged it down upon. As the mythical indestructible cauldron flew above Chang'er and Ling Yixian, a terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, in the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian suddenly sensed a terrifying aura. He immediately stood up and stepped out, arriving at the entrance of the Shangqing Palace in an instant. When Tong Tian saw the mythical indestructible cauldron about to suppress Chang'er and Ling Yixian, he raised his hand, and a massive palm formed from magic energy blocked the cauldron. Then Tong Tian looked down at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, did Chang'er Dingguangxian and Ling Yixian offend you? Master Tong Tian, Chang'er Dingguangxian did indeed offend me. However, if you want to save him, it's not impossible. Just know that if you do, many disciples of the Jie sect may die because of him. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian immediately retorted, Chen Xuan, are you suggesting that Chang'er Dingguangxian will betray the Jie sect in the future? Master Tong Tian, it seems that Chang'er Dingguangxian has already betrayed you. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a special ability entered Chang'er's body. Immediately, a radiant light began to emanate from him. Master Tong Tian, Chang'er has long since betrayed you. Rather than saying he betrayed you, it would be more accurate to say he is an undercover agent planted in the Jie sect by Jian and Juni. Looking at the radiant light on Chang'er's body, Tong Tian asked, Changer, do you have anything to say? Hearing this, Changer quickly replied, Master, don't listen to Chen Xian's nonsense. He must have used some underhanded means to harm me. Master, you must stay. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian turned to Chen Xian. Chen Xian, do you have any evidence proving that Changer is indeed a traitor? Master Tong Tian, of course I have evidence, but it cannot be viewed here. Could Master Tong Tian come into the Shangqing Palace with me to discuss it? Hearing this, Tong Tian nodded, all right. Chen Xian, follow me. Then Tong Tian looked at Duobao. Duobao, you lead the disciples to wait here. Remember to keep an eye on Changer Dingguang Xian. If you let him escape, I will not spare you. Duobao nodded, rest assured, Master. I will not let Changer Dingguang Xian escape. Tong Tian responded. He then walked directly into the Shangqing Palace, and Chen Xian, seeing this, immediately put away the mythical indestructible cauldron and followed Tong Tian into the palace. After entering the Shangqing Palace, Tong Tian said, Chen Xian, what evidence do you have? Let Master see. I want to know what the two saints of the West are up to. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian revealed a sly smile. Master Tong Tian, please don't act impulsively after you see it. After all, some things have yet to happen. Rest assured, Chen Xian, I am not an impulsive person either. Chen Xian smiled slightly, then waved his hand, instantly enveloping the Shangqing Palace in a barrier. After completing all this, Chen Xian said, Master Tong Tian, watch closely. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Xian summoned the great Dao peering mirror and began to show Tong Tian the events of the Fengshan tribulation. After Tong Tian saw all this, he roared in anger. Jane Juanti, you are seeking death. As soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, a powerful holy might erupted from his body. Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly said, Master Tong Tian, calm down. These are all future events, they have not happened yet. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Tong Tian suppressed his anger, but was puzzled as to why Taiqing and Yuan Shi would join forces with those two bald donkeys from the west against him. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Tong Tian suppressed his anger, but was puzzled as to why Taiqing and Yuan Shi would join forces with those two bald. Master Tong Tian, I will tell you everything next. I also hope you can join me. Chen Xian then revealed the conspiracy of Hongjun and the heavenly Dao to Tong Tian and explained all the causes of the Fengshan incident. After hearing everything, Tong Tian looked at Chen Xian and said, Chen Xian, I will unconditionally support you. As long as you need it, the GS sect will fully support you. Master Tong Tian, do you now understand why I must deal with Changer and Lingya Xian? Tong Tian nodded, and then said, Changer Dingguang Xian, Lingya Xian, Jingguang Xian, and Shoushou Xian all deserve to die. Master Tong Tian, although Duobao will betray the GS sect in the future, he has many special doubts. Chen Xian, there are indeed many oddities about Duobao. His performance in the Wan Xian array did not resemble that of a traitor, and he only defected to the Western sect after being taken away by Taiqing. In my opinion, Taiqing must have reached some agreement with Duobao, otherwise with Duobao's character, he would never have defected to the West. Master Tong Tian, we can discuss Duobao's matters later. For now, let's deal with Changer Dingguang Xian. As for the 9-turn origin pill, I will refine it for you as soon as possible. Tong Tian looked at Chen Xian and said, Chen Xian, you can use any of the spiritual root materials in the GSX treasure house. Even if you take them away, it's fine. Master Tong Tian, please take me to the treasure house first. As for Changer, you can handle that later. Tong Tian nodded, and then led Chen Xian into the GSX treasure house. Chen Xian, this is the GSX treasure house. You can freely use all the spiritual root materials here. Chen Xian nodded, all right. As soon as he spoke, Tong Tian turned and left. After Tong Tian departed, Chen Xian began to browse through the treasure house, and after some searching finally gathered all the materials. Of course, Chen Xian not only gathered all the materials, but he also took a portion of each spiritual root material from the treasure house. Then Chen Xian summoned the mythical indestructible cauldron and began to refine the 9-turn origin. Meanwhile, Tong Tian arrived at the entrance of the Shangqing Palace and coldly looked at Changer Dingguang Xian. Changer, you have violated the rules of the GS sect, and even practiced Buddhist powers, which amounts to betraying the GS sect and colluding with the two saints of the West. Today I will strip you of your cultivation and then take you to find your two masters. The Changer Dingguang Immortal immediately knelt down upon hearing Tongshan's words, saying, Master, I have not betrayed the Jie Jiao, I beg for your mercy. Changer Dingguang Immortal, you have tarnished the reputation of Jie Jiao, secretly robbing others of their treasures, and even practicing the art of yin and yang manipulation. Do you think I am unaware of this? Do you think I did not notice how many female cultivators you have killed? I have always wanted to give you a chance, but you have repeatedly ignored my hints. Now you are colluding with the two saints of the West. Such a disgraced Jie Jiao can no longer tolerate you. As soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand, instantly nullifying the cultivation of Changer Dingguang Immortal. The crippled Changer lay on the ground, his mask ashen, for he knew that once discovered, he would become a pawn for the two saints of the West who would never admit to this matter, and he would become a victim of the saints' games. At this thought, Changer wished he could skin and flay Chen Xuan, for if it weren't for Chen Xuan, he would not have been discovered, or if he had not been discovered, he could have thrived in Jiejiao. But now Chen Xuan not only exposed him, but also made Tantian send him to the Western realm. At this moment, Tantian did not even look at Changer Dingguang Immortal, but turned to look at Lingya Immortal, thinking that these guys might still be useful in the future. However, first he needed to deal with Changer, and he would discuss matters with Chen Xuan when he returned from the West. Having decided everything, Tantian spoke, "All Jiao disciples, listen up. You will wait patiently. I am going to the Western realm, and Chen Xuan is refining pills for me. No one is to disturb him. If anyone dares to interrupt, I will expel them from Jiejiao." Hearing this, the Jiejiao disciples immediately knelt and said, "We will strictly follow Master's orders." Upon seeing this, Tantian nodded, then reached out and captured Changer Dingguang Immortal and flew towards the Western realm. At this moment, after Tantian left, the Jiejiao disciples all stood up. Wudong looked at Duobao, saying, "Senior brother, that Chen Xuan is definitely not simple. I observed that he did not use any magical power when capturing Changer Dingguang Immortal and Lingya Immortal just now." Duobao looked at Wudong and said, "Junior sister, Chen Xuan is indeed extraordinary. He did not use magical power, but exhibited a force akin to the laws of wind." At this moment, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit spoke up, "Senior brother, Chen Xuan's strength cannot possibly be that of an early-stage qi refining. I fear that Chen Xuan has hidden his true strength, and have you noticed his physical body is remarkably robust. Changer Dingguang Immortal and Lingya Immortal are both great Luo cultivators, yet they had no resistance against Chen Xuan." Upon hearing this, Duobao immediately said, "All right, two junior sisters, we need not speculate about Chen Xuan's strength any longer. Now let us all return to our cultivation." After finishing his words, Duobao headed straight towards his cave abode, while Wudong and Turtle Spirit also walked towards their own caves. At this time, Zhao Gongming approached Sanxiao, saying, "Three younger sisters, let us return to our cultivation." Yunxiao smiled slightly and asked, "Eldest brother, what do you think of Chen Xuan's strength?" "In my opinion, this person's strength is definitely above that of senior brother Duobao. Although his realm appears to be only early stage qi refining, his strength is certainly not as simple as his surface realm suggests. Have you not noticed that Master is usually very protective, yet when Master learned that Chen Xuan defeated Changer and Lingya Immortal, he not only showed no anger, but was even quite courteous to Chen Xuan? In my view, Chen Xuan's strength may have already reached the Quasi-Saint level." As Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming were discussing, Tantian had already brought Changer to the western Mount Shumi. Tantian looked at Mount Shumi, shouting, "Jane Junti, you two old bald donkeys, come out here. Otherwise I will destroy the entire Mount Shumi." At this moment, Jane and Junti, who were explaining Buddhist teachings to their disciples, immediately told their disciples to return to cultivation upon hearing Tongshan's voice. Jane looked at Junti, saying, "Junior brother, it seems Tantian is here to cause us trouble. Senior brother, we seem to have done nothing to offend Tantian. Why don't we go out and take a look? I am curious to see what Tantian intends to do." As soon as the two finished speaking, they transformed into two beams of light and flew out of Mount Shumi. When they arrived above Mount Shumi, they saw Tantian holding Changer in one hand. Seeing this scene, Jane was shocked. How strange, how did Tantian find out about Changer? I remember sealing him within Changer. Without a special Buddhist light, it should be impossible to break the seal. However, Jane did not know that Chen Xuan had opened the inner world and attained the Dao, possessing the power of 3,000 worlds within him, each world containing its own laws and rules, allowing him to easily unlock the seal on Changer. Just as Jane was puzzled, Tantian spoke, "Jane Junti, you two are truly shameless, daring to place spies within my Jiejiao. It seems you want to trouble my Jiejiao. In that case, I will also find trouble with your Western teachings." As soon as Tantian finished speaking, he threw Changer in front of Jane and Junti, saying, "This waste is returned to you. Remember, if you want to scheme against my Jiejiao next time, let's see if you have the capability to do so." Then Tantian directly summoned the Zhuxian Sword Array, and as the Zhuxian Sword Array emerged, it instantly enveloped the entire Mount Shumi. Jane and Junti, seeing this, immediately summoned their respective treasures to protect Mount Shumi. Jane looked at Tantian and said, "Tongtian, you attack my Western teachings without reason. Do you not fear the Dao ancestors' wrath?" "Jane Junti, I am not attacking for no reason. You place spies within my Jiejiao. It is only natural to come here to settle the score. If you wish to accuse me, you must have the opportunity to do so, but before that you should think about how to preserve Mount." Tantian raised both hands, saying, "Zhuxian Sword Qi, slay for me." As soon as Tantian finished speaking, countless Zhuxian Sword Qi surged towards Mount Shumi. Seeing this, Jane immediately activated the Buddha Kingdom in his palm to envelop the entire Mount Shumi. Seeing this, Tantian immediately unleashed all the Sword Qi towards Jane and Junti. When Jane saw all the Sword Qi attacking him and Junti, he waved his hand, and the 12-petaled golden lotus shielded himself and Junti. However, Changer Dingguang, immortal lacking the protection of Jane and Junti, was instantly annihilated by countless Juxian sword chi, leaving not even a trace of his soul. After Tong Tian killed Changer Jane, and Junti immediately felt the luck of the Western teachings diminish by 2 levels. Jane looked at Junti and said, "Junior brother, what is going on? Why did our Western teachings suffer a loss of 2 levels of luck for no reason?" Junti looked at Jane, and both of their faces simultaneously revealed expressions of surprise as they exclaimed, "Chong Er Dingguang Xian." Senior brother, it must be Chong Er Dingguang Xian. Currently, we in the West have not lost a single person, and Chong Er was our undercover agent sent to Jiejiao. Now that Chong Er Dingguang Xian has fallen, our Western sect will immediately suffer a loss of 2 layers of fortune. Junior brother, it seems that Chong Er Dingguang Xian will greatly increase our Western sect's fortune in the future. Otherwise, we would not have suffered a loss of 2 layers of fortune after Chong Er Dingguang Xian's fall. Senior brother, we have suffered a huge loss this time. I never expected Chong Er Dingguang Xian to be of such great use to our Western sect. Junior brother, there's nothing we can do about Chong Er's fall. Now we can't save Chong Er anymore. He was killed by the sword energy of the Juxian sword, and his soul has already turned to nothingness. We should quickly find a way to break the Juxian sword array, otherwise we will both fall within this array. Jiayin looked at Tong Tian and said, "Tong Tian, now that you have killed Chong Er, do you really want to annihilate our Western sect?" Tong Tian smiled slightly and said, "Jiayin Zhuan-Ti, you should have considered that I would come to trouble you when you planted your undercover agents." Zhuan-Ti looked at Tong Tian and said, "Tong Tian, you have gone too far. Even if you want to resolve the causal relations, you should not have summoned the Juxian sword array. You should know very well that once the Juxian sword array is summoned, how many lives will fall. Oh, you 2 bald donkeys actually care about this. When you secretly planted your undercover agents, did you ever think about how many people from Jiejiao would fall in the future? Now you sing compassion with me. You Western saints are truly shameless." After Tong Tian finished speaking, he immediately pressed down with both hands, and countless sword energies from the Juxian sword charged towards Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti. Seeing this, Jiayin immediately took on a sorrowful demeanor and said, "Tong Tian, you can still stop now, or otherwise we will have to ask Dao Zhu to intervene." Jiayin, if you want to ask Dao Zhu to intervene, you have to see if you have that opportunity. The once black Juxian sword energy instantly turned blood red, and seeing this, Zhuan-Ti immediately said, "Senior brother, quickly use all your strength, you otherwise the West will be." The once black Juxian sword energy instantly turned blood red, and seeing this, Zhuan-Ti immediately said, "Senior brother, quickly use all your strength, you otherwise the West will be destroyed." Meanwhile, a terrifying red light surged into the sky outside the Juxian sword array. Far away in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun sensed the situation in the West and immediately stood up. "Jiayin Zhuan-Ti, you 2 useless fools, why do you provoke Tong Tian for no reason?" After Hongjun finished speaking, he stepped out and instantly disappeared from the Zhixiao Palace. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi and Taiqing also sensed the situation in the West. Yuan Shi murmured, "My 3rd brother has acted so quickly. Could this be arranged by Qin Xian? No, I must go take a look. If possible, I will also extort these 2 bald donkeys a bit." After Yuan Shi finished speaking, he rose and flew towards the Western world, while Taiqing quickly. Meanwhile, far away in the Huang Tian, Nu Hua also sensed the situation in the Western world. However, Nu Hua paid no heed to the Western matters, and instead closed her eyes to continue her cultivation. At this moment, within the Juxian sword array, Jiayin looked at Zhuan-Ti and said, "Junior brother, I can hardly hold on any longer." "Senior brother, we must hold on. If we are killed, then Sumi Mountain will be finished." "Senior brother, I can no longer hold on for much longer. I can only self-detonate to create an opening for you. Once the gap opens, you must immediately escape from the Juxian sword array." "Senior brother, no. Right now we have no idea what the cost of falling will be for resurrection. Junior brother, we have no other choice now. If we continue to hold on, we will both fall within the Juxian. Junior brother, stop talking. Listen to me. After my fall, I can at least ensure your escape from the Juxian sword array. If we both fall, then the disciples of our Western sect will be killed by the Juxian sword energy." After the 2 discussed, Jiayin handed the Sumi Mountain he had stored away to Zhuan-Ti and said, "Junior brother, you retreat to the side. Tong Tian, I will remember today's events. In the future, I will definitely settle this with you." After Jiayin finished speaking, he began to gather his magical power at his chest. Just as he was about to self-detonate, a sudden voice interrupted his self-detonation. Tong Tian, retract the Juxian sword array. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's brow furrowed. Why is Hongjun here? It seems that now is not the time to kill Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti. However, even if I cannot kill Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti, I must still gain some benefits. Thinking of this, Tong Tian immediately spoke, "Master, These two bald donkeys planted undercover agents in Jiejiao, so it is only normal for me to come and settle the causal relations with them. Master, if you want me to retract the Zhuxian sword array, then I will have no way to settle the causal relations. Tong Tian Jiayin Zhu and Ti are indeed in the wrong, but you also don't need to kill them. How about this? I will take your side, and they will compensate you with some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How about that? Good. As long as they can give me some compensation, I will not pursue this matter any further. As soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the Zhuxian sword array was retracted. Then Tong Tian looked at Jieyin and Zhu and Ti and said, "You two bald donkeys, today in consideration of Master, I will not make things difficult for you. However, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory compensation, I will destroy the entire Sumi mountain." However, as soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, two more figures descended. Tong Tian looked at the two figures and said, "Taiqing Yuan Shi, why have you come as well?" Yuan Shi smiled slightly and said, "Third brother, we sensed the aura of your Zhuxian sword array, so we rushed over." Then Yuan Shi and Taiqing turned to look at Hongjun and said, "Disciple pays respects to Master. Get up. Since you all have come, then you can resolve the compensation matter among yourselves. However, if you dare to fight privately again, I will make you suffer heavenly punishment." After Hongjun finished speaking, he directly turned and disappeared. Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian and said, "Third brother, what did the Western saints do to you that would make you summon the Zhuxian sword?" "Second brother, these two bald donkeys actually planted undercover agents in my Jiejiao. How can I not be angry? I see Jieyin Zhu and Ti, you planted undercover agents in Jiejiao. Did you also plant undercover agents within my Chanjiao?" Upon hearing this, Jieyin was instantly shocked and said, "Yuan Shi, Dao friend, you cannot speak carelessly. We did plant an undercover agent in Jiejiao, but we did not plant one within Chanjiao. After all, Yuan Shi, Dao friend, you do not receive disciples as casually as Tong Tian, Dao friend, so we did not have the opportunity to plant undercover agents within Chanjiao." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's lips curled upward. "Jane Zhuandi, so you wish to plant spies within my Chan sect?" Jane turned toward Yuan Shi. "Brother Yuan Shi, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no such intention." Tong Tian, standing nearby, glanced at Yuan Shi. "Elder brother, spare them your words for now. Jane Zhuandi, we shall discuss compensation." Zhuandi looked at Tong Tian. "Brother Tong Tian, the western lands are barren and scarce in rare treasures. Very well, we offer 10 Sarira relics and 1 segment of the 6 roots purifying bamboo as recompense. How does that sound?" Tong Tian let out a cold snort. "Do you two bald monks take me for a beggar? Do you truly believe such trifles will suffice to appease me?" Zhuandi replied, "Brother Tong Tian, then tell us. What sum would satisfy you? I ask for little, merely half of your Western sect's spirit root materials. Refuse and I shall seize them by Jane's eyes narrowed slightly. "Tong Tian, you overreach. To demand half our sacred treasures is not settling karmic debts. It is outright robbery." "Huh. Precisely so. I am robbing your Western sect. You infiltrated my GS sect with spies and repeatedly plundered the East under the guise of alms-seeking. Demanding half your spirit root materials is already astonishingly lenient. Of course you may still refuse. But if you compel me to act, not a single disciple of your Western sect shall..." At these words, Jane clenched his teeth in silent fury. He had intended to embed a spy within the GS sect, biding his time to undermine it later. Yet fate had turned the scheme against him. In that moment, Jane deeply regretted his decision. Had he not secretly dispatched Chang'er to infiltrate the GS sect, none of this would have transpired. Zhuandi transmitted a private voice to Jane. "Elder brother, what shall we do? If we refuse, we may lose the Western sect entirely today. Brother, it seems we must yield for now. Let us hand the materials to Tong Tian, then reclaim them in due time." He then addressed Tong Tian directly. "Tong Tian, we agree to surrender half our spirit root materials on condition you vow never again to trouble our Western sect over this matter." "Agreed. I accept your terms. Now produce the materials." Upon hearing this, Jane immediately restored Mount Sumeru to its place, then swept his hand. The Western sect's countless spirit root materials surged forth from the mountain. Once all materials hovered above Mount Sumeru, Tong Tian instantly gathered them into his possession. "Jane Zhuandi, I shall spare you this time. But should you dare scheme against my GS sect again, I shall render the West even more desolate than it is now." He then turned to Yuan Shi. "Elder brother, let us depart." With that, Tong Tian soared first toward Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi followed without hesitation. Taiqing cast a profound, lingering glance upon Jane and Zhuandi before likewise flying toward Kunlun Mountain. Watching the 3 pure ones depart, Zhuandi turned to Jane. "Elder brother, have you noticed? The 3 pure ones appear fractured." "Brother, I observed it long ago. When Yuan Shi and Taiqing arrived, Yuan Shi did not even greet Taiqing, a stark departure from tradition. In times past, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both deferred to Taiqing, yet now Tong Tian departed without so much as glancing at Taiqing. "Elder brother, If the three pure ones truly splinter, opportunity dawns upon us. Once they part ways permanently, we may attempt to win over Taiqing. Should he join us, the rise of the West is assured. Brother, let us set this aside for now. Our immediate path lies in seclusion and cultivation, for at present we cannot withstand even one of the three pure ones. Zhuani nodded. Well said. Meanwhile, upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Tang Tian entered the Shangqing Palace directly, and finding Chen Xuan already awaiting him in the main hall, burst into hearty laughter. Chen Xuan, have you completed the ninefold origin pill? Uncle Tang Tian, I finished the origin pill long ago. Not only that, but I also refined several intriguing new elixirs. As Chen Xuan spoke, he presented the origin pill alongside 2 burst pills. Tang Tian gazed upon the ninefold origin pill in Chen Xuan's palm, then shifted his attention to the 2 adjacent pills. Chen Xuan, these 2 resemble the pills that shattered Mount Sumeru. Huh. Uncle Tang Tian, these are my ninefold burst pills. They're explosive power rivals that of a celestial's self-immolation. I deployed burst pills against Jane and Zhuani before, but those were merely 8-fold burst pills. These, however, are perfected ninefold variants. Tang Tian studied the 2 pills in Chen Xuan's hands. Chen Xuan, I wish to exchange these 2 ninefold burst pills. Would you consent to such a trade? Uncle, a trade is possible, but what do you propose to offer in return? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Spirit root materials. Uncle, I've just seized them from the West. As he spoke, Tang Tian waved his hand, and a vast array of spirit root materials spilled across the floor. Chen Xuan surveyed the trove. Uncle Tang Tian, are you certain you wish to barter these for the ninefold burst pills? I am utterly certain. Hand me those 2 ninefold burst pills, and every material before you becomes... Uncle Tang Tian, you have spoken it. Do not regret it. Chen Xuan extended all 3 pills toward Tang Tian, who immediately accepted them. Once Tang Tian secured the pills, Chen Xuan likewise gestured, and gathered every spirit root material from the floor into his possession. Having done so, Chen Xuan declared, Uncle Tang Tian, the ninefold origin pill is yours. Now I must proceed to the Taiqing Palace. Tang Tian frowned sharply. Chen Xuan, you truly intend to refine the origin pill for Taiqing? Uncle Tang Tian, rest assured, I shall not forge the ninefold origin pill for Taiqing. Yet there is a matter requiring your aid, and you ensures. Chen Xuan, speak freely. Whatever lies within my power, I shall support you without reserve. Very well, Uncle Tang Tian. Here's my plan. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's scheme, Tang Tian's face lit with a mischievous, knowing smile. Chen Xuan, this is rather devious. Yet imagining Taiqing's indignant expression when it unfolds, it promises to be exquisitely satisfying. Chen Xuan, proceed boldly. Should Taiqing dare oppose you, Yuansher, and I shall intervene without delay to safeguard you. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Then I thank you, Master Tang Tian. He then turned and flew towards the Taiqing Palace, while Tang Tian, seeing Chen Xuan leave, headed directly to the Yushu Palace. At this moment, Chen Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Taiqing Palace and saw a middle-aged man quietly watching him. Chen Xuan looked at the middle-aged man and said, You must be Xuandu, right? Xuandu smiled slightly and replied, Exactly. He continued, I didn't expect another alchemy genius to emerge among our human race. At this moment, Chen Xuan wished he could kill Xuandu, because when the demon race slaughtered the human race, Xuandu merely watched from Kunlun Mountain as the human race. Chen Xuan, the master has been waiting for you in the main hall for quite some time. Please follow me. After finishing, Xuandu walked directly into the Taiqing Palace, while Chen Xuan looked at Xuandu's back, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Chen Xuan wished he could kill Xuandu, because when the demon race slaughtered the human race, Xuandu merely watched from Kunlun Mountain as the human race was killed. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't kill Xuandu right now, Chen Xuan would have probably struck him dead with a single palm. After Xuandu brought Chen Xuan into the Taiqing Palace, he saw that Taiqing was already waiting for them on a cushion above. Xuandu looked at Taiqing and said, Master, Chen Xuan has arrived. Upon hearing this, Taiqing slowly opened his eyes and said, Chen Xuan, you have come. Chen Xuan pays his respects to Master Taiqing. Xuandu said, You may leave now. I need to discuss some matters with Chen Xuan. Upon hearing this, Xuandu immediately knelt and said, Yes, Master. After Xuandu left, Taiqing approached Chen Xuan and said, Chen Xuan, let us begin alchemy now. Chen Xuan replied, Master Taiqing, I can do alchemy, but will your previous words still count? Haha. Chen Xuan, what I said certainly counts. As long as you can refine the origin pill, all the spirit root materials here, even the golden core, can be freely used by you. Good. Since you have agreed, let us start the alchemy now. Taiqing said, All right. Chen Xuan, please follow. Immediately, Taiqing led Chen Xuan into the alchemy room. Chen Xuan, you can refine pills here. As for the spirit root materials, they are all located over there. Taiqing finished speaking and pointed to a specific area in the alchemy room. Following Taiqing's direction, Chen Xuan looked over and saw a large pile of spirit root materials on the ground, all of which were of quite high grade. If used for refining pills, they would definitely result in pills above the 10th tier. Seeing such a vast array of high-quality materials, Chen Xuan couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. Taiqing, although these top-grade spirit roots are not among the 10 supreme spirit roots, if used well, my strength could definitely rival that of Hongjun. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan decided to absorb all the spirit roots. As long as he absorbed them all, his strength would certainly reach the late stage of qi refinement. Master Taiqing, are you really giving me all these top-grade spirit roots for refining pills? Taiqing replied, Chen Xuan, just use them with peace of mind. Although these spirit roots are precious to me, if you can refine the origin pill, then these spirit roots will be well worth it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately spoke, I will do my best, Master Taiqing. By the way, Master Taiqing, I hope no one disturbs me while I refine pills, otherwise if mistakes occur, you can. Taiqing smiled slightly and said, rest assured, Master will not let anyone disturb you. You can focus on refining pills for me. After saying this, Taiqing walked directly out of the alchemy room. After Taiqing left, Chen Xuan immediately took out the mythical indestructible cauldron and placed the materials for refining the origin pill into it. After completing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a strand of primordial true fire ignited within the mythical indestructible cauldron. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan placed all the spirit roots on the ground into the cultivation space, and then left a clone behind to enter the cultivation space himself. Once Chen Xuan entered the cultivation space, he began to sit cross-legged and started to refine the spirit roots given by Taiqing. Meanwhile, Tongtian also arrived at the Yushu Palace. When Yuan Shi saw Tongtian coming, he immediately walked forward and said, Third brother, what brings you here? Second brother, it's like this. After Tongtian explained everything, Yuan Shi immediately understood Chen Xuan's intentions and smiled slightly, saying, Third brother, it seems you have also glimpsed the future in the Daoist mirror. If it weren't for Chen Xuan, I might have truly teamed up with Taiqing against you. Second brother, I know what you want to say, but now you and I are already on Chen Xuan's side, and everything in the Daoist mirror will thus change. We just need to face the future together. Yuan Shi smiled slightly and said, Third brother, you are right. Then let us face everything together in the future. We will keep an eye on the Taiqing Palace, and as soon as Chen Xuan encounters any trouble, we will rush to help him. Meanwhile, in the Taiqing Palace, Chen Xuan's clone watched the mythical indestructible cauldron while eating golden pills. Naturally, the best of these golden pills were only 8th tier. Taiqing had not even placed 9th tier golden pills in the alchemy room. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 81 days passed. During this time, Chen Xuan absorbed all the supreme spirit roots in the cultivation space, and after absorbing all the spirit roots, his inner world began to ascend to the small thousand world. Once all the cellular small worlds ascended to the small thousand world, Chen Xuan's strength also advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Of course, the energy from these spirit roots had not been fully absorbed. If Chen Xuan were to absorb all the energy from the spirit roots, his strength would reach the late stage of qi refinement. At this moment, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and sensed his own strength, saying, Very good. I didn't expect that after absorbing these spirit roots, my strength would actually reach the primordial Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal. Now, as long as the abilities of the spirit roots are absorbed by the small world within me, my power will continue to rise. Looking at his current strength, Chen Xuan knew that it was far from enough, but now was not the time to increase his strength. The most important thing now was to take away all of Taiqing's pills. Thus, Chen Xuan stepped forward and instantly appeared in the alchemy room. Immediately afterward, he retrieved his clone. When the clone returned to his body, Chen Xuan experienced another significant boost in strength, and at this point, he had already reached the late stage of qi refinement. Chen Xuan smirked and thought to himself, Taiqing, you have really helped me a lot. You never imagined that all the golden pills you refined have been consumed by my clone. Huh. Looking at the empty alchemy room, Chen Xuan then glanced at the origin pill in the mythical indestructible cauldron. 8th tier origin pill, very good. After saying this, Chen Xuan raised his hand and took the origin pill from the mythical indestructible cauldron. Chen Xuan held the source pill in his hand and then stored the mythical indestructible cauldron. He then walked toward the door, and as he arrived at the main hall of the Taiqing Palace, he saw Taiqing with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing Taiqing in a trance, Chen Xuan directly spoke, Master Taiqing, the source pill has been refined. Taiqing opened his eyes upon hearing this and looked at Chen Xuan below. Chen Xuan, have you completed the refinement? Quickly show it to Master. Chen Xuan noticed Taiqing's eagerness and immediately opened his hand, revealing an 8-turn, 8-patterned pill. Upon seeing this, Taiqing frowned. Chen Xuan, is this the 8-turn source pill? What about the 9-turn source pill? Master Taiqing, I'm afraid I couldn't refine the 9-turn source pill. However, rest assured, if I manage to refine it in the future, I will personally bring it to you. Chen Xuan, you only refined one source pill with so many materials. Not at all, I refined hundreds of source pills, but unfortunately none were nightturns. Taiqing's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent upon hearing this. He looked at the 8-turn source pill in Chen Xuan's hand, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. With a wave of his hand, a massive force erupted, instantly shattering the doors of the Taiqing palace. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who were outside, sensed the commotion in the Taiqing palace. Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian, and they both nodded before flying directly into the Taiqing palace. When the two arrived inside the Taiqing palace, they saw Chen Xuan trembling on the ground. Yuan Shi immediately spoke. Taiqing, you have gone too far. Don't you fear that Sister Nuwa will come looking for trouble with you for treating Chen Xuan like this? Taiqing coldly looked at Chen Xuan. Second brother, you don't understand. I gave Chen Xuan a pile of materials to refine source pills, and yet he only managed to refine an 8-turn source pill, which is of no use to me at all. Tong Tian, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile at Taiqing's words. Taiqing, you finally admit that refining the source pill was for yourself. Back then you said you wanted Chen Xuan to refine the source pill to replenish our resources, but now you claim it was for your own sake. It seems your words are not to be trusted. At this moment, Taiqing realized he had misspoken. Third brother, listen to my explanation. I did misspeak just now. I did have Chen Xuan refine the source pill indeed for your benefit. I was just angry at that moment, which is why I made Chen Xuan feel scared. Yuan Shi coldly smiled and said, Taiqing, since you say it was for us, then whether Chen Xuan refined it or not is of no consequence. We are taking Chen Xuan away. As for those materials, you willingly gave them to Chen Xuan. If you intend to cause trouble for him over this, I, Yuan Shi, will accompany you to the end. Chen Xuan, don't be afraid. Master will take you back. Hearing this from Yuan Shi, Chen Xuan couldn't help but laugh heartily in his heart. Yuan Shi's acting skills were quite impressive. He actually stood against Taiqing directly. However, if I let him take the spiritual root materials, that would be fine. If Taiqing knew that I had also consumed his golden core, he might very well take action against Yuan Shi. Master Yuan Shi, I didn't mean to mess things up for Master Taiqing. I never expected it to turn out like this. Yuan Shi smiled slightly. Chen Xuan, you cannot be blamed for this. You were only told you could refine the source pill, but you were never guaranteed to refine the 9-turn source pill. Taiqing himself gambled his spiritual root, and he also didn't hear clearly, so this cannot be blamed on you. Come on, let's return to Yushu Palace. If Taiqing dares to stop you, Master will step in for you first. Tong Tian also spoke. Chen Xuan, you don't need to be afraid. If Taiqing dares to find trouble, I will also stand up for you. After Tong Tian finished speaking, he directly walked toward the door of the Taiqing Palace. Yuan Shi immediately grabbed Chen Xuan's hand and followed suit. Seeing Yuan Shi and Tong Tian taking Chen Xuan away, Taiqing let out a helpless sigh and then walked toward the alchemy room. When Taiqing arrived at the alchemy room, he discovered that all the golden cores were missing. Taiqing instantly shouted, Chen Xuan, return my golden cores. As soon as Taiqing's words fell, he flew outside the Taiqing Palace. Soon he arrived in front of Chen Xuan, looking angrily at him. Chen Xuan, give me back my golden cores, or you won't be able to leave Kunlun Mountain today. Chen Xuan frowned. Master Taiqing, you were the one who said I could freely consume your golden cores. The taste of those golden cores was quite good, so I ate them. Now that I've eaten all of them, there's no way to spit them out. Upon hearing this, Taiqing angrily slapped toward Chen Xuan. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who were nearby, immediately raised their hands to confront Taiqing. Tong Tian waved his hand to release a barrier to protect Chen Xuan. Although Chen Xuan didn't need protection, it wasn't the right time for Taiqing to know about his strength. At this moment, the attacks from Taiqing and Yuan Shi collided, causing the space around them to twist. Yuan Shi looked at Taiqing. Taiqing, do you really want to make a move against Chen Xuan? Do you think you can defeat both me and Tong Tian? Taiqing roared in anger. Yuan Shi, Chen Xuan has eaten all my golden cores. He must give me an explanation, or he won't be able to leave. Tong Tian laughed loudly. Taiqing, why should Chen Xuan give you an explanation? You were the one who agreed that he could freely consume the golden cores. Now that they have been eaten, Taiqing, when did you become so shameless? Upon hearing this, Taiqing coldly snorted. Second brother, third brother, since you no longer regard me as your elder brother, I have no need to show you any compassion. Today Chen Xuan will not be able to escape. After saying this, Taiqing immediately summoned the Taiji diagram and pressed it down toward Chen Xuan. Yuan Shi, seeing this, grinned. Taiqing, if you want to make a move, then come. Yuan Shi summoned the Panga flag, and it clashed with Taiqing. Tong Tian took advantage of their fight to grab Chen Xuan and flew away. After flying out of the range of their battle, Tong Tian looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, contact Nuwa. I will go join forces with Yuan Shi to deal with Taiqing now. After Tong Tian finished speaking, he also flew toward Taiqing's direction. After Tong Tian left, Chen Xuan immediately flew outside Kunlun Mountain. Taiqing, who was fighting Yuan Shi, saw Chen Xuan trying to escape and immediately wanted to chase after him. Yuanshi, seeing Taiqing attempting to pursue Chen Xuan, immediately waved the Pangu flag blocking Taiqing with a blade of the open sky. At this moment, Tong Tian also arrived in front of Taiqing. Taiqing, if you want to chase Chen Xuan, you must first defeat the two of us. Taiqing looked at Tong Tian and Yuanshi. Do you truly intend to intercede for Chen Xuan? Yuanshi smiled faintly. Taiqing, we are not defending Chen Xuan, we are ashamed because of your conduct. Taiqing, you personally promised Chen Xuan he could take your golden core. Now that he has taken it, you renege. Such faithless behavior. Are you fit to be among the Sanqing? Taiqing fell silent. He was indeed at fault, yet all his spirit root materials and his golden core were gone. The thought of that filled him with righteous fury. You ensure Tongtian Chen Xuan must give me an account. Rest assured, I will not slay him. I only demand that Chen Xuan return to refine a 9-turn Binyuan Dan for me. Once he completes it, he may leave Taiqing Palace at will. Yuanshi and Tongtian narrowed their eyes. Yuanshi spoke. Taiqing, you are shameless. You asked Chen Xuan to refine a Binyuan Dan, but never required it be the 9-turn variety. You already possess an 8-turn Binyuan Dan and remain unsatisfied, yet you expect Chen Xuan to keep refining pills for you. Do you take Nuwas Jr.'s sister for a mere ornament? Do you think we will watch a benefactor be seized? Tongtian looked at Taiqing. If you seek to cause Chen Xuan trouble, first surpass us. No sooner had Tongtian spoken than he unleashed the Zhu Xian 4 swords. Come then, Taiqing. Let Tongtian see what you can do. With a wave of his hand, the 4 swords swept toward Taiqing. Yuanshi brandished his Panga banner, sending countless sky-cleaving blades to assail Taiqing. Seeing both Yuanshi and Tongtian attack, Taiqing instantly summoned the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower with a thunderous roar. The sky-cleaving blades and the Zhu Xian 4 swords struck the Linglong Tower, and explosions rang out across the heavens. At Zixiao Palace, Hongjun perceived the turmoil on Kunlun Mountain and smiled wryly. Let them fight, he murmured. Better that they break among themselves, then I need not fear the contingency Pango left behind. Elsewhere in the void of the heavenly Dao, the Dao laughed coldly. The Sanqing are a laughable breed. Pango would never have imagined his descendants would turn on one another. Huh. On Mount Shumi, Jane glanced at Junti. Junior brother, this is a marvelous development. The Sanqing are finally at civil strife. This will grant us the chance to spread eastward. Senior brother, with the Sanqing at odds, shall we go and widen their conflict? Junior brother, what scheme have you now? Senior brother, very well, very well. Jane laughed. Your idea is excellent. Now that Taiqing fights Yuanshi and Tongtian, if we side with Taiqing, the Sanqing's rift will become irreconcilable. Huh? No sooner had they spoken than Jane and Junti rose and flew toward Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, Chen Xuan, who had been departing Kunlun, suddenly stopped. Interesting. Jane, Junti. So they too head for Kunlun. This becomes all the more intriguing. After speaking, Chen Xuan probed whether any sentient presence was searching for him. Finding none who paid him heed, he withdrew a mask and placed it upon his face. He then released a faint thread of his aura and settled into waiting. Meanwhile, Jane and Junti arrived above Kunlun. Jane looked down at Taiqing. Senior brother Taiqing, do you require our assistance? Taiqing felt a chill. Damn, what are those two doing here? It is ruined. Yuanshi and Tongtian will surely misconstrue this as collusion with the Western Two Saints. As expected, Yuanshi spoke first. Taiqing, I did not expect you to collude with the Western Two Saints to enlist outsiders in the affairs of the Sanqing. Tongtian said, if you have summoned the Western Two Saints to help, then Tongtian will be no more courteous. He then produced the Zhu Xian array diagram. With a sweep, 4 Zhu Xian swords rose and stood at the diagram's 4 points. Zhu Xian sword array commence. At Tongshin's command, the array instantaneously enveloped Taiqing, Jane, and Junti. Seeing this, Taiqing turned to Tongtian. Tongtian, hear my explanation. I did not collude with the Western Two Saints. Tongtian sneered coldly. If you have not colluded, how else would the Western Two Saints come to aid you? Today I will sever those 2 bald monks, and then sever you. Taiqing hurriedly pleaded. Tongtian, calm yourself. The Western Two Saints seek to undermine the bonds of the Sanqing. Yuanshi looked toward the Western Two Saints. You 2 bald monks would do well to leave while you may, or I shall cut you down first. Jane smiled faintly. Daoist Yuanshi, Taiqing is after all your elder brother. You should not treat him so. Take a humble Daoist counsel and desist. Jane, my affairs are not for you to dictate. Return to the West while you still can, or I will be merciless. Junti spoke up. Senior brother Taiqing, it seems Yuanshi and Tongtian have made you their enemy. If so, we 2 brothers will lend you aid. Taiqing replied. Jane, Junti, I know your intent. If you intervene, then join me in dismantling the Zhu Xian sword array. Oh, I shall reward you afterward. Taiqing intended to use Jane and Junti to pry open the array, while he himself, by Yi Chi Hua, Sanqing 1 Qi into 3 Qings, would send a duplicate to seize Chen Xuan. If he captured Chen Xuan, he could extract the Benyuan formula from him. Jane Junti, each of you destroy the west and north gates respectively. Oh, I will take the south and east gates, Taiqing ordered. He then performed Yi Qi Hua Sen Qing. 3 fellow Daoists, one of you go to the south gate. The other 2 find a way out of the Zhu Xian sword array and then capture Chen Xuan and bring him back. Remember, do not kill him. The 3 taking forms nodded and flew toward the south gate. Yuanshi saw this and seized his panga banner to give chase. Tongtian, observing Taiqing's Yi Qi Hua Sen Qing, could not help but smile slightly. Tongtian quietly transmitted to Yuanshi, second brother, act according to Chen Xian's plan. Hearing Tongtian, Yuanshi caught up with the 3 taking forms and blocked their path. If you wish to break out of the Zhu Xian sword array, you must first pass me. The Taiqing among the 3 looked to Yuqing and Shangqing. You 2 go break the array. Oh, I will stall him. Yuanshi sneered. You think you alone can hold me? You seek death. With that, Yuanshi brandished his panga banner and charged at the 3 taking forms. When the Sanqing saw Yuanshi approaching, Taiqing immediately greeted him with his whisk, while Yueying and Shangqing headed towards the southern gate. The profound meaning of the opening of heaven. A strike to open the heavens. As soon as Yuanshi finished speaking, an enormous blade of energy slashed towards Taiqing. Seeing this, Taiqing immediately called out, Yin and Yang Bagua, protect. A gigantic Tai Chi phantom appeared before Taiqing, blocking the strike launched by Yuanshi. Seeing this, Yuanshi narrowed his eyes and said, interesting, but I wonder how many of these you can withstand. After saying this, Yuanshi attacked Taiqing again, while Yueying and Shangqing arrived at the southern gate. Yueying said, Shangqing, you'll leave this southern gate to you. I will go out and capture Chen Xuan. Shangqing nodded and said, rest assured I will handle this. Meanwhile, the true Taiqing, sensing that Shangqing had arrived at the southern gate, secretly transmitted a message to Jane and Juni saying, we need to work together to break the Zhu Xian sword array. If it doesn't work, we must create a gap in a short time. Upon hearing the transmission from the true Taiqing, Jane and Junti immediately responded, and the true Taiqing secretly transmitted again, I will count to 3, and then we will strike together to break the array. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the true Taiqing finished speaking, the 4 of them exerted their strength together to try to break the Zhu Xian sword array, but Tongtian, who was controlling the array, revealed a sly smile. Tongtian said, you want to break my Zhu Xian sword array? Let's see if you can do it. Zhu Xian sword chi. As Tongtian's words fell, countless malevolent energies began to coalesce into swords within the Zhu Xian sword array, soaring towards the 4 directions. Seeing the Zhu Xian sword chi coming towards him, the true Taiqing immediately summoned the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, which blocked all the sword chi. Jane and Junti also summoned their treasures to resist, while Shangqing, who was at the southern gate, summoned a top-grade innate spirit sword to counter the Zhu Xian sword chi. The 4 of them combined their efforts to try to break the Zhu Xian sword array, but to their surprise, even with their combined strength attacking the 4 gates, they could not instantly break the array. Seeing this, the true Taiqing secretly transmitted to the 3, we probably can't break the array in a short time. Although the 4 saints can break it, it is impossible to do it instantly. We can only create a gap and let my clone out. As long as we capture Chen Xuan, we can break the Zhu Xian sword array. Jane transmitted, Taiqing, then we will do as you say. But don't forget our agreement afterward. The true Taiqing transmitted again. Rest assured, as long as my clone catches Chen Xuan, I will give you unexpected benefits. Junti responded, good. Since that's the case, let's act together now. After Junti spoke, he immediately performed the Buddha's great hand seal and struck towards the top of the Zhu Xian sword array. Seeing this, Jane also unleashed the Buddha's Wrath Vajra, sending a beam of Buddha light crashing down towards the top of the Zhu Xian sword array. The true Taiqing saw the 2 attacking the top of the Zhu Xian sword array and immediately unleashed the Yin and Yang light beam of the Taiji diagram towards the top of the Zhu Xian. Seeing this, Shangqing quickly gathered a sword light and blasted it towards the top of the Zhu Xian sword array. When the 4 of them struck the top, a cracking sound echoed and a small opening appeared above. Seeing this, Yueying immediately transformed into a streak of light and rushed out. Tongtian, seeing Yueying escape, smirked and thought to himself, go ahead. Chen Xuan is waiting for you. The true Taiqing felt more at ease after Yueying left, for Taiqing knew that as long as his clone went out, Chen Xuan would definitely not escape. At this moment, after Yueying escaped from the Zhu Xian sword array, he sensed Chen Xuan's aura. Upon sensing it, a sinister smile appeared on Yueying's face. Chen Xuan, this time I will see how you can save yourself. As soon as Yueying finished speaking, he flew towards Chen Xuan's location. When Yueying arrived at a mountain range, he immediately called out, Chen Xuan, come out. You can't escape. Seeing that Chen Xuan did not respond, Yueying immediately said, Chen Xuan, I know you are hiding here. If you don't come out, I will flatten this mountain range. You are just a chi refining stage cultivator. If I flatten it, you won't survive. However, just as Yueying finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Yueying, you are really bold to dare. Looking at the figure in black robes, Yueying took 2 steps back in fright. You are Chen Xuan. Yes, I am Chen Xuan. Unfortunately, you found out too late. My mythical inextinguishable cauldron suppress. As soon as Chen Xuan's voice fell, a large cauldron descended, pressing down on Yueying's head. Seeing this, Yueying quickly unleashed the Yueying divine thunder to resist, but the divine thunder fell on the mythical inextinguishable cauldron and could not even shake it. How is this possible? Aren't you just at the chi refining stage? Why can't even a sage's strength move this treasure? Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, my strength is not something you can guess. Die. As soon as the Chen Xuan pressed his hand down, the power of the world within him gathered in his hand. Then he infused that power into the mythical inextinguishable cauldron, instantly engulfing Yueying's body. Then with a wave of his hand, a true fire of the great Dao began to burn. This true fire of the great Dao was derived from the ancestral chi within Chen Xuan. He had never had the chance to use it, but now that Yueying was suppressed, he decided to use it to refine Yueying back to his origin. At this moment, Yueying inside the cauldron felt the flames burning uncontrollably on his body and let out a painful wail. Chen Xuan, spare me. I am willing to be your dog. Just spare me, and I will do anything for you. Outside the cauldron, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, to be a dog, you don't even have the qualifications. Let me tell you, there is no other path for you but death. Who told you to chase after me? This is your fate. Die. After saying this, Chen Xuan tightened his grip, and the true fire of the great Dao instantly engulfed Yueying. In no time, a source appeared inside the cauldron, while the true Taiqing far away in the Zhuxian's sword array spat out a mouthful of blood. This is impossible. Yueying fell so easily. Could it be that Nuwa intervened? But that shouldn't be possible. With Yueying's strength, even if he couldn't deal with Nuwa escaping, shouldn't be a problem. What on earth is happening? The true Taiqing couldn't understand and immediately transmitted to his clone Taiqing. You go replace Shangqing and let Shangqing go capture Chen Xuan. Upon receiving the telepathic message from true Taiqing, the Taiqing clone instantly unleashed the cultivation realm of a saint at the 3rd heaven, then turned his gaze toward Yuanshi. This Daoist has no time to play with you. Yin-Yang dual polarity formation. Having spoken, the Taiqing clone clapped his hands once. Instantly, a Yin-Yang Taiji diagram manifested beneath Yuanshi's feet. Yuanshi, though this Yin-Yang dual polarity formation cannot slay you, it can certainly confine you, for a while. As the words left his lips, countless black and white chains surged forth toward Yuanshi. Seeing them descend upon him, Yuanshi immediately raised the Panga banner and severed every chain in a single incisive stroke. Daoist Taiqing, is this Yin-Yang dual polarity formation truly all you have? Taiqing Daoist smiled faintly. Yuanshi, do you truly believe this ends here? No sooner had Taiqing spoken than fresh black and white chains erupted from beneath Yuanshi's feet and coiled toward him with lethal intent. Yuanshi, this Yin-Yang dual polarity formation draws its power from the primordial balance of Yin and Yang. The white chains embody supreme Yang, the essence of annihilation, while the black chains embody supreme Yin, the force of binding and spiritual energy absorption. Yuanshi, you shall remain confined within this formation until further notice. Having spoken, the Taiqing clone shot straight toward the southern gate. Upon reaching Yuanshi Qing, he declared, senior brother Yuanshi Qing, capturing Chen Xuan falls to you. I shall hold this gate alone. Hearing this, Yuanshi Qing nodded solemnly, agreed. Immediately thereafter, they exchanged positions. The Taiqing clone intercepted the sword chi of the Zhuxian formation at the southern gate, while Yuanshi Qing ascended above the formation itself. True Taiqing, observing Yuanshi Qing's ascent, secretly transmitted a mental command to the 2 Western saints. Let us unite our strength once more to carve an opening. We must ensure Yuanshi Qing escapes. Jane and Zhuanti acknowledged, instantly agreed. Without delay, all 4 unleashed their supreme attacks simultaneously upon the upper boundary of the Zhuxian formation. Boom! The entire Zhuxian formation trembled violently, and a narrow fissure appeared overhead. Seizing the moment, Yuanshi Qing darted through it without hesitation. Tongtian, witnessing Yuanshi Qing's departure, clapped his hands once. The minor breach in the Zhuxian formation sealed itself, instantly restoring perfect integrity. Then he declared, Taiqing, do you truly believe that letting Yuanshi Qing out will allow you to capture Chen Xuan? Do not forget who Chen Xuan's master is. If Sister Nuwa herself intervenes, do you truly think Yuanshi Qing stands any chance against her? True Taiqing smiled faintly. 3rd brother, my clone pursues Chen Xuan. Even if he fails to seize him, once we 4 break the formation, Chen Xuan will have nowhere left to flee. Tongtian laughed heartily. Break the formation. Do you truly believe it can be broken so easily? 2nd brother, surely it is time you dispelled the Yin-Yang dual polarity formation. Within the Yin-Yang dual polarity formation, Yuanshi heard Tongtian's words and replied at once, 3rd brother, Wait just a moment. I shall emerge shortly. With those words, Yuanshi unleashed the heaven-opening blade. A colossal arc of qi cleaved through the formation, shattering it entirely. Emerging from the ruins, Yuanshi fixed his gaze upon Tongtian. Third brother, we have dallied long enough. We must halt their assault before the Zhuxian formation collapses under strain. Second brother, you take the Taiqing clone. As for Taiqing himself, leave Jane and Zhuani to me. Having spoken, Tongtian amplified the Zhuxian formation's power to its absolute zenith, while Yuanshi circled behind the Taiqing clone and intoned, "It is time for you to depart." Heaven-opening blade, cut. No sooner had Yuanshi spoken than the Pangu banner discharged a razor-sharp arc of qi, descending upon the Taiqing clone with unstoppable force. Trapped between the Zhuxian sword qi ahead and the heaven-opening blade behind, with no path of evasion, the Taiqing clone instantly transmuted his entire being into an impenetrable barrier. Yuanshi observed with a faint smile, transmuting your entire essence into a barrier. How long do you imagine such a defense will endure? Now you cannot coordinate with your true self to shatter the formation. Meanwhile, beyond the Zhuxian formation, Yuanshi Qing sensed Chen Xian's aura and swiftly set course toward its source. Arriving at a mountain range, Yuanshi Qing found a black-robed figure awaiting him. Who are you? Was it you who slew Yuqing Daoist? If you wish to know who I am, you must first prove you possess the strength to learn. With those words, the black-robed man raised his palm and struck, while Yuanshi Qing gripped his sword tightly in response. Yuanshi Qing's first sword, slicing heaven and earth. His blade flashed. An azure sword qi surged forward, cleaving directly into the colossal palm. The black-robed man smiled faintly, such pure sword intent. No wonder you carry a fragment of Tongtian's primordial essence. The instant the azure sword qi collided with the palm, crockum, space itself warped and fractured violently around them. Yuanshi Qing gazed coldly at the black-robed man. Who are you? And why does your attack carry a trace of chilling familiarity? Yuanshi Qing, you shall soon learn who I am. So saying, the black-robed man reached up and removed it. The moment the mask fell away, Yuanshi Qing recoiled in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed. Chun, how is this possible? You were but a qi refinement cultivator. How could you possibly wield the power? Yuanshi Qing, how I attained sainthood is none of your concern. What matters now is how you intend to escape this place. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Yuanshi Qing's eyes narrowed. Then, attempting to transmit a secret message to Taiqing, he froze mid-thought as Chen Xian's voice echoed directly within his mind. Attempting to contact Taiqing, I advise you to abandon the effort. This place is already sealed by my barrier. You cannot transmit a single word beyond it. Yuanshi Qing stared at Chen Xian in disbelief, a mere qi refinement cultivator possessing such might. Yet even with saint-level power, what of it? Defeat you, and I shall still reveal everything to your true master. Yuanshi Qing, if you wish to defeat me, then by all means, try. Chen Xian raised his hand, and 7 heaven-blazing divine blades materialized before him. Heaven-blazing divine blades, cut. At his command, the 7 blades fused into a single blinding arc and slashed toward Yuanshi Qing with cataclysmic force. Yuanshi Qing tightened his grip on his sword and swung, releasing a brilliant azure sword light to intercept the 7 blades' heat. The moment sword light met divine blade, the surrounding space shattered like glass, and even the point of impact warped into a miniature black hole. Chen Xian regarded Yuanshi Qing coolly. Not bad, yet our game ends here. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the full might of a Honghuang supreme immortal emperor erupted forth. Instantly, the 7 heaven-blazing divine blades blazed with searing radiance, their blade light swelling exponentially before swallowing the azure sword light whole. Witnessing this, Yuanshi Qing turned without a word to flee, only to find Chen Xian standing before him the very next instant. Thinking of escaping? You must be dreaming. Chen Xian's voice dropped, and with a single kick he sent Yuanshi Qing hurtling straight toward the converging blades. On that day, when the divine blade pierced through the body of the Shangqing Daoist, Chen Xian immediately summoned the mythical indestructible cauldron and then enclosed the Shangqing Daoist within it. Soon after, Chen Xian unleashed the true fire of the Dao, and not long after, the Shangqing Daoist let out a cry of unwillingness. After the Shangqing Daoist was refined, Taiqing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood in the extermination sword formation. How could this happen? Why has even the Shangqing avatar fallen? At that moment, Yuanshi and Tongtian arrived before Taiqing. Yuanshi spoke first. Do you want to? Actually, it's not a problem to tell you. Those 2 avatars are the essence of Tongtian and me. The reason we released them was to have them seek out Chen Xian. Yuanshi, what are you saying? You 2 intentionally released my avatars, but that's not right. Chen Xian simply does not have the ability to defeat my avatars. Tongtian smiled slightly and said, Chen Xian lacks ability. Taiqing, you probably still do not know how strong Chen Xian is. To tell you the truth, Chen Xuan is even more powerful than I am. The reason I dared to release your avatars is that Chen Xuan has the capability to suppress your avatars. Upon hearing this, Taiqing was instantly enraged. Tong Tianyu and Yuan Shi deliberately set a trap for me, and then let Chen Xuan suppress my avatars. This way you can recover your essence, right? No. Actually, we originally intended to trap you, and have you perform the one qi transforming into 3 purities, so that Yuan Shi and I could regain our essence in the formation. However, what I did not expect was that the 2 saints from the west would intervene in this matter. So I secretly communicated with Chen Xuan to discuss it, and that's how this plan was formulated. Upon hearing this, Taiqing immediately spat out another mouthful of blood and pointed at Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. Why are you treating your brother this way? Yuan Shi coldly looked at Taiqing. What's wrong with how we treat you? How did you treat us when you came into the world? Moreover, you said you would have Chen Xuan refine the essence pill for us, but it turned out to be for yourself. We are merely using our own methods to reclaim what originally belonged to us. Taiqing, it is your selfishness that has doomed you. Taiqing roared in anger. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, you two have plotted against me with Chen Xuan. Since you are so unkind, do not blame me for being ungrateful. As soon as Taiqing's words fell, a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. Yuan Shi looked at Taiqing. Tong Tian, retreat quickly. Taiqing intends to self-destruct and perish with us. Tong Tian, upon hearing this, roared in anger. Taiqing, dare you try self-destructing? If even one of my disciples from the Jie sect falls, I will make you pay in blood. Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian. Third brother, we must quickly protect Kunlun Mountain with all our strength. Otherwise, if Taiqing self-destructs, all our disciples will perish. Tong Tian, upon hearing this, immediately used a barrier to protect Kunlun Mountain, while the 2 saints from the west were greatly alarmed. Jieyin looked at Taiqing. Taiqing, do not act recklessly. If you self-destruct, we will all perish. However, Taiqing laughed heartily. Death. You will all die? Today I will let you know the price of plotting against me. At the same time, Chen Xuan donned a mask and stepped forward, instantly appearing above Kunlun Mountain. Once he appeared, he immediately sensed the situation within the extermination sword formation. Seeing Taiqing about to self-destruct, Chen Xuan quickly activated the gate of time and space, enclosing the extermination sword formation along with Taiqing, Jieyin, and Zhuanti. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, however, were left behind. Upon seeing the figure in black robes, Yuan Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. Chen Xuan, you have arrived. Tong Tian looked up at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, where did you transfer them to? Chen Xuan smiled slightly. I transferred them to the Western world. However, with the extermination sword formation in place, the Western world will not be destroyed. Only Taiqing, Jieyin, and Zhuanti will perish once. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, immediately laughed heartily. No worries, they cannot die. Even if they fall, the heavenly Dao will resurrect them. It's just that we don't know how great the cost will be. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. What does the cost matter? It has nothing to do with us. By the way, here are your 2 essences. As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he opened his hand, and 2 distinct essences appeared in his grasp. You both absorb these essences, as long as you do, your strength will further improve. Upon seeing this, the 2 immediately absorbed their respective essences into their bodies. Then Tong Tian spoke. Chen Xuan, master's extermination sword formation won't be destroyed by Taiqing, will it? Tong Tian, do you think Taiqing can destroy the extermination sword formation? In the past, even Luo Hao's self-destruction could not destroy the extermination sword formation. With Taiqing's minor self-explosion, it is absolutely impossible to destroy the 4 extermination swords. Meanwhile, in the Western world, the extermination sword formation suddenly appeared above Mount Shumi, and inside the extermination sword formation, Taiqing's body began to uncontrollably expand. Upon seeing this, Jieyin immediately summoned the 12-petal merit golden lotus to protect himself and Zhuanti. At that moment, Taiqing's body suddenly exploded, unleashing a terrifying blast of power within the extermination sword formation. Due to Jieyin and Zhuanti being too close, the 12-petal merit golden lotus could not protect them at all. In an instant, Jieyin and Zhuanti were engulfed by the power of Taiqing's self-destruction. The explosion's power from Taiqing was far too immense, and since the extermination sword formation had not been reinforced by the power of a saint, it automatically dissolved after a short while. However, because the extermination sword formation had blocked part of Taiqing's explosion, the Western world did not suffer much damage. On Kunlun Mountain, upon seeing a beautiful mushroom cloud rising in the west, Chen Xuan immediately understood that Taiqing had self-destructed. He then looked at Tong Tian. Tong Tian, let's go. It is time to reclaim the extermination sword formation. Tong Tian smiled slightly upon hearing this, and said, good. Then Chen Xuan and Tong Tian tore through the space, and instantly arrived in the Western world. When Chen Xuan gazed at the enormous mushroom cloud before him, a wicked smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tong Tian, I didn't expect the power of Taiqing's self-destruction to be quite significant, actually blowing apart your extermination sword formation. However, Tong Tian, you should have a way to summon back the 4 extermination swords, right? Chen Xuan, the 4 extermination swords have already been refined by me. With just a thought, they can automatically return to me. Tong Tian said, and with a single thought, the 4 extermination swords scattered in various places immediately flew back in front of him. Seeing this, Tong Tian waved his hand and stored the 4 extermination swords away. Chen Xuan, what shall we do next? Should we go to the heavenly Dao void to block them? Chen Xuan shook his head, no need. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill them later. Now I need to return to the Houtu heaven to enter seclusion. Senior brother Tong Tian, you should also return to Kunlun Mountain to enter seclusion. You and senior brother Yuanshi have already reclaimed your primordial power, and with the aid of primordial pills, your strength will soon surpass that of Taiqing. Senior brother Tong Tian, I shall take my leave first. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xuan immediately soared toward Honghuang heaven. Tong Tian cast one last glance toward Shumi Mountain, then likewise flew toward Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, in the celestial void of the heavenly Dao, Taiqing, Jian, and Zhuanti all revived. Upon resurrection, Jian glared furiously at Taiqing. Taiqing, do you realize how much cultivation we lost due to your self-immolation? Taiqing gazed coldly at Jian and Zhuanti. You yourselves chose to intervene. Had you not interfered, my avatar would never have fallen prey to Chen Xuan's schemes. No sooner had Taiqing spoken than his form vanished from the heavenly Dao void. Watching him disappear, Zhuanti clenched his fists in fury and demanded, Senior brother, shall we truly let this pass? Brother, this matter cannot possibly end here, but at present we are no match for Taiqing. Moreover, we must still cooperate with him shortly. We shall bide our time and reclaim what is ours when opportunity arises. For now, let us return to Shumi Mountain. Zhuanti nodded, solemnly agreed. Thereupon the two soared directly toward Shumi Mountain, where upon their arrival a colossal mushroom cloud still hung, suspended above its peaks. Not only that, the entire western realm was drenched in crimson rain. Jane turned to Zhuanti and murmured, Brother, this loss has been catastrophic. Yet fortune favored us. Tong Tian's severing immortal sword formation absorbed the blast. Had it not, Shumi Mountain, and all our disciples, would have perished utterly. Senior brother, we have each lost over 1 billion years of cultivation. To recover swiftly will be exceedingly difficult. At present we stand lowest among the 6 sages. We must plot our course with utmost patience and care. Your insight is sound. For now we shall enter seclusion to restore our cultivation, and only then resume cooperation with Taiqing. Elsewhere, after returning to Honghuang heaven, Chen Xuan strode straight toward the palace of Nuwa. As he entered, Nuwa reclined upon a cloudbed, her gaze fixed upon him. Chen Xuan, you've returned so soon. You've scarcely been gone a century. Master, I have returned to enter seclusion and break through my current realm. With my consort safeguarding the human race, no peril should arise for some time. Hearing this, Nuwa inwardly scoffed. Consort? Consort? You mean Houtu, don't you? Just wait until she drains you dry. This sovereign is no less than Houtu. Why do you never consider me? Chen Xuan, mark my words, one day I shall claim you utterly, leaving Houtu to stare helplessly on the sidelines. Chen Xuan, if your consort watches over the human race, then I too shall enter seclusion for a time. Would you join me in cultivation? At these words, Chen Xuan recoiled inwardly. What? Secluding together? That's tantamount to dual cultivation. No, absolutely not with Nuwa. If she discovers my stockpile of spirit root golden pills, she'll surely covet them. Yet Chen Xuan remained unaware that Nuwa could hear his innermost thoughts, and knew even of his journey to Kunlun Mountain. Indeed, Nuwa knew far more. Ever since Chen Xuan departed the palace of Nuwa, she had observed his Now hearing his thoughts, Nuwa inwardly sneered. So contemptible. Chen Xuan, do you truly believe I am ignorant of how you swindled Yuanshi, Tong Tian, and Taiqing of their spirit root materials? I knew from the start. I merely wished to seclude with you. As for frightening you into such panic, Chen Xuan, my proposal stems from genuine concern. Your current realm remains woefully inadequate. Cultivating alongside me will allow me to clarify any doubts you may harbor along the path. Seeing his master speak thus, Chen Xuan found himself unable to refuse gracefully. He bowed respectfully. Master, I accept your invitation. Follow me, Chen Xuan. Thereupon Nuwa led him into her private cultivation chamber. Upon entering, Chen Xuan surveyed its interior and stood awestruck. Every fixture within was carved from chaos stone, a boon of incalculable magnitude for cultivating the mythic great Luo art. My inner world starves for chaos chi. If I absorb all this chaos stone, combined with the spirit root materials I've already assimilated, I may yet ascend to the peak of chi refinement. Once I reach that pinnacle, my power shall ascend to the Dao realm itself, granting me dominion over the Dao's fundamental forces. Even the heavenly Dao itself would bear the sting of my open palm. At this thought, Chen Xuan immediately settled into meditation. Hearing his inner monologue, Nuwa was left speechless, not because she doubted his divergence from the Honghuang cultivation system, but because the chasm between their paths was staggering. In that moment, she yearned fiercely to cultivate his art herself. For the mythic great Luo art was incomparably transcendent. Even partial mastery might render the heavenly Dao itself powerless before her, and grant her absolute sovereignty over her own fate. Yet Nuwa understood Chen Xuan would never transmit such an art to her. Its power was too sublime, reserved solely for those bound to him by deepest intimacy. Not even his status as her master would suffice. As Chen Xuan assumed his meditative posture, Nuwa feigned seclusion beside him, unaware that his true body had already entered his cultivation space, where he began both refining pills and advancing his cultivation simultaneously. As time flowed outward within his cultivation space, Chen Xuan forged vast quantities of explosive pills. Ding. Congratulations. Alchemy proficiency increased by 100. Ding. Alchemy proficiency level advanced to Tier 4. Ding. Reward granted 1 Dao Insight Fragment. Formula for Spirit Gathering Divine Pill. Ding. Alchemy proficiency level advanced to Tier 5. Ding. Reward granted Dao Cutting Divine Sword. Formula for Misfortune Divine Pill. Ding. Alchemy proficiency level advanced to Tier 6. Ding. Reward granted 1 Resurrection Card. Formula for Enlightenment Pill. The richer his pill craft became, the more lavish the rewards grew. When Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a subtle smile curved his lips. He ceased pill refinement and turned his focus fully to reviewing his system's rewards, mastering every formula instantly upon reading it. Gazing upon the floor strewn with pills, Chen Xuan's heart swelled with quiet elation, for these elixirs would empower the human race. Armed with them, humanity would deliver a devastating surprise to the demon clans during their next slaughter. Chen Xuan gathered all the pills from the ground, then took out the spiritual roots obtained from Yuan Shi. Following that, he refined 3 pills for each type according to the formulas provided by the system. After refining 3 divine pills, Chen Xuan directly absorbed all the spiritual roots. He then sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. After Chen Xuan closed his eyes, he started calling out to the system in his heart. System, activate the Dao Insight. Ding. Dao Insight is in use. At the same time, his clone outside began to absorb the chaotic spiritual energy from the Chaos Stone. Nuwa watched as the chaotic spiritual energy around began to enter Chen Xuan's body. At first, Chen Xuan did not absorb it very quickly, but as time passed, his speed of absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy gradually became incredibly fast. Within a century, all the spiritual energy in the Chaos Stone was absorbed by Chen Xuan. In the cultivation space, due to the Dao Insight, Chen Xuan's realm instantly advanced from the late stage of Qi refinement to the great perfection of Qi refinement. He slowly opened his eyes and then disappeared from the cultivation space. At this moment, Chen Xuan's main body and clone wished to merge, and a violent force erupted from within him. As the power within him exploded, a massive energy wave swept toward Nuwa. Seeing this, Nuwa immediately took out the map of mountains and rivers to defend against it. However, when Chen Xuan saw his Dao power sweeping toward Nuwa, he immediately withdrew his Dao power. Master, are you alright? Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan, her heart already stirred with turbulence, for she had clearly sensed that the power he emitted was the Dao power. Chen Xuan, I'm fine. By the way, the commotion from your breakthrough to great perfection of Qi refinement is quite enormous. Moreover, the power just now made me feel a bit unsettled. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan thought to himself, oh no, would my breakthrough in the Dao realm be discovered by Master? But it shouldn't be. I have concealed my roots and my cultivation talent, so Nuwa shouldn't be able to see through it. However, the Dao power just now is a bit difficult to explain. What should I do? Should I tell Nuwa that my strength has already reached the Dao realm? No, absolutely cannot let Nuwa know, and now is not the time to tell her. I got it. They'll just say that the powerful force within me erupted because I took a spirit-enhancing pill. As long as I don't admit it, Nuwa can't do anything to me, hee. Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Nuwa immediately looked down on him. How dare you try to deceive me, Chen Xuan? But I can't expose you, otherwise how will I hear your thoughts in the future? Master, it's because I took a spirit-enhancing pill while in seclusion. This kind of pill can enhance my magical power, so the commotion from my breakthrough was a bit loud. I see. Then you may continue your seclusion. Master, I've already broken through, so I plan to travel through the primordial chaos. I hope you can agree. Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan and said, you want to travel through the primordial chaos right after your seclusion. Do you know that it is very dangerous for you to go out with your current realm? Of danger. I am now in the Dao realm. Even if I encounter the heavenly Dao, I can easily deal with it. Although Chen Xuan thought this way, he did not dare to say it out loud. After all, he knew that even if he told Nuwa, she definitely wouldn't believe him. Master, you can rest assured. This time I will take my Dao partner with me on the journey through the primordial. Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a surge of anger. Why are you always thinking about your Dao partner? Can't you let your master accompany you on your journey through the primordial chaos? I am not inferior to your Dao partner. Chen Xuan now is the calamity of the witch and demon, and if you let your Dao partner accompany you on your journey through the primordial chaos, I am somewhat worried. How about this? I don't have anything to do lately, so I will accompany you on your journey through the primordial chaos. This way I can ensure your safety. Master, if you accompany me to travel through the primordial chaos, won't you be neglecting your cultivation? Chen Xuan, my origin has been restored, and my strength has also improved quite a bit. Moreover, I cannot improve further in a short time, so I might as well accompany you on your journey through the primordial chaos. Hearing Nuwa's words, Chen Xuan immediately understood that Nuwa was determined to accompany him on his journey through the primordial chaos. Master, since you say so, then let's travel through the primordial chaos together. But before that, Master, you need to help me with something. Chen Xuan, what is it that you need my help with? Master, it's like this. You know I am of the human race, so after I joined your sect, I have been thinking about creating a cultivation technique for the human race. Now I have created the technique. Although it is not yet perfect, it is much better than the golden core Dao given to the human race by Taiqing. Nuwa smiled slightly and said, Chen Xuan, you have just reached the great perfection of qi refinement. How good can a technique created at your level be? Master, how do you know I can't create a powerful technique? Don't be fooled by my low cultivation level. The technique I created is still quite good. Master, if you don't believe me, you can take a look. After saying this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a technique appeared before Nuwa. Nuwa looked at the technique floating before her, and then raised her hand to grasp it, beginning to read. The 9 transformations mystic heaven technique uses the body as a furnace, qi as a guide, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as assistants. When Nuwa reached the end, she was completely stunned, because if one cultivated according to this technique, they could at least reach the realm of the primordial golden immortal. This technique is incredibly suitable for the human race. It can be said to be tailor-made for them. Chen Xuan, how did you create such a technique? This is unbelievable. Moreover, this technique actually has 2 parts. The upper part is a body refinement method, while the lower part is for cultivating the Dao. Dual cultivation of body and Dao. If this technique were to spread, I fear even saints would come to seize it. Master, you can rest assured, I have placed restrictions on this technique that only the human race can view it. Of course, among the human race, even Xuandu cannot cultivate this technique. Master, you should take this technique to the human race to spread it. This way you will not only gain countless merits, but your faith among the human race will also receive a great boost. Little Pitu, this technique is something I comprehended from the mythical great Dao. Although this technique cannot cultivate into the mythical great Dao, reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal is still not a problem. Most importantly, if you teach this technique to the human race, they will come to believe in you, and this will greatly aid you in awakening the human Dao in the future. Hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Nuwa felt somewhat moved, as Chen Xuan was doing this to help her. Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan and said, Chen Xuan, since you want to teach this technique to the human race, I will help you. You wait for me in the Houtu Tian while I go to the human race. As soon as Nuwa finished speaking, she disappeared from the training room. Chen Xuan watched Nuwa depart, then rose immediately and stepped forward, vanishing in an instant from the palace of the goddess. When he reappeared, he stood before the gates of Houtu Temple. Chen Xuan gazed upon the temple's grand gate. Zenyuanzi, Chen Xuan of the human race, comes to pay respect. The moment his words faded, Zenyuanzi, who had been seated in deep meditation within the temple, abruptly opened his eyes. Chen Xuan of the human race. I do not know this person. What business could he possibly have at Houtu Temple? No matter. Since he has come, I shall meet him. With that, Zenyuanzi vanished in a flash and reappeared before the gate. He swung the doors wide open, and there stood a white-robed youth, eyes locked unblinkingly upon him. Chen Xuan, though we have never met, what brings you to my Houtu Temple? Zenyuanzi, I have come for matters concerning Hongjun. Yet this is no place for such discourse. May I enter your temple to speak further? At the name Hongjun, a flicker of profound guilt flashed across Zenyuanzi's eyes. Had Hongjun never left Houtu Temple, he would never have been driven to self-annihilation by Kunping Dijun and Taiyi. Chen Xuan, you are but a cultivator at the peak of qi refinement. How could you possibly know of Hongjun? If I wish to know, I shall know. And if you wish not to learn the truth behind Hongjun's death, I shall depart this very instant. You know how Hongjun died. Naturally, Hongjun was indeed slain by Kunping Dijun and Taiyi, but there was also a hidden hand pulling the strings. Still, this is not the place to speak of it. May we continue inside? Zenyuanzi looked upon Chen Xuan and gestured gracefully, please. Thereafter, Zenyuanzi led Chen Xuan into the temple. Upon entering the grand hall, he said, Chen Xuan, you may speak now. Should you utter falsehoods, you shall soon learn the full measure of my power. A faint smile touched Chen Xuan's lips. With a wave of his hand, a Daoist boundary, a great Dao veil, enveloped Houtu Temple. Xinyuanzi Hongjun was slain by Kunpeng Dijun and Taiqing, but there was a mastermind behind their deeds. What? Impossible. Hongjun was clearly killed by Kunpeng Dijun and Taiqing. How could there possibly be another hand at play? Xinyuanzi, have you forgotten the Dao lectures at Zhixiao Palace? Hongjun yielded the celestial throne to Western Jin. That single act sealed his doom. Of the 6 celestial sages ordained by heaven, the Western 2 were never meant to exist. Yet because of Hongjun, Jin and Zhuanti ascended to sainthood. Enough talk. Let me show you the truth instead. With those words, Chen Xuan waved his hand again, and a vast mirror materialized above the grand hall. This is the great Dao mirror of heavenly insight, capable of revealing all celestial secrets past and future alike. Now I shall reveal to you the true cause of Hongjun's death. As Chen Xuan raised his hand and swept it across the mirror's surface, visions of the Western 2 sages conversing began to unfold. When Xinyuanzi beheld the full truth within the mirror, he roared in fury, Jin, Zhuanti, you shameless beasts, I shall never share the same sky with you. Xinyuanzi, you now know all. If you seek vengeance, join the human race. Should you pledge yourself to us, I shall grant you the chance to exact justice with your own hands. Chen Xuan, thank you for revealing this truth. I willingly swear allegiance to the human race. Yet I know well I shall never ascend to sainthood. Avenging Hongjun myself seems beyond my lifetime's reach. Though sainthood eludes you, you may yet attain the supreme enlightenment of Honghuang de Luo. Achieve that, and vengeance shall lie within your grasp. Impossible. Attaining Honghuang de Luo is no simple feat. Not only does no known path exist today, even if one did, I could scarcely accomplish it in any reasonable span of time. Xinyuanzi, if I told you I could guide you to Honghuang de Luo, what? Chen Xuan, do not jest. You claim you can help me achieve Honghuang de Luo. Preposterous. Were such a method possible, why would you remain only at the peak of qi refinement? Chen Xuan smiled coldly. Xinyuanzi, do you truly believe I am merely at the peak of qi refinement? Watch closely. His gaze narrowed, and instantly a torrent of great Dao energy pressed Xinyuanzi to the ground. Xinyuanzi, do you still think me a mere qi refinement cultivator? Xinyuanzi stared at him stunned. How is this possible? This is great Dao energy. You are a great Dao sage. Xinyuanzi, cultivation realms are but constructs imposed upon cultivators, divisions established by Hongjun himself across the primordial chaos. I cultivate the Dao itself. My body is the Dao, I am the Dao, and the Dao is me. Xinyuanzi, you have declared your willingness to join the human race. Very well, I offer you the path to Honghuang de Luo. In return, I expect you to safeguard the human race with unwavering devotion. Should you ever falter in that duty, I shall reclaim everything I have granted you. Chen Xuan dissolved the great Dao pressure, then added, as a condition of your allegiance to the human race, I shall aid you in attaining Honghuang de Luo and restore Hongjun to life. Upon hearing these words, Xinyuanzi immediately dropped to his knees. Venerable elder, if you can revive Hongjun, I would gladly lay down my life. Laying down your life is unnecessary. From now on, you and Hongjun shall jointly protect the human. Chen Xuan raised both hands toward the air and tore open a rift in the fabric of space itself. Xinyuanzi gaped at the fissure. The river of time. That is the river of time. There is no need for astonishment. Watch closely. Chen Xuan plunged his hand into the rift and swam upstream against the river of time. There he found Hongjun, his physical form shattered, his nascent soul already beginning to dissipate. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan seized Hongjun's nascent soul and encased it in great Dao energy, then drew it forth whole from the tides of time. Xinyuanzi, witnessing Hongjun's fading essence, fell prostrate once more. Venerable elder, hurry, save Hongjun. Xinyuanzi, do not panic. I have already prepared his salvation. Chen Xuan produced a jade green pill and placed it upon Hongjun's tongue. Then, channeling great Dao energy, he guided its absorption until Hongjun's nascent soul stabilized and fully regenerated. Chen Xuan turned to Hongjun. Your nascent soul is restored, but your physical body lies in ruins. To rebuild it would require at least 1,000,000 years. Very well. If I have gone so far as to save you, I may as well restore your body in full. With a sweep of his hand, great Dao energy enfolded Hongjun completely. When the light subsided, Hongjun's body stood whole and radiant once more. Overwhelmed with joy, Xinyuanzi bowed deeply, again and again, to Chen Xuan. Infinite thanks, venerable elder, for saving Hongjun. Just then Hongjun stirred awake. Seeing Xinyuanzi kneeling before Chen Xuan, his face darkened with rage. What have you done to Xinyuanzi? I will kill you. Hearing these words, Xinyuanzi leapt up and struck Hongjun sharply across the head with his bang. Hongjun was slammed to the ground by Xinyuanzi's palm. Hongjun, you must not be disrespectful to your elders. If it weren't for your elder, you would have already perished. Hongjun, hurry and kneel to thank your elder for saving your life. Hearing this, Hongjun immediately knelt and said, Hongjun thanks the elder for his life-saving grace. Get up. Hongjun, through this life and death experience have you gained anything? Elder, after this experience I have realized much, and I understand who truly wished for my downfall. Hongjun, you may call me Chen Xuan. Hongjun, tell me, what have you realized this time? Chen Xuan, at the moment of my downfall, I understood that it was Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti who wanted to kill me. They used the cause and effect between us to make me mistakenly believe that my fortune lay in the West. If it weren't for their manipulation of the cause and effect, I would not have stepped out of Wu Zhuangguan. Hongjun, are you still willing to continue being a good person? Hongjun shook his head and said, No, I have decided not to be a person who misuses kindness anymore. After saying this, Hongjun clapped his hands, and an evil aura emanated from him. The evil energy then fused with Hongyun's body. When Hongjun opened his eyes, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Zhen Yuanzi, seeing the evil grin on Hongyun's face, immediately looked seriously at him. Hongjun, what has happened to you? Beside them, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Interesting. Zhen Yuanzi turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, what is happening with Hongyun? Zhen Yuanzi, it seems you haven't noticed. Hongyun had been suppressing the evil within himself, which is why he had always been a good person. Now with the fusion of good and evil, Hongyun's strength had reached the peak of Quasi-Saint. Hongyun, I will now bestow upon you a great opportunity. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he pointed at Hongyun's brow, and immediately streams of information entered Hongyun's sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Hongyun sat cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment. Zhen Yuanzi, watching Hongyun enter enlightenment, was immediately shocked and said, He has entered enlightenment. Chen Xuan, are you helping Hongyun break through to Honghuang? Chen Xuan nodded and said, Exactly. Hongyun has fused his good and evil powers and has reached the peak of Quasi-Saint. I am merely giving him a helping hand. As for what laws Hongyun can comprehend, that will depend on his own fortune. As time passed, 3 beams of law light erupted from Hongyun's body. Seeing this, Chen Xuan laughed heartily. Good. Very good. I didn't expect you to comprehend 3 laws, however this breakthrough is a bit slow. After saying this, Chen Xuan took out 3 9-turn spirit enhancement pills and injected them into Hongyun's body. As the 3 9-turn spirit enhancement pills entered Hongyun's body, his aura began to surge, followed by a cracking sound. It was as if some shackles in the world had been broken, and then Hongyun directly broke through to the first level of Honghuang. When Hongyun opened his eyes, a tremendous holy might erupted from his body. Seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately reached out to protect Zhen Yuanzi. However, just as Hongyun's holy might swept out towards Wu Zhuangguan, it was suddenly blocked by a barrier. Hearing this, Hongyun quickly retracted his holy might and then knelt on the ground, saying, Chen Xuan, from now on I wish to follow you. Please grant me this wish. Hongyun, since you wish to follow me, then you will work together with Zhen Yuanzi to protect the human race. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi spoke. Hongyun, congratulations on achieving the Dao. I still don't know how long it will take for my older brother to achieve Dao. Older brother with Chen Xuan here, you need not worry about not achieving Dao. Chen Xuan, I have now achieved the Honghuang Daoyuo, so I plan to head west to resolve the cause and effect. Hongyun, since you want to go, then go ahead. But be careful of Hongjun. If he makes a move, crush this token, and I will naturally come to rescue you. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he immediately took out a token and handed it to Hongyun, then took out 5 explosive pills, saying, Hongyun, these pills are for dealing with Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. You can use them at a critical moment. Chen Xuan, what kind of pills are these? These are 9-turn explosive pills. The explosive power of these pills is equivalent to a sage's self-detonation. I give you 5 to deal with these 2 bald donkeys. Upon hearing this, Hongyun immediately stored the 9-turn explosive pills and the token marked with the character. After Hongyun stored the 2 items, he looked at Zhen Yuanzi and said, Older brother, when I self-detonated back then, I returned the Jiao San Hanhu. Is it still here? Zhen Yuanzi, upon hearing this, waved his hand, and the Jiao San Hanhu appeared in the air. Hongyun looked at the red gourd and said, Old partner, we meet again. This time I will take you to kill a saint. After saying this, Hongyun vanished from the spot, and the Jiao San Hanhu also disappeared. Zhen Yuanzi, seeing Hongyun heading to the west, immediately became worried. Chen Xuan, Hongyun has just broken through to Honghuang Daoyuo Jin Xian. It might be a bit difficult for him to defeat Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. Zhen Yuanzi, that guy Hongyun is quite cunning now, and he is no longer who he used to be. Now that he has fused with his evil thoughts, he no longer has the mindset of a useless good person. Just watch. You will see the real Hongyun. As Chen Xuan's words fell, the Dao viewing mirror began to display Hongyun's location. Meanwhile, on the other side, Taiqing returned to Kunlun Mountain in secret and moved the Taiqing Palace. After Yuan Shi and Tong Tian learned about this, Tong Tian said, Second brother, I fear we must part ways. Kunlun Mountain cannot accommodate two saints, so I plan to head to the East Sea to find a new Dao ground. Third brother, if we are to leave Kunlun Mountain, I will be the one to move out. Second brother, don't say that. This matter is decided. I trust you to take care of Kunlun Mountain. I will come back to see you when I have the time. After Tong Tian finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Yuanshi looked towards the East Sea and said, Third brother, second brother will definitely guard Kunlun Mountain well. Meanwhile, after Taiqing moved out of Kunlun Mountain, he went directly to the Shouyang Mountain of the human race. When Taiqing arrived at Shouyang Mountain, he found that a Dao ground had already been established there. Seeing the array around the Dao ground, Taiqing revealed a cold smile. With such trash arrays, do they think they can stop me? Break for me. As Taiqing's voice fell, he waved the whisk in his hand, and a black and white beam of light rushed towards the array set up by Chen Xuan. Since the array set up by Chen Xuan was a defensive array, and it was merely a low-level array, it was quickly shattered by Taiqing. At this time inside Wu Zhuangguan, Chen Xuan sensed the disturbance at Shouyang Mountain and immediately looked. Chen Xuan looked at Zhen Yuanzi and said, I will return to Shouyang Mountain for a while. You stay here and watch over things peacefully. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly and replied, Good. As soon as Zhen Yuanzi finished speaking, Chen Xuan immediately vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Nuwa, who was preaching to the human race, sensed the disturbance at Shouyang Mountain and promptly ceased her lecture, flying directly towards it. Upon reaching the summit of Shouyang Mountain, Nuwa saw Taiqing approaching. Realizing this, she swiftly positioned herself to block Taiqing's path. Taiqing, do you intend to attack Shouyang Mountain? Are you looking to slaughter the human race? Do you not realize how many will perish if Shouyang Mountain collapses? Taiqing looked at Nuwa and said, Junior sister Nuwa, please step aside. Shouyang Mountain is my destined Dao ground. I ask you not to obstruct my path. Nuwa sneered and replied, Your Dao ground. How could I possibly remember that? You have already ceded Shouyang Mountain to my disciple. Taiqing, Shouyang Mountain no longer belongs to you. If you dare to take another step forward, I will have no choice but to stop you. As soon as Nuwa finished speaking, she raised her hand, and the red embroidered ball appeared in her grasp. Taiqing looked at the red embroidered ball in Nuwa's hand. Junior sister Nuwa, the reason I gave Shouyang Mountain to Chen Xuan is that he promised to refine the origin pill. But now not only has Chen Xuan failed to refine the origin pill for me, but he has also taken countless spirit root materials from me. I have yet to settle this score with him. Junior sister Nuwa, you have arrived just in time. Chen Xuan has taken countless spirit root materials from me, and since you are his master, you must give me an explanation. Taiqing, I Chen Xuan have refined the origin pill for you, but you never clarified how many turns it should be. I have already done my best to refine the 8-turn origin pill for you, yet you don't keep your word. Do you think you deserve to be the saint of heaven? Taiqing followed the source of the voice and saw that Chen Xuan had appeared in midair, though he didn't know when. Taiqing looked at Chen Xuan and said, Chen Xuan, you are scheming deeply. You sow discord among the 3 pure ones and incite us to slaughter each other. Today I will suppress you here. Taiqing finished speaking and immediately summoned the Taiji diagram, then pressed down towards Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Chen Xuan pretended he couldn't fly and fell from the air. Nuwa frowned as she saw Chen Xuan falling from the sky. What on earth is this kid trying to do? A powerful Dao realm expert pretending not to be able to fly. Could it be that he wants me to intervene against Taiqing? Nuwa approached, looking at Chen Xuan with disdain. However, despite her disdain, she still instantly appeared beside him and embraced him. Chen Xuan, are you alright? Wow. Junior sister Nuwa's body is so soft. If only I could hold her like this forever. I truly want to slap that Taiqing to death, but now is not the time to reveal my strength. If junior sister Nuwa finds out my cultivation level, now how will I continue to act as a rebellious disciple in the future? Nuwa, upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, wondered what acting as a rebellious disciple meant. However, when she heard him say her body was soft, her face involuntarily flushed. Master, I'm fine. You should focus on the Taiji diagram coming down on us. Upon hearing this, Nuwa immediately looked up to see the Taiji diagram descending upon her. Nuwa's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she sent the red embroidered ball flying out. When the red embroidered ball collided with the Taiji diagram, a terrifying energy erupted and spread outwards. Nuwa gazed at Taiqing and said, Taiqing, do you wish to engage in battle with me? Junior sister Nuwa, do not be deceived by Chen Xuan. His strength is likely greater than ours. Taiqing, how could a cultivator at the great perfection of qi refinement possibly be stronger than us? You must be envious of Chen Xuan's alchemical talent, which is why you want to suppress him. Taiqing, do you think I do not know Chen Xuan's strength? I simply do not want to expose him. If I were to reveal it, how would I be able to continue hearing his thoughts in the future? Taiqing looked at Nuwa and said, Junior sister Nuwa, you will regret this. Taiqing, whether I regret it or not is uncertain, but if you do not give me an explanation today, I will make you regret coming to Shouyang Mountain. Nuwa, do you truly intend to fight against me? Nuwa laughed heartily, saying, You have taken my disciples' Dao ground, and now speak of me fighting with you. Taiqing, you are truly shameless. Die. Nuwa called back the red embroidered ball and charged directly at Taiqing. Seeing this, Taiqing immediately summoned the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. As the red embroidered ball struck the pagoda, the entire structure began to shake violently. Taiqing looked at Nuwa and said, Since you have made the first move, I will not hold back either. Taiji diagram, yin yang divine light extinguish. Before anyone knew it, 2 beams of black and white light shot out from the Taiji and surged towards Nuwa. Upon seeing the 2 beams approaching, Nuwa immediately summoned the Shanhua Sheiji diagram. As the Shanhua Sheiji diagram appeared, it absorbed the 2 beams of light instantly. At this moment, Chen Xuan observed Nuwa engaging in battle with Taiqing and quickly said, Master, please take me to Shouyang Mountain first, then you can fight Taiqing. This way you won't have to exert yourself too much, Master. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Nuwa immediately set up a barrier around him and transported him to the summit of Shouyang Mountain. Without Chen Xuan by her side, Nuwa released all her aura. Boom! A surge of azure energy surrounded Nuwa, and she looked at Taiqing and said, Taiqing, you have wronged my disciple, and today I will make you pay the price. Meanwhile, in the Western world, Hongjun arrived above Mount Shumi and shouted, Jane Juni, come out here. In the Great Hero Hall, Jane, upon hearing that familiar voice, stood dumbfounded, while Juni wasn't far behind. They both exclaimed, Hongjun, how is this possible? Isn't Hongjun already dead from self-detonation? Senior brother Hongjun indeed fell back then, there is no doubt about it. Junior brother, regardless of whether this is Hongjun or not, let's go out and take a look first. After Jane finished speaking, he stepped out and instantly arrived above Mount Shumi, with Juni following closely behind. When the 2 of them arrived above Mount Shumi, they were shocked to see Hongjun. Jane exclaimed, Hongjun, you were supposed to be dead. How did you come back to life? Jane, do not concern yourself with how I came back to life. Back then you deceived me with the threads of causality, leading me to believe there was an opportunity for me in the West, and then conspired with the demon race to ambush me. You played a great scheme indeed. Jane looked at the red cloud before him. Red cloud, I do not understand what you were saying. Back then, when my junior brother and I learned of your peril, we immediately rushed to rescue you, but alas, by the time we arrived, you had already fallen. Good. Even if you arrived late, shouldn't you seek revenge for my demise? Yet not only did you not avenge me, you were even thinking of claiming the Hongmeng purple chi for yourselves, weren't you? Jane Juanti, do you dare to swear to the Dao that everything was not your scheme and secret? If you do, I shall leave the Western world now. Upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti fell silent, and seeing their silence, Red Cloud burst into laughter. You dare not, do you? I remember the cause and effect of your sanctification owed to me. If you cannot repay this debt, you should know what the consequences will be. Juanti coldly looked at Red Cloud. Red Cloud, what do you want? What do I want? Of course I seek revenge. You 2 bald donkeys, I kindly offered you the opportunity to attain sanctification, yet you treated me this way. Prepare to die. After saying this, Red Cloud immediately took out a pill and threw it towards Jane and Juanti. Juanti looked at the flying pill and felt it was quite familiar, as if he had seen it before. Suddenly he remembered something and laughed. Red Cloud, this pill is useless to me. It may harm Xuansheng, but both my brother and I have already attained sanctification. This pill will explode with the power of a Xuansheng. At most, it cannot harm us at all. Jane also realized at this moment that during their confrontation with the man in the black robe, he used this type of pill against them in the West. Jane looked at Red Cloud. Red Cloud, it seems you are the man in the black robe. Unfortunately, this type of pill is of no use to us at all. Juanti sneered. Red Cloud, I will stand here and let you blow me up once. I want you to see just how great the gap is between a saint and a Xuansheng. Upon hearing this, Red Cloud smirked. Juanti, remember what you just said. You better not dodge. If you dare to dodge, I will make your disciples accompany you to the grave. Ha ha. As soon as Red Cloud finished speaking, the 9-turn exploding pill had already flown before Jane and Juanti. Juanti saw the red pill right in front of him and immediately reached out to grab it. Red Cloud, do you think this broken thing can harm us? You underestimate us too much. After saying that, Juanti tightened his grip and the 9-turn exploding pill exploded immediately. At the moment of the explosion, a terrifying blast of energy engulfed Jane and Juanti, and upon seeing this, Red Cloud immediately protected his chest with both hands, and a circular barrier appeared around him. As the horrific energy swept out from the center of the explosion, several small black holes appeared in the surrounding space. Red Cloud was quite satisfied with the pill given to him by Chen Xuan. At this moment, the energy at the center of the explosion suddenly formed a massive energy storm with Mount Shumi right at the center of the energy storm. The energy storm completely enveloped Mount Shumi. However, due to the Bodhi Grand formation set up by Jane and Juanti, it did not suffer any substantial damage. However, Jane and Zhuan were in dire straits as they were engulfed by the explosion, unable to even let out a scream. As time passed, the energy storm gradually dissipated, and when it vanished, Jane and Zhuan had long since disappeared from the void. After Jane and Zhuan fell, blood rain began to fall across the entire primordial world. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi suddenly opened his eyes. Jane and Zhuan have fallen. Could it be Chen Xian's doing? On the other side, Tong Tian, who was searching for a Dao platform in the EC, also sensed that Jane and Zhuan had fallen. These two bald donkeys are really unfortunate. Last time they were taken away by Taiqing's self-detonation, and now they have fallen again. But who did this? Could it really be Chen Xian? Forget it doesn't matter. Right now, finding the Dao platform is the priority. At this moment, Nuwa and Taiqing atop Shouyang Mountain also sensed the fall of Jane and Zhuan. Taiqing thought to himself, what is happening? How could these two suddenly fall? Could it be that Chen Xian secretly attacked the Western two saints? But that shouldn't be possible. Chen Xian is right here on Shouyang Mountain and has no chance to attack the Western two saints. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Nuwa thought the Western two saints have fallen again. It wouldn't be Yuan Shi or Tong Tian who did this, would it? Just then a voice resonated in Nuwa's mind. That Red Cloud fellow is impressive. He actually caused the two bald donkeys to fall so quickly. Sigh. If it weren't for that Taiqing, I would have gone to the west to watch the fun already. After hearing Chen Xian's voice, Nuwa was greatly shocked. Wasn't Red Cloud supposed to have fallen? How could he still be alive, and now he has slain Jane and Zhuan? Could it be? Thinking of this, Nuwa looked down at Chen Xian, who was smiling at the west. It seems my guess was not wrong. Only this fellow has the ability to resurrect Red Cloud. However, even if Red Cloud is resurrected, he cannot defeat Jane and Zhuan. How did this kid manage to give Red Cloud the ability to kill Jane and Zhuan? Forget it, I won't think about it now. I will deal with Taiqing first, and then go to the west to find out. Nuwa looked up at Taiqing. Taiqing, this time I will not hold back. You should prepare to join Jane, and Nuwa raised her hand. The Tao of creation, heavenly scripture, creation, divine palm. As Nuwa's voice fell, a gigantic palm suddenly appeared in the sky and descended towards Taiqing. Seeing this, Taiqing immediately activated the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, which enveloped his body. When the creation divine palm struck the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, a powerful collision of energy spread outward. Seeing that Taiqing had blocked the attack with the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, Nuwa immediately summoned the red embroidered ball and hurled it towards the tower. When the red embroidered ball struck the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, it caused the entire tower to fly away. Taking this opportunity, Nuwa channeled all her power into the creation divine palm and instantly struck it upon Taiqing. Smack! Taiqing's body was instantly shattered, and as he saw his body crumble, he quickly fled into the distance. However, how could Nuwa let Taiqing escape? She unleashed another palm strike towards Taiqing's primordial spirit. After Taiqing's death, a rain of blood began to fall in the primordial era. In the heavenly court of the demon race, Emperor Jun looked at Tai and said, "Second brother, the recent fall of the saints has been rather frequent. Elder brother, while the saints are invincible, there are still conflicts among them. The three pure ones, the two saints of the west, and Nuwa are all saints. It is inevitable that one side will fall during their disputes. By the way, elder brother, our battles with the Witch Clan have also been escalating. I fear that we might soon engage in an all-out war with them. Second brother, our demon race is still somewhat lacking in strength. This is why I have hesitated to declare war on the Witch Clan. The physical bodies of the Witch Clan are quite formidable, but ordinary treasures are completely ineffective against them. Even among our demon race, those who cultivate their physical bodies cannot withstand the might of those barbaric witches. Elder brother, in my opinion, we should first conquer Penglai Island, and then consolidate the forces of Dongwangong. This way we will have the strength to fight against the Witch Clan. Good. It is time for us to take action against Dongwangong. This fellow has always thought of himself as the foremost male immortal appointed by the Dao ancestor, so he has never taken our demon race seriously. This time I will make him pay for it. Tai, you must immediately gather the 10 great demon saints, and then send Bays to the North Sea to bring Kuanping back. As for Fushi, I will personally invite him." Upon hearing this, Tai immediately nodded and said, "Good." At the same time, in the void of the heavenly Dao, Jane and Zhuan were revived. Jane looked at Zhuan and said, "Junior brother, you were too careless this time. Elder brother, I had no idea that the power of that elixir would be so immense. Junior brother, the power of that elixir is equivalent to a saint's self-detonation. Fortunately, Hongjun should only have one. We need to return and imprison Hongjun, then slowly interrogate him about where this elixir came from. Elder brother, this elixir is extremely similar to the one used by the man in the black robe. Perhaps Hongjun is that man in the black robe after all." Junior brother, regardless of whether the man in the black robe is Hongjun or not, as long as we capture Hongjun, that will suffice. Let's go. We will settle the score with Hongjun. As soon as the words fell, Jane and Zhuanti disappeared from the spot. When the two reappeared, they were already hovering above Mount Sumeru. At this moment, Mount Sumeru was filled with numerous small black holes, and a pit 1,000,000 zhang deep had formed on the ground. Seeing such a massive pit in the western lands, Zhuanti turned to Hongjun and said, "Hongjun, you have destroyed my western world. Today I will imprison you on Mount Sumeru for 100 billion years." Upon hearing this, Hongjun coldly laughed and said, "Imprison me? Zhuanti, do you really think you can accomplish that? Let me tell you, even if you join forces with Jane today, you may not be able to defeat me." Zhuanti looked coldly at Hongjun and said, "With your mere quasi-saint cultivation, you think you can challenge us? I could suppress you with just a single finger." "Oh really? Then you can give it a try." Upon hearing this, Zhuanti angrily charged at Hongjun. As Zhuanti approached, a wicked smile crept across Hongjun's face. "Zhuanti, since I dare to seek you out, I naturally have a way to deal with you." After saying this, Hongjun instantly appeared beside Zhuanti and quickly shoved a red elixir into Zuni's collar. "Zhuanti, goodbye." After Hongjun's words fell, he vanished from the spot. Zhuanti, realizing this, exclaimed, "Elder brother, hurry and retreat. Hongjun still has such an elixir." As soon as Zhuanti finished speaking, his body exploded, and Jane was also sent flying hundreds of billions of miles away by the force of the 9-turn explosive elixir. When Jane came to a stop, he saw that the center of the explosion had turned into a void. Witnessing Zhuanti fall again, Jane immediately roared in anger, "Hongjun, I will kill you." Hongjun appeared hundreds of billions of miles away looking at Jane and said, "Jane, if you want to kill me, then come." After saying this, Hongjun made a beckoning gesture with his hand. Seeing Hongjun's provocative gesture, Jane angrily summoned the Jane treasure banner, then waved the banner. A series of blades of Buddhist light slashed toward Hongjun. Seeing the several light blades rushing toward him, Hongjun immediately summoned the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd and shouted, "Dispersing soul sandstorm." Countless dispersing soul sands flew out from the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd and collided with Jiayin's Buddhist light blades. Boom! The several Buddhist light blades collided with the dispersing soul sands, but unfortunately, not a single Buddhist light blade broke through the dispersing soul sands. Seeing this, Jiayin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How can a mere quasi-saint like you withstand my attack?" Hongjun smiled slightly and said, "Jane, who told you that I am just a quasi-saint?" As Hongjun's words fell, the mixed primordial aura around him began to erupt, and then his realm began to rise from quasi-saint to mixed primordial great Luo Jingxian. Upon witnessing this scene, Jane was instantly taken aback and exclaimed, "Impossible! How could you achieve mixed primordial great Luo Jingxian? There is nothing impossible. I owe my achievement of mixed primordial to you all. If it weren't for your schemes against me, I wouldn't have gained fortune through misfortune. To thank you, I will let you die once more." 9-9 dispersing soul, Sand 9 heaven sandstorm. As Hongjun's words fell, the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd began to release countless elixir sands, each possessing the explosive power of a quasi-saint. Seeing countless elixir sands rushing toward him, Jane hurriedly summoned the 12-grade merit golden lotus for defense. Boom! Countless explosions rang out as the elixir sands collided with the protective shield of the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Seeing the elixir sands being defended against, Hongjun took out 2 9-turn explosive elixirs. "Jane, you can protect yourself, but no one can protect Mount Sumeru. That Bodhi great array of yours has already reached its limit after taking 2 attacks from Saint's self-detonations. If I throw out 2 explosive elixirs now, do you think Mount Sumeru will directly turn into nothingness?" As Hongjun's words fell, he raised his hand and threw a 9-turn explosive elixir toward Mount Sumeru. Upon seeing this, Jane attempted to summon the Buddha's country in his palm. Seeing Jane trying to take Mount Sumeru into his Buddha's hand, Hongjun declared, "I will transform wind into blades. The wind blades of heaven and earth shall slash." After saying this, Hongjun slashed down with his hand, and a massive wind blade appeared in the sky above the primordial era, which then slashed directly toward Jiayin's Buddha's hand. The terrifying wind blade struck Jiayin's Buddha's hand, causing it to shatter into pieces. Seeing this, Jane exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? You actually understand the law of wind." "Jane, you underestimate me too much. I am not only proficient in the law of wind. Next, let us have some fun. Jane, you now have 2 choices. First, save yourself. Second, save Mount Shumi. Come, let me see whether you will save yourself or Mount Shumi." Jane looked at the exploding 9 revolutions pill falling towards Mount Shumi and immediately used the 12 grades of merit golden lotus to block the red clouds of pill dust while he quickly flew towards the 9 revolutions explosive pill. As Jane approached the explosive pill, he hurriedly activated a barrier wrapping himself and the 9 revolutions explosive pill within it. Following that, Jane activated several layers of defensive barriers. Seeing this scene, Hongjun revealed a wicked smile. Suddenly, the 9 revolutions explosive pill within the barrier erupted and Jane was instantly engulfed by the explosion's energy. Witnessing Jane being consumed by the explosive energy, Hongjun swiftly dodged and arrived at the barrier's empty space, kicking Jiayan's barrier towards Mount Shumi. Boom! Jiayan's barrier collided with the Bodhi Grand Formation of Mount Shumi. Boom! The barrier Jane had summoned suddenly burst open, instantly shattering the entire Bodhi Grand Formation. Watching the destruction of the Bodhi Grand Formation, Hongjun waved his hand and countless wind blades rained down on Mount Shumi. Clap! 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 The wind blades struck Mount Shumi directly, reducing several mountain peaks to powder where some Buddhist disciples were present, yet they could not resist Hongyun's wind blades at all. Under the onslaught of Hongyun's wind blades, thousands of disciples perished on the spot. At this moment, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. Jane Junti, let's play here for now. Oh, I will return next time. As Hongyun's voice faded, his body slowly vanished into the western world. Above Mount Shumi, blood rain began to fall, instantly dyeing the entire mountain crimson. At this moment, Mount Shumi looked like a demonic mountain with blood-red streams flowing everywhere. If any unaware cultivator were in the west, they would surely think that Mount Shumi was the stronghold of the demonic path. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the Honghuang realms also closed themselves off from the world as the recent blood-red rain had become too frequent. Moreover, they sensed the fierce competition among the saints from the blood-red rain, fearing that if they emerged, they might inadvertently attract the attention of a saint, leading to their demise. At the same time, in the void of the heavenly Dao, Jane Junti and Taiqing all resurrected. Seeing Jane and Junti, Taiqing spoke. How did you fall again? Jane looked at Taiqing. Taiqing, that scoundrel Hongyun is not dead. He has even attained the Hunyuan Dao. Moreover, this scoundrel Hongyun somehow obtained a type of red pill whose explosive power is sufficient to cause a saint's downfall. Taiqing was immediately taken aback. I didn't expect Hongyun to be alive. Jane Junti, it seems that you will have considerable trouble ahead. If you do not resolve your karmic ties to become saints, your cultivation will be difficult to advance. At this moment, Junti spoke. Taiqing, why did you fall? Hearing this, Taiqing's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. I originally intended to establish a Daoist temple among the human race, but who would have thought that Nuan not only prevented it, but also fought me fiercely. Junti frowned immediately. Taiqing, you clashed with Nuan. With your strength, you shouldn't have lost to her. How could you have been slain by Nuan? Taiqing spoke darkly. Nuan has reached the 6th level of sainthood, and with my 4th level cultivation, I am simply no match for her. Jane was shocked. Nuan's cultivation has also increased too rapidly. At this rate, we will have no place to stand. We must quickly raise our cultivation. Taiqing sneered. To rapidly increase our cultivation is simply impossible unless we can weaken the luck of the human race, otherwise Nuwa will only grow stronger. Jane thought for a moment, and then looked at Taiqing. Taiqing, I have a way to weaken the luck of the human race, but you must not interfere in this matter, and must help us delay Nuwa. Taiqing glanced at Jane. What scheme do you have? Taiqing, we can use the demon race to slaughter the human race. As long as the demon race slaughters 90% of the human race, Nuwa's luck will be weakened by 90%. After the demon race has slaughtered 90% of the human race, Taiqing, you can step in to save them. This way the human race will believe in you, and as they develop, your strength will also become incredibly powerful. Taiqing, we may secretly assist you, but we have one condition. Jane said, Taiqing, what condition do you have? Taiqing, we will secretly help you deal with Nuwa, but you must agree to help me spread the Dao from the west to the east. If you are willing, we can start secretly inciting the demon race to slaughter the human race. Taiqing thought for a moment. All right, I agree to you. As soon as Taiqing's words fell, his body vanished into the void of the heavenly Dao, and Jane looked at Junti. Junior brother, we must quickly return to the west, otherwise Hongyun may attack Mount Shumi. Junti nodded. Senior brother, then let us hurry back. Immediately the two flew towards the western world. When they arrived, they saw that several peaks of Mount Shumi had been destroyed by Hongyun, and even thousands of disciples had been slain by him. Fortunately, Hongyun did not continue his massacre, otherwise all disciples of the Western teachings would have undoubtedly perished at his hands. Senior brother Hongyun is utterly despicable. We must find a way to eliminate him, otherwise we will never have peace in the West. Junior brother, it is currently impossible to eliminate Hongyun. We will find opportunities to deal with him in the future. For now, let us first restore Mount Shumi. Meanwhile, after Taiqing exited the void of the heavenly Dao, he flew straight towards the 36 heavens. Upon reaching Taiqing heaven, he waved his hand, and a palace appeared in the sky. From now on, Taiqing heaven shall serve as my Daoist temple. Nuwa Chen Xuan, I will eventually settle this score with you both. On the side of the human race, Nuwa looked towards Shouyang Mountain only to suddenly realize that Chen Xuan had disappeared without a trace. Where did this guy run off to? Forget it, I will look for him after the human race's preaching is over. After Nuwa finished speaking, her body slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, inside Houtu Temple, Chen Xuan was sitting on a mat watching Hongjun return. As soon as Hongjun returned to Houtu Temple, he immediately knelt and said, Chen Xuan, thank you so much this time. Without your resurrection, I would have had no chance for revenge. It's nothing. Since you have avenged yourself, you will guard the human race together with Zenyuanzi from now on. I must go to the Honghuang heaven now. However, remember, when I am with Nuwa, do not expose my strength. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he instantly disappeared from Houtu Temple. When Chen Xuan reappeared, he had already returned to the Honghuang Palace. After imparting teachings to the human race, Nuwa turned to the three ancestors of humanity. Sueren, you shall issue the order that from now on Chen Xuan is the human emperor, and all matters concerning the human race will be decided by the human emperor. Hearing this, Sueren immediately knelt and said, Nuwa, Saint Mother, I do not know what contributions Chen Xuan has made to humanity, why he should become our human emperor. Nuwa smiled slightly and said, do you not know? The human emperor, in order to grant you the ability to cope with the future calamities, has sequestered himself to create an unparalleled technique for you, and this technique I have already conveyed to you on his behalf. You should be well aware of this technique. If you cultivate it, you will all possess the ability to attain the mixed Yuan Dao in the future. Furthermore, Chen Xuan has found the treasure of fate for humanity, ensuring that the future of humanity is in your own hands. Moreover, you must abandon the Taiqing methods and the techniques of humanity from now on. Those methods will only restrict the growth of humanity. Sueren was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Then Sueren spoke up, yes. Nuwa, Saint Mother. Nuwa smiled at these words, then turned and vanished from sight. However, just as she left, countless clouds of merit suddenly appeared in the sky above the wilderness. Soon the clouds transformed into golden light of merit, which split into three portions, two of which descended upon humanity. The remaining portion of merit flew towards Huangshan. At this moment, Nuwa had just returned to Huangshan when a beam of golden light of merit flew into her body. Seeing this, Nuwa immediately stored the merit within her body. At that moment, another portion of merit descended into the main hall of Nuwa Palace, and upon seeing it fall, a smile appeared on Nuwa's face. This is because Nuwa knew that this portion of merit belonged to Chen Xuan, and it was equal to the merit she had received, both being of 4 levels. At that moment, in the main hall of Honghuang Palace, Chen Xuan saw the heavenly merit flying towards him and immediately raised his hand to collect it. At that moment, Nuwa walked in from outside the hall and said, Chen Xuan, after I killed Taiqing, where did you go? Chen Xuan looked at Nuwa and secretly thought, little Pidong, I went to Houtu Temple, and I even reversed the river of time to resurrect Hongjun. Not only that, I even sent Hongjun to seek revenge on the Western 2 saints. You have no idea how badly Hongjun dealt with the Western 2 saints. They fell twice in succession, and you also killed Taiqing. It's simply delightful to cause trouble behind the scenes, but I definitely can't tell you this. Nuwa, upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, was utterly astonished. This kid actually resurrected Hongjun and had Hongjun kill the Western 2 saints. Such an interesting thing, and he actually kept it from me. Master, I saw that after you killed Taiqing, I returned to Honghuang Palace. By the way, Master, how did it go when you preached to humanity? Chen Xuan, of course, it went very smoothly for me to preach, otherwise how could you have received merit? By the way, Chen Xuan, I took the liberty to declare you as the human emperor. You won't blame me, will you? Damn, you made me the human emperor, little Pidong. How can I be at ease cultivating like this? Although my current strength is comparable to the great Dao, I still have a long way to go to reach the mythic level of Deluo. Forget it, since you want me to be the human emperor, I will take this opportunity to reorganize humanity and let the demon race experience the power of humanity. Nuwa, upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, secretly pondered, how could the demon race slaughter humanity? Is there something behind this that is not known to the public? No, I must find a way to extract Chen Xuan's true thoughts. Chen Xuan, now that you are the human emperor, how will you lead humanity to rise? Leading humanity to rise. When I see humanity slaughtering the demon race, you will know how humanity... However, Dejuan and Tai are quite foolish for the sake of killing the witch race. They actually do not hesitate to slaughter humanity, and they are not afraid of offending Nuwa. But speaking of which, these two guys seem not to worry about such situations. After all, with Fushi around, Nuwa cannot do anything to the demon race. At most, she could just scold them a few times. If I were Nuwa, I would directly crush Dejuan and Tai. Although the demon race slaughtering humanity is indeed plotted by the saints, it is a fact that the demon race is slaughtering humanity. However, with me here, the demon race wants to slaughter humanity. That is simply a dream. Master, humanity now has cultivation techniques. All that remains is to properly cultivate the talented cultivators within humanity. Of course, Chen Xuan's words were merely said to Nuwa casually. Master, now that I am the human emperor, I need to return to humanity to lead them to rise. Chen Xuan, since you want to return to humanity, I will not accompany you to travel through the wilderness. I am about to break through to the 7th layer of saint status. Chen Xuan, I will have Jin Ning send you back. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, thank you, master. Then I will return to humanity first. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the hall's exit. At this time, Nuwa was pondering who was using the demon race to slaughter humanity. After a moment of thought, Nuwa felt that Taiqing was the most likely suspect. After all, Taiqing has a history. Previously, Taiqing's disciple caused great harm to humanity with the golden core Dao, and now he is utilizing the demon race to slaughter humanity, which is not impossible. Meanwhile, in the sky above Penglai Island, the demon army had completely surrounded Penglai Island. Dijuan looked at Penglai Island and said, East King, come out and die. Within the immortal court of Penglai Island, the East King sat on the imperial throne and said, everyone follow this immortal emperor to meet this little Dijuan. After the East King finished speaking, he instantly vanished from the spot, and the many immortal officials below also disappeared. When the East King reappeared, he was already in the sky above Penglai Island. Dijuan looked at the East King and said, East King, I have come today to recruit your immortal court. As long as you are willing to join my demon race heavenly court, I will confer upon you the title of the 5th demon emperor. The East King smiled slightly and said, Dijuan, do you think this immortal emperor will defect to the demon race heavenly court? You must be dreaming. I am the foremost male immortal appointed by the Dao ancestor. If you, Dijuan, join my immortal court, we can compete for supremacy in the wilderness together. Upon hearing this, Dijuan immediately sneered and said, East King, with you alone you are not qualified to make me submit. Since you are unwilling to join my demon race heavenly court, I will have no choice but to bloodily wash Penglai Immortal Island. 10 great demon saints obey my command and slay all living beings on Penglai Island. The East King glared at Dijuan and said, Dijuan, you dare? Are you not afraid of the Dao ancestor's wrath? Huh? East King, do you think the Dao ancestor will save you? Dijuan, don't be too proud. If you wish to kill this celestial emperor, you must see if your demon clan has the strength to do so. As the Eastern King finished speaking, 100,000 Taiqing golden immortal cultivators of the celestial court began to set up the grand array of 10,000 celestials. The grand array of 10,000 celestials is simply laughable. Today this emperor will show you that in my eyes the grand array of 10,000 celestials is nothing but a joke. Tai, the 10 great demon saints will join me to set up the grand array of the cosmic stars. Kunpeng, you guard the side and ensure that the Eastern King and the others do not have a chance to escape. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng smiled slightly and said, Yes, Your Majesty, Dijuan. Dijuan nodded, then took out the river map and Luo Shu flying above the demon army. 365 demon gods, summon your star flags and join me in setting up the grand array of the cosmic stars. As Dijuan's words fell, the 365 demon gods each summoned their star flags, while the 10 great demon saints positioned themselves around Dijuan and Tai. Soon the grand array of the cosmic stars took shape, and as the formation solidified, the power of the cosmic stars surged into the grand array. Seeing this, Dijuan immediately commanded, Kill for me. At the same time, Chen Xuan and Jin Ning, on their way to the human race, suddenly sensed a massive force of star energy. Chen Xuan frowned. Such a massive force of star energy, could it be that the demon clan has made a move against the witch clan? After saying this, Chen Xuan began to calculate with his fingers, and then he revealed a slight smile. I see the demon clan intends to swallow the forces of the Eastern King. Senior sister Jin Ning, let's not rush to the human race, let's head to Penglai Island first. Jin Ning nodded and said, Yes, junior brother Chen Xuan. Then Jin Ning turned towards Penglai Island, and as the two approached, Chen Xuan took out a black robe and put it on, then took out a mask and put it on his face. Immediately after, Chen Xuan took out another set of black robe and mask, saying, Senior sister Jin Ning, you should wear this too. Let's go and reap some benefits. He. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Jin Ning immediately transformed into human form and donned the black robe and mask. At this time, the grand array of 10,000 celestials was being shattered by Dijuan's grand array of cosmic stars, and the forces of the celestial court had lost a third of their numbers. Dijuan looked at the Eastern King and said, Eastern King, you still have time to surrender, otherwise I will ensure your demise. The Eastern King laughed heartily and said, Dijuan, dreaming of having me surrender is simply foolish. If you have the ability, let's fight Onion. If I lose, everything of the celestial court will belong to you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Dijuan chuckled slightly. All right, I will grant you this. If you can defeat me, I will withdraw the demon clan's heavenly court and never set foot on Penglai Island again. Come, let me see how much ability you truly possess. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King summoned the pure yang true fire and shot it towards Dijuan. Seeing the pure yang true fire approaching him, Dijuan showed a hint of mockery on his face. Eastern King, playing with fire in front of me is seeking death. Sun God Flame burn. After saying this, Di Jun raised his hand and unleashed a Sun God Flame to collide with the pure Yang True Fire. Boom. As the two flames collided, the Eastern King was astonished to find that the pure Yang True Fire was instantly absorbed by the Sun God Flame. Seeing the Sun God Flame attacking him, the Eastern King immediately took out his dragon head staff to block the Sun God Flame. With a wave of the dragon head staff, a dragon soul instantly scattered the Sun God Flame. Di Jun observed this scene and coldly chuckled. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. Too bad, even if you possess a supreme innate spiritual treasure, you are still no match for me. Heavenly Emperor Sword. Unite with the Sun God Flame. Holding the Heavenly Emperor Sword, Di Jun saw the sword ignite with terrifying Sun God Flame, then he charged directly at the Eastern King. Seeing this, the Eastern King unleashed 9 dragon souls to bite at Di Jun. Di Jun swung the Heavenly Emperor Sword, slicing the dragon souls that were lunging at him into fragments. Di Jun looked at the Eastern King and said, Eastern King, whatever abilities you still possess, feel free to. Seeing that he was no match for Di Jun, the Eastern King decided to resort to self-detonation to take Di Jun down with him. He gripped his dragon head staff and charged at Di Jun. Seeing the Eastern King charging at him, Di Jun laughed heartily. Come on. Today I will accompany you in a... After saying this, Di Jun swung the Heavenly Emperor's sword down at the Eastern King. The Eastern King used his dragon head staff to deflect Di Jun's strike, but some of the attacks still landed on him. The Eastern King gritted his teeth and flew in front of Di Jun, saying, Di Jun, this celestial emperor acknowledges your strength, but what good is that? Can you withstand my self-detonation? Upon hearing this, Di Jun's eyes widened in shock. Eastern King, you dare. The Eastern King replied, what is there to fear? It's just death and dissolution. With you accompanying me, I am not alone. As soon as the Eastern King's words fell, his body began to swell. Observing from a distance, Tai urgently threw the Eastern Emperor bell towards Di Jun. Elder brother, quickly get into the Eastern Emperor bell. The Eastern King coldly laughed. Di Jun, you cannot escape. Explode for me. Boom. The Eastern King's body exploded, unleashing a massive energy that began to devour everything around it. Di Jun, seeing the terrifying energy behind him, instantly activated the Golden Crow transformation and flew towards the Eastern Emperor bell at top speed. As the energy storm was about to engulf Di Jun in a critical moment, he managed to dive into the Eastern Emperor bell, which was momentarily swallowed by the energy storm. When the energy storm dissipated, only the Eastern Emperor bell remained floating in the air, while the Eastern King had completely vanished. Di Jun flew out from the Eastern Emperor bell, exclaiming, damn it. I never expected the Eastern King would actually use self-detonation against me. At that moment, Tai flew to Di Jun's side and said, Elder brother, you should be more cautious next time. The Eastern King's strength is 1 tier below yours. He is certainly no match for you, which is why he sought to self-detonate against you. Tai, I will definitely be more careful next time. But now that the Eastern King is dead, we just need to take over Penglai Island. Di Jun looked at the celestial soldiers and generals above Penglai and declared, I am giving you a chance. If you pledge allegiance to my demon clan's heavenly court, I will not annihilate you. If you refuse, I will send you down to accompany the Eastern King. Upon hearing this, the celestial soldiers and generals of Penglai immediately knelt and said, we are willing to join the demon clan's heavenly court. Di Jun, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. Good, very good. Baizé, take them back to the demon clan's heavenly court. I will arrange things after I return. Baizé nodded and said, yes, your majesty. He then addressed the celestial soldiers of the immortal court. You will return to the demon clan's heavenly court with me. When Emperor Jun returns, he will naturally arrange positions for you. The celestial soldiers echoed in unison, yes, Baizé the demon sage. Seeing this, Baizé immediately led all the celestial soldiers back to the demon clan's heavenly court, while Emperor Jun looked at Tai and said, second brother, let us go down and retrieve the treasures from the immortal court's treasury. Just as Emperor Jun and Tai were about to descend to Penglai Island, Chen Xuan in a black robe, accompanied by Jin Ning in a black robe, appeared before them. Chen Xuan in the black robe looked at Emperor Jun and Tai and said, you too, do you want to leave on your own, or should I personally escort you? Emperor Jun and Tai looked at the two figures in black robes, and Emperor Jun spoke, are you trying to oppose my demon clan's heavenly court? Emperor Jun, the demon clan's heavenly court is not worthy of being my opponent. If you leave now, I will spare your lives. If you dare to take another step forward, I will ensure your demise. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun angrily retorted, you are quite arrogant. Since you do not regard my demon clan as a threat, I shall see if you truly have the qualification to say such words. Just as Emperor Jun was preparing to strike one of the top 10 demon sages, Tai spoke up, your majesty. Leave these two to me. Emperor Jun looked at Tai and said, Tai, then I leave them to you, but be careful. This person's strength is something even I cannot see through. Tai wielded his wolf-tooth club and said, "Rest assured, your majesty, my physical body is difficult to breach even by a great Luo golden immortal. Even if I am no match for them, I can still retreat unscathed." The Eastern Emperor Taiqing spoke. "Si go. If you are at a disadvantage, retreat immediately." Si nodded, then looked at Chen Xuan in the black robe. "Kid, you still have time to leave. Otherwise, I will turn you to—" Chen Xuan in the black robe looked at Si and raised a hand to flick, instantly piercing through Si's head with the force of the Great Path. Noisy. "Emperor Jun, I will say it again, if you leave now, I will let you go. If you wish to die, take another step forward and try." As Chen Xuan's words fell, Si's head instantly turned to ashes. Not only that, but Si's soul was also reduced to ashes. Emperor Jun watched in rage as Si met a tragic end, but reason told him not to act against the person before him, or he too would perish on the spot. Meanwhile, Eastern Emperor Taiqing also realized that even he could not gauge this person's strength. At this moment, Taiqing could think of only one thing: this person's strength far surpassed his own. Although he had reached the level of a lesser saint, anyone stronger than him could only be a saint. However, Eastern Emperor Taiqing could not discern which saint this person was. Seeing that he could not see through the opponent's strength and the fact that the opponent could kill Si with a single strike, Eastern Emperor Taiqing immediately thought of retreating, for offending a saint would mean establishing a formidable enemy for the demon clan's heavenly court. Yet Emperor Jun felt some reluctance and said, "Senior, although you possess saint-level strength, my demon clan's heavenly court has a saint as well. If you truly wish to oppose me, I will have to call upon our clan saint for assistance." Chen Xuan in the black robe smiled slightly and said, "Emperor Jun, you are referring to Nuwa, right? Good. I will give you one chance. Go find Nuwa to help you now. If Nuwa dares to act against me, I will not hesitate to strip her of all her cultivation." Emperor Jun was greatly shocked by this statement. This person actually dared to claim he would strip Nuwa of her cultivation. It should be known that Nuwa is a heavenly Dao saint and an immortal being. Even if the black-robed person's strength is formidable, it should be impossible to strip Nuwa of her powers. Thus Emperor Jun looked at Chen Xuan in the black robe and said, "Since you refuse to step aside, I will have to summon Saint Nuwa for assistance." As Emperor Jun's voice fell, he flipped his hand, revealing a Huang Ling, and then crushed the token. Far away in the Huang Palace, Nuwa sensed Emperor Jun summoning her. She immediately stood up and stepped out, reaching Penglai Island in an instant. Nuwa looked at Emperor Jun and said, "Emperor Jun, what do you need from me?" Emperor Jun pointed at Chen Xuan in the black robe and said, "Saint Nuwa, this person is preventing my demon clan from occupying Penglai Island. I ask for your assistance." Hearing Emperor Jun's words, Nuwa turned to look at Chen Xuan in the black robe. When she recognized the figure before her, she was instantly taken aback. Why is this kid here? Is he trying to claim Penglai Island for himself? At this moment, Chen Xuan's voice echoed in Nuwa's consciousness. It seems that Master has quite deep feelings for the demon clan. I hope that when the calamity strikes the human race, Master will not favor the demon clan, otherwise I will have to strip her of all her cultivation. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's thoughts, Nuwa immediately gritted her teeth in anger. "You little brat, I only came to take a look because of the Huang Ling. Who told you I would help the demon clan? Friend, we have fought once before, and I didn't expect your strength has improved considerably. If you want Penglai Island, I will make it clear it is hereby gifted to you. Now you two return to the demon clan's heavenly court. You will not obtain Penglai Island." Emperor Jun was instantly taken aback and exclaimed, "Saint Nuwa, are you saying that even you cannot deal with him?" Nuwa's gaze turned cold as she looked at Emperor Jun. "Emperor Jun, if you do not wish for the demon clan to be exterminated, I advise you to return to the heavenly court." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun suddenly understood Nuwa's intent. He looked at Eastern Emperor Taiqing and Kunpeng and said, "Let's go. We are returning to the demon clan's heavenly court." Immediately, Emperor Jun transformed into a rainbow and soared toward the demon clan's heavenly court, while Eastern Emperor Taiqing and Kunpeng exchanged glances and followed suit. Soon after, the 9 great demon sages also led 100,000 demon soldiers back to the demon clan's heavenly court. After Emperor Jun and the others left, Nuwa also vanished from the spot, leaving Chen Xuan bewildered. What just happened? He initially thought his master would engage him in battle, but instead she let Emperor Jun and the others return to the demon clan's heavenly court. At this moment, Chen Xuan could not understand why his master had done this, especially since he had not revealed his own cultivation level. Under normal circumstances, his master should have fought him, yet she allowed the demon clan to retreat instead. Chen Xuan was utterly perplexed as he could not fathom why Nuwa would act this way. At this moment, Chen Xuan had no idea that Nuwa could hear his heart's voice. If he had known, he would have understood why Nuwa acted this way. Meanwhile, after returning to the demon clan's heavenly court, Dijun started to rage all because the Penglai Immortal Island, which was about to fall into his hands, was thus handed over to others. At this time, Dong Huang Tai also returned to the demon clan's heavenly court. Seeing Di Jun in a fit of anger, he walked over and advised, "Elder brother, do not be angry. This time we can only admit our misfortune after all the other party couldn't even deal with Nuwa. Second brother, I know what you want to say, but I am unwilling to let Penglai Island go to the man in the black robe. The treasure vault that was almost within reach has been snatched away like this." Just as Di Jun was venting his anger, Nuwa descended from the sky. "Di Jun, this palace knows you are very dissatisfied, but this is the only way to preserve the heavenly court. This person's strength is incredibly terrifying. Even if the Dao ancestor were to come, he would not be able to deal with him." Dong Huangtai looked at Nuwa and asked, "Saint Nuwa, what is the origin of this person?" "This palace does not know the origin of this person, only that he possesses supreme treasures of the Dao, and it seems that there is more than one. The last time he fought with this palace, he used a supreme treasure of the Dao. Moreover, during that encounter his strength was only slightly inferior to mine, yet just now this palace was unable to discern his realm." Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai, he was greatly shocked. "Saint Nuwa, are you saying that this person's strength is comparable to that of the Dao ancestor?" "No, his strength is likely far beyond that of the Dao ancestor. I advise you not to harbor any thoughts of revenge, or it will only bring disaster to the demon clan." After Nuwa finished speaking, she instantly disappeared from sight. Upon hearing her explanation, Di Jun felt immensely relieved, grateful that he had listened to Nuwa at that time. Otherwise, the demon clan would truly have been doomed. Immediately, Di Jun looked at the 9 great demon saints and ordered, "You are to relay the command that no demon clan member is allowed to approach Penglai Immortal Island from now on. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot." At this moment, Baizé spoke up, "Your Majesty, since Ci Tai has fallen, we must find another great demon to take on the position of Demon Saint. Baizé, I have my own plans for the position of Demon Saint. For now, you should arrange those immortal soldiers and generals first." Once the 9 demon saints had withdrawn, Kunpeng also spoke. "Di Jun, I must return to the Nether North Sea. If there are any major matters concerning the demon clan, you may send someone to find me." As Kunpeng finished speaking, his body transformed into a giant bird and flew towards the North Sea. After Kunpeng left Tai, he looked at Di Jun and said, "Elder brother, although we did not capture Penglai Immortal Island this time, we have still gained quite a bit. At the very least, our demon clan has been strengthened significantly. Second brother, I have a feeling that a great battle with the witch clan may come at any time. We must quickly enhance our elder brother. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the demon clan will never lose." Upon hearing this, Di Jun couldn't help but think that his younger brother's strength had already reached the level of a quasi-saint, yet, in order not to make him sad, he had forcibly suppressed his own cultivation. "Second brother, I know that as long as you are here, our demon clan will definitely not lose. After all, you are the strongest beneath the saints. I believe that if we brothers join forces, the witch clan will surely not be our match. Second brother, you should enter seclusion to cultivate. I also wish to enter seclusion for a while." Dong Huangtai smiled slightly and replied, "Good. Elder brother, you can rest assured and focus on your cultivation." Then Dong Huangtai left the demon emperor's palace. At this moment on Penglai Island, Chen Xian looked at Jin Ning and said, "Let us go and take a look at the treasure vault of the immortal court together." Jin Ning smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, then let us go. Senior sister wants to see just how many good things the Eastern King has stored over countless years." As the two chatted and walked, they soon arrived at the entrance of the immortal court's treasure vault. Chen Xian looked at the seal at the entrance of the vault. "Senior sister Jin Ning, please step back. I will open the seal, and we can enter afterward." Upon hearing this, Jin Ning immediately retreated to the side. Seeing this, Chen Xian waved his hand, and the seal was instantly erased by the power of the Dao. Jin Ning looked at Chen Xian and asked, "Junior brother, what realm have you reached? How could you easily erase the seal like this?" "Senior sister Jin Ning, you need not worry about my strength. Let us go in and take a look first." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian walked into the vault, while Jin Ning muttered beside him, "Damn Chen Xian, worthless Chen Xian, actually kept it from me, humph." However, although Jin Ning was constantly muttering, she hurriedly followed Chen Xian into the vault. Once inside, her eyes lit up as she gazed at all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within. "Junior brother, we have struck it rich. So many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, if used for cultivation, our strength will absolutely increase significantly." Chen Xian shook his head and replied, "Senior sister, although these heavenly materials and earthly treasures are precious, there are no good top-grade magical treasures. However, even if there aren't any good treasures, there are quite a few spirit root materials. If used for alchemy, they can greatly enhance the strength of the human race. Senior sister Jin Ning, you must not touch these spirit root materials. I want to use them for the human race." Upon hearing this, Jin Ning's face showed a look of disappointment, which Chen Xian happened to see. Therefore, he took out a Wu Dao Dan and 2 8-turn spirit increasing pills, saying, "Senior sister, you need not look so disappointed. Here is a Wu Dao Dan and 2 8-turn spirit-increasing pills. As long as you consume them, your strength can break through to Kwasa Saint. However, senior sister, I suggest you do not take the path of slaying the 3 corpses. I have a cultivation method here. If you practice this method, you will have a chance to attain the Dao of Hongyuan in the future. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he pointed a finger at Jin Ning's brow, immediately sending a vast amount of information into her sea of consciousness. Once Jin Ning absorbed the information, she excitedly shouted, "Junior brother, you are too good to me. If I practice this Hunyuan True Fire technique, I will definitely be able to attain the Dao of Hunyuan." Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, "Senior sister, attaining the Dao of Hunyuan is not that simple. You are currently at the peak of the Great Luo realm. Even if I give you the Wu Dao Dan and spirit-increasing pills, you will at most only step into Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Senior sister, you should cultivate diligently. I will put away these heavenly materials and earthly treasures first, and then I want to merge the other 2 immortal islands." "Junior brother, you aren't planning to merge Yingzhou Island with Fengzhong Island, are you?" "Exactly. That is my intention. These 3 islands are fragments transformed from the creation Jade Butterfly, so I plan to merge them together." Of course, Chen Xuan had his own calculations in mind. Hongjun already knew that the 3 immortal islands were fragments of the creation Jade Butterfly, but unfortunately Hongjun only knew about Penglai while Yingzhou and Fengzhong had been hidden by the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao took this action to prevent Hongjun from obtaining the perfect creation Jade Butterfly. Now, however, Chen Xuan was planning to occupy the other 2 islands as well. "Jin Ning, you stay here to cultivate while I merge the 2 islands." Jin Ning nodded in agreement. "Okay." Subsequently, Chen Xuan no longer paid attention to Jin Ning and swiftly appeared in the sky above Penglai Island. Immediately, Chen Xuan unleashed the power of the Dao, instantly covering the entire primordial world. In the void of the Heavenly Dao sensed the power of the Dao and was filled with panic. "This is the power of the Dao. Oh, could it be that the Dao has descended?" Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes. "The power of the Dao. Oh, could it be that the Dao has revived?" At the same time, the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao also sensed that a force of the Dao was covering the primordial world. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi sensed a familiar aura contained within this power of the Dao. Yuan Shi thought to himself, could it be Chen Xuan? This aura is too similar to Chen Xuan's. Could it be that Chen Xuan has reached the realm of the Dao? But that shouldn't be possible. How long has it been since Chen Xuan was born? His strength couldn't possibly have reached the realm of the Dao. Meanwhile, on the eastern sea's Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian frowned slightly. Such powerful Dao energy. This contains Chen Xuan's aura. Could it be that Chen Xuan has broken through to the realm of the Dao? At this time, Taiqing and the 2 saints of the West also sensed this aura, and they too sensed the presence of the figure in the black robe within it. At this moment, Taiqing and the 2 saints of the West simultaneously reminded themselves to never provoke the figure in the black robe. However, on Penglai Island, Chen Xuan was completely unaware that the Heavenly Dao and the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao sensed his power of the Dao, even if he knew he wouldn't care. Currently, Chen Xuan only wanted to quickly find the other 2 islands. As time passed, he soon located the 2 islands. Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his lips. I didn't expect the Heavenly Dao to actually hide so well. It actually hid these 2 islands within the void. But now they belong to me. As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he immediately opened his arms and made a slight grasp, and the 2 islands were pulled out from the void by him. Meanwhile, in the void of the Heavenly Dao noticed Yuzhou Island and Fengzhong Island were being grasped by the power of the Dao. It immediately locked onto Yuzhou Island and used spatial movement to appear above Yuzhou Island in an instant. When the Heavenly Dao saw the figure in the black robe, it instantly sensed the terrifying power of the Dao emanating from him. The Heavenly Dao quickly spoke. "I greet you, Senior." The black-robed Chen Xuan looked at the Heavenly Dao and said, "Primordial Heavenly Dao, are you here for these 2 islands?" "Senior, these 2 islands were hidden by me. They are not yet ready to be born." "Is that so? What if I insist on having them appear? What will you do then?" "Senior, if you wish for them to appear, then I cannot stop you, but I implore you, Senior, please do not allow Hongjun to take them." Chen Xuan chuckled coldly. "Heavenly Dao, you are afraid too. These 2 islands are transformed from the Chaos Jade Butterfly, so you fear that Hongjun will obtain them, right? Rest assured, these 2 islands along with Penglai Island will become my cultivation grounds. If Hongjun dares to come and take them, I will simply suppress him." "All right. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Do not disturb me, or I won't hesitate to erase you." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Dao immediately replied, "Yes, Senior." Then the Heavenly Dao quickly departed from Penglai Island. Once it returned to the void of the Heavenly Dao, it broke out in a cold sweat. The Heavenly Dao thought to itself, such terrifying power of the Dao. This person's strength has likely already reached the realm of the Dao. It seems I can never set foot on Penglai Island, otherwise this heavenly Dao might perish at any moment. However, the heavenly Dao also realized a problem. While it could refrain from stepping into Penglai Island, if some foolish creature dared to enter the entire primordial world, would be erased by this person. Thinking of this, the heavenly Dao immediately transmitted a message to every being in the primordial world, declaring that no being was allowed to step into the realm of Penglai Island. Anyone who dared to do so would be punished by heavenly punishment. At this time, Hongjun and the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao also received the transmission from the heavenly Dao. Hongjun thought to himself, why would the heavenly Dao issue such a command? Could it be that some powerful Dao expert is on Penglai Island? Not good. Penglai Island is transformed from pieces of the Chaos Jade Butterfly. If some Dao expert is on Penglai Island, my Chaos Jade Butterfly will never be complete. Damn it. If the Chaos Jade Butterfly is incomplete, how can I rely on it to achieve the Dao? I must find a way to obtain Penglai Island, otherwise my dream of entering the realm of the Dao will remain just a dream. After contemplating for a moment, Hongjun decided to first initiate the calamity, and once his strength was strong enough, he would devour the heavenly Dao and Pangus Dao fruit. This way his strength would approach the Dao. Then as long as he secretly seized Penglai Island and attained the Dao, no Dao expert would be able to do anything to him. Once Hongjun had everything planned, he slowly closed his eyes again. In the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi, upon hearing the transmission from the heavenly Dao, thought that some Dao expert should indeed be on Penglai. The aura of this Dao expert is very similar to Chen Xian's, but Yuan Shi couldn't be sure. Although he wanted to go to Penglai to confirm, he hesitated, worrying that if it was not Chen Xian, he would be in trouble. Meanwhile, after Taiqing heard the transmission from the heavenly Dao, he pondered that if he could ally with a Dao expert, he wouldn't have to worry about being controlled by the heavenly Dao. On Shumi Mountain, Jian and Zhuanti received the transmission from the heavenly Dao. They thought to themselves that the Dao expert must be on Penglai. If they could establish a relationship with the Dao expert, the Western world would definitely flourish. Jane looked at Zhuanti and said, "Junior brother, we must find a way to win the favor of the Dao expert. As long as we can gain the support of the Dao expert, the Western world will surely thrive." "Senior brother, what you say makes sense, but how can we win the favor of the Dao expert? Moreover, we cannot step into Penglai Island, otherwise we would face heavenly punishment, and that would be disastrous for us." "Junior brother, we can't step into Penglai Island, but we can wait near it. As long as the Dao expert comes out, we will have a chance to win their favor." "Senior brother, although that's true, we don't have any treasures that would catch the Dao expert's eye." "Junior brother, let's leave this matter for later. Once we figure out the Dao expert's preferences, we can present our treasures then." After hearing the transmission from the heavenly Dao, Tong Tian was also convinced that a Dao expert was indeed on Penglai. As for whether it was Chen Xian, he could ask Chen Xian when the opportunity arose. Realizing this, Tong Tian began to establish a cultivation ground on Golden Turtle Island. Meanwhile, within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa was certain that the Dao expert was indeed Chen Xian, as she had just returned from Penglai Island not long ago. In the sky above Penglai, Chen Xian gazed at the 2 islands, a hint of excitement gracing his face. After all, these 2 islands had yet to be trodden by any living beings, so one could imagine the richness of the spiritual roots within. With this thought, Chen Xian slowly brought his hands together in prayer. As his palms gradually came together, Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island began to slowly connect with Penglai Immortal Island. After connecting the 3 islands, Chen Xian directly entered the Immortal Treasury. At that moment, Jin Ning was still in seclusion, breaking through. Seeing this, Chen Xian decided not to disturb her and walked out of the treasury, beginning to explore the 3 Immortal Islands. Chen Xian strolled around the 3 Immortal Islands, collecting a vast number of spiritual roots along the way, and he discovered a pool of Sanguang Divine Water beneath Penglai. Arriving at the location of the Sanguang Divine Water, Chen Xian raised a finger and flicked it, instantly creating a large hole in the ground from which surged a great deal of Sanguang Divine Water. Looking at the Sanguang Divine Water before him, Chen Xian couldn't help but think of Yuan Shi, who also possessed Sanguang Divine Water. However, Yuan Shi's was but a mere drop, while he had a vast pool. If Yuan Shi knew he had such an abundance, he would surely be infuriated. Just as Chen Xian envisioned Yuan Shi's furious expression, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky from the treasury. Chen Xian glanced towards the treasury, exclaiming, "Oh, Jin Ning has broken through so quickly, it seems her comprehension is quite impressive." Inside the treasury, after breaking through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal stage, Jin Ning left the treasury and found Chen Xian by the large lake. Seeing this, Jin Ning hurried over to Chen Xian's side. "Junior brother, what are you doing here?" Chen Xian smiled slightly and pointed to the lake. "Senior sister Jin Ning, take a look at what this is." Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Jin Ning turned to look at the lake and was instantly thrilled to see the water displaying 3 colors. "Junior brother, this is Sanguang Divine Water. How could there be so much Sanguang divine? Senior Sister Ji Ning, I discovered this while wandering the 3 immortal islands. I noticed that some spiritual roots were different from others, growing at several times the speed of ordinary ones. So I checked beneath Penglai Island. As a result, I found this vast lake of Sanguang divine water. Senior Sister Ji Ning, would you like to take some? It would help you recover quickly if you get injured in the future. Junior brother, can I really take some? Of course. Take as much as you want, there's plenty here. Ji Ning, hearing this, covered her mouth and smiled. Junior brother, if you put it that way, I won't hold back. With that, Ji Ning immediately took out 2 bottles from her spatial ring. Next, Ji Ning tossed the 2 bottles into the air. The bottles opened automatically, and they began to absorb the Sanguang divine water from the lake. Before long, the 2 bottles were filled. Chen Xuan looked at Ji Ning. Senior sister, is this amount of Sanguang divine water enough for you? Junior brother, this amount is more than sufficient. Each bottle holds about 10 jin, and even a single drop of Sanguang divine water can heal all injuries for a cultivator. Alright, since you think it's enough, then use it for now. If it's not enough, feel free to come and get more. Senior sister, now that you've broken through to Honghuang Golden Immortal, once we return to the human race, make sure to consolidate your cultivation. With me here, no one will disturb your training. Got it. Junior brother, should we head back to the human race now? Not in a hurry. Let me take some Sanguang divine water back for the human race. With this, they won't have to fear injuries. After saying this, Chen Xuan summoned the mythical cauldron, collecting 1/3 of the Sanguang divine water from the lake. This should be enough for the human race for a while. Next, once I set up the formation, we can return. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan took Ji Ning to the empty space of the 3 immortal islands. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying formation instantly enveloped the 3 immortal islands. Ji Ning, seeing this, curiously asked Junior brother, what kind of formation is this? I feel that if I step into it, I would instantly perish. Senior sister, this is the Great Dao Thundercloud Formation. Within it resides the thunder of the Great Dao. Anyone who has not received my acknowledgement or does not bear my Great Dao mark will be annihilated by the Great Dao lightning upon entering. Senior sister, I will now bestow the Great Dao mark upon you, so you can freely enter the 3 immortal islands. Chen Xuan finished speaking. He pointed to Ji Ning's forehead, and a mysterious mark was instantly branded upon her brow. After completing this, Chen Xuan said, let's go. We're heading back to the human race. Upon hearing this, Ji Ning transformed into her true form. Junior brother, sit on my back. I'll carry you back. Seeing this, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate and sat down on Ji Ning's back. Senior sister, you're working hard. No worries. It's what a senior sister should do. At this moment, Ji Ning thought to herself, not only am I willing to let you ride on my back, but I would even be willing to warm your bed. Just the Sanguang divine water and the spirit-enhancing pill are enough to make beings of the wilderness fight to the death. Yet all Chen Xuan needs to do is say a word, or even without saying anything, he would willingly give them to her. Where could one find such a good junior brother, especially one so powerful? Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, Ji Ning was currently thinking of offering herself. If he knew, he would probably find a secluded place to hide before returning to the human race. As time passed, Ji Ning soon brought Chen Xuan to the sky above the human race. Chen Xuan, seeing this, quickly spoke, senior sister Ji Ning, let's find the 3 ancestors of the human race. I have some matters to discuss with them. Hearing this, Ji Ning flew down towards the human race, and soon the 2 arrived at the place where the 3 ancestors resided. Chen Xuan looked at the 3 houses before him, the Sui Rin clan. He called out the names of the 3 ancestors, and soon they each walked out of their houses. When the ancestors saw the young man before them, Sui Rin promptly spoke, who are you? Which tribe do you belong to? Chen Xuan smiled slightly and answered, I am the human emperor designated by Nuwa. With this, he instantly displayed the luck of the human race and took out the human race's supreme treasure, the Kongtong seal. Upon seeing the Kongtong seal, the 3 ancestors immediately understood that the young man before them was the human emperor Chen Xuan. We pay our respects to His Majesty the human emperor. Seeing this, Chen Xuan quickly helped the 3 ancestors up. Please rise. I have come to you this time for an Sui Rin spoke, Your Majesty the human emperor, may I ask what matters you wish to discuss with us? Sui Rin, the mother Nuwa, has already imparted the methods to everyone, and I have come this time to deliver pills for the human race. Chen Xuan spoke, then flicked his sleeve. Countless pills instantly materialized across the ground. Swear ensure you 3 are the primordial ancestors of humanity. All matters concerning our race rest upon your shoulders. Shortly, I shall establish 3 illusory realms here. Should any of our youth pass their trials, they shall be cultivated with utmost dedication. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors bowed deeply in unison. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty, human sovereign. Swear ensure gather these pills now. Remember well, should Xuandu ever come seeking them, under no circumstances shall you grant him even a single pill. I entrust you with this token. Should Xuandu appear, crush it, and I shall manifest without delay. These pills serve 2 purposes. The red ones are exploding pills ranked from 1st to 9th rotation. Each rotation yields vastly different potency. A 9th rotation exploding pill rivals the self-immolation of a sage. 1 9th rotation exploding pill remains. I entrust it to your custody. Should humanity face its gravest peril, this pill may save our entire race once. Having spoken, Chen Xuan withdrew a 9th rotation exploding pill and handed it solemnly to Swear and Sure. Listen closely, all 3 of you. The red pills are for combat, explosive pills. The azure pills are spirit-enhancing pills, also ranked 1st through 9th rotation, each tier conferring distinct benefits. Use them wisely to nurture humanity's future generations. With another flick of his sleeve, Chen Xuan summoned 3 spiraling spatial vortices upon the earth. Primordial ancestors. These are the entrances to the 3 illusory realms. Dispatch our people to undergo trial. Those who succeed shall receive pills to accelerate their cultivation. Now that humanity's affairs are settled, I shall return to Houtu Mountain to cultivate. Should urgent matters arise, as his words faded, Chen Xuan soared skyward with Jin Ning towards Houtu Mountain. Soon they stood atop its peak, whereupon Chen Xuan gazed upon his former cultivation pavilion, then swept his hand. The entire structure crumbled into ash. Next he raised his hand once more, and before him rose a magnificent palace. Jin Ning, what name shall we bestow upon this palace? Jin Ning paused in thought, then replied, Junior brother, why not call it the Human Sovereign Palace? You are now the Human Sovereign. Such a name fits perfectly. Senior sister speaks wisely. Henceforth this palace shall bear the name Human Sovereign Palace. As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he waved his hand. The palace's plaque shimmered into existence, inscribed with the 3 characters Human Sovereign Palace. Then Chen Xuan spread his palms wide. A grand formation enveloped Houtu Mountain entirely. With but a thought, luminous sigils bloomed upon the foreheads of all those bound to him. The moment each recipient perceived the sigil's message, they understood Chen Xuan had established a new cultivation sanctuary atop Houtu Mountain, one accessible only to those bearing the sigil. Jin Ning, having read the sigil's meaning, exclaimed, Junior brother, what formation is this? It feels even more formidable than the Dao Enlightenment formation of the 3 Immortal Isles. Senior sister, this is the Great Dao 9 Tribulation Formation, a formation imbued with the tribulations of 3,000 great Dao principles. Any invader who breaches it shall be annihilated by 9 simultaneous Dao tribulations. Its true terror lies in its randomness. Every intruder faces 9 uniquely drawn Dao tribulations. Fail even one, and utter obliteration follows. No soul survives, no reincarnation remains possible. Enough, senior sister. Since you bear my sigil, you may enter Houtu Mountain at will. Let us go and explore the Human Sovereign Palace. I also intend to refine further pills. Having spoken, Chen Xuan stepped inside first. Jin Ning followed without hesitation. Once both entered, Chen Xuan seated himself in meditation and produced the mythic indestructible call. Senior sister Jin Ning, please wander freely. I must refine pills. Without them, humanity cannot elevate its cultivation swiftly. Jin Ning nodded. Very well, junior brother. Attend to your work. I shall explore at my leisure. After she departed, Chen Xuan projected a phantom body while his true form entered the inner cultivation realm. The phantom remained outside, feigning alchemical refinement, while the true Chen Xuan carried the mythic indestructible cauldron within. He then withdrew all spiritroot materials gathered from the 3 Immortal Isles and commenced mass-scale pill refinement. Decades passed in the outer world. Within the cultivation realm, Chen Xuan had already refined countless pills. Ding! Congratulations! Your alchemy proficiency has reached its peak. Ding! Congratulations! You have advanced to the next tier of alchemy proficiency. Ding! Reward granted 1 enhancement to your inner world formula for the Saint Annihilating Pill. Ding! Congratulations! You have advanced to the next tier of alchemy proficiency. Ding! Reward granted complete cultivation of the Ancestral Chi Body formula for the World Pill. Ding! Congratulations! You have advanced to the next tier of alchemy proficiency. Ding! Reward granted advancement to the Nascent Spirit Refinement stage, a fragment of Human Dao Origin formula for the Boundary Breaking Pill. At that moment, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, his heart ablaze with exhilaration. He had just ascended 3 proficiency tiers consecutively, each reward astonishingly rich. His cultivation breakthrough alone saved him years, perhaps decades, of arduous practice. Yet that was merely the beginning. His inner world, too, would now ascend, alongside other extraordinary system. Claim all rewards. Ding! Rewards distributed. Ding! Congratulations! You have entered the Nascent Spirit Refinement stage. Ding! Congratulations! Your inner world has ascended to a medium-scale world. Ding! Congratulations! You have mastered the formulas for the Saint Annihilating Pill, Boundary Breaking Pill, and World Pill. After claiming all rewards, Chen Xuan immediately examined the world pill's function. World pill requires world origin essence for refinement. Upon success, elevates the world's fundamental tier by 1 level. Boundary-breaking pill enables cultivators to transcend bottlenecks without invoking heavenly tribulation. As for the sane annihilating pill, Chen Xuan needed no explanation. He knew its power intimately from his past life. Next, Chen Xuan surveyed the vast array of pills strewn across the floor, gathered them all, and began refining boundary-breaking pills and sane annihilating pills. As time flowed onward, he refined 9 boundary-breaking pills and 4 sane annihilating pills. He limited the latter to 4, not out of scarcity, but strategy. These 4 were destined to confront Taiqing and the 2 Western sages. Upon completing the refinement, Chen Xuan exited the cultivation realm. Stepping into the main hall, he gestured, and his phantom body dissolved into mist. He then extended his perception, finding Jin Ning absent. He reviewed the phantom's memories instead. So, she has returned to the palace of Nuwa. That is well. Now I may journey to Buzhou Mountain to reunite with my wife. However, before heading to Buzhou Mountain, I must deliver the refined pills to the 3 ancestors. With that, Chen Xuan instantly appeared inside the human clan, swiftly locating the 3 ancestors and handing over the refined pills for their handling. After completing this, Chen Xuan flew directly towards Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, after returning to the Huang Palace, Jin Ning was summoned alone by Nuwa. At this moment, Nuwa looked at Jin Ning from above the grand hall, saying, "I didn't expect that you would gain such great fortune from going out with Chen Xuan this time. Speak. What did you and Chen Xuan do on Penglai Island?" Hearing Nuwa's words, Jin Ning was immediately taken aback. Jin Ning stammered, "Master. Enough, I already knew about Chen Xuan's matters. The reason I let you accompany him back was to prevent him from suspecting that I am aware of his affairs." "Master, so you already knew about junior brother Chen Xuan." "Jin Ning, do you think I am a fool? How could someone at the initial stage of refining qi produce such high-quality pills? You must know that the source pill is not something just any being can refine, let alone the 9 transformations. I already knew this kid was not simple, but I didn't expect to have underestimated him. He is now a Dao-level powerhouse, and it is also thanks to him that I was able to replenish my source. Jin Ning, from now on stay by Chen Xuan's side. With him around, your cultivation will also improve faster. By the way, if you want to save your mother, it's best to ask Chen Xuan for help, as only a Dao-level powerhouse can break the rules of the heavenly Dao." Jin Ning, upon hearing this, immediately knelt and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." "Jin Ning, you may rise for now. There is still something I need you to do." Jin Ning, hearing this, immediately said, "Master, please give your instructions. I will surely fulfill your request with all my effort. It's not a big deal. Now that Chen Xuan has gone to Buzhou Mountain, and there is no one guarding the human clan, you should go and secretly protect the safety of the human clan." "Yes, Master. I will head to the human clan right away." After saying this, Jin Ning turned and walked towards the palace exit, but after taking just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and took out a bottle of 3 light divine water from his spatial ring. Then Jin Ning turned to Nuwa and said, "Master, this is the 3 light divine water my junior brother gave me. I present this bottle to you." Upon hearing this, Nuwa was utterly shocked. "Jin Ning, where did Chen Xuan get the 3 light divine water, and even an entire bottle?" "Master, this was discovered by my junior brother on Penglai Immortal Island." "I see. Since Chen Xuan gave it to you, you should keep it for yourself. This 3 light divine water can save your life at a critical moment." "Master, I have 2 bottles of 3 light divine water. You should take this one. Moreover, my junior brother said that if it runs out, he can obtain more from Penglai Immortal Island." Hearing this, Nuwa finally accepted the 3 light divine water from Jin Ning, and seeing that Nuwa accepted it, Jin Ning turned to leave the grand hall. After Jin Ning left, Nuwa thought to herself, "That brat has such good things, and doesn't even bring some back for me. Just wait, next time I will see how to deal with you." Meanwhile, Chen Xuan had already arrived above Buzhou Mountain, and then he headed towards the Witch Clan's tribe. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Witch Clan's tribe, he saw Xing Tian patrolling. Upon seeing Chen Xuan arrive, Xing Tian immediately said, "Lord Chen Xuan." "Xing Tian, you know me. Lord Chen Xuan, your affair with the Earth Mother ancestor, which is already known throughout the entire Witch Clan. Lord Chen Xuan, please follow me." Then Xing Tian led Chen Xuan to the Earth Mother tribe, and when they arrived, Xing Tian said, "Lord Chen Xuan, the Earth Mother ancestor, which is currently in seclusion. She instructed that if you come, you can enter to find her at any time." Hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Thank you." Xing Tian laughed and said, "No problem, I will go patrol." After saying this, Xing Tian walked directly towards the entrance of the Witch Clan's tribe, while Chen Xuan looked towards the Earth Mother's cave and then stepped inside. Upon entering the cave, Chen Xuan saw that the Earth Mother was in seclusion and cultivating. At this moment, he discovered that the Earth Mother had actually opened the remaining cell small world. With the Earth Mother opening her cell small world, it proved that she had already entered the initial stage of At this moment, the Earth Mother, who was in seclusion, sensed someone entering and immediately opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, a look of excitement appeared on her face. "Husband, you finally returned to see me." Chen Xuan stepped forward and embraced the Earth Mother, saying, "Earth Mother, Husband, you don't know I have been thinking about you ever since you left. You have no idea how I have been over the years. Earth Mother, it's my fault. I will definitely come back to see you often from now on." "Husband, it's settled, then you must come back to see me often. By the way, husband, I have already reached the initial stage of refining qi, but I have no techniques for the subsequent stages, so my strength has been stuck at the initial stage of refining qi. Earth Mother, I will pass on the techniques for the subsequent stages to you later. Now shouldn't we take care of some serious business?" Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother's face instantly turned red, and seeing her blushing, Chen Xuan could no longer suppress the fire within him. Chen Xuan lifted the Earth Mother and walked towards the deepest part of the cave. As the two entered the depths of the cave, delightful sounds soon echoed out. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xuan and the Earth Mother finally emerged from the depths of the cave. The Earth Mother looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Husband, you are too bad. Oh, don't use that kind of movement next time." "Oh, Earth Mother, if you say not to, then I won't. By the way, I will now impart the subsequent techniques to you." Next, Chen Xuan raised his finger and touched it to the Earth Mother's forehead. Immediately, a stream of information entered her sea of consciousness. After the Earth Mother digested the information in her sea of consciousness, she immediately sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately asked Earth Mother, "How long have you been stuck at the initial stage of refining qi?" The Earth Mother smiled slightly and replied, "Husband, I have been stuck at the initial stage of refining qi for over 100 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was instantly amazed. After all, to have opened the remaining inner worlds in just a few hundred years is simply a monstrous talent and cultivation. Seeing the Earth Mother sitting cross-legged, Chen Xuan immediately took out a world pill. "Earth Mother, take this pill. It is the world pill I refined using the power of the world within my body. After you take this pill, the small world within you will soon completely transform into a small 1,000 worlds, and at that time your realm can also be upgraded to the mid-stage of refining qi." Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother immediately reached out and took the world pill from Chen Xuan, then directly. After Houtu consumed the world pill, the miniature world within her cells began to gradually ascend to a small 1,000 realms. However, Chen Xuan thought to himself that even with the world pill, it would be unlikely to advance without sufficient spiritual energy. So Chen Xuan took out a few spirit-enhancing pills and said, "Houtu, my dear, you should swallow these spirit-enhancing pills, and you'll quickly be able to elevate your cultivation." Houtu, with her eyes closed, heard Chen Xuan's words and immediately opened her mouth. As Chen Xuan noticed her intent, he understood what she wanted. Chen Xuan placed several 9-turn spirit-enhancing pills into Houtu's mouth. After Houtu swallowed the pills, she immediately felt her spiritual power significantly strengthen, and thus she began to rotate her cultivation method to promote the ascension of her miniature world. After an unknown amount of time, Houtu slowly opened her eyes and said, "Husband, I've succeeded. My cultivation has reached the mid-stage of qi refinement." Chen Xuan smiled and replied, "Excellent. Your current cultivation is enough to kill a sage with a single. With your current realm, you can correspond to the Honghuang's Honghuang Luo Jingxian. Now I will teach you the 3,000 Dao divine techniques. With that, even Hongjun may not be able to handle you." As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a stream of information entered Houtu's sea of consciousness. After Houtu digested the information, she raised her hands and was astonished to find 2 different powers of the Dao laws appearing in her palms. Excited, Houtu exclaimed, "Husband, your 3,000 Dao divine techniques are incredible. They can actually unleash 3,000 divine abilities. Houtu, my dear, you have only grasped a preliminary understanding. Truly mastering the 3,000 Dao divine techniques is not so easy. However, we can enter the cultivation space to practice the techniques together. This way, you'll quickly become proficient in the 3,000 Dao divine techniques. Husband, let's hurry and enter the cultivation space." Upon hearing Houtu's words, Chen Xuan immediately pulled her into the cultivation space. Soon, Houtu gained control over the 3,000 Dao divine techniques in the cultivation space, but with her current cultivation, she could only barely unleash 1 or 2 divine abilities. After all, Houtu was only a Honghuang Luo Jingxian now. If she reached the Dao realm, she would be able to freely use over 100 divine abilities. Seeing that Houtu had gained sufficient mastery, Chen Xuan said, "Houtu, it's time for us to go out." Houtu nodded and replied, "All right, husband." Then the two exited the cultivation space. Chen Xuan asked, "Houtu, how is Brother Daijang and the others doing in their cultivation?" "Husband, Brother Daijang and the others have already cultivated their primordial spirits to the quasi-saint realm. If they were to face the demon clan now, Dejuan and Tai would not be a match for them at all." Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Great. Then let's go find them now." Afterward, Houtu led Chen Xuan to the entrance of the Pango Hall, where Houtu called out, "Brother Daijang, Chen Xuan has returned." As soon as she spoke, the 11 ancestral witches who were cultivating inside the Panga Hall came out. Daijang looked at Chen Xuan and said, "It has been several hundred years, and your cultivation has become completely unfathomable to me." Xuanming, standing nearby, said, "Chen Xuan, have you missed me?" Chen Xuan looked at the ancestral witches and remarked, "It has been several hundred years and your strengths have improved quite a bit. Brother Daijang, if you cannot see through my cultivation, it is because I have concealed my aura." He continued, "Sister Xuanming, I have always missed you." Upon hearing this, Houtu immediately grabbed Chen Xian's ear and said, "Chen Xian, do you want Sister Xuanming to be your Dao partner?" "Houtu, my dear, I did not. Please let go, it hurts." The ancestral witches burst into laughter at this scene. At that moment, Xingtian rushed over from a distance and said, "Brother Daijang, one of our patrolling Wu clan warriors was killed by one of the top 10 demon saints, Fei Dan." Upon hearing this, Daijang clenched his fists and said, "Xingtian, where is Fei Dan? I will make him pay for his blood debts." Xingtian pointed to a certain mountain range and said, "Over there." Daijang then commanded, "Gather all the Wu clan warriors today. I will kill Fei Dan and bring him back to treat my brother Chen Xuan." Zhurong, standing nearby, said, "Brother Daijang, I can handle killing Fei Dan by myself. You all continue your conversation. I will be back shortly." At this moment, Gonggong said, "Zhurong, what if Fei Dan escapes while you're alone? I will go with you instead." Daijang looked at Zhurong and Gonggong and said, "If you two go, I am still a bit uneasy. Let's all go together. Chen Xuan, you should come with us too." Chen Xuan nodded and said, "All right, then let's go together. I also want to see just how powerful the demon clan's Fei Dan is." At that moment, while Chen Xuan spoke outwardly, he was secretly contemplating how to use Fei Dan to extort the demon clan's heavenly court. Quickly, Xingtian gathered all the Wu clan warriors. Once Daijang had assembled them all, he declared, "Let's go. We are going to hunt down Fei Dan." As soon as Daijang finished speaking, all the Wu clan warriors rushed toward the direction pointed out by Xing. Seeing this, Daijang and the other ancestral witches also flew toward the direction where Fei Dan was located. After they left, Chen Xuan said, "Let's go too." Then Chen Xuan grasped Houtu's shoulder, and in an instant they appeared above the location where Fei Dan was. At this moment, below, Fei Dan was standing on the bodies of the Wu soldiers, completely unaware that two experts above the Saint realm were watching him. Houtu glanced down at Fei Dan, her eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. "Husband, wait for me here. I will go take care of Fei Dan." "Houtu, my dear, don't rush. It's not the right time to kill Fei Dan yet. Let's wait for Brother Daijang and the others to arrive. Then we can use Fei Dan to draw Dijuan and Tai down, and we can extort the demon clan properly." Houtu, upon hearing this, suppressed her anger and said, "Husband, I will listen to you. Let this guy live a little." Just as Houtu and Chen Xuan were conversing, Daijang and the 11 ancestral witches also rushed over. At this moment, Fei Dan sensed 11 auras above him. When he looked up at the sky, he saw that the 12 ancestral witches had surrounded him. Seeing this scene, Fei Dan felt completely alarmed. "What is happening? Why did I not notice when the 12 ancestors arrived? This is bad. I am in trouble now." Fei Dan gazed at the 12 ancestral witches in the sky, filled with deep regret. Originally, he could have retreated immediately after defeating the patrolling witch soldiers, but due to his greed, he wanted to seize some treasures from them, resulting in him being surrounded by the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, Fei Dan silently thought if heaven would grant him another chance, he would surely slay these witch soldiers and flee back to the demon clan's heavenly court. However, heaven would not give Fei Dan such an opportunity. Even if heaven wanted to, he would not dare to do so, as there was a powerful being far beyond the Dao right here. Fei Dan looked at the 12 ancestral witches and then turned to flee, but the next scene left him dumbfounded, for he discovered he could not wield any magic. Above, Dijiang noticed Fei Dan's inability to cast spells and immediately looked at Chen Xuan. "Brother-in-law, it was you who acted in secret, wasn't it?" "I merely used the power of the Dao to seal his magical abilities," Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile. "You can beat him now, but remember not to kill him. I still want to extort Dijun and Taiqing." Dijiang laughed heartily. "Good. Brother-in-law, we won't kill him." He turned to Fei Dan below. "Demon Saint Fei Dan, today, I will let you know the consequences of offending my witch clan. All my brothers and sisters beat him. Remember, as long as you don't kill him, you can hit him however you like." As Dijiang finished speaking, the 11 ancestral witches descended to the ground, and the witch Houtu looked at the demon soldiers brought by Fei Dan. With a wave of her hand, countless spikes emerged from the earth, instantly annihilating all the demon soldiers. Seeing this, Dijiang said nothing more, and instead looked at Fei Dan. "Fei Dan, are you ready?" Fei Dan looked fearfully at the 11 ancestral witches. "What are you all planning to do?" Zhu Rong, grinning wickedly, replied, "Fei Dan, don't you know what we want to do? Don't worry, we will take good care of you." After Zhu Rong spoke, he clenched his fists and walked towards Fei Dan. The other ancestral witches followed suit, also clenching their fists. Seeing the 11 ancestral witches approaching, Fei Dan panicked and cried out, "Don't come any closer. However, Di Jiang and the others paid no heed to Fei Dan words, raising their fists and striking at his forehead. Ah! A terrifying scream echoed across the vast land, and the nearby beings, hearing Fei Dan cries, hurriedly hid in fear. As time passed, Di Jiang and the ancestral witches enjoyed their beating, while Fei Dan lay on the ground utterly motionless. Gong Gong observed this and spoke up. Di Jiang, will we end up killing this guy? Di Jiang shook his head. Impossible. This guy is at least in the early stage of Quasi-Saint realm. Although his magic is sealed, his physical strength is not weak. He must be pretending to be dead. Zhu Rong, overhearing this, smirked. We can just see if Fei Dan is truly dead or not. Xianming said, Zhu Rong, should we beat him again? Sister Xianming, beating him again is not out of the question, but I have a better idea. What idea do you have, Zhu Rong? Sister Xianming, don't rush. You will know soon enough. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Fei Dan thought, damn, what is Zhu Rong planning to do this time? Could it be that he really wants to hit me again? How infuriating. If I could use my magic, I wouldn't be forced to pretend to be dead to save my life. At this time, Zhu Jiuyin also spoke. Zhu Rong, what is your plan? Hurry up and say it, stop dragging it out. Zhu Jiuyin, why are you in such a hurry? I will wake him up right now. Zhu Rong finished speaking and raised a finger, at which point a tiny flame appeared on his fingertip. Seeing Zhu Rong create a small flame, Xianming could not help but burst into laughter. Zhu Rong, what are you doing with a little flame? Do you really think that tiny flame can wake Fei Dan up? Sister Xianming, this small flame of mine is a source fire which cannot be extinguished by ordinary means. Since Fei Dan wants to pretend to be dead, then let this little flame play with him. Zhu Rong said, flicking his finger lightly, and the small flame landed on a certain part of Fei Dan's lower body, igniting instantly. At the same time, the pretending to be dead Fei Dan felt as if he was being burned by fire in his lower body. When he squinted to look, he jumped up instantly. Fei Dan slapped at a certain part of his body, shouting, help! Help! Zhu Rong, I will never let you go. How dare you treat me like this? Oh! At this moment, the ancestral witches saw Fei Dan wake up, and each revealed an excited expression. Xianming looked at Zhu Rong. You really are clever to think of such a method. Gong Gong added, Zhu Rong, I didn't expect you to have become smarter. Zhu Rong felt a bit shy upon receiving. Don't flatter me. I used to be quite reckless, but ever since I attained my primordial spirit, we no longer need to absorb malevolent energy to strengthen our bodies. Malevolent energy can affect our minds, which made us reckless in the past. Now we use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper our bodies, so we are no longer influenced by malevolent energy, and have naturally become much clearer-headed. Seeing that Fei Dan's lower body was nearly burnt, Zhu Rong immediately extinguished the little flame. Di Jiang then looked at Fei Dan. Fei Dan, I didn't expect you to dare pretend to be dead. Fei Dan glared at Di Jiang. After you beat me up, what else do you want? Fei Dan, we don't really want anything. It's just that we've been in seclusion for too long, and our bodies have gotten a bit rusty. Now that you have delivered yourself to us, why not let you help us train? Upon hearing this, Fei Dan's expression turned icy as he replied, Di Jiang, don't think I am afraid of you. If you dare approach me, I will summon the demon army to annihilate you. Di Jiang sneered, summoning the demon army to kill me. Good. I will give you a chance. Now summon Di Jun and Tai Yi to come here, and let's see if I will fear you. Ha ha. Seeing this, Fei Dan immediately took out the Demon Emperor's decree, and with a grip, the decree shattered. He looked at Di Jiang. Di Jiang, when my demon army arrives, your witch clan's demise will be at hand. At this moment, Chen Xuan above looked at Houtu. I will leave the rest to you. It's not suitable for me to expose myself now. I will observe in the shadows, and if Hongjun dares to act, I will naturally intervene. Before Houtu could speak, Chen Xian's figure began to slowly vanish from the spot. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court of the demon clan, Di Jun sensed the shattering of the demon emperor's order and immediately opened his eyes, exclaiming, Fei Dan is in trouble. Without delay, Di Jun communicated with Bai Zai. Bai Zai gathered the demon army at once and summoned the other demon saints. Fei Dan is in trouble in the lower realm. Hearing Di Jun's message, Bai Zai immediately exited his cave and began to mobilize the million-strong demon army. After contacting Bai Zai, Di Jun quickly reached out to Dong Huang Tai Yi and the demon master Kuan Peng. Soon Di Jun disappeared from his place of seclusion, and when he reappeared, he was already in the demon emperor. Di Jun looked at Dong Huang Tai Yi and the 8 great demon saints, saying, recently, I sent Fei Dan to deal with the patrols of the witch clan, but unexpectedly Fei Dan just shattered the demon emperor's order. It seems he must have encountered the 12 ancestor witches. Dong Huang Tai Yi, standing nearby, turned to Di Jun, elder brother, since Fei Dan crushed the demon emperor's order, he must be facing a life-and-death crisis. We should hurry to the lower realm to support Fei Dan. Di Jun nodded, and then addressed the 8 demon saints. You all should accompany me to the lower realm to aid Fei Dan. The 8 demon saints immediately knelt and replied, Yes, your majesty. Then Di Jun and Taiqing led the 8 demon saints and 1,000,000 elite demon soldiers to the lower realm. At this moment, Fei Dan was already on the brink of collapse after being attacked by 11 ancestor witches. With just one more strike, he would perish on the spot. Fei Dan lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Your Majesty Di Jun, I can no longer fight for you in this world. Hearing Fei Dan words, Zhu Rong immediately smirked maliciously and said, Fei Dan, it seems that your Majesty Di Jun is not coming to save you. In that case, let me make your death a bit swifter. Zhu Rong then raised his hand to conjure a fireball. Fei Dan died. As Zhu Rong's words fell, he hurled the fireball, and just as it was about to strike Fei Dan, a golden light enveloped him, protecting him. When the golden light shrouded Fei Dan, Dong Huang Tai's voice echoed from the void, Zhu Rong, you are quite bold to dare kill one of my demon clan saints. The ancestor witches and Zhu Rong immediately looked up towards the void, where Dong Huang Tai had appeared in midair, and Houtu gazed at him. Dong Huang Tai, your demon clan has killed my witch clan's warriors. Today, we shall settle this score. Houtu, your 12 ancestor witches bully my demon clan saints. If you cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, I shall flatten the witch clan today. At this moment, Di Jiang flew to Houtu's side. Sister, there is no need to waste words with Dong Huang Tai. We should strike now and eliminate him, then we can attack the heavenly court of the demon clan. Just as Di Jiang finished speaking, another voice sounded from the horizon. Di Jiang, if you wish to kill my younger brother, you must see whether I allow it. As the voice fell, Di Jun appeared beside Dong Huang Tai, followed by the 8 demon saints and 1,000,000 demon soldiers. Di Jun looked at Di Jiang. Di Jiang, if you wish to invade my demon clan's heavenly court, I shall see today if you have the ability to do so. With that, Di Jun summoned the heavenly emperor's sword and charged toward Di Jiang. Di Jiang looked at Houtu's sister. Do not act yet. You can join the fray later. After speaking, Di Jiang rushed toward Di Jun, and seeing this, Dong Huang intended to assist, but Zhu Jiuyin transformed into his true form and blocked Dong Huang Tai's path. Dong Huang Tai, your opponent is me. Dong Huang Tai squinted his eyes and said, Zhu Jiuyin, do you think you can stop me? Zhu Rong flew to Zhu Jiuyin's side. Dong Huang Tai, what if I join in? Dong Huang Tai replied, even with you two, you cannot block me. At this moment, Gong Gong also flew into the air. What if I join in? Dong Huang Tai, you shall not interfere with my elder brother Di Jiang's affairs. Seeing the 3 ancestor witches blocking his path, Dong Huang Tai thought to himself, this is troublesome. I can still deal with 2 ancestor witches, but with 3, even with my Quasi-Saint cultivation, I cannot defeat them in a short time. Seeing his elder brother engaged in battle with Di Jiang, Dong Huang Tai immediately ordered 8 demon saints go and support my elder brother at once. Upon hearing this, the 8 demon saints rushed towards Di Jun, but just then the 8 ancestor witches led by Xianming blocked their way. Xianming smiled slightly and said, if you wish to help, we shall see if you have the ability. Dong Huang Tai, seeing the 8 demon saints blocked, angrily shouted, demon army attack. As soon as Dong Huang's words fell, the 1,000,000-strong demon army charged down, and Houtu, seeing this, smirked and said, warriors of the witch clan, kill them. Boom. The 1,000,000 witch soldiers and the 1,000,000 demon army began to clash. As time passed, the demon army was gradually defeated by the warriors of the witch clan. Di Jun watched as demon warriors fell one after another, feeling an intense anxiety rising within him. He unleashed the Sun True Flame to force Di Jiang back and declared, all demon clan members, listen up. Form the Great Heavenly Star Formation. As Di Jun's voice fell, the 365 Deluo assembled the star flags, while Di Jun and Tai also pressured their opponents, flying towards the center of the formation. Di Jun reached the center of the formation, then took out the river diagram and Luo book, using them as the formation to draw upon the powers of the heavenly stars. Soon the Great Heavenly Star Formation was fully formed, and upon seeing this, the 8 demon saints immediately cast their spells to force back their opponents, then flew into the formation. Houtu looked at the Great Heavenly Star Formation with disdain in her heart. This kind of formation in the past she would definitely not have been able to break, but now that her strength had reached the level of a Honyuan Wujidi de Luo Jinxian, breaking this formation would be as simple as a punch. Just as Houtu was about to make a move to break the formation, Chen Xuan, hidden in the shadows, immediately transmitted to Houtu, Houtu, my dear wife, do not reveal your strength yet. Use the 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation to deal with the Great Heavenly Star Formation. My dear wife, Houtu, your strength has now reached the Honyuan Wujidi de Luo Jinxian level. If you control the 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, its power will be multiplied many times over. With you breaking the demon's Great Heavenly Star Formation, when Hongjun appears, he will definitely not be able. As long as Hongjun comes out, I can extort him fiercely. Not only that, but we can also make the demon clan bleed heavily. Houtu, upon hearing Chen Xian's transmission, immediately looked at the 11 ancestral witches, Big Brother Di Jiang, Since the demon clan wishes to compete in formations, let us show them the might of our witch clan's 12 capitals, divine array. Dezhong, upon hearing Houtu's words, quickly spoke. Brothers and sisters, let us activate the 12 capitals divine array together. As Dezhong's voice fell, the other 11 ancestral witches each took their positions. Dezhong then declared the 12 capitals divine array rise. With Dezhong's words, 12 beams of light burst through the heavens. When these 12 beams converged, a colossal figure gradually appeared above the vast land of Honghuang. Dejun and Taiqing, upon seeing the giant's silhouette, shouted in unison, Pangu the Great. At this moment, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes. Pangu. This? How can this be? Wasn't Pangu supposed to have perished? No, this aura belongs to the 12 ancestral witches. So that's it. I never expected Pangu to leave such a terrifying formation for the witch clan. Damn. I cannot allow the witch clan to continue growing, otherwise they will surely threaten me in the future. It seems it's time to use that thing. I want to see if the 12 ancestral witches can withstand its power. Following that, Hongjun took a step forward and instantly vanished from the Zhixiao Palace. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuan sure looked at the figure of Pangu on the battlefield between the witch and demon clans, greatly alarmed. I never expected that Father God would leave such a terrifying formation for the witch clan. If this formation is activated, even saints might fall. At the same time, various saints noticed Pangu's silhouette on the battlefield, and their minds began to race with possibilities. However, at this moment on the battlefield, the true form of Pangu gazed at the demon clans, Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, raising his hand to conjure the heaven-opening divine axe. Within Pangu's true form, Houtu spoke. Dejun Tai, let me show you what a true formation looks like. Heaven-opening divine axe / As Houtu's voice fell, Pangu's true form raised the heaven-opening divine axe and struck down towards the demon clans, Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Seeing this, Dejun immediately shouted, Everyone, do not hold back your power, unleash everything to block this strike. After Dejun finished speaking, he first infused all his power into the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Hearing this, Dong Huang Tai and the 8 great demon saints hurriedly followed suit, pouring all their power into the array. At this moment, the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array was bolstered by the power of all the demon clan, and it began to draw upon the celestial powers of the stars. Immediately, the powerful celestial star power surged directly towards the heaven-opening axe. As the heaven-opening axe collided with the celestial star power, a terrifying shockwave swept outwards, instantly causing all living beings within hundreds of billions of meters to perish. However, the clash did not last long before the celestial star power began to show signs of retreat. A smirk appeared on Houtu's lips as he raised his hand to channel the power of the inner world into the 12 capitals divine array. Boom! The heaven-opening axe erupted with a terrifying force, shattering the celestial star power. Then the axe struck the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Boom! Instantly, cracks began to appear in the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Seeing that it was on the verge of collapse, Dejun immediately ignited his own source power and infused it into the Great Array. With Dejun's source power, the cracks in the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array rapidly began to mend. Within Pangu's true form, Dezhong laughed heartily, saying, Dejun, let's see how much source power you have left to repair the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Next, I want to see how you will withstand this next strike. As Dezhong finished speaking, Pangu's true form raised the heaven-opening divine axe once more and swung it down towards the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Inside the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, Dong Huang Tai looked at Dejun. Big brother, let me block this strike. I will use the Dong Huang Bell to defend, and you all take the chance to retreat to the demon clan's heavenly palace. Second brother, no. You cannot withstand this alone. Big brother, at this point, sacrificing myself to protect the entire demon clan is worth it. Second brother, if there must be a sacrifice, it should be the big brother. I will self-destruct to block the heaven-opening axe, and you use the Dong Huang Bell to protect everyone back to the demon clan's heavenly palace. I have already burned my source power, and even if I survive this, my strength will be hard to restore to its peak. So let me be the one to sacrifice. With you as my big brother, I can rest easy. After Dejun finished speaking, he flew directly towards the heaven-opening axe. At this moment in the shadows, Chen Xuan smirked. Old man, you finally came. Just wait and see how I extort you. Following that, Chen Xuan donned a black robe and mask, watching as Dejun flew towards the heaven-opening. At this moment, Dejun arrived before the heaven-opening axe, gathering all his energy at his chest. Houtu Jiang, even if I die, I will make you witches pay a price. As Dejun was about to self-destruct, Dong Huang Tai let out a heart-wrenching roar. Big brother. Dejun looked at Dong Huang Tai. Second brother, I entrust the demon clan to you. You must protect our clan well. As Dejun's words fell, cracks began to appear on his body. However, at this critical moment, a force of heavenly will descended from the heavens, interrupting Di Jun's self-detonation. At this moment, as the heaven-opening axe was about to strike Di Jun, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, waving a sweeping feather duster instantly, sending the heaven-opening axe back. Di Jun looked at the figure in front of him. I pay my respects to the Dao ancestor. Hongjun turned to Di Jun, rise. Then Hongjun looked at Pangus' true form. Di Jiang ancestral, which your clan's war has already resulted in countless lives lost. Today's matter ends here. From now on the demons shall govern the heavens, and the witches shall govern the earth. There shall be no more wars within a Yuan meeting. Within Pangus' true form, Di Jiang laughed heartily. Hongjun, others may fear you, but my witch clan does not. The demon clan has slain my witch clan's sons. Today, if the demon clan does not give my witch clan an explanation, we will ensure that the demon clan disappears completely from the Honghuang continent. Hongjun's eyes narrowed slightly. Di Jiang, are you really intending to defy the will of the heavenly Dao? The will of the heavenly Dao? We the witch clan serve Pangu, not the heavens. As Di Jiang finished speaking, Pangus' true form raised the heaven-opening axe and looked down at Hongjun. Seeing this, Hongjun was instantly filled with rage. Which clan do you really think that no one in Honghuang can control you? Just as Hongjun's words fell, he pointed a finger towards the heaven-opening axe. The moment the heaven-opening axe struck Hongjun's fingertip, a terrifying force of the heavenly Dao erupted from his finger. Hongjun looked at the true form of Pangu and said, Di Jiang, with your mere croissant cultivation, you cannot possibly shake me. I shall give you another chance, surrender. Within the true form of Pangu, Houtu looked at Di Jiang and said, Big brother Di Jiang, let me take over. Di Jiang nodded immediately upon hearing this. Little sister, be careful. After Di Jiang spoke, he immediately transferred control of Pangus' true form to Houtu. Once Houtu took control, she instantly mobilized the power of all her inner small worlds and infused all her strength into Pangus' true form. In an instant, the power of Pangus' true form surged several times, and at that moment Hongjun also sensed the change in Pangus' true form. What is happening? How could the power of Pangus' true form suddenly increase? Just as Hongjun was puzzled, the Kai Tian divine axe suddenly erupted with the might of a supreme golden immortal. Immediately afterward, the Kai Tian divine axe shattered the power of the heavenly Dao, and with a tearing sound it instantly severed Hongjun's arm. Seeing his arm cut off, Hongjun angrily glared at Pangus' true form, saying, Di Jiang, you are seeking death. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, his arm grew back, and he erupted with the power of the 9 heavens of saints. Heavenly Dao power suppress. After finishing his words, Hongjun flipped his hand, and a gigantic palm suddenly appeared in the sky above Honghuang, filled with the power of the heavenly Dao. Then Hongjun pressed down with his palm, and the enormous hand above Honghuang began to suppress Pangus. At this moment, inside Pangus' true form, Houtu felt the terrifying power of the heavenly Dao emanating from the giant palm, and immediately said, Big brother Di Jiang, let's deactivate the formation now. He'll handle the rest. Little sister, no. Once the formation is deactivated, you won't be a match for Hongjun. Big brother Di Jiang, if we don't deactivate the formation, you won't be able to withstand Hongjun's attack. At this moment, Houtu forgot about Chen Xuan, who was hiding in the shadows. Hearing Houtu's words, Chen Xuan felt a bit helpless. Houtu, have you forgotten about your husband? With Hongjun's attack, I can break through at any time, you know. Is it really necessary to deactivate Pangus' true form? It seems I have no choice but to reveal myself. I originally wanted to see if Pangus' true spirit still existed, but now I must take action. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan instantly appeared above Pangus' true form and looked up at the giant hand of the heavenly Dao. Hongjun, this thing isn't even worthy of scratching my itch. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan raised his hand and pointed at the descending giant hand of the heavenly Dao. Boom. With a single finger, he struck the heavenly Dao's palm, and instantly a massive force of the great Dao shattered the giant hand. Hongjun watched as his technique was easily dispelled by the opponent, and his heart immediately filled with vigilance. However, at that moment, a strange vortex appeared in the sky above Honghuang, and then the heavenly Dao emerged from within. The heavenly Dao looked at the figure in black robes, Chen Xuan, and said, Heavenly Dao pays respects to the senior. Chen Xuan glanced at the heavenly Dao and snorted, Humph. You finally decided to come out. I thought you would hide in the void of the heavenly Dao forever. Senior, enough, I won't waste words. The demon race has instigated war, so they must compensate the witch race for all. After compensating for all losses, the demon race will govern the heavens, and the witch race will govern the earth. No large-scale wars may be launched within a Yuan meeting. If anyone dares to defy this, I will make their entire race disappear from Honghuang. Immediately afterward, the figure in black robes looked at Hongjun and said, Hongjun, as the representative of the heavenly Dao, you cannot mediate disputes and instead act out of your own anger to attempt to annihilate the entire witch race. With such behavior, how can you serve as the representative of the heavenly Dao? Today I punish you to give the Jade Capital Mountain to the witch race. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Hongjun was instantly furious. Impossible. The Jade Capital Mountain is my dwelling. I cannot give it to the witch race. Is that so? In that case, you need not be the Dao ancestor any longer. After speaking, the figure in black robes unleashed a force of the great Dao to shroud Hongjun. Feeling the terrifying force of the great Dao, Hongjun immediately gave in. Senior, please spare me this once. I am willing to give the Jade Capital Mountain to the witch race. Hongjun, if you had said this earlier, it would have been fine. Why force me to take action? After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he turned to Panga's true form and said, 12 ancestor witches, you may also deactivate the formation. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's voice, Houtu immediately wanted to deactivate the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan suddenly noticed something was off with the eyes of Panga's true form. What is happening? Did I see it wrong? Those eyes just now were clearly the eyes of a living person. Could it be that Pangu is not dead? At this moment, Chen Xuan wanted to confirm again, but Houtu and the other 12 ancestor witches had already deactivated the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Seeing this, Chen Xuan could only say, Dijiang ancestor witch, you may be satisfied with my arrangements. Dijiang nodded upon hearing this, saying, we will follow the senior's arrangements. Then Chen Xuan looked at the demon race and said, Dijun, the cause of all this is Fei Dan provoking the witch race, so I punish your demon race to compensate the witch race for all losses. Do you have any objections? Dijun, upon hearing this, immediately said, we will follow the senior's arrangements. Good. Since that is the case, then today's matter is thus concluded. If anyone dares to defy my orders, do not blame me for being merciless. By the way, Donghuang, Tai-yi hand over Fei Dan. Fei Dan caused countless lives to be lost for personal reasons. I must take him back for punishment. Donghuang Tai-yi, upon hearing this, quickly spoke up, Senior, we have already compensated the witch race for all losses. Why do we still have to hand over Fei Dan? Donghuang Tai-yi, are you questioning my decision? Let me tell you, because Fei Dan caused countless lives to perish, I must take him back to Punlai for judgment. If you are unconvinced, you may challenge me now. Upon hearing this, Donghuang Tai-yi immediately shrank back, as he was not even a saint. How could he challenge a powerhouse of the great Dao level? Seeing no other way, Donghuang Tai-yi could only summon the Donghuang Bell, and then released Fei Dan. The figure in black robes, Chen Xuan, waved his hand, and Fei Dan instantly disappeared. Today's matter concludes here. I take my leave. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. However, when he reappeared, he was already at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Chen Xuan put away the black robe on his body and then took off his mask. Penga, since I have arrived, shouldn't you come out to meet me? As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, a vortex appeared around him. Observing this, Chen Xuan immediately stepped inside. Once he entered the vortex, a phantom figure appeared before him. Chen Xuan, you have finally come. Penga, Chen Xuan said, I came because of you. Penga replied, Chen Xuan, I knew you would come. From the moment you entered Honghuang, I have been observing you in secret for some time. You are not the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, and you intend to aid Houtu. If my conjecture is correct, you have come from the future, though I do not know by what means you reached Honghuang. One thing I am certain of, you will not bring harm to Honghuang. Had you harbored ill will, you would never have lent aid to the Wuzhu or to Houtu. Chen Xuan, I suspect you understand the entire course and fate of Honghuang far better than any of us, who otherwise you would not have intervened on behalf of the Wuzhu. You seek to alter the Wuzhu's destiny, and in doing so you also seek to change the fate of the human clans. When you came to help the Wuzhu and tried to enter Panga's hall, I already knew you would seek me, so I waited for you atop Buzhou Mountain. When the 12 ancestral Wus formed their 12 capital heavenly doom array, I cast forth a sliver of my consciousness to draw you to Buzhou Mountain and find me. So that is why you pulled me here, Pangu. You wished to glean tidings of the future from me, did you not? Panga nodded. Indeed. I long to know what will become of Honghuang. When I first opened Honghuang, I mapped out its entire course, yet your appearance makes plain that the future has already slipped beyond those designs. Panga, since you desire to know the future, I will tell you everything today. In return, you must tell me what transpired at the opening of heaven. Why did Tiandao acquire its own consciousness? Very well. Tell me of the future, and I will answer you, Pangu agreed. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Then I shall reveal to you Honghuang's future. Having spoken, Chen Xuan waved his hand. A celestial mirror of the Dao appeared in the air, and he played before Pangu the visions of Honghuang's future. When Pangu viewed the scenes, he bristled with anger. I never imagined Hongjun's plots were so deep. He weaponized cosmic tribulations against my descendants, and in the end, even devoured Tiandao, absorbing my Dao fruit. Chen Xuan, thank you for revealing this to me, Pangu said. Chen Xuan replied, soberly, Pangu, what does knowing this change? You now possess only a sliver of consciousness. Even with foresight, you cannot alter much. Pangu sighed. Indeed, in my present state, I can change nothing. But there is you. With you at hand, I trust Hongjun and Tiandao's schemes will not succeed. Chen Xuan asked great deity Pangu, why do you trust me so? Are you not afraid I might like Hongjun seize your Dao fruit and dominate Honghuang? Pangu laughed aloud. Chen Xuan, if I am not mistaken, you have already transcended the great Dao. Though I cannot fully perceive your cultivation, I am certain your power has surpassed the Dao itself. A being of your realm has no need to devour my Dao fruit. I have learned all I wish to know. Ask whatever you will, Pangu said. Chen Xuan answered, great deity Pangu, I wish to know why Tiandao gained consciousness and why you fell. Pangu pondered for a moment before speaking. Chen Xuan, Tiandao's consciousness was born because. When Pangu finished his account, Chen Xuan's face cleared with understanding. Everything snapped into place for him. I see, Chen Xuan murmured. So that is how Tiandao's will came to be. Poor Pangu. You were poised to attain the realm of the Dao, only to be betrayed by Tiandao in the end. As Chen Xuan spoke, he noticed Pangu's consciousness grown faint. Pangu, your mind is. Chen Xuan, Pangu whispered, my last vestige of consciousness will soon dissipate. I entrust Honghuang to you. If you can preserve the Wuzu. Pangu, leave that to me, Chen Xuan said. With a wave of his hand, a vast power of the great Dao instantly enrobed Pangu's fading consciousness. Pangu managed a faint smile. Chen Xuan, you are mistaken. I have but a single sliver of awareness left. Had there been even a remnant soul, you might have saved me, but no matter how great your strength now, you cannot revive a half-step Daoist who exists only as a thread of consciousness. Hearing this, Chen Xuan withdrew the Dao power. Pangu, you speak truly. With my present strength, I cannot revive the one who is but a sliver of awareness. Yet revival is not impossible. If I were to retrieve you from the river of time, I could pull you out. However, I change my mind now. If you were revived at this moment, it would hinder my later games with Hongjun and Tiandao. I will therefore delay your revival for a time. Go in peace, Chen Xuan said. The Wuzu will be kept safe. Hearing this, Pangu inwardly wanted to curse. He rued his loose tongue. What might have been a swift resurrection would now be postponed. Because of his own careless words, Pangu found himself condemned to linger longer within the river of time. Chen Xuan dispersed the Dao power. Pangu's consciousness swiftly faded, and as it vanished, Chen Xuan himself disappeared from the spot. When Chen Xuan reappeared, he stood at the gate of Pangu's great hall. The 12 ancestral Wus, seeing his return, hurried forward to ask where he had gone. Chen Xuan looked upon the assembled Zuwu. I did not go far, only to the summit of Buzhou Mountain. He then asked, by the way, have the Yaozu delivered the spirit root materials in compensation? Houtu turned to Chen Xuan. My lord, the Yaozu have already compensated us. But why did you not let us simply annihilate the Yaozu outright? Chen Xuan smiled at Houtu. Houtu, you have seen the visions I showed you, have you not? She bowed her head and nodded. My lord, had we struck and wiped out the Yaozu just now, the later troubles between the humans would never have unfolded, Houtu protested. Chen Xuan replied, it is not yet time to eradicate the Yaozu. Even if you slew Dijuan and Taiqing, now Hongjun would simply raise Kuanping and others to challenge the Wuzu. Enough of that for now. First we will deal with Faden. With that, Chen Xuan released Faden. The moment Faden found himself in the Wuzu stronghold, panic seized him. Faden scanned the 12 ancestral Wus, then fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan. You are that mysterious. Indeed, Chen Xuan answered. Chen Xuan continued, I am the black-robed one. I used you only to draw out Dijuan and Taiqing. My aim was to seize the Yaozu's rare treasures. Now you are useless, so you may go in peace. As the words fell, Chen Xuan made a gesture. Faden's primordial spirit was instantly erased by the power of the great Dao. After Chen Xuan obliterated the flying-born nascent soul, he immediately turned his gaze towards Houtu and the other 11 ancestral witches. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat tonight. Soon night fell, and after Chen Xuan dealt with the flying-born physical body, he began to set up a bonfire in the plaza of the witch clan. At this moment, Xianming approached from a distance, saying, Chen Xuan, what are you up to? You will know soon, Xianming. By the way, do you want to help out? Seeing Chen Xuan assembling the bonfire, Xianming found it quite amusing, so he helped Chen Xuan set up a few more bonfires. At this time, Chen Xuan saw that the bonfire was ready and immediately placed the flying-born physical body onto it to roast. Xianming looked at Chen Xuan with a puzzled expression, asking, is roasting the flying-born physical body really effective? The flying-born possesses quasi-saint cultivation. I doubt that ordinary flames would be effective against its physical body. Upon hearing Xianming's words, Chen Xuan realized that using regular flames to roast the flying-born's physical body was indeed futile. Seeing that ordinary flames wouldn't do, Chen Xuan planned to unleash the primordial true fire, but at that moment Xianming spoke up. Chen Xuan, while ordinary flames are ineffective, Zhurong's flames would certainly work. Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face, thinking to himself that it was best not to do it himself. How foolish it would be to not utilize Zhurong the Fire Master. Xianming, go find Zhurong and ask him to help. I need to get something back now. Upon hearing this, Xianming headed in the direction where Zhurong was. At that moment, Zhurong and Di Jiang were discussing how many spirit root materials the demon clan had compensated them, completely unaware that Xian Ming had sold herself to be a fire servant. If Zhurong knew, he would definitely keep his distance. After all, the last time he was pulled in by Chen Xian to be a fire servant, it had been quite a miserable experience, and he certainly did not want to be made a fire servant again. While Zhurong was conversing with Di Jiang, Xian Ming walked up to Zhurong saying, "Zhurong, Chen Xian is calling for you to help in the plaza." Upon hearing this, Zhurong quickly replied, "Xian Ming, what does that guy Chen Xian want from me? He wouldn't want me to help him roast fire for alchemy again, would he? That's not it. Chen Xian needs you for something else. You should hurry over and take a look." Di Jiang, overhearing, immediately added, "Zhurong, if Chen Xian is looking for you, it must be important. You should hurry over and check it out." Seeing this, Zhurong immediately said, "All right, he'll go over and take a look now." After saying this, Zhurong headed straight for the plaza, while on the other side, Chen Xian was searching his system space for spirit roots to replace the seasonings. After a thorough search, Chen Xian finally found some spirit roots to replace the spicy flavor, along with some that could be ground into powder to serve as seasonings. After some tinkering, Chen Xian finally prepared several bottles of seasonings. He then exited the system space, and upon arriving at the plaza, he found Xian Ming, Di Jiang, and Zhurong waiting for him. Chen Xian looked at Di Jiang saying, "Big brother Di Jiang, why are you here too?" "Chen Xian, I saw you looking for Zhurong, so I came along to see if you needed my help." "Big brother Di Jiang, there's nothing here you can help with. Why don't you go gather everyone? There will be something delicious." Upon hearing there would be food, Di Jiang immediately went to call the other ancestral witches. Meanwhile, Chen Xian turned to Zhurong saying, "Zhurong, come help me roast the flying-born physical body. I have already cut the flying-born's physical body into pieces. All you need to do is set the fire to roast the meat. Remember not to burn it all at once." Upon hearing this, Zhurong's face instantly fell. "Xian Ming, why didn't you tell me earlier that Chen Xian wanted me to come roast meat?" Xian Ming smiled and replied, "Zhurong, if I had told you in advance, would you still have come? You should hurry and roast the meat. Otherwise, if big brother Di Jiang comes over and there's no meat, you'll be in trouble. I don't think you want to be beaten up by everyone, do you?" Hearing this, Zhurong immediately shrank back. He certainly did not want to be beaten up by big brother Di Jiang and the others over this matter. Seeing he couldn't refuse, Zhurong walked to the center of the plaza. Then Zhurong unleashed the source divine fire and began to control the flames to roast the meat. Seeing Zhurong obediently starting the fire, Xian Ming walked over to Chen Xian's side and asked, "Chen Xian, do you think him pretty?" While saying this, Xian Ming pulled Chen Xian's arm towards her bosom. Chen Xian was startled by Xian Ming's actions and quickly withdrew his hand just as Houtu happened to walk by and see this. Houtu quickly approached and pulled Xian Ming away, saying, "Xian Ming, this is my husband. What do you want to do with him?" Xian Ming chuckled, covering her mouth, and said, "Houtu, don't be so stingy. Chen Xian is so powerful and handsome. Aren't you afraid Nuwa will take him away?" Houtu felt a pang of worry upon hearing this. Chen Xian was indeed too outstanding. Not only could he refine pills, but his strength also surpassed the Dao. Such a powerful person would undoubtedly attract many female cultivators. Seeing Houtu's expression, Xian Ming felt there was a chance, so she continued, "Houtu, think about it. With someone as excellent as Chen Xian, there will definitely be more than one partner for him in the future. If I also become Chen Xian's partner, now wouldn't you have an extra helper later?" "Houtu, although you make a valid point, it still requires Chen Xian's consent. If Chen Xian does not agree, then Houtu, you said it yourself, as long as you don't interfere, I will find a way to win over Chen Xian." "Xian Ming, I don't object to you pursuing Chen Xian, but you absolutely must not be forceful. Otherwise, I will not spare you." Xian Ming stuck out her tongue, saying, "Houtu, just wait and see. Once I win over Chen Xian, we can both serve him well together." At this moment, Chen Xian, overhearing their conversation, felt a bit excited. After all, Xian Ming's appearance was not any less than Houtu's, and she had a more free-spirited personality. Being with Xian Ming would definitely be quite enjoyable. However, just as Chen Xian was fantasizing about a beautiful future, Zhurong's voice came from the center of the plaza. "Chen Xian, the flying-born meat is almost done roasting. Should we stop now?" Zhurong's words instantly pulled Chen Xian back to reality. He looked at Zhurong, saying, "Zhurong, keep the fire at its lowest, but don't let it go out." Then Chen Xian walked into the plaza and took out his specially made seasonings. He sprinkled the seasonings over the flying-born meat, and instantly a delicious aroma wafted into the nostrils of every ancestral witch. Houtu, smelling the savory fragrance, could not help but swallow her saliva. Beside them, Xian Ming and Dijuan also swallowed their saliva upon catching the aroma, with Dijuan looking at Chen Xian. "Brother Chen Xian, can we eat the meat now?" Seeing the impatient expressions on Houtu, Xuanming, and Dijuan, Chen Xian nearly burst into laughter. "Brother Dijuan, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others haven't arrived yet. Let's wait for them to join us before we eat." Hearing this, Xian Ming thought to himself that he wanted to have the roasted meat quickly, so he hurriedly said, Chen Xuan, you all wait here. They'll go find them. Without much delay, Xianming brought Zhu Jiuyin and a group of ancestor witches to the square. As soon as the ancestor witches caught the scent of the roasted meat, they couldn't help but drool. Gonggong looked at Zhulong. Zhulong, you're quite something. You actually learned to roast meat from Chen Xuan. Zhulong glanced at Gonggong, thinking to himself that if it weren't for his cultivation of the fire principle, he wouldn't have been pulled in by Chen Xuan to be the fireman. However, the thought of roasted meat made Zhulong feel it was worth it. There were no benefits during pill refining, but this time it was different. This time, they had roasted meat to enjoy. Gonggong, there's nothing wrong with learning to roast meat. At least in the future I can roast my own meat while you can only stand by and watch me eat it. Gonggong was furious upon hearing this. Zhulong, don't think you're impressive just because you can roast meat. In the future, I'll just go find Chen Xuan to eat roasted meat. Alright then. Gonggong, don't come to eat the roasted meat I make in the future. Seeing that Zhulong and Gonggong were about to argue, Chen Xuan quickly interjected. You two stop bickering. Let's hurry up and eat the roasted meat. Dijuan, hearing that they could eat the roasted meat, rushed forward to grab the meat of Fei Dan and directly stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as Dijuan bit into the meat of Fei Dan, the entire aroma of the meat spread in his mouth, and not only that, it also had a slight spicy flavor. Chen Xuan, this meat is just too delicious. In the past, we would directly eat those demon clans, never thinking that roasting it would make it so tasty. At this moment, the remaining 10 witch clan members couldn't hold back any longer as a group of ancestor witches rushed forward to grab and eat the roasted meat. Xianming exclaimed, wow, this meat is so fragrant. Chen Xuan, what did you put on the meat to make it so? I didn't put anything special on it. Oh, I just added a bit of seasoning. As long as you all enjoy it, that's fine. Zhulong, seeing the group of ancestor witches eating the roasted meat, couldn't help but say, Chen Xuan, you don't need to control the flames anymore, right? Yes, you can withdraw the flames now. Upon hearing this, Zhulong immediately retracted the flames and then grabbed a piece of roasted meat to put into his mouth. So delicious. I never expected Fei Dan meat to be so fragrant. Next time, I must catch more powerful demons to roast. Zhulong Fei Dan's strength has already reached the Quasi Saint level, so his meat possesses more spiritual energy than ordinary great demons and is more delicious. If it were an ordinary great demon, the taste would probably not be as good. Houtu looked at Chen Xuan. Husband, if the meat of the demon saint is this fragrant, if we were to catch a Kunpeng, a mid-stage Quasi Saint great demon, the taste would surely be even better. Wife, Houtu Kunpeng's meat would definitely be more fragrant. However, now is not the time to hunt Kunpeng. Let's wait for an opportunity to catch Kunpeng and roast it later. As time passed, the meat of Fei Dan was completely consumed by the 12 ancestor witches. Seeing that there was no more meat, Dijuan looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, how about we go hunt a few more great demons? Brother Dijuan, let's forget it. Now we have a truce with the demon clan. If we go hunt now, that old man Hongjun will surely become restless, and then my plans will be difficult to carry out. Alright, since there's no meat to eat, let's go back and enter seclusion for now. Afterward, Dijuan left first, followed by Zhu Jiuyin, Gonggong, and Zhulong, leaving only Houtu and Xianming on the square. Chen Xuan looked at Houtu and Xuanming. Aren't you two going back to cultivate? Houtu smiled slightly. There's no rush. I am already a Honghuang Wijidian Luo Jinxian, and it is impossible to break through quickly. You should know that if I want to break through, I must upgrade the inner world within me. Meanwhile, Xianming said, cultivation is so boring, it's better to win your heart, ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nearly spat out the meat in his mouth. Stop right there. Let's not talk about that. I'll take you both to steal some treasures from. No, it should be called legitimately obtaining things. Houtu puzzled asked. Husband, whose treasury are you planning? Chen Xuan smirked slightly. Did you forget? Hongjun gave us Yujing Mountain, so now we can go to Yujing Mountain to take treasures, and Hongjun won't dare to say anything against it. Houtu looked at Chen Xuan. Husband, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about that. Let's go and take the treasures now. Xianming also chimed in. Chen Xuan, let's hurry up and go. Chen Xuan walked over to the two women and held their shoulders with both hands. Let's go. Then Chen Xuan used his consciousness to lock onto Yujing Mountain and performed a spatial transfer, instantly bringing the three of them into Yujing Mountain. Meanwhile, in the demon clan's heavenly court, Emperor Jun clutched his chest. Second brother, the losses this time are too severe. I never expected the witch clan to become this powerful. Even with our Zhou star array, we are no match for the witch clan. Eldest brother, we indeed suffered great losses this time. Not only was Fei Dan taken away, but our elite troops have also been reduced by more than half. We must recover all losses within a Yuan meeting. Second brother, recovering all losses is not so easy. We not only lost half our forces, but we also compensated for quite a few spiritual roots. Sigh. Eldest brother, let's not talk about losses right now. You need to recover your origin as soon as possible. If we want to restore our origin, we must go to the Sun Star. Once we reach the Sun Star, I will use the Sun Crystal to recover our origin. Eldest brother, then he'll take you back to the Sun Star to recover your origin right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Wangtai took Emperor Jun to the Sun Star. On the other side, Chen Xian, Houtu, and Xianming had already arrived at the location of Hongjun's Dao-proof cave. Chen Xian put on a black robe and a mask. Houtu, Xuanming, you two step back. I will erase the array set up by Hongjun, and then we can go in and take the treasures. Upon hearing this, Houtu and Xianming immediately stepped aside. Seeing the two women retreat, Chen Xian reached out and grabbed, and a vast power of the great Dao wiped out all the formations set by Hongjun. After the formation in Yujing Mountain was broken, Hongjun, who was far away in the Zhixiao Palace, instantly sensed the situation within Yujing Mountain. However, Hongjun did not dare to eavesdrop easily. After all, the other party was a formidable figure of the great Dao. If he were to probe and be detected, it would spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, within Yujing Mountain, Houtu saw the formation was broken and immediately spoke up. Husband, by erasing Hongjun's formation like this, aren't you afraid he will spy on our situation here? Rest assured, Hongjun doesn't have the guts. That sly fellow knows very well that if he tries to spy on here, I will definitely catch him, so he wouldn't dare to do so. However, just to be safe, I'll wear a black robe and a mask to conceal my identity from Hongjun. Alright, let's hurry in and take a look. Perhaps that fellow Hongjun has left some treasures here. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he was the first to walk into the cave, and Houtu and Xianying immediately followed suit. Upon entering the cave, they found nothing of value except for some pills. Xianying looked at Chen Xian and said, "Isn't Hongjun too poor? I didn't expect such a grand Daoist to be left with only this handful of pills. Husband, logically Hongjun shouldn't be this poor. He has survived since the beginning of the world, so he must possess more treasures than this. But to my wife, Xianying, don't rush. Let me investigate a bit." After saying this, Chen Xian slowly closed his eyes, and a vast will enveloped the entire Yujing Mountain. When Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Hongjun to hide so deeply. Seeing this, Houtu quickly asked, "Husband, what did you discover?" Houtu, my wife, Hongjun is indeed. This cave has more than one level. The position we are currently at is the first level. Hongjun's cave has 3 levels, and the treasures in each level are different. The first level where we are now is Hongjun's alchemy room, but most of the pills here have been consumed by Hongjun, leaving only a few low-grade pills that are of little use to anyone above the Great Luo stage. However, although the grades are low, they are still quite effective for cultivators below the Taiqing golden immortal level. Husband, since this is the case, let's gather all the golden pills from this level. Although the golden pills are of lower grade, they are still useful for enhancing the strength of the human race. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded. That makes sense. The cultivators of the human race are too weak now, and having these golden pills will help them develop more quickly. After saying this, Chen Xian immediately stored all the golden pills from the first level into the system space. Then he looked at Houtu and Xianying. Let's go. We are heading to the next level. Xianying interjected. Chen Xian, we still don't know where the entrance is. How can we go to the next level? Chen Xian stepped on the ground. Is it necessary to find the entrance to go to the next level? Just walk. As he spoke, Chen Xian stomped down hard, and instantly a hole appeared beneath his feet. Isn't this a way down to the second level? Xianying watched Chen Xian's actions and thought, wow, there's such a method. While Xianying was still amazed by Chen Xian's boldness, Chen Xian had already taken Houtu into the second level. When Xianying reacted, he immediately jumped down. However, just as Chen Xian and Houtu landed, Xianying jumped down as well. Bang! With a loud crash, Xianying found himself sitting on something. Looking down, he realized he was sitting squarely on Chen Xian's face. Chen Xian, pressed to the ground, felt the warmth of 2 soft mounds and a faint fragrance. He opened his eyes and found that Xianying was sitting on his head. At this moment, Houtu saw Xianying pressing Chen Xian down and quickly pulled Xianying away. Husband, are you all right? I am fine. Afterward, Chen Xian stood up. Xianying, are you okay? Hearing Chen Xian's words, Xianying's face turned red. I'm fine. Let's see what treasures there are. At this moment, Xianying wished he could find a hole to hide in, as that scene was just too embarrassing. Houtu also noticed Xianying's embarrassment and walked over to him. Xianying, didn't you want to get close to my husband? You will have to experience such things in the future. If you are so shy now, how will you serve my husband later? Upon hearing this, Xianying's face turned even redder, and Houtu, seeing Xianying's flushed face, almost couldn't help but laugh. However, Chen Xian was listening to their conversation, clearly thinking how exciting it would be if Houtu and Xianying both served him at the same time. Just as Chen Xian was fantasizing about his future life, countless golden lights suddenly illuminated the second level. Chen Xian was pulled back to reality by the golden glow, and Houtu and Xianying also reacted. When everyone looked towards the golden light, they saw countless treasures piled on the ground. Chen Xian took a closer look and was immediately astonished. Wow, so many chaotic spiritual treasures. Where did that old man Hongjun get so many chaotic spiritual treasures? Could it be that after Pangu slayed the 3,000 chaotic demons, all those chaotic spiritual treasures were collected here by Hongjun? But to my wife, Xianying, it seems we have struck it rich this time. That old man Hongjun actually collected the companion treasures of the 3,000 chaotic demons here. Houtu was startled upon hearing this. Husband, what did you say? These are all companion treasures of the chaotic demons. That's right. I didn't expect Hongjun to be so deep in concealment. When I mentioned Yujing Mountain, he tried to keep it from me. It turns out this is where he stored the chaotic spiritual treasures. Husband, with so many chaotic spiritual treasures that old man Hongjun hasn't used them. If he had the heavenly Dao, might not even be his match. But to my wife, it's not that Hongjun doesn't use them, it's that he intends to keep them as a trump card against the heavenly Dao. Just think about it, if so many chaotic spiritual treasures were to collide and explode, what do you think would happen to Honghuang? Indeed, if these chaotic spiritual treasures were to explode, both the entirety of the primordial world and the heavenly Dao would be reduced to nothingness. Hongjun, concealing so many chaotic spiritual treasures, must be unable to refine them in a short time. Husband, since Hongjun cannot refine these chaotic spiritual treasures quickly, why don't we help him refine? Chen Xuan looked at Houtu saying, Wife Houtu, I know what you are thinking, but with your strength it's impossible to refine all these treasures simultaneously. However, I have a better idea. What if we let our people use these chaotic spiritual treasures? Wouldn't that make Hongjun furious? Upon hearing this, Xianming became extremely excited. Chen Xian, let's quickly choose our treasures. I can hardly wait to see if there are any suitable treasures for me. Just as Xianming was about to step forward to select treasures, Chen Xian immediately grabbed his shoulder. Xuanming, don't be impulsive. Since Hongjun placed the treasures here, he must have set up a formation. Wait until I break the formation before we select treasures. After Chen Xian finished speaking, his eyes emitted a radiant light as he scanned the chaotic spiritual treasures on the ground. Interesting that old fellow Hongjun actually set up such a terrifying formation. Houtu spoke up. Husband, what kind of formation has that old Hongjun set on these treasures? Wife Houtu, Hongjun has set the Hunyuan 9 Nether Celestial Calamity formation here. This formation is of Hunyuan level, and once any living being enters it, they will be burned to death by the 9 Nether Evil Fire. This 9 Nether Evil Fire is no ordinary flame. It is formed from the resentment of the Chaos Demon God after its death. Even a Hunyuan Daoist Chen Xuan would find it difficult to resist this evil fire. Wife Houtu, Xuanming, step aside. I will first break the formation, and then we can take the treasures. Upon hearing this, Houtu and Xianming quickly moved aside, while Chen Xian began to perform the great purification technique. With a clap of his hands, a massive force of purification surged towards the formation. As the purifying power entered the formation, a chorus of wails erupted from within, and soon all the resentments of the chaotic demon gods were completely purified. When the wailing ceased, the Hunyuan 9 Nether Celestial Calamity formation shattered. Chen Xian turned to Houtu and Xuanming saying, All right, the formation has been broken. Now we can select treasures. Houtu and Xianming hurried forward to choose their treasures. After some selection, Houtu ultimately claimed the accompanying treasure of the Chaos Earth Demon God. On the other side, Xianming took the accompanying treasure of the Chaos Killing Demon God and the accompanying treasure of the Chaos Ice Demon God. Seeing that both women had obtained suitable treasures, Chen Xian stepped forward to inquire, Wife Houtu, Xuanming, what kind of treasures did you get? Houtu smiled slightly saying, Husband, look. As she spoke, she flipped her hand, revealing a pair of earth-toned gauntlets in front of Chen Xian. Husband, this is the accompanying treasure of the Chaos Earth Demon God, named Hunyuan Earth Fist Gauntlets. It can transform chaotic energy into the power of the earth, and by using the laws of earth, it can pull enemies into the world of earth. Once they enter, I become the invincible sovereign. Meanwhile, Xianming also took out a sword and an ice umbrella. Chen Xian, these two treasures are from the Chaos Killing Demon God and the Chaos Ice Demon God. The Chaos Killing Sword can transform chaotic energy into a blade of slaughter. Once wounded by the blade, the killing energy will corrode the wound, making recovery extremely difficult even for those with regenerative abilities. Moreover, this killing sword possesses a domain of slaughter. Once drawn into this domain, one will be eroded by endless killing energy. Those with weak willpower will become mere puppets knowing only slaughter. As for the Chaos Ice Umbrella, it can transform into a world of ice. Once struck by the chaotic ice, one will be instantly frozen and all spells under the Great Dao will be rendered unusable while frozen. Hearing this, Chen Xian nodded saying, The treasures you chose are quite good. Since you have chosen well, I will take these treasures now. After speaking with a wave of his hand, the treasures on the ground were directly drawn into Chen Xian's system space. After collecting all the chaotic spiritual treasures, he said, There's nothing of value left on this level. Let's head to the third level and see. As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he once again stomped the ground, creating a hole beneath him. Seeing this, Houtu jumped down to the third level first. Xuanming seeing Houtu jump followed suit. Chen Xuan seeing both of them go down jumped down as well. When the three arrived at the third level, they found it pitch black, unable to see anything. Just as Chen Xuan was about to cast a spell to illuminate it, suddenly the ground trembled violently. Then the third level suddenly lit up. When Chen Xuan and the others looked around, they saw countless celestial chains tightly binding the third level. At that moment, a voice came from the center of the third level laughing. Huh? I never expected any living being could reach the third level. Chen Xuan followed the sound and saw a black figure bound by celestial chains. When Chen Xuan recognized the black figure, he was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, Pangu. No wait. You are not Pangu, you are Pangus, inner demon. Huh. Fellow Daoist, you truly are impressive, being able to see through my true nature at a glance. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, saying, Pangus, inner demon, you conspired with the heavenly Dao to ambush Pangu, thinking you could swallow the heavenly Dao. I never expected you to be schemed against by the heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Pangus, inner demon, roared in anger. If it weren't for that damned Hongjun, I would have already swallowed the heavenly Dao and become the true sovereign of the primordial world. Fellow Daoists, since you have come here, it means we are fated. If you release me, I will let you become the sovereign of the primordial world once I deal with the heavenly Dao and Hongjun. As long as you merge with me, you can use my power as you wish. Together we can easily defeat the heavenly Dao and Hongjun, and the entire primordial world will belong to you. Chen Xuan laughed heartily, saying, Pangus, inner demon, you are truly naive. Since I know of your existence, it means I have seen Pangu. Do you think I would be swayed by you? Fellow Daoist, so what if you have seen Pangu? Can Pangu grant you great fortune? Can Pangu elevate your cultivation? Just merge with me and you can directly advance to half a step into the great Dao realm. Chen Xuan could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing the words of the Pangu inner demon. Pangu inner demon, I see you've been locked up to the point of foolishness. Is the half-step Dao realm really that strong? Let me tell you, with your mere half-step Dao realm, you are nothing more than cannon fodder in my eyes. Pangu inner demon looked at Chen Xuan. Friend, are you not afraid of twisting your tongue? Do you think reaching the half-step Dao realm is an easy feat? From the birth of the chaos world to its destruction, only Pangu has ever reached the half-step Dao realm, yet you dare to say that it is mere cannon fodder. I dare to say that because I have my confidence, unlike you, a dignified half-step Dao realm actually suppressed here by the heavenly Dao and Hongjun working together. Hearing this, Pangu inner demon roared in anger. Kid, if you have the ability, release me. I will show you what true power is. Interesting, then I shall let you out to play. Chen Xuan said, preparing to break the seal set by Hongjun. Seeing this, Houtu immediately grabbed Chen Xuan's hand. Husband, it's better not to let him out. If he wreaks havoc in the Honghuang, many lives will be lost. No worries with me here, he can do nothing. Chen Xuan said, and with a wave of his hand, all the sealing chains set by Hongjun shattered, while Pangu inner demon began to laugh maniacally at the sight of the black chains breaking. Kid, I didn't expect you to be this foolish. Do you know the consequences of releasing me? Ha ha. After finishing his words, Pangu inner demon flew out of Yujing Mountain, and the moment he appeared in the sky over Honghuang, the heavenly Dao in the void immediately sensed his emergence. What is happening? Wasn't Pangu inner demon suppressed? Why has he suddenly reappeared? Could it be that the great Dao expert released him? I must go to Yujing Mountain to see. I absolutely cannot allow Pangu inner demon to obtain the Pangu Dao fruit, or my hopes of ascending to the great Dao will be forever lost. Then the heavenly Dao stepped forward and instantly arrived above Yujing Mountain. Meanwhile, far away in Zishao Palace, Hongjun also sensed the emergence of Pangu inner demon. What is happening? Did that senior intentionally release Pangu inner demon? What does he want to achieve? No matter what that senior intends to do. But we absolutely cannot allow Pangu inner demon to obtain the Pangu Dao fruit, otherwise my hopes of transcending and ascending to the great Dao will be forever lost. Realizing this, Hongjun tore through space and hurried toward Yujing Mountain. At the same time, the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao also sensed the situation at Yujing Mountain. Yuanshi looked toward Yujing Mountain and said, what terrifying demonic energy. Could it be that Luo Ho has been revived? After Yuanshi finished speaking, he flew towards Yujing Mountain, while in the 8 Sceneries Palace, Taiqing also sensed the situation at Yujing Mountain and immediately flew there as well. At this moment, the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao were all heading toward Yujing Mountain. However, above Yujing Mountain, Pangu inner demon looked at the distant heavenly Dao and said, Heavenly Dao, years ago you joined forces with that old man Hongjun to suppress me, but today I will let you taste the bitterness of being suppressed. Just as Pangu inner demon finished speaking, Hongjun appeared beside the heavenly Dao and said, Heavenly Dao, we must work together to suppress Pangu inner demon. Otherwise, once he regains his strength, we will be unable to suppress him. At that moment, 6 beams of light descended from the sky beside the heavenly Dao. As the light dissipated, the figures of the 6 saints appeared in the air. Hongjun looked at the 6 saints and said, "You all arrived just in time. Come, let us all deal with Pangu inner demon together." The 6 saints were taken aback upon hearing Hongjun's words. Niwa looked at Hongjun and said, "Master, wasn't Pangu fallen? How can Pangu inner demon still exist?" Niwa, now is not the time to ask this. Let us quickly join forces to deal with Pangu inner demon. Otherwise, once he regains his strength, we will all perish here. Hearing Hongjun's words, Pangu inner demon revealed a trace of a sinister smile. "Hongjun, years ago you Pangu killed 3,000 chaos demons. I didn't expect you to ultimately escape a calamity. You went so far as to cooperate with the heavenly Dao to enter the Honghuang. But do you think the heavenly Dao truly cooperates with you? Why not join me? Once I devour the Pangu Dao fruit, I will assist you in breaking free from the control of the heavenly Dao." The heavenly Dao looked at Hongjun and said, "Hongjun, do not be deceived by this fellow. Once he devours the Pangu Dao fruit, he will definitely not spare us, as we were the ones who sealed him together back then." Hongjun looked at the heavenly Dao and said, "Rest assured, I will not be deceived by Pangu inner demon. Heavenly Dao, let us merge to deal with Pangu inner demon now." Upon hearing this, the heavenly Dao nodded, "All right." Immediately, the heavenly Dao flew beside Hongjun, and the two began to merge. Pangu inner demon looked at Hongjun and said, "Interesting, years ago you used this trick to scheme against me. Now you have no chance to scheme against me again. I shall see how you suppress me." Ha ha. Heaven and earth heart calamity, gather the energy of the inner demon within me. As Pangu inner demon spoke, a black gas flew out of the bodies of all beings in Honghuang, converging into Pangu inner demon's body. As all the demonic energy entered the body of Pangu inner demon, his strength soared directly to the half-step Dao realm. Pangu inner demon looked at the heavenly Dao and Hongjun and said, "Your combined strength is barely at the 9th layer of heavenly Dao, and to think you can confront me is simply delusional." The heavenly Dao and Hongjun coldly looked at Pangu inner demon and said, "You have just barely regained your strength. 6 saints of the heavenly Dao, come with me to suppress Pangu inner demon." Upon hearing this, the 6 saints immediately summoned their treasures to suppress Pangu inner demon. Seeing this, Hongjun immediately summoned the heavenly Dao divine wheel. "Heavenly Dao divine will suppress him for me." As soon as Hongjun's words fell, the heavenly Dao divine wheel rushed towards Pangu inner demon. Pangu inner demon sneered, "You think your little tricks can deal with me?" Pangu demon axe gather. As Pangu inner demon finished speaking, a pitch black axe appeared in his hand. He then swung the Pangu demon axe towards the heavenly Dao divine wheel. Boom! The terrifying aftermath surged toward the 6 saints. Seeing this overwhelming aftermath, the 6 saints immediately switched to defense. As the aftermath swept across the bodies of Jane and Zhuanti, both Jane and Zhuanti perished on the spot. Seeing Jane and Zhuanti fall, Taiqing immediately summoned the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. However, as soon as the pagoda flew out, it was immediately swept away by the collision's aftermath. Bang! Taiqing's physical body was instantly obliterated. Niwa, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian realized that the terrifying aftermath was sweeping toward them and understood that any defense they attempted would be futile, as the aftermath was too terrifying. Just as the aftermath was about to engulf them, Chen Xuan in a black robe appeared before the three, raising his hand to block all the aftermath. The black-robed Chen Xuan, having blocked the residual force, turned directly to face the heavenly Dao Hongjun and the Pangu inner demon. "If you two wish to fight, do so in the chaos, but do not destroy the Honghuang." Heavenly Dao Hongjun looked at the black-robed Chen Xuan Sr. "Why did you release the Pangu inner demon? This fellow is too dangerous. If he absorbs more demonic energy, the entire Honghuang will be destroyed by him. The Pangu inner demon told me that half-step Dao realm is very strong, and he wanted to show me, so I brought him out to play." Heavenly Dao, though you are merged with Hongjun now, your strength is still inferior to the Pangu inner demon by 1 realm. However, since the Pangu inner demon has just regained his strength, you can spar with him. Once he adapts to the power of half-step Dao, I will join into play with him. The Pangu inner demon looked at the black-robed Chen Xuan. "Kid, I didn't expect you could withstand the residual force from my clash with the heavenly Dao. It seems I underestimated you. Kid, although I can't see your realm, you definitely cannot defeat me. You must be hiding your true realm with a treasure. To me, your strength seems only slightly stronger than the heavenly Dao. Oh, as long as you haven't stepped into the half-step Dao realm, you won't have a chance to defeat me." The black-robed Chen Xuan glanced at the Pangu inner demon, noisy. After speaking, he suddenly appeared silently in front of the Pangu inner demon and struck him with a punch to the chin. Boom! The Pangu inner demon was instantly sent flying out of the Honghuang world by the punch from the black-robed Chen Xuan. The black-robed Chen Xuan looked at Heavenly Dao Hongjun. Heavenly Dao, this is your chance to advance to half-step Dao realm. Battling a half-step Dao powerhouse will allow you to comprehend the opportunity to ascend to half-step Dao. Go for it. Upon hearing the words of the black-robed Chen Xuan, Heavenly Dao Hongjun immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." After saying this, Heavenly Dao Hongjun flew towards the chaos, and as he left, a sudden blood rain began to fall in the Honghuang. Seeing this, the black-robed Chen Xuan immediately cast a barrier around himself. At the same time, Yuanshi Nuwa and Tongtian also cast a barrier around them. However, at this moment, Nuwa suddenly heard the voice of Chen Xuan in her heart. How did this little skin girl also come to join the fun? If I hadn't acted just now, this little skin girl would probably have fallen once more. Hearing this, Nuwa's heart was filled with anger, grinding her teeth. Who is the little skin girl? Your whole family is the little skin girl, hum. At this moment, the black-robed Chen Xuan looked at Nuwa Tongtian and Yuanshi Tianzuan. You three are not qualified to participate in this battle. You may leave. The matter of the Pangu inner demon will be handled by me personally. After the black-robed Chen Xuan spoke, his entire body disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the void of chaos. At this time, Heavenly Dao Hongjun and the Pangu inner demon were engaged in a fierce battle. Upon seeing this, a wicked smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face. Heavenly Dao Hongjun, you could never have imagined that I would release the Pangu inner demon. My true purpose in releasing the Pangu inner demon is to let you take a beating. After you endure the beating, I will step in at the right time. At this moment, the Pangu inner demon engaged in battle with Heavenly Dao Hongjun suddenly noticed the black-robed Chen Xuan had also arrived in the chaos. Kid, you dare to come to the chaos? After you just punch me once I deal with Heavenly Dao Hongjun, you will be At this moment, Heavenly Dao Hongjun looked at the Pangu inner demon. If you wish to deal with me, you'd better see if you have that capability. Heavenly Dao Divine will Heavenly Dao Sword. After Heavenly Dao Hongjun finished speaking, a golden divine will slowly rose behind him, and then a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Heavenly Dao Hongjun gripped the Heavenly Dao sword tightly and charged directly at the Pangu inner demon. Seeing this, the Pangu inner demon immediately laughed heartily. Good, you came at the right time. If I hadn't been severely injured by Pangu back in the day, how could you two trash have the opportunity to suppress me? Let me show you the fear Pangu once brought you. As the Pangu inner demon raised the Pangu demon axe high, he shouted, "The great way of power, a strike to open the heavens." With a powerful swing of the Pangu demon axe, a terrifying force surged toward Heavenly Dao Hongjun. When the Pangu demon axe collided with the Heavenly Dao sword, a terrifying wave of energy spread out from the center of the collision. Seeing the wave from their collision sweeping toward the Honghuang, the black-robed Chen Xuan waved his hand, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the residual wave from their clash. At this moment, the Pangu inner demon said, "Interesting. Heavenly Dao Hongjun, I didn't expect you to withstand my strike, but I didn't use my full strength. Prepare to die." Immediately after, the Pangu inner demon unleashed all his power and infused it into the Pangu demon axe, instantly cleaving the Heavenly Dao sword in two. Upon seeing this, Heavenly Dao Hongjun immediately summoned the Heavenly Dao Divine Wheel to block the strike. However, due to the immense force, he was sent flying hundreds of billions of miles. Seeing Heavenly Dao Hongjun being sent flying, the Pangu inner demon turned to look at the black-robed Chen Xuan. "Kid, you just punched me. Now I will let you know how powerful the half-step Dao realm truly is." As the Pangu inner demon spoke, the demonic energy within him began to erupt. Chen Xuan saw this and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "Is this the power you take pride in? Come on, let me see just how strong your full power really is." The Pangu inner demon laughed. "Kid, you will pay the price for your ignorance today. Gather the power of the inner demon." As the Pangu inner demon finished his words, streams of demonic energy began to condense on the Pangu demon axe. Then with a powerful swing, a black slash shot toward the black-robed Chen Xuan. The black-robed Chen Xuan smiled slightly and then punched toward the Pangu inner demon slash. Boom. His punch shattered the black slash, and he looked at the Pangu inner demon. "Is this your strongest attack?" The Pangu inner demon, seeing his slash shattered, was greatly shocked. This is impossible. How did you do it? Even Pangu couldn't easily deflect this strike." "Pangu inner demon, as I said, in my eyes you are like cannon fodder. Your attack has ended, now it's my turn." After the black-robed Chen Xuan finished speaking, he suddenly vanished from the spot. The Pangu inner demon, seeing this, immediately became vigilant, looking around. "Come out. If you have the ability, fight me, Heathen." Just as the Pangu inner demon finished speaking, a terrifying force suddenly attacked from behind, sending, "Pangu inner demon, you don't even know where I am, and you think you can defeat me." As Chen Xuan's voice fell, he instantly reappeared right in front of the Pangu inner demon, swiftly lifting his leg and delivering a powerful kick that sent the Pangu inner demon flying. "Pangu inner demon, your power is too weak. After stabilizing himself in midair, the Pangu inner demon roared in fury, "Kid, you're seeking death." Immediately after, the Pangu inner demon raised the heaven-opening demon axe and swung it directly at the black-robed Chen Xuan. Seeing the Pangu inner demon charging at him, the black-robed Chen Xuan leisurely raised his left hand and then opened his palm as a terrifying force of the Dao surrounded it. Boom! The Pangu demon axe struck Chen Xuan's palm, and the black-robed Chen Xuan immediately grasped the axe with his fingers. Upon seeing this, the Pangu inner demon was nearly in disbelief. How is this possible? Even if your realm reaches the Chaos Dao realm, you shouldn't be able to block my Pangu demon axe with your hand. Who exactly are you? You need not know who I am. All you need to know is that you are about to be thoroughly beaten by me. After finishing his words, the black-robed Chen Xuan raised his right hand and clenched his fist, witnessing the terrifying force of the Dao swirling around it. Then the black-robed Chen Xuan delivered a powerful punch to the Pangu demon axe, producing a cracking sound. The Pangu demon axe shattered instantly, and then the black-robed Chen Xuan seized the Pangu inner demon, stating, "You, a mere inner demon, dare to confuse me and even attempt to seize my body. Today, I shall show you what power truly means." As Chen Xuan's voice fell, he immediately punched the Pangu inner demon on the forehead, causing it immense pain. "Kid, you dare strike me, the demon? You are preparing to die." Seeing that the Pangu inner demon still wished to resist, the black-robed Chen Xuan swiftly cast the Dao sealing technique, pressing his palm against the Pangu inner demon's abdomen, instantly locking it down with a massive force of the Dao. The Pangu inner demon, upon witnessing this, was filled with terror. "You are a Dao expert. Only now do you realize, Pangu inner demon. Your reaction is truly dull." After saying this, Chen Xuan began to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks on the Pangu inner demon, while at this moment the heavenly Dao Hongjun flew back from billions of miles away. Upon seeing the black-robed Chen Xuan beating the Pangu inner demon, Hongjun could not help but feel relieved. If he had offended this Dao expert on Panlai Island, he would have surely faced a severe beating. Seeing the Pangu inner demon being pummeled, Hongjun immediately understood that he would no longer be involved, and thus the heavenly Dao and Hongjun separated. Meanwhile, as the Pangu inner demon was enduring the relentless assault from the black-robed Chen Xuan, after a while the latter finally ceased his attacks. The black-robed Chen Xuan looked at the Pangu inner demon and said, "Remember, in your next life, be sure to be a good sentient being." After saying this, the black-robed Chen Xuan seized the Pangu inner demon's head, and a massive purifying force surged into its body. The Pangu inner demon felt the purifying power within and quickly exclaimed, "Senior, spare me. I promise I will never offend you again." The black-robed Chen Xuan smiled slightly. "You have already offended me enough, but it's best you go in peace." As soon as Chen Xuan's voice fell, the powerful purifying force instantly cleansed the Pangu inner demon. Once purified, a pure source of power appeared within the chaotic void. Seeing this, the black-robed Chen Xuan immediately collected the source of power and then turned to Tian Dao and Hongjun. "You two may return now." After saying this, the black-robed Chen Xuan vanished into the chaotic void. Once Hongjun saw him leave, he turned to Tian Dao. "Tian Dao, the strength of this senior is terrifying. If he intervenes to stop the calamity of the Honghuang, what shall we do? As long as we do not disrupt the Honghuang world, that senior should not make things difficult for us. At this point, neither you nor I can consume the Honghuang. If we wish to break through to the Dao realm, the only way is to elevate the Honghuang world. As long as the Honghuang world ascends, our powers will grow stronger. From this day forth, I, the heavenly Dao, shall no longer consume you, and you shall collaborate with me. As long as we work together to elevate the Honghuang world, we will be able to break through to the Dao realm together. Hongjun, are you willing to cooperate with me, the heavenly Dao?" After pondering for a moment, Hongjun immediately agreed, as this was the only path left to take. Hongjun looked at Tian Dao and asked, "Since we have chosen to elevate the Honghuang world, shall we still eliminate the descendants of Pangu?" Tian Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hongjun, we must eliminate the descendants of Pangu, otherwise when Pangu returns we will surely perish at his hands. Moreover, it is only by eliminating the descendants of Pangu that we can prevent his return." Hongjun nodded in agreement. "All right. In that case, I shall send the 2 saints of the West to assist the demon clan. This way we can not only suppress the human race, but also deal with the witch clan." Tian Dao smiled slightly, and then vanished into the chaotic void, while Hongjun also left the chaotic void shortly after. When Hongjun arrived in the void of the heavenly Dao, Taiqing, Jane and Juni were revived. Hongjun looked at Jane and Junti. "You two come with me." Hearing this, Jane and Junti immediately replied, "Yes, master." After saying this, Hongjun waved his hand and instantly brought Jane and Junti to the Zixiao Palace. Taiqing, seeing that Hongjun did not summon him, felt a bit angry, but had no outlet for his frustration. After witnessing Hongjun, Jian and Zhuanti leave, Taiqing also flew directly to the 8th Scenery Palace. Meanwhile, inside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun looked at Jian and Zhuanti. I have a task for you too that requires your assistance. Jian looked at Hongjun. Master, what is the task that requires us? Hongjun slowly spoke. I need you to help the Demon Clan defeat the Witch Clan. Currently, the strength of the Witch Clan is too powerful. The Demon Clan alone cannot contend with them. If this continues, the calamity between the witches and demons cannot unfold. If the calamity cannot unfold, it will evolve into an infinite calamity, and the entire Honghuang will be engulfed in it. Therefore, I need you two to assist the Demon Clan, and only then can the calamity between the witches and demons continue. After finishing, Hongjun waved his hand, producing a scroll before Jian. You two will deliver this item to the Demon Clan, and then work with Taiqing to prevent Nuwa Tongtian and Yuan Shi from interfering with the human race. Upon hearing this, Jian thought to himself, this is a great opportunity to promote the West. Once this task is completed, Taiqing will owe the West a favor, and I can utilize this favor to bring prosperity to the West. Upon this thought, Jian immediately put away the scroll, and then looked at Hongjun, saying, Master, my brother, and I will certainly handle this matter, well, please rest assured, Master. Hongjun nodded upon hearing this. Go. Do not let me down. If this matter is accomplished, I will ensure the prosperity of the West. Hearing these words, Jian and Zhuanti hurriedly bowed, saying, we will definitely do our best to accomplish this. We take our leave. Jian and Zhuanti flew towards the direction of Bairing Palace. After they left, a sly smile appeared on Hongjun's face. Then Hongjun looked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, saying, Witch Clan, it is time for you to withdraw from the grand stage of Honghuang. After speaking, Hongjun slowly closed his eyes and began to enter a state of divine wandering. Meanwhile, after Chen Xuan returned to Yujing Mountain, he brought Houtu and Xianin back to Buzhou Mountain. When the three returned to the territory of the Witch Clan, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestor witches sensed Zuanyan's presence. Soon Emperor Jiang brought the 9 ancestor witches to find Xianin. When Emperor Jiang saw Chen Xuan and Houtu, he immediately grinned and said, You have returned. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Brother Emperor Jiang, you came just in time. I happen to have some things to hand over to you. Emperor Jiang, upon hearing this, excitedly inquired, Brother Chen Xuan, what good things have you obtained? Or have you refined some good pills again? Brother Emperor Jiang, this is not the place for discussion. Let's go to Pango Hall and talk there. Hearing this, Emperor Jiang immediately led everyone to the entrance of Pango Hall. Then he said, Chen Xuan, without the recognition of the Father God, it would be difficult for you to enter Pango Hall. Brother Emperor Jiang, do not worry. If I wish to enter Pango Hall, the pressure of Pango Hall cannot stop me, and now Pangu would not make things difficult for me either. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he walked to the entrance of Pango Hall and raised both hands to push against the door. Quickly, the door of Pango Hall was easily pushed open by Chen Xuan. Emperor Jiang and the others were stunned by this scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Emperor Jiang looked at Chen Xuan, asking, Brother Chen Xuan, did you not feel the pressure of Pango Hall? No. The great god Pangu would not reject me. After all, I have met him before. Emperor Jiang was taken aback, exclaiming, What? You have met the Father God? Is he still alive? He is dead. Why, I have only seen a trace of his consciousness. But do not be sad, Pangu will return, just not. Let's go. We will discuss further inside Pango Hall. As Chen Xian's voice fell, he walked into Pango Hall, and the 12 ancestor witches followed suit. As the 12 ancestors entered Pango Hall, the doors of Pango Hall began to close automatically. Chen Xian looked at the 12 ancestors, saying, Brother Emperor Jiang, I have returned to strengthen your power. Although the Demon Clan has not yet regained its vitality, that old fellow Hongjun will surely find ways to. Therefore, I have brought you treasures. With these treasures, your strength will soar several times over. After finishing his words, Chen Xian waved his hand, and all the chaotic spiritual treasures appeared in Pango Hall. The 10 ancestors led by Emperor Jiang were almost scared senseless by the sight of the chaotic treasures scattered everywhere. Emperor Jiang looked at the chaotic treasures on the ground, asking, Brother Chen Xian, where did you get so many chaotic treasures? Xuanin, standing aside, replied, Brother Emperor Jiang, we brought these back from Hongjun's lair. That old fellow Hongjun placed the treasures of the 3,000 chaotic demons in Yujing Mountain, and Chen Xian brought Houtu and me to retrieve them. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder there are so many chaotic treasures. Chen Xian actually raided Hongjun's lair. Brother Chen Xian, do you mean for each of the 12 ancestors to choose a chaotic treasure that suits them? Exactly. Now that you all possess your primordial spirits, what you lack most are treasures. Previously, you fought against the Demon Clan with your physical bodies, but with the assistance of treasures, your strength will surge several times over. Emperor Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we could only face the Demon Clan by relying on our physical advantages before. If we now add treasures into the mix, it would be impossible for the demon clan to defeat us. Brother Emperor Jiang, you all should quickly choose your treasures. Once you have chosen, I still need to return to the human race must have someone in charge. Although I have sent Xinyuanzi and Hongjun to protect the human race, if Taiqing joins forces with the two saints of the West against the human race, Xinyuanzi and Hongjun would not be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Emperor Jiang immediately suggested, Brother Chen Xuan, why don't I send some of my witch clan warriors to protect the human race? That would be safer. Chen Xuan shook his head, saying, there's no need. I will personally guard it. Moreover, I have my own plans. You all should select your treasures now and quickly refine them. You must complete the refining of the treasures within a yuan meeting, or else your witch clan may face danger. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang immediately began to select treasures. Soon the 10 ancestors chose their treasures, and Chen Xuan waved his hand to collect the chaotic treasures back. Brother Emperor Jiang, I should return to the human race now. I will naturally come back to see you when I have the time. Houtu, my dear wife, once the matters of the human race are resolved, we will marry immediately, and I will give you the grandest wedding. Seeing this, Xianin immediately interjected, Chen Xuan, if you wish to marry Houtu, you must also marry me. Otherwise you will have a hard time later on. Chen Xuan's forehead broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, and he quickly used the spatial laws to leave. Houtu walked to Xuanyan's side and said, Xuanin, could you please not be so bold? Look, you scared my husband away. When Houtu said this, she felt something was amiss. By the time she realized it, Xianin looked at her happily, saying, little sister, you said it yourself, husband from now on. Chen Xuan is also my husband. Emperor Jiang Zhujiu In Zhurong and the other ancestor witches felt the air grow suddenly colder at Xuanyan's words. Seeing the two women competing, Emperor Jiang quickly interjected, you all discuss this slowly, I'll go refine my treasures first. The other ancestor witches, seeing Emperor Jiang trying to slip away, immediately chimed in, we should also return to refine our treasures. As soon as the words fell, the 9 ancestor witches hurriedly made their escape. Xianming smiled and said, Sister Houtu, I am going to refine a treasure as well. After Xianming left the Pango Hall, Houtu's face immediately turned red. Husband, I am waiting for you to Meanwhile, after Chen Xuan left the witch clan, he immediately returned to the human clan. Upon returning, he sensed the presence of countless great Luo golden immortals. I didn't expect that not long after my departure, so many great Luo golden immortals would emerge from the human clan. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and flew directly towards the residence of the 3 ancestors of the human clan. When Chen Xuan arrived at the residence of the 3 ancestors, he immediately communicated with them telepathically. The 3 ancestors stepped out of their rooms and looked at Chen Xuan, saying, we pay our respects to your majesty, the human emperor. Seeing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and helped them up. So Aaron, I didn't expect that shortly after I left the human clan, there would already be no less than 10,000 great Luo golden immortals among you. Swearin laughed heartily and replied, your majesty, this is thanks to the pills you provided. If it weren't for the pills you gave, the human clan wouldn't have been able to produce so many great Luo in such a short time. So Aaron, although I provided many pills, if the cultivators of the human clan did not have a steadfast heart for cultivation, we would not have been able to produce so many great Luo in such a short time. The reason I have come this time is that a great calamity is about to befall the human clan. Upon hearing this, Swearin hastily spoke, your majesty, what do you mean by this? Chen Xuan explained, I mean that the human clan is about to face a catastrophe. If we can survive this calamity, we will become the largest race in the wilderness in the future. However, if we cannot survive, the human clan will lose 90% of its people in this calamity. Swearin was instantly alarmed and said, your majesty, you can't be joking with us. We, the human clan, have never offended any race. How could we provoke such a disaster? Swearin, although we have never offended any race, there are those who wish to suppress our human clan. All right, I have already said enough. As for who wishes to suppress our human clan, you will know in due time. By the way, have the pills I previously gave been distributed to the cultivators of the human clan? Yu Chao spoke, your majesty. We have distributed the pills to most of the cultivators, but there are still some that have not been allocated. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and 3 types of pills appeared on the ground. You take these pills and distribute them. Remember, make sure every cultivator of the human clan has an exploding pill. With this pill, our cultivators can save their lives. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan pointed, and a small pit appeared on the ground. He then took out the prepared Sanguang divine water. Chen Xuan poured the Sanguang divine water into the pit, saying, 3 ancestors, this is Sanguang divine water. A single drop can heal all injuries. Even if only a breath of life remains, 1 drop will restore peak condition instantly. You 3 ancestors must guard the Sanguang divine water. If the great calamity arrives, any injured cultivators of the human clan can come here to heal their wounds. After saying this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a barrier enveloped the San Guang divine water. This place has been covered by my barrier. If it is not a cultivator of the human clan entering, they will face divine punishment. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors immediately knelt down. Chen Xuan, seeing this, quickly used his power to help them up. You do not need to kneel before me. As the human emperor, it is only right for me to think of our people. Recently, you should organize the cultivators of the human clan well. When the calamity arrives, we will have the ability to protect our kin. The three ancestors replied in unison, Yes, your majesty. Chen Xuan nodded and then disappeared from the spot. After he left, the three ancestors immediately collected all the pills. Xuan looked at the other two ancestors and said, You heard the human emperor's words. We must make proper arrangements next. Yu Chao said, Your majesty has instructed us to organize all the cultivators to defend the human clan. I will handle this matter. Xuan, you take charge of arranging the clan members' cultivation. We must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, when the calamity comes, we won't have time to respond. We must make all arrangements in advance so that we can survive the calamity when the time comes. Xuan and Zi nodded simultaneously, saying, Good. The three ancestors of the human clan then began to organize the cultivators. Zi was in charge of leading the clan members into the illusion trial. Xuan was responsible for distributing the pills, and Yu Chao was in charge of organizing the human clan's military forces. On the other side, after Chen Xuan returned to Shouyang Mountain, he immediately set up the Kuaitian mirror to monitor the movements of Taiqing and the two saints of the West. Meanwhile, the two saints of the West arrived at the Eight Scenes Palace. Jane said, Taiqing, we have come to pay our respects. May we have an audience? Inside the Eight Scenes Palace, upon hearing Jian's words, Taiqing immediately flashed to the door of the palace, saying, Two saints of the West, what business do you have with this humble Taoist? Jane smiled slightly and said, Taiqing, we wish to collaborate with you, but this is not the place for discussions. May we enter the Eight Scenes Palace to talk? Upon hearing this, Taiqing immediately replied, Please, esteemed friends. Then Taiqing entered the Eight Scenes Palace first, and Jane and Zhuan Ti followed suit. Once inside the Eight Scenes Palace, Taiqing asked, What do you two wish to collaborate on with this humble Taoist? Zhuan Ti said, Taiqing, our master has instructed us to secretly assist the demon clan. However, this involves the human clan, so we have come to seek collaboration with you. At this time, Jane also spoke, Taiqing, this matter concerns the human clan and Yuhua. If you are willing to help, then the fortune of the human clan will belong to you. Just allow the West to enter the East to spread the Dao afterward. Taiqing frowned upon hearing this. This concerns the human clan and Yuhua. Could you elaborate? Seeing this, Jane immediately showed Taiqing the scroll for refining the witch-slaying sword. After reading it, Taiqing laughed heartily, saying, Good, very good. I will assist you with this matter. Remember your words, once it is accomplished, the fortune of the human clan will belong to me. However, at this moment, the three saints were unaware that their conversation was being closely watched by Chen Xuan. Inside the human emperor's palace, Chen Xuan looked at the plans of the three and couldn't help but show a sly smile. Good, Hongjun, you actually wish to use the demon clan to suppress the human clan. In that case, I shall make the demon clan pay a painful price. I want the beings of the wilderness to know that the human clan is not to be provoked. After Chen Xuan spoke, he immediately transmitted his voice to the three ancestors of the human race. Sui Ring, gather all the cultivators of the human race and provide each of them with a bottle of the three light divine water. The great calamity for the human race is approaching soon. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors of the human race immediately began to gather all cultivators at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuandi left the Eight Scenery Palace and headed straight for the heavenly court of the demonic race. When the two arrived above the heavenly court of the demonic race, Jane immediately called out, Dijuan, may I have the honor of meeting you? Inside the heavenly court, Adong Huang Tai furrowed his brows upon hearing Jian's voice. What is this shameless fellow Jane doing in my demonic race's heavenly court? Does he intend to take the opportunity to rob us? With this thought, Dong Huang Tai stepped out and instantly arrived above the heavenly court. Jane, Junie, what brings you two to my heavenly court? Jane looked at Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Tai, why hasn't Dijuan come out to meet me? Jane, my elder brother, previously suffered damage to his origin and is currently in closed-door cultivation at the Sun Star. If you have any matters, please feel free to speak. Dong Huang Tai, this matter is of great importance. Your elder brother must discuss it with me. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai's brows furrowed even more. Jane, what exactly is the matter? If you do not speak, I must ask you to return to the Western world. I still have many matters to attend to. Hearing this, Xuani immediately spoke up. Dong Huang Tai, we have come this time to assist the demonic race. If the demonic race wishes to defeat the Wu clan, they must first break through the physical bodies of the Wu clan. My brother and I possess a method to do so, but this matter is of great significance and requires Dijuan to be present. Dong Huang Tai, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What? You have a way to break through the bodies of the ancestral Wu. Jane nodded. Indeed. We indeed have a method to break through the bodies of the ancestral Wu, and this method is guaranteed to work. Dong Huangtai upon hearing this quickly responded, Good. I will trust you once. You will accompany me to the Sun Star where my elder brother is currently in closed door. After Dong Huangtai finished speaking, he transformed into a long rainbow and flew towards the Sun Star. Seeing this, Jane and Zhuanti immediately followed him. Soon the three arrived within the sun. Upon sensing Dong Huangtai's aura, Dijuan immediately exited his seclusion to welcome his younger brother. However, as soon as Dijuan emerged, he noticed that Jane and Zhuanti were also present. Dijuan looked at Jane and Zhuanti. What brings you to my Sun Star? Jane looked at Dijuan. Dijuan, we have a method to help the demonic race turn the tide and defeat the Wu clan. However, this method is too significant, and if you are not brave enough to use it, I will not force you. After Jane finished speaking, he immediately took out a scroll and presented it to Dijuan. Dijuan, this scroll contains records on how to break the physical bodies of the Wu clan. However, this method will offend the Holy One Nuwa. If you are afraid to use it, then forget it. I can return this scroll to Master Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Dijuan immediately unrolled the scroll and began to examine its contents. After reading it, he was completely astonished. Jane, this scroll was given to you by Master Hongjun, right? Since Master asked you to give it to me, it proves that you have already thought about how to deal with Nuwa. Meanwhile, in the Nuwa palace, Nuwa suddenly sneezed. How strange, why did I sneeze? Could it be that someone is plotting against me? Thinking of this, Nuwa began to deduce. At that moment, Zhuanti spoke up from the Sun Star. Senior brother, quickly shield the heavenly secrets. Dijuan mentioned Nuwa's name, and she will sense it. Hearing this, Jane immediately waved his hand, disrupting all heavenly secrets in the Sun Star. Then Zhuanti hurriedly activated a barrier to isolate the heavenly secrets. After doing all this, Jane and Zhuanti finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Nuwa in the Nuwa palace was unable to deduce anything, growing increasingly puzzled. How strange. I actually cannot deduce anything. Is there someone who has disrupted the heavenly secrets? Nuwa raised her head and looked at the sky above Honghuang. So that's how it is. Someone is disturbing the heavenly secrets, clearly not wanting me to know everything. As Nuwa finished speaking, she gathered her transformative power in her hand and struck towards the sky above Honghuang. Boom! Jiayin's power was instantly shattered by Nuwa's transformative power. After Nuwa broke Jiayin's power, the heavenly secrets became clear again, yet Nuwa still could not. Seeing this, Nuwa prepared to go to the human race to find Chen Xuan, hoping to obtain some clues from him. Meanwhile, back inside the Sun Star, Jane looked at Dijuan. Dijuan, you almost exposed us. The names of saints should not be mentioned casually. Once mentioned, they can sense it immediately. Just now you were almost deduced by Nuwa. Fortunately, my brother and I timely shielded the heavenly secret. Zhuanti, who was beside them, spoke up. Elder brother, Dijuan's words have probably already alerted Nuwa. If we do not act quickly, the demonic race may lose its chance in the future. Zhuanti looked at Dijuan. Dijuan, Dong Huangtai, you must decide quickly. Will you use this method or not? If you do, my brother and I, along with Daoist Taiqing, will help the demonic race. If you choose not to, I will immediately return the scroll to Master. Dijuan looked at the scroll before him and thought to himself that this was the only way to deal with the Wu clan. Moreover, he had the support of Hongjun Daozu behind him. Since that was the case, it was indeed feasible to use this method. After all, Nuwa was a saint of the demonic race. Even if she pursued the matter later, she would not kill him and Tai. With this thought, Dijuan immediately spoke up. Good. We will use this method. Let us return to gather the million-strong army of the demonic race to attack the human race. As for Nuwa, I'll leave that to you. Jane and Zhuanti nodded with smiles. Excellent. They then flew towards Kunlun Mountain and the Golden Ao Island in the East China Sea, respectively. On the way to Kunlun, Jane transmitted his voice to Taiqing, instructing him to go and stop Nuwa. Meanwhile, at the Sun Star, Dijuan looked at Dong Huangtai. Second brother, this is our last chance. Even if it offends Nuwa, there is no other way. If the demonic race wants to unify the Honghuang world, we must refine the Slaughter Wu sword. Without the Slaughter Wu sword, we cannot defeat the Wu clan. Elder brother, I understand your meaning. Since you have made your decision, I will accompany you to slaughter the human race and refine the Slaughter Wu sword. Dijuan smiled slightly and said, Good. Let us return to the heavenly court of the demonic race now. After Dijuan finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the heavenly court of the demonic race. Seeing this, Dong Huangtai immediately followed. Soon the two returned to the heavenly court, where Dijuan ordered the gathering of the 8 great demonic saints and dispatched demonic soldiers to the North Sea to invite the demonic master Kumping to assist the human race. Soon Dijuan gathered all the warriors of the demon race. He looked at the 8 great demon saints and said, You are to lead a million-strong army to the human realm. Remember, you may slaughter the human race, but do not allow them to be exterminated, or we will not only offend Nuwa, but also Taiqing. Ing Zhao below spoke, Your Majesty. Is it enough for us to just slaughter the human race? No, you must not only slaughter the human race, but also collect their essence, blood, and resentment. Only by gathering their essence, blood, and resentment can we forge the Slaughter Wu sword. As long as we possess the Slaughter Wu sword, we can defeat the Wu, and the entire Honghuang will be our demon territory. At this moment, Baizhe spoke, Your Majesty. Leave the slaughter of the human race to us. There is no need for Your Majesty to act personally. Dijun looked at Baizhe and said, Baizhe, this matter is of great importance. If we slaughter the human race, Nuwa will undoubtedly appear to protect them. Now the Taiqing saint and the 2 saints from the west have already gone to the 3 places: Houtu Palace, Janeo Island, and Kunlun Mountain. Although the Taiqing saint is powerful, the Nuwa saint is even stronger. We must slaughter the human race and collect their essence, blood, and resentment in a short period of time. Good. Our demon army has now assembled completely. Oh, let us follow the emperor to the human realm. After Dijun finished speaking, he flew directly towards the human realm, while Donghuang Tai and the 8 great demons immediately led the demon army to follow. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan on Shouyang Mountain looked at the scene in the Kuwaitian mirror, and a sly smile appeared on his. Immediately, Chen Xuan transmitted a message to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's message, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, who were secretly protecting the human race, quickly arrived at Shouyang Mountain. When the 2 entered the human emperor palace, Hongjun spoke. First, Chen Xuan, what urgent matter did you summon us for? Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Hongjun, your chance for revenge has come. Dijun is currently leading the demon army to attack our human race. Hongjun was immediately excited and exclaimed, Chen Xuan, are you serious? Then I will go and annihilate the entire demon race right now. After Hongjun finished speaking, he turned to leave to destroy the demon race. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan suddenly said, Hongjun, now is not the time to eliminate Dijun and Tai. I want you to seek revenge by confronting Kunping. Kunping is currently rushing towards us. Stop him, but remember, as long as you don't kill him, you can torment him as you wish. Hearing this, Hongjun's lips curled into a sly smile. Chen Xuan, you said so I will go and meet Kunping now. I wonder if that old thing will be scared and run back to the North Sea when he sees I am still alive, haha. After Hongjun finished speaking, he transformed into a red light and headed towards the North Sea. After Hongjun left, Chen Xuan immediately turned to Zhen Yuanzi and said, Zhen Yuanzi, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the human race. If necessary, step in to protect them. Zhen Yuanzi nodded and said, Chen Xuan, rest assured, I will not let anything happen to the human race. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, let's go. We will see what new tricks the demon race can play on Shouyang Mountain. As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he walked directly out of the human emperor palace, and Zhen Yuanzi followed close. As soon as the 2 stepped out of the human emperor palace, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Chen Xuan saw this scene and smirked. I didn't expect the demon race to arrive so quickly. Zhen Yuanzi spoke beside him. Chen Xuan, should I block them now? Chen Xuan waved his hand and said, there's no rush. I'll let the 3 ancestors play with them for a while. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he immediately transmitted a message to the 3 ancestors of the human race. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's message, the 3 ancestors led 10,000 human cultivators to fly into the air above the human realm. As Dijun led the million-strong army to arrive above the human realm, he saw the 3 ancestors already waiting there with 10,000 human cultivators. Dijun looked at the 3 ancestors in confusion and asked, how did you know that I was coming to the human realm? Suiren smiled and said, Dijun, you don't need to worry about how we knew you were coming. Just know this, if you dare to make a move, our human race will make you pay the price. Dijun sneered and said, Suiren, do you really think a mere 10,000 human cultivators can stop my demon army? Do you believe that with just a word from me, the human race will vanish from Honghuang? Suiren looked at Dijun and said, you want to make the human race disappear, but Dijun, are you not afraid of the Nuwa goddess wrath? Dijun laughed heartily and said, Nuwa, I fear she won't be able to arrive in time. At this moment on Shouyang Mountain, Chen Xuan looked at Zhen Yuanzi and said, you stay here and keep watch. If a battle breaks out and the human cultivators are in danger, you can step in to save them. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 3 ancestors. Seeing this, the 3 ancestors immediately knelt down and said, the 3 ancestors of the human race greet His Majesty the human emperor. Get up. Dijun, you claim you want to annihilate the human race. I want to see if you have the ability to do so. On the other side, as Nuwa just exited the Houtu Palace, Taiqing blocked her path. Taiqing looked at Nuwa and asked, where do you think you're going? Seeing Taiqing blocking her way, Nuwa coldly replied, I don't need to report to you where I am going. Now step aside, or I will not be polite. Nuwa, if you wish to go to the human race, I cannot allow you to pass. Nuwa coldly looked at Taiqing and said, Taiqing, so you are the one plotting against the human race. What exactly have you done to them? Taiqing sneered and said, Nuwa, I am not targeting the human race. It is the trend of the heavenly Dao that I cannot resist. The demon race slaughters the human race. This is the trend of the heavenly Dao. Nuwa, you should return to Honghuang Palace. Once the great calamity of the human race is over, you will be free to leave Honghuang Palace. Nuwa looked at Taiqing in front of her and thought to herself, with Chen Xuan protecting the human race, they won't face any crisis. In that case, I might as well capture Taiqing as a gift for Chen Xuan. Thinking of this, Nuwa revealed a sly smile. Taiqing, you wish to block me, but unfortunately you are simply not. As Nuwa finished speaking, she summoned the red embroidered ball and threw it towards Taiqing. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi on Kunlun Mountain sensed the situation on the human race's side and immediately planned to rush to their aid. However, just as Yuan Shi left Kunlun Mountain, Jie blocked his path. Friend Yuan Shi, if you wish to go to the human race, I must stop you. Yuan Shi looked at Jie and said, Old bald donkey, do you think you can stop me? As soon as Yuan Shi finished speaking, he summoned the Panga banner. Seeing this, Jie immediately summoned the 12-grade merit golden lotus and said, Friend Yuan Shi, although I am not your match, it is still possible for me to hold you back for a while. Yuan Shi looked at Jie saying, Hold on, and I shall slay you, you old bald donkey. Prepare to die. Panga banner's profound meaning. A strike to open the heavens. Yuan Shi waved the Panga banner, and instantly countless heavenly blades shot towards Jie. Seeing the numerous energy blades approaching, Jie immediately unleashed the protective shield of the 12 golden lotuses, enveloping himself within. Boom. Countless heavenly blades crashed against the 12 golden lotuses, causing the entire protective shield to tremble. Yuan Shi coldly glanced at Jie, saying, Old bald donkey, let's see how long you can hold out. After speaking, he immediately waved the Panga banner and struck at Jie. Meanwhile, above Janeo Island, Zhuan looked at Tong Tian, where do you think you are going? Tong Tian replied, Old bald donkey, you don't need to concern yourself with where I go. You'd best step aside now, or I won't be polite. Tong Tian, you probably won't be going anywhere today. Zhuan, do you know the consequences of blocking my way to save the human race? Zhuan smiled slightly and said, Tong Tian, I naturally know the consequences, but even if I am killed by you, I must stop you from going to the human race. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian revealed a sinister smile. Zhuan, killing you would be easy. It seems you have no idea how terrifying the human race is. Very well, since you wish to stop me, I shall entertain you. Tong Tian then reached out, and a green long sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Zhuan immediately summoned the 7 treasures mysterious tree. When Tong Tian saw Zhuan summoned the 7 treasures mysterious tree, he swung the Qingping sword, unleashing a terrifying sword energy towards Zhuan. Zhuan, seeing the sword energy coming at him, quickly swung the 7 treasures mysterious tree to counter it. Boom. The sword energy collided with the 7 treasures mysterious tree instantly, sending terrifying shockwaves spreading across the sky above the East Sea. Below the East Sea, countless aquatic beings fled far away, fearing that a slight misstep would turn them to dust from the residual force. At this moment, above the human race, Dijun looked at Chen Xuan, saying, You are the emperor of humans. I did not expect the strength of the human emperor to be so weak. Dijun, you can come and test for yourself whether I am weak or not. After saying this, Chen Xuan raised his hand, beckoning with his finger. Dijun, seeing this, was instantly furious. Human emperor, you are courting death. Whether I am courting death or not, come and try it. Upon hearing this, Dijun immediately summoned the heavenly emperor sword, intending to strike at the human emperor. Beside him, Jiaoying saw Dijun prepare to attack the human emperor and quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, leave this human emperor to me. Such trash is not worthy of your majesty personally taking action. Dijun looked at Jiaoying, saying, All right. I leave this human emperor to you, but remember not to kill him. I want to personally torment him. Yes, your majesty. Jiaoying then flew in front of Chen Xuan, saying, Human emperor, by provoking the heavenly emperor, I shall let you know today that the heavenly emperor is not someone you can casually provoke. After finishing his words, Jiaoying lunged forward with a punch towards Chen Xuan. However, just as Jiaoying was about to strike Chen Xuan, he pulled out a 9 turns explosive pill and threw it towards Jiaoying. As the 9 turns explosive pill approached Jiaoying, it exploded instantly. Boom. The terrifying explosion energy engulfed Jiaoying and Dong Huang Tai. He, seeing this, quickly activated the Dong Huang bell to protect himself and Dijun. In contrast, Chen Xuan ignored the explosive energy. As the energy approached him, it was instantly repelled by an invisible barrier. When the explosion energy dissipated, Jiaoying's physical form had already turned to nothingness. Not only that, even Jiaoying's primordial spirit was shattered by the explosion. Seeing the explosion energy vanish, Dong Huang Tai immediately stored the Dong Huang bell. Dijun, upon witnessing Jiaoying's demise, roared in rage, Human emperor, you shall die. Yet Chen Xuan merely beckoned with his finger, You want to kill me? Come and try. Dong Huang Tai looked at Chen Xuan, saying, Human emperor, don't be too pleased with yourself. I don't believe you have such pills left. Dong Huangtai, do you think I only have this one pill? Human Emperor, even if you have more of such pills, how precious are they? I do not believe you have many of them. Just as Dong Huangtai finished speaking, Chen Xuan immediately pulled out more than 10 9-turns explosive pills. Dong Huangtai, I wonder if these are enough, if not I have more. Dong Huangtai looked at the pills in Chen Xuan's hand, already shocked to the point of speechlessness. These pills, equivalent to quasi-saint-level self-destruction, were astonishingly over 10 in number. If these pills were thrown into a million-strong army, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dijun looked at the pills in Chen Xuan's hand and secretly transmitted a message to Dong Huangtai, second brother, I have a way to prevent the human emperor from throwing these pills. Dong Huangtai, receiving Dijun's message, immediately responded, eldest brother, what method do you have? Hurry and tell me. Second brother, you possess the Dong Huang Bell to counter these pills. You need to find a way to restrain the human emperor. As long as our demon army clashes with the human cultivators, the human emperor will definitely not dare to throw these pills. Once the human emperor can't throw these pills, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing Dijun's message, Dong Huang's eyes lit up. Eldest brother, this method is good. As long as the human emperor can't throw those pills, killing him will be effortless. Second brother, find a way to restrain the human emperor, and we will have a chance to approach the human cultivators. Dong Huangtai then looked at Chen Xuan, saying, human emperor, from now on I shall be your opponent. I want to see what your pills can do to me. As Dong Huangtai's words fell, he threw out the Dong Huang Bell. When the bell flew above Chen Xuan's head, Dong Huangtai immediately proclaimed Dong Huang Bell time and space sealing. With Dong Huangtai's words, a massive spatial law sealed the space around Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Dijun immediately ordered demon army attack. As soon as Dijun's words fell, a million demon army surged towards the human cultivators. Chen Xuan looked at Dong Huangtai and said, do you think this can stop me? Dong Huangtai, you demons are truly foolish, daring to attack without even understanding your opponent. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and he instantly vanished from the range of the Dong Huang Bell's coverage. Seeing Chen Xuan disappear, Dong Huangtai immediately turned to Dijun, eldest brother, quickly order the army to retreat. Dijun turned his head to look at Dong Huangtai upon hearing his words, yet Tai was gazing at the sky above the demon army. Seeing this scene, Dijun immediately looked up at the demon army, only to see hundreds of 9-turns exploding pills descending upon them. Dijun, upon witnessing this, was instantly frightened and exclaimed, retreat. Quickly retreat. Dong Huangtai, seeing the exploding pills approaching the center of the army, immediately raised his hand to unleash several gusts of wind, attempting to blow the 9-turns exploding pills away. However, at that moment, a voice from the void echoed, Dong Huangtai, don't waste your effort. The pills I threw cannot be blown away by you. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai immediately increased his magical power, but before the gusts of wind could reach the 9-turns exploding pills, they vanished instantly. Seeing this, Dong Huangtai was taken aback, saying this. How is this possible? My power cannot blow the pills away. As soon as Dong Huangtai finished speaking, Chen Xuan's figure slowly appeared in the void. Dong Huangtai, with your strength you cannot shake my power. Those pills are empowered by my magic. With your current cultivation level as a quasi-saint, you cannot redirect them. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai instantly displayed a look of despair, while Dijun and the 7 demon saints realized that if they did not escape the explosion radius, now all that awaited them was demise. Seeing this, Dijun and the 7 demon saints no longer hesitated, they all flew upward. Meanwhile, Dong Huangtai seeing Dijun ascend, Dong Huangtai looked at Chen Xuan, saying, human emperor, with 100 pills exploding, your human cultivators will not escape. As soon as Dong Huangtai's words fell, the 100 boom. The terrifying energy storm spread from the center of the demon army, instantly engulfing the demon soldiers there, many of whom did not even have time to scream before being consumed by the energy storm, vanishing without a trace. Chen Xuan watched the energy storm in the demon army and immediately waved his hand to protect all the human cultivators. When the energy storm subsided, only about 100,000 of the million demon troops remained. Looking at the remaining 100,000 demon cultivators, a wicked smile crept onto Chen Xuan's face. Human cultivators, it is time for you to defend your homeland. Slaughter this group of demon cultivators. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the 3 ancestors of the human race immediately led the human cultivators to attack the demon army. In the void, Dijun, Dong Huangtai and the 7 demon saints looked at the million-strong demon army, now reduced to merely 100,000. Their fury was no longer containable. Dijun roared in anger, human emperor, you shall die. True sun flame. As Dijun's words fell, he shot forth a terrifying true sun flame towards Chen Xuan. Seeing Dijun attack, Chen Xuan, Dong Huangtai immediately stowed the Dong Huang Bell in his hand, then swung it at Chen Xuan. The other 7 demon saints, seeing their 2 sovereigns attacking the human emperor, immediately unleashed their own divine abilities to strike at the human emperor. Meanwhile, on the surface of the North Sea, Kunpeng was watching the red cloud with a face full of fear. Hongjun, you're not dead. Hongjun smiled slightly and said, Kunpeng, I was indeed dead before, but unfortunately, I came back to life. Kunpeng, if you wish to assist the humans in supporting Dijun and Taiqing, I advise you to give up. Upon finishing, Hongjun erupted with a surge of primordial energy, causing Kunpeng's eyes to nearly pop out. Hongjun, you've achieved sainthood. Hongjun coldly smiled and said, Sainthood? I'm not interested in becoming a saint. I am now on the path of primordial Deluo, and today I will settle the score for how you and Dijun besieged me back then. After finishing his words, Hongjun waved his hand, sending a terrifying energy blade slicing towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng, knowing he was absolutely no match for Hongjun, did not dare to face his attack. Kunpeng transformed into his true form and attempted to dive deep into the North Sea. Seeing Kunpeng trying to escape, a sly smile appeared on Hongjun's face. Kunpeng, do you think you can run away? Primordial Power Seal. As Hongjun's words fell, the entire void spanning 1,000,000 miles was enveloped by his primordial power. Seeing that 1,000,000 miles of void had been sealed by Hongjun, Kunpeng immediately tried to dive into the North Sea. However, just as he was about to enter, a terrifying primordial force suddenly rebounded him. At that moment, the energy blade released by Hongjun also reached Kunpeng. Boom! Kunpeng's wings were instantly severed, and upon seeing his wings cut off, Hongjun immediately collected them. Kunpeng, you cannot escape. If you obediently accept your death now, I will make your end a bit more pleasant, otherwise I will make your life worse than death. Hongjun, if you want to kill me, Kunpeng, you need to see if you have the ability to do so. After speaking, Kunpeng opened his mouth and shot a water bullet at Hongjun. Seeing Kunpeng dare to retaliate, Hongjun immediately unleashed a primordial force that shattered the. Seeing how ferocious Hongjun was, Kunpeng flew towards the direction of the human race, with only one thought in his mind: to quickly break through Hongjun's seal. As long as he could breach the seal and reach the human territory, he could use the great array of the stars to escape a calamity. However, fantasies are beautiful while reality is cruel. Kunpeng used the speed of the world to try to break through Hongjun's primordial power, yet he was still repelled. Seeing he could not break Hongjun's seal, Kunpeng unleashed all his strength, channeling his magical power into his wings, then swung them to unleash an energy blade containing the laws of wind that collided with the primordial power. Hongjun, upon seeing this, immediately teleported to Kunpeng's back. Kunpeng, do you think you can escape from my... He then grabbed Kunpeng's wings, revealing a wicked smile. Kunpeng, I will take these wings without hesitation. As Hongjun's words fell, the primordial power in his hand pulled, instantly tearing Kunpeng's wings off. Immediately after, Hongjun kicked Kunpeng away. Whoosh! Kunpeng fell from the sky. Boom! His body crashed onto an unnamed island, instantly creating a huge pit. Seeing Kunpeng land on the island, Hongjun descended beside the deep pit. Kunpeng, I will take your 2 wings. If a certain senior spares you once, I will not kill you today, but next time we meet you may not be so lucky. After speaking, Hongjun collected Kunpeng's wings and flew towards the direction of the human race. Meanwhile, Kunlun Mountain, Golden Ao Island, and the heavenly capital of the goddess Wa erupted in an unprecedented battle. Above the human race, the attacks from Emperor Jun Dongwang Tai and the 7 great monster saints descended upon Chen Xuan, but all their strikes were thwarted by Chen Xuan's Dao power. Chen Xuan looked at Emperor Jun and Tai. Have you had enough of the beating? If so, it's my turn now. At this moment, Emperor Jun Dongwang Tai and the 7 great monster saints observed their attacks, landing on Chen Xuan's protective barrier, only to find that they couldn't even break through his defenses. Emperor Jun exclaimed in shock, this is impossible. You are merely a cultivator at the realm of refining God and returning to void. How can you withstand our attacks? Chen Xuan smirked. Emperor Jun, you don't even understand the strength of this human emperor before daring to assault me. Your confidence is truly blind. Emperor Jun, I am giving you a chance now. If you reveal who the mastermind is, I will let you go this time. You only have this one chance. If you miss it, I will erase the remaining hundreds of thousands of monster troops. Emperor Jun looked at Dongwang Tai. Brother, unleash all our strength to attack him. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot break his defenses. After finishing his words, Emperor Jun immediately released his peak quasi-divine aura and then wielded the heavenly emperor sword, slashing down on Chen Xuan's protective barrier. Seeing that Emperor Jun could not break Chen Xuan's defenses, Dongwang Tai could no longer hold back. Human emperor, you are forcing me. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous aura erupted from Dongwang Tai. The 7 great monster saints showed expressions of excitement, with Bai Zhe exclaiming, Your Majesty Dongwang, have you attained sanctification? Dongwang Tai shook his head. I have not attained sanctification. I have merely reached the level of a quasi-saint, just one step away from true sanctification. Chen Xuan, who was besieged, saw Dongwang Tai unleashing his quasi-saint powers and shook his head. Dongwang Tai, you do possess exceptional talent, but regrettably you cultivate Hongjun's techniques, so you are destined not to achieve sanctification. Dongwang Tai looked at Chen Xuan. What do you mean by that? What I mean is exactly as it sounds. Now unleash your full power against me. If you can break through my protective barrier, I will let the monster race go this time. Upon hearing this, Dongwang Tai laughed heartily arrogant. Dongwang Bell. Space strangulation. As Dongwang Tai's voice fell, the Dongwang Bell released a terrifying spatial force, yet Chen Xuan allowed himself to be enveloped by this spatial power, which still could not breach his protective barrier. Chen Xuan looked at Dongwang Tai's spatial power, yet it still cannot break my barrier. Enough, I won't play with it. After saying that, Chen Xuan stepped down, unleashing a surge of Dao power that instantly swept Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and the 7 great monster saints away. As Emperor Jun and the others were sent flying, they all coughed up blood. Dongwang Tai pointed at Chen Xuan. You are that powerful figure of the Dao. Chen Xuan looked at Dongwang Tai. Only now do you realize. You are indeed quite slow to react. Next, watch carefully as the remaining monster troops are annihilated by my human cultivators. Dao power space imprisonment. With Chen Xuan's words, Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and the 7 great monster saints were all confined in the air. Meanwhile, the 3 ancestors had already engaged in battle with the monster army. After a fierce battle, the human cultivators began to tire, and seeing the human cultivators weaken, Emperor Jun revealed a hint of joy on his face. However, Chen Xuan witnessed this scene and turned to Emperor Jun. Did you think that just because my human race is out of energy we would lose? Emperor Jun laughed heartily. Isn't that the case? Human Emperor, I admit you are indeed strong, even to the point where the heavenly Dao cannot match you. But to say that my monster race is stronger than your human race is an understatement. We are at least 10 times stronger. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Emperor Jun, your confidence is truly remarkable. Do you really think my human race is weak? If it weren't for my human race's fortune being siphoned by Taiqing, do you really think the monster race could defeat the human race? Emperor Jun, how about we make a bet? Emperor Jun looked at Chen Xuan. Human Emperor, what do you want to bet? Emperor Jun, I bet on this battle. I will not intervene in the war below. If I win, you will give me the treasures of the heavenly court. If I lose, how about I resurrect those monster troops that were killed? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun was taken aback. Human Emperor, are you sure? I am very sure, but all depends on whether you dare to bet. Emperor Jun smiled slightly. Human Emperor, what's there to fear? My monster warriors will undoubtedly crush the human race. Huh. Good, very good. Then let us wait and see. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan quietly watched the battle below. Meanwhile, although the human cultivators were beginning to tire, suddenly one of them took out a drop of 3 light divine water. After drinking it, the human cultivator instantly returned to peak condition. Emperor Jun looked at the 3 light divine water in the human cultivator's hand, his expression suddenly turning pale. 3 light divine water. How could human cultivators have 3 light divine water? Was it given to them by Yuan Shi? Chen Xuan shook his head. It wasn't given by Yuan Shi, it was given by me. Now do you still think the monster army has a chance of victory? Emperor Jun coldly snorted. So what if they have 3 light divine water? My monster army is far stronger than the human race. Is that so? Then let me see how much longer the monster army can hold out. Immediately, Chen Xuan secretly transmitted a message to Sui Ren. Sui Ren, the human cultivators have trained enough. Use the explosive pills to end the battle. Upon receiving the command, Sui Ren immediately shouted, human cultivators, let these monster troops experience the taste of the explosive pills once again. As Sui Ren's words fell, human cultivators pushed the monster cultivators back, and then all the human cultivators took out an explosive pill. Seeing the human cultivators holding explosive pills, Emperor Jun yelled frantically, retreat. However, before he finished speaking, Sui Ren had already thrown an 8-turn explosive pill towards the monster army. The other human cultivators followed suit, throwing their explosive pills at the monster army. As tens of thousands of explosive pills soared towards the monster army, Emperor Jun shouted in despair, no. With Emperor Jun's reluctant roar, tens of thousands of explosive pills exploded among the monster army. The terrifying energy storm instantly engulfed the army of several 100,000 demon tribes. Di Jun and Tai Yi, witnessing this scene, immediately glared at Chen Xuan in anger, with Di Jun shouting furiously, human emperor despicable. Chen Xuan looked at Di Jun and Tai Yi. Am I despicable? When you allied with Taiqing and the 2 saints of the West to deal with my human race, did you not think you were being despicable? I am merely counterattacking now. If you are not satisfied, you can also defeat me. Oh, by the way, speaking of Taiqing and the 2 saints of the West, I have yet to deal with them. Di Jun, hearing this, was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, human emperor, how did you know our? Is it difficult to know your schemes? As long as I desire, there is nothing I do not know. You should watch closely from now on, as this will be a fear you cannot forget for a lifetime. As Chen Xian's voice fell, he raised both hands and clapped forcefully. Taiqing Yang. In an instant, the entire chaotic world suddenly came to a halt, and faraway Nuwa and Taiqing, who were engaged in a duel, were suddenly transferred by a powerful force. Not only that, but even above Janeo Island and Kunlun Mountain was the same. When the 6 saints were transferred to above the human race, they were bewildered, feeling as if they had been forcefully moved by a powerful force. At this moment, the 6 saints looked at the battlefield between the human race and the demon race, and saw that apart from the human cultivators in the sky, the demon army had vanished without a trace. Chen Xian looked at Taiqing, Jieyin, and Zhuan-Ti. You 3 old things actually wanted to use the demon race against my human race. Today I should settle everything with you 3 old things. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xian declared, great Dao chains bind. As his voice fell, countless chains containing the power of the great Dao suddenly appeared in the void, rushing towards Taiqing, Jieyin, and Zhuan-Ti. Seeing the great Dao chains, Yuan Shi secretly thought, indeed, that black-robed person is Chen Xian. Fortunately, I stood on the right side back, otherwise I might have been implicated. As Tong Tian saw the great Dao chains, he immediately understood that Chen Xian was the black-robed person from before. Now that Chen Xian displayed the power of the great Dao, it seemed he intended to intimidate Hongjun. However, Nuwa, seeing Chen Xian take action, thought to herself, this damned Chen Xian has finally decided to reveal his strength. As long as you expose your strength, it will be much easier for me in the future. Old Hongjun, I wonder how you feel seeing this scene. Meanwhile, Taiqing and the 2 saints of the west, seeing the great Dao chains in the sky, were immediately scared and started to flee in all directions. Chen Xian looked at the 3 saints. You cannot escape, the space is sealed. With a gesture, he sealed the space above the human race with the power of the great Dao, and soon the 3 saints were bound in the air by the great Dao chains. Chen Xian looked at the bound 3 saints, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Welcome to my human race as guests. I will definitely treat you well from now on. Taiqing looked at Chen Xian. You are that powerful Daoist. With such strength, why did you scheme against my root? Chen Xian smiled slightly. Taiqing, at that time, I did not possess such strength. I was only a bit stronger than you. The reason for scheming against your root materials was merely to make the human cultivators a bit stronger. Taiqing, ever since you established the human teaching and used the fortune of the human race to become a saint, have you ever thought of contributing to the human race? For your own benefit, you harmed the entire human race, corrupting the roots of humanity with the golden core Dao. How can such a shameless person be qualified to be the leader of the human teaching? As these words were spoken, the 3 ancestors below and all the cultivators of the human race erupted. Suiren looked at Nuwa. Holy Mother, is what the human emperor said true? Did Taiqing truly use the golden core Dao to harm the entire human race? Nuwa looked at the 3 ancestors of the human race, then at all the human cultivators. What the human emperor said is entirely true. Previously, I sensed danger for the human race, so I wanted to come and see what happened, but Taiqing blocked my path in Nuwa heaven. As Nuwa finished speaking, the entire human race looked angrily at Taiqing. Chen Xian, witnessing this scene, smiled at Taiqing. Old thing, your true face has been exposed now. You are no longer qualified to be the leader of the human teaching. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he immediately summoned the Kongtong seal. I am the human emperor. Today, I will revoke Taiqing's position as the leader of the human teaching with the treasure of the human race, the Kongtong seal. As soon as Chen Xian's voice fell, the fortune of the human race on Taiqing was stripped away by the Kongtong seal. Subsequently, the stripped fortune returned to the Kongtong seal, which instantly emitted myriad rays of light, and a massive golden dragon of fortune appeared above the human race. The golden dragon of fortune circled above the human race, and with its appearance, many weak and feeble members of the human race instantly became youthful. Not only that, but even the human cultivators present all broke through a small realm. With Taiqing lacking the fortune of the human race, his strength instantly fell to the 2nd layer of the saint realm. Seeing this, Taiqing roared in anger. Chen Xian, return my human race's fortune. Chen Xian looked at the bound Taiqing. Taiqing, you are already unqualified to be the leader of the human teaching. I have let you hold this position until now, which has been quite lenient. After speaking, Chen Xian walked up to Taiqing and kicked him hard in the groin. Taiqing, feeling the immense pain in his lower body, let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chen Xian, I will not rest until you are dead. Chen Xian looked at Taiqing. Oh, you still have the strength to speak. Since that is the case, I will give you a few more kicks. Then Chen Xian kicked Taiqing's groin several more times. Seeing this scene, Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti were instantly terrified and trembling. Jieyin stammered, Chen Xian, spare us. We are willing to offer treasures in exchange for our lives. Hearing this, Chen Xian immediately turned to Jieyin and Zhuan-Ti. Don't worry, it will soon be your turn. With that, he kicked Taiqing's groin once more. Feeling the immense pain in his lower body, Taiqing could no longer hold on and fainted. Chen Xuan, seeing Taiqing faint, immediately turned to Jieyin and Xuanti. Next, it will be your turn, but I feel it's a bit dirty to kick you. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, you two take care of them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian immediately walked towards Jieyin and Xuanti. Yuan Shi coldly laughed. Jieyin, do you think I lack treasures? I assure you I lack nothing. Were you not the one who obstructed my rescue of the human race? Then I shall return the favor. With that, Yuan Shi kicked directly at Jieyin's groin, and feeling the excruciating pain below, Jieyin's face immediately contorted. Seeing Jieyin not scream out, Yuan Shi immediately followed up with another kick. At this moment, Jieyin's face was twisted to the extreme, and he could no longer hold back as he shouted, "Ah! Ah! Yuan Shi, I will kill you. Jieyin, if you wish to kill me, then I must give you a few more kicks. After all, you from the Western sect have no interest in women, so this thing is of no use to you." After speaking, Yuan Shi raised his leg and fiercely kicked Jieyin's groin again, and soon a large amount of fresh blood began to flow from Jieyin's pants. Upon seeing the blood flow from his groin, Jieyin went into a frenzy and shouted, "Yuan Shi, I will kill you, I will kill you, ah!" Hearing this, Yuan Shi immediately kicked again, but because this kick carried a hint of saintly power, Jieyin let out a cry and then fainted. Seeing Jieyin faint, Xuanti was terrified and nearly wet his pants. He looked at Tong Tian. "Tong Tian, we have no enmity, I was merely stalling for a moment. If you let me go, I am willing to give you the 7 treasures mysterious tree." Tong Tian smiled slightly. "Xuanti, it seems I also do not lack treasures. However, if you give me the Qinglian Bao's flag, I might be willing to let you off the hook." Upon hearing this, Xuanti hesitated. Tong Tian, noticing Xuanti's hesitation, immediately stepped forward, pretending to kick Xuanti. Xuanti, seeing this, quickly spoke up. I will give it, is that not enough?" Tong Tian coldly laughed. "If you hesitate again, I will truly show no mercy. Now you can teach me the Qinglian Bao's flag." Xuanti looked at Chen Xuan, then turned back to Tong Tian. "Tong Tian, right now I am bound by the great Dao chains and my power cannot be mobilized, so I cannot hand over the Qinglian Bao's flag." Tong Tian turned to Chen Xuan. "Chen Xuan, could you let Xuanti go for now, and wait until he hands over the Qinglian Bao's flag?" Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Chen Xuan immediately understood his intention. The Xiantian 5 Directions flag is indeed a rare treasure, and if he could gather all 5 flags, they could set up the Xiantian 5 Directions Great Formation. Chen Xuan looked at Tong Tian, then waved his hand, causing the great Dao chains binding Xuanti to vanish without a trace. Tong Tian looked at Xuanti. "Now you can hand over the treasure to me, right?" Upon hearing this, Xuanti immediately waved his hand, and the Qinglian Bao's flag appeared in the air. Seeing this, Tong Tian quickly waved his hand to retrieve the Qinglian Bao's flag. Seeing Tong Tian take the Qinglian Bao's flag, Xuanti hurried to Jieyin's side. "Human Emperor, we have given you the treasure. Can we leave now?" Chen Xuan smiled slightly. "Xuanti, did I say you could leave? The Qinglian Bao's flag only allows Tong Tian not to kick you, but I never said you could leave. Of course, if you wish to leave, that is also possible. As long as you share half of the treasures from the Western sect's treasury with me, I might let you go." Upon hearing this, Xuanti immediately replied, "All right. We are willing to give half of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures." "Very well. Since you have so readily agreed, I shall let you leave." After Chen Xuan finished speaking, the great Dao chains binding Jieyin immediately vanished. Following this, Chen Xuan reached out, and instantly half of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Western sect treasury disappeared. "All right, you can leave now." Xuanti immediately took Jieyin on his shoulder, but at that moment Chen Xuan gave Nuwa a glance, and Nuwa, upon seeing Chen Xuan's signal, immediately understood his intention. Just as Xuanti was about to leave, Nuwa directly unleashed the creation divine palm, aiming a palm strike at Jieyin and Xuanti. Seeing Nuwa attack him, Xuanti quickly used the 7 treasures mysterious tree to defend himself. "Human Emperor, you are not trustworthy. You promised to let us go after taking half of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures." Chen Xuan coldly laughed. "Xuanti, I did indeed say I would let you go, but what I said only represents. If my master does not allow you to leave, then I have no choice." Nuwa looked at Jieyin and Xuanti. "You 2 old bald donkeys conspired to harm the human race. Today, I shall seek justice for the human race." As soon as Nuwa finished speaking, her aura surged to the 6th level of the Saint Realm, and then she infused all her power into the creation divine palm. Boom! The creation divine palm sent the 7 treasures mysterious tree flying, then directly struck down towards Jieyin and Xuanti. Smack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the void, and Jieyin and Xuanti fell immediately under Nuwa's strike. After Jieyin and Xuanti fell, blood rain began to fall from the sky. Seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately waved his hand, and a huge barrier appeared above the human race. As the blood rain fell onto the barrier, it was instantly evaporated entirely. At this moment, Taiqing slowly opened his eyes, and upon noticing Taiqing's awakening, Chen Xuan revealed a sly smile. Old man, you finally woke up. Ooh, I thought you were dead. Taiqing looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, what do you want? Old man, I don't want anything. How about this? I will give you a chance. Oh, as the #1 alchemist in the Honghuang, your alchemy talent must be high. Just right, I also excel at alchemy. Oh, why don't we have a gamble? If you win, I will let you go and return the position of the human race's leader to you. But if you lose, all of your golden cores and spirit root materials in the 8 Scenes Palace will belong to me. Are you willing to gamble? Upon hearing this, Taiqing narrowed his eyes. Chen Xuan, I am not a fool. Your strength has already reached the realm of the great Dao. Oh, I would not be foolish enough to compare alchemy with a great Dao powerhouse like you. We can compare alchemy, but you cannot use the power of the great Dao. We will use the strength of golden immortals to refine pills together. If your quality is better than mine, I will give you all my golden cores and heavenly materials. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Good. I agree. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the great Dao chains on Taiqing disappeared. Then Chen Xuan said, let's begin. You only have this one chance. I want to see just how strong your alchemy talent really is. Taiqing noticed that the chains of the great Dao on his body had vanished. He immediately took out the bagua furnace and said, Chen Xuan, what pill shall we compete in refining? Then let's compete in refining the 9 turns golden pill. This 9 turns golden pill is your masterpiece, and I shall defeat you using your own proud creation. Chen Xuan then took out the mythical indestructible cauldron and said, Taiqing, I will give you a chance. You may go first in the refining. Upon hearing this, Taiqing looked at Chen Xuan with anger, saying, Chen Xuan, how dare you underestimate me? Since you wish for me to refine first, prepare to lose. After finishing his words, Taiqing opened the lid of the bagua furnace and began placing the materials for refining the 9 turns golden pill into the furnace in order. At this moment, Chen Xuan called out to the system, dog system. Scan Taiqing's refining recipe for the 9 turns. Ding. Host scanning the 9 turns golden pill recipe for you. Ding. Scan successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 9 turns golden pill recipe. Ding. Warning. Warning detected issues with the 9 turns golden pill recipe, modifying the recipe for the host. Ding. Modification complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the true 9 turns golden pill. Chen Xuan, upon hearing the system's voice, showed a look of shock. Dog system. What issues does Taiqing's 9 turns golden pill recipe have? Ding. Host, Taiqing's 9 turns golden pill recipe is a defective version, and now this system has completed the deficiencies. The recipe you obtained is the complete 9 turns golden pill recipe. Dog system. Merge the true 9 turns golden pill recipe. Ding. Merging the true 9 turns golden pill recipe. Ding. Merging complete. At this time, a new recipe appeared in Chen Xuan's Sea of Consciousness. After reviewing the complete 9 turns golden pill recipe, he also took out the materials for refining the 9 turns golden pill and placed them into the mythical indestructible cauldron. Then Chen Xuan unleashed a divine fire and began to refine the true 9 turns golden pill. As time passed, Taiqing's bagua furnace emitted 9 rays of golden light, and soon a golden pill flew out of the furnace. Taiqing raised his hand to catch the 9 turns golden pill, inspected its quality, and upon seeing the exquisite 9 turns golden pill in his hand, he burst into laughter, saying, Chen Xuan, I have successfully refined my 9 turns golden pill. However, upon hearing Taiqing's words, Chen Xuan's face revealed a mocking expression. Old man, do you really think the 9 turns golden pill you refined only has 9 turns? Let me tell you, the 9 turns golden pill actually has 12 turns, and you can only refine it to 9 turns because your recipe is a defective version. Hearing this, Taiqing immediately retorted, the 9 turns golden pill cannot possibly have 12 turns. Although I obtained the recipe from a secret realm, it is the complete version. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, oh really? Since you believe your 9 turns golden pill is the complete version, I shall make you lose convincingly today. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, 12 rays of golden light erupted from the mythical indestructible cauldron, and a golden pill flew out. When the golden pill appeared in the air, the entire wilderness darkened, and dark clouds of tribulation began. Chen Xuan looked at Taiqing and said, old man, do you see clearly now? This 9 turns golden pill bears 12 turn patterns, and now that the 12 golden pills have been born, the heavens shall send down a tribulation. Taiqing, you have lost. Taiqing stared at the 9 turns golden pill with 12 turn patterns, and his face went pale. This is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. How can the 9 turns golden pill have more than 10 turn patterns? Chen Xuan, tell me this is not real. Chen Xuan looked at Taiqing's frantic expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. Taiqing, your Dao heart is. However, as soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, the heavenly tribulation began to descend, and after enduring 81 strikes of heavenly lightning, the 9 turns golden pill with 12 turn patterns was finally completed. Chen Xuan looked at the 9 turns golden pill with 12 turn patterns and reached out to catch it. Taiqing, your Dao heart is unstable. Now that you have lost to me, you should fulfill your promise. Taiqing looked at Chen Xuan and asked Chen Xuan, tell me, why can't the 9 turns golden pill I refined reach above the 9th grade? Taiqing, I have said that what you obtained is merely a defective version. Thus you can only refine it to 9 turns at most. Of course, if you wish to learn, I can teach you, but only if you call me father. Then I shall teach you how. Upon hearing this, Taiqing was momentarily stunned and asked, father, what does that mean? Chen Xuan burst into laughter, saying, father means father. As long as you call me father, I will teach you how. Upon hearing this, Taiqing became furious. Chen Xuan, you wish for that to happen. In this wilderness, only Pangu is my true father. Taiqing, if Pangu knew he had a son like you, he would probably be furious enough to slap you to death. Fine. I won't waste words with you anymore. Now I will take all the golden pills and rare treasures from your 8 scenery palace. After saying this, Chen Xuan reached out toward the void, quickly collecting all the golden pills and rare treasures from the 8 scenery palace into the system space. After completing all this, Chen Xuan coldly looked at Taiqing and said, Taiqing, I will let you go this time, as I consider Pangu's face. If you dare scheme against the human race again, do not blame me for sending you to meet Pangu. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Taiqing felt furious but dared not show it. Now that Chen Xuan possessed the strength of the great Dao, if he did not recognize the situation, he could very well perish on the spot. Just as Taiqing turned to leave, Hongjun happened to fly over. Taiqing, seeing Hongjun, was instantly shocked and said, Hongjun, weren't you supposed to have perished? Hongjun smiled and replied, Taiqing, I did indeed perish back then, but Chen Xuan saved me. Speaking of which, you are quite bold to dare offend Chen Xuan. TSK. How does it feel to have your lower half crippled? Is it quite painful? Upon hearing this, Taiqing became furious and retorted, Hongjun, you. Taiqing snorted coldly. Hongjun, though I am grievously wounded now, do you, a wastrel of quasi-saint cultivation, really think you can slay me? You sorely underestimate the Tiandao saint. Hongjun regarded Taiqing with a malicious grin. He thrust out his right hand and in an instant seized Taiqing's throat. Taiqing, old curmudgeon, do you think the Tiandao saint is so invincible? I tell you, if I so desire, I can slay even the Tiandao saint. With those words, a vast surge of Hunyuan power erupted from Hongjun's body. Taiqing's face drained of color in alarm. How is this possible? When did you attain the Hunyuan Dao? Old curmudgeon Taiqing, do I need to inform you of when I achieved the Hunyuan? Hongjun finished speaking and turned his gaze to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, you do not mind if I butcher Taiqing, do you? Chen Xuan shrugged. Hongjun, I spared Taiqing just now. Since he offended you, deal with him as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Hongjun immediately turned to Taiqing. Taiqing, old curmudgeon, mind your arrogance next time, or you will be easy prey. Today I shall give you a proper lesson. As Hongjun finished, Hunyuan power surged in his hand. He clenched with brutal force, and with a sickening crack, Taiqing's neck was crushed in an instant. His Yuan Shen fled his body and attempted to escape towards Zixiao Palace. Hongjun fashioned his Hunyuan power into a giant hand and immediately snatched Taiqing's Yuan Shen up. Chen Xuan, how shall we deal with this old man? Crush him outright, or let him go? After all, he is a descendant of Pangu. I will grant Pangu one courtesy. Upon hearing this, Hongjun released his grip, and Taiqing's Yuan Shen sped toward Bajing Palace. Watching Taiqing depart, Hongjun raised his head and glanced at Dijun and Tai. Chen Xuan, what do you intend to do with those two? Chen Xuan looked back at Hongjun. Hongjun, I know what you intend, but for now those two must not die. Then he fixed his gaze toward Zixiao Palace and spoke. Hongjun, I know you have been watching this place. If you do not show yourself, I will not hesitate to slay Dijun and Tai. At those words, Hongjun, who had been observing the battle from within Zixiao Palace, could not remain seated. With a single step, he appeared instantly above the human realm. Elder, how do you intend to spare Dijun and Tai? Chen Xuan accused Hongjun aloud. I know this was your scheme. You provided the escort the scroll of the Zhuan Ti Wu sword. Did you think I was unaware? Elder, Hongjun, be at ease. I brought you here for a small matter. You may take Dijun and Tai, but I have one condition: return the Yuan Shen of Nuwa Yuan Shi. And at this demand, Hongjun hurriedly replied, Elder, their 3 Yuan Shen are not in my custody. Their Yuan Shen reside within the Tiandao void. If you seek them, you must approach Tiandao. Within the Tiandao void, Tiandao immediately understood that if Hongjun had mentioned him, Nuwa Yuan Shi and Tongshan's Yuan Shen might be irretrievably lost. Tiandao rose, and with a single step appeared above the human realm. He cast a cold glance at Hongjun, and then smiled pleasantly at Chen Xuan. Elder, Nuwa and the other 2 are Tiandao saints. If their Yuan Shen leave the Tiandao void, they may perish, and if they are slain, there will be no chance of resurrection. Tiandao, you need not worry about that. For now, simply hand over their Yuan Shen. Tiandao hesitated at those. Seeing Tiandao waver, Chen Xian's gaze turned icier. Tiandao, if you refuse to remain Tiandao, perhaps I should erase you outright and create a new Tiandao instead. Startled, Tiandao quickly pleaded, Elder, do not. If you desire their yuan shun, I shall return them at once. He then withdrew the 3 yuan shun from the Tiandao void. Tiandao pushed the 3 yuan shun forward until they floated before Chen Xian. Chen Xian regarded the 3 yuan shun and then looked toward Nuwa, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. Seeing this, the 3 immediately drew their yuan shun back into their bodies. Once they had reclaimed their spirits, Chen Xian turned his gaze back to Tiandao. Tiandao, let these 3 yuan shun serve as compensation for the losses the human race has suffered. If you dare plot against the humans again, I will seize you and mete out a severe beating. Tiandao heard those words and thought inwardly that it would be unwise to provoke the human race, as should Chen Xian seize him, the consequences would be unbearable. At that moment, Chen Xian's voice echoed inside Nuwa's spirit. See, if Nuwa now establishes Rindao, Tiandao will not dare to oppose it. With my presence here, Tiandao cannot possibly stop it. Hearing Chen Xian's thought, Nuwa immediately spoke to him. Chen Xian, lend me the Kongtong seal. I have an important matter to carry out. Chen Xian heard this and asked with some puzzlement, Master, why do you need the Kongtong seal? Nuwa smiled faintly. Chen Xian, if you lend it to me, you will know my intent. Chen Xian looked at Nuwa and then produced the Kongtong seal. He sent the seal to her. Nuwa received the Kongtong seal and addressed Chen Xian. I am Nuwa, mother of the human race. By the human treasure Kongtong seal, I hereby decree Chen Xian is established as the leader of Rinjiao. Chen Xian was astonished. Master, I am unsuited to be leader of Rinjiao. Please choose someone else. Nuwa fixed him with a fierce look. Chen Xian, I will not heed excuses. You idle away your time. You must accept the post of leader of Rinjiao. Chen Xian saw Nuwa's relentless expression and understood that if he refused, she would make trouble for him later. Reluctantly, he said, Master, I will accept the leadership of Rinjiao. Will that not suffice? Nuwa, pleased at last, nodded. She then intoned, the great Tao above, I am Nuwa, mother of the human race. By the human treasure Kongtong seal, I establish Rindao. At her declaration, the entire Honghuang quaked, and a great river began to manifest in the heavens. Tiandao was alarmed and exclaimed, the Rindao Great River. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian turned to Tiandao and asked, what is the Rindao Great River? Tiandao regarded the river. The Rindao Great River is the root of the human race and all sentient beings. It records the past and the future of humanity and of life itself. The river of humanity emerges, signifying the imminent manifestation of the path of humanity. Once it appears, all beings will no longer be governed by the heavenly Tao, but will be under the dominion of the path of humanity. The path of humanity is the way of all beings, while the heavenly Tao represents the path of order. At this moment, the river of humanity appears, enveloping Nuwa and drawing her into its depths. As Nuwa contemplates within the river of humanity, she loses track of time until finally her eyes open and a tremendous power of humanity erupts from within her. As the power of humanity surges, Nuwa's aura begins to rise dramatically. Only when she breaks through to the heavenly Tao realm does the power of humanity gradually recede. However, just as Nuwa is assessing her strength, a golden sword suddenly shoots out from the river of humanity. Nuwa reaches out to grasp the golden sword, and instantly a message enters her divine sense. The Hongmeng sacred sword is the innate treasure of the master of humanity, possessing the ability to create and annihilate all things. After reviewing the information about the Hongmeng sacred sword, Nuwa promptly stores it away, and the river of humanity slowly vanishes from sight, with her figure reappearing before the others. Chen Xian looks at Nuwa and says, congratulations. Master has reached the heavenly Tao realm. Seeing Nuwa's cultivation level advance to the heavenly Tao realm, Tong Tian immediately congratulates her, saying, congratulations, junior sister Nuwa, on attaining the heavenly Tao realm. Meanwhile, Hongjun feels an intense jealousy as he sees Nuwa's strength reach the heavenly Tao realm. He reflects on how he embodies the heavenly Tao, yet his strength can only reach the 9th heaven of the sage realm. The thought that Nuwa has established the path of humanity and attained the heavenly Tao realm makes him wish he could take her place. At this point, although the heavenly Tao is displeased with the emergence of the path of humanity, it realizes it cannot stop Nuwa. If it intervenes, Chen Xian would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. As the heavenly Tao contemplates how to deal with Nuwa in the future, a great merit suddenly descends. Nuwa gazes at the vast expanse of merit in the sky worth billions of acres, her heart filled with excitement and speechlessness. In that moment, the merit divides into 2 portions, with 1/3 descending toward Chen Xian. Upon seeing this, Chen Xian immediately absorbs the merit into his inner world, while Nuwa incorporates it into her body. She looks at Chen Xian and says, Chen Xian, you have been so good to me that I don't know how to reward you. Chen Xuan, hearing this, looks confused and replies, Master, I merely borrowed your Kongtong seal. How can that be considered being good to you? Nuwa thinks to herself, silly disciple, if it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have established the path of humanity or achieved my current cultivation. You simply don't know that I can hear your thoughts. However, Nuwa, recalling that she is still a sage of the Heavenly Dao, immediately turns her gaze to the Heavenly Dao and declares, Heavenly Dao, as the master of humanity, I think you should pass on the position of Heavenly Dao sage to someone else. As soon as Nuwa finishes speaking, she extracts the sage Dao fruit from her divine sense, and then she invokes the Hongmeng sacred sword, shattering the sage Dao fruit with a single strike. As the sage Dao fruit shatters, Nuwa's realm begins to decline. Chen Xuan, witnessing this, immediately flies forward and places his palm atop Nuwa's head, surrounding her with a surge of Dao power. Master, breathe deeply and focus, embrace the primordial unity. Chen Xuan instructs, then takes out 3 enlightenment pills, saying, Master, these are enlightenment pills, consume them, and use the laws of creation to achieve the Honghuang Dao. Hearing this, Nuwa takes the 3 enlightenment pills from Chen Xuan's hand and promptly consumes one. Chen Xuan smiles and reassures her, Master, you can confidently pursue the Honghuang Dao. If anyone dares to disturb you, it'll make them vanish into nothingness. Chen Xuan then glares at the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Both the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun are taken aback by Chen Xuan's dangerous gaze, feeling a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they do not dare to make any moves, even considering retreating to their own sanctuaries, fearing they might be struck down by Chen Xuan if they take a single step. Meanwhile, after consuming the enlightenment pill, Nuwa immediately begins to comprehend the laws of creation. As time passes, Nuwa's aura gradually stabilizes. The deeper her comprehension becomes, the more immense the power of creation she accumulates. Suddenly, Nuwa opens her eyes, exclaiming, Honghuang Dao fruit gather. As she speaks, the sage power within her instantly transforms into Honghuang power. At that moment, Nuwa's Honghuang Dao fruit solidifies completely, and with a resounding boom, her aura begins to soar until it finally reaches the first heaven of the Heavenly Dao. Nuwa looks at Chen Xuan and says, Thank you, Chen Xuan. If it weren't for your Dao power, I wouldn't have been able to quickly return. Chen Xuan smiles slightly and replies, Master, your return to the peak is also due to your own capabilities. Just then, the Eye of Humanity suddenly appears in the void, declaring Chen Xuan has aided the Master of Humanity in attaining the Dao and is rewarded with 1,000,000 acres of merit. As soon as the Will of Humanity finishes speaking, 1,000,000 acres of merit appears in the sky and descends upon Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, upon seeing this, waves his hand, allowing the merit to fall upon the human race. All sons of the human race can absorb the merit of humanity for cultivation. Hearing this, all the human cultivators immediately sit cross-legged and begin to absorb the merit of humanity for their cultivation. The 3 ancestors of humanity also begin to meditate and cultivate. Seeing that the situation was almost resolved, the Heavenly Dao tentatively looks at Chen Xuan and says, Senior, since the matter is settled, can I now return to the void of the Heavenly Dao? Chen Xuan responds, Let's go. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Dao immediately turns to return to the void, while Hongjun beside him quickly adds, Senior, may I also return to the Zixiao Palace? Hongjun, take Dijun Tai and the 8 demon saints with you. However, I must remind you, if any sage dares to act against the human race, I will personally intervene. You should know that even a sage of the Heavenly Dao can be easily exterminated by me. Hongjun, upon hearing this, immediately spoke. Rest assured, Senior, this humble Daoist will not allow the saints to interfere in the matters of the human race. All right, you may take them away. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, the power binding Dijuan and Donghuang Tai suddenly vanished. Seeing this, Hongjun waved his hand, sending Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, and the 8 great demon saints back to the heavenly court of the demon race. Immediately after, Hongjun also disappeared from the spot. After Hongjun left, Chen Xuan turned to Nuwa and said, Master, since your strength has reached the Dao realm, how about you stay in the human race from now on? Nuwa rolled her eyes at Chen Xuan. You little rascal, you are clearly so powerful. Why did you pretend to be weak at the beginning, and why did you choose to join my sect? With your strength, not even Hongjun, let alone the Dao, can match you. What is the significance of you joining my sect? Hearing this, Chen Xuan awkwardly replied, Master, I was indeed very weak before, but after joining your sect and acquiring numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I was able to improve so rapidly. Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan, thinking to herself that it was fortunate she was clever. If she hadn't put on an act of questioning, this little rascal would have guessed that she already knew his strength. Fine. Since you are unwilling to tell me, I won't pry into it, as everyone has their own secrets. Chen Xuan, I currently cannot stay in the human race. I need to return to Honghuang Palace to consolidate my own cultivation. You will take care of matters concerning the human race, and once I stabilize my cultivation, I will move Honghuang Palace to the human side. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was immediately overjoyed. He thought that with Nuwa not by his side, he could go to the Wu clan to spend time with his wife Houtu whenever he wanted. Nuwa noticed Chen Xuan's excited demeanor and immediately realized he must be plotting something. However, to her astonishment, this time, she couldn't hear Chen Xuan's thoughts. Strange. Why can't I hear Chen Xuan's thoughts now? Is it because I established the human path and entered the river of the human path? Forget it. If I can't hear it, then so be it. After all, this little rascal will always be my disciple. It's just a pity that I won't be able to hear his thoughts anymore. Chen Xuan, I will return to Honghuang Palace first. After I consolidate my cultivation, I will come to find you in the human race. Nuwa said this and immediately flew towards the heavenly palace of Nuwa. Meanwhile, within the void of the Dao, Jane and Juanti revived one after another. Jane looked at Juanti and said, "Junior brother, we miscalculated this time. Oh, we didn't expect that the one in the black robe was Chen Xuan. Senior brother, we suffered greatly this time. Not only did we lose half of our treasury resources, but even." After Juanti finished speaking, he glanced down at Jane, who upon seeing Juanti looking at his lower body, immediately shot him an angry glare. "Junior brother, you. Senior brother, I am only concerned for you. Can that thing of yours still be used? Junior brother, if you bring this up again, I will really fall out with you." Just as Jane and Juanti were conversing, Taiqing also revived. Taiqing looked at Jane and Juanti. "Jane, Juanti, this time I let you both down. Not only did I fail to obtain the luck of the human race, but because of this matter, I lost all my golden cores and materials from the heavens and earth." Jane looked at Taiqing. "Taiqing, we can't be blamed for this. The two of us suffered significant losses as well. Taiqing, if you want to blame someone, blame the master. This matter was ordered by our master to be handled by the three of us together." Upon hearing this, Taiqing sighed. "Forget it, I won't hold it against you this time." While the three were talking, Hongjun's voice reached their consciousness. Upon hearing Hongjun's transmission, the three exchanged glances. Jane spoke. "Junior brother Taiqing, did you receive the master's transmission as well?" The two nodded in agreement, and Taiqing said, "Let's go. We shall head to Zixiao Palace to see what's happening." After Taiqing finished speaking, he immediately flew towards Zixiao Palace, and Jane and Juanti followed suit. When the three arrived at Zixiao Palace, Houyan was already waiting behind the door. Upon seeing Taiqing and the others arrive, Houyan immediately said, "Senior brother Taiqing, the master has been waiting inside for a long time. You should hurry in." Taiqing looked at Houyan and asked, "Houyan, what does the master want with us?" "Senior brother Taiqing, I am not sure either. The master just told me to come and fetch you." Seeing this, Taiqing immediately said, "Houyan, let's go in." Upon hearing this, Houyan promptly replied, "Please, esteemed brothers, come inside." Following this, Houyan led the way into Zixiao Palace. Taiqing turned to Jane and Juanti and said, "Let's go. We should enter together and see what the master has to say." After Taiqing said this, he directly led the way into Zixiao Palace. Jane and Juanti followed closely behind. Upon entering the main hall of Zixiao Palace, Houyan was the first to speak. "Master, senior brother Taiqing and the others have arrived." Upon hearing this, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes and said, "Houyan, you may step down now." "Yes, master." After that, Houyan walked out of the hall alone. After Houyan left, Hongjun looked at Taiqing and the others. "Taiqing, Jane, Juanti, you three must not personally trouble the human race from now on, otherwise I will be unable to protect you. However, although you cannot personally deal with the human race, you can let your disciples suppress them. Chen Xuan has promised me that as long as the saints do not personally intervene against the human race, he will not take action, so you may send your disciples to suppress the human race. Also, the reason I called you here is because of the matters concerning the demon race and the Wu race. You three need to quickly enhance the strength of the demon race, otherwise the calamity between the Wu and demon races will not be able to proceed. If the calamity cannot proceed, it will evolve into an immeasurable tribulation, and at that time, besides the human race, I fear all beings in the wilderness will be caught up in the calamity." Upon hearing this, Taiqing immediately said, "Master, we currently have no heavenly materials or earthly treasures left. We cannot help the demon race grow strong." Hongjun looked at Jane and Juanti. "You two have half of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures left in the Western sect. Take some and give it to Taiqing to refine pills. Taiqing, after you refine the pills, half of them should be sent to the demon race, and the other half to Jane and Juanti." Upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti were immediately excited. Jane thought to himself, "Great. The master is indeed very kind to us in the West. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures can only be directly absorbed. If Taiqing refines them into pills, the strength of the Western sect will definitely receive a tremendous boost." Jane looked at Hongjun and said, "Master, I will return to the West to gather the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for senior brother Taiqing. This matter is not urgent. You should first enter seclusion to cultivate for a while. I will activate the time array within the Zixiao Palace. You can cultivate there for 10,000 years, and after that you can emerge to assist the demon clan. Hearing this, Taiqing Jian and Zhuanti immediately knelt and said, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, in the human realm, Chen Xian noticed that the Kongtong seal was still on Nuwa after she left. Damn, that little vixen Nuwa actually took my Kongtong seal. Forget it, since she took it, I'll just ask her for it next time she comes to the human realm. Hongjun, this time you must stop Kunpeng. You didn't kill Kunpeng, did you? Hongjun replied with a mischievous smile. Chen Xian, according to your instructions, I severely injured Kunpeng, but don't worry, that guy won't die. By the way, I brought back some good things for you. After speaking, Hongyun waved his hand, and Kunpeng's wings appeared in the air. Chen Xian, these wings of Kunpeng are indeed valuable. If used to enhance the cultivation of the human race, it would be a very good choice. Hongyun, you are indeed impressive. These wings are truly a treasure. Tonight, I will prepare a feast for you all. Upon hearing about food, Hongyun immediately excitedly said, Chen Xian, you're not planning to eat the wings of Kunpeng, are you? Yes, but the way to eat them is different, you will know tonight. Hearing that the method of eating was different, Yuan Shi immediately became interested. Chen Xian, is there something special about eating Kunpeng's wings? Yuan Shi, eating Kunpeng meat definitely requires a special method. You will understand tonight. By the way, do you have any fine celestial brew? If you do, it would make the flavor even better. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. Chen Xian, obtaining celestial brew is easy. I just happen to have a few jars atop Kunlun Mountain. I will let Guang Qingzi bring them over. Nearby Tontian also spoke. Chen Xian, I also have a few jars of celestial brew on my Golden Ao Island. I will have Wudong bring them over shortly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian laughed heartily. Great. You all wait for tonight. I will prepare a lavish. Then Chen Xian looked down at the three ancestors of the human race and said, Swirenchi, you three lead our human cultivators back to the tribe. By the way, once you return to the tribe, immediately arrange the banquet. I will personally prepare a delicacy for our human race tonight. Upon hearing this, Swirenchi immediately knelt and said, Yes, your majesty. Following this, the three ancestors of the human race led the cultivators back to the human tribe, while Chen Xian looked towards the direction of Shouyang Mountain and said, Zenyuanzi, it's time for you to come out. Inside Shouyang Mountain, Zenyuanzi heard Chen Xian's voice and immediately flew out from within the mountain. When Zenyuanzi arrived in front of Chen Xian smiled slightly and said, Zenyuanzi, it seems I didn't give you a chance to make a move this time, but next time I will definitely let you personally deal with Dijuan and Tai. Chen Xian, this time I didn't have a chance to help, but next time I will definitely do my utmost to assist the human race. Chen Xian smiled slightly and said, Good. Everyone, let's head back to the human tribe. As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the human tribe, and Tongtian and Yuan Shi immediately followed suit. Hongyun looked at Zenyuanzi and said, Let's go. We should also head back. As night fell, Wudong and Guang Qingzi delivered the celestial brew to the human race, and then immediately returned to their own Daoist sanctuaries. On the other side, in the demon clan's heavenly court, Dijuan looked at Dongwang Tai and said, Second brother, this time, it was truly dangerous. I never expected the human emperor's strength to reach the level of the great Dao. Now we have no chance to act against the human race. Eldest brother, even without the slaughter witch sword, we can still defeat the witch clan. Now we must find a way to strengthen the power of the demon clan. Second brother, now half of the treasures in our heavenly treasury have been taken by the human emperor. It seems unlikely that we can quickly enhance the strength of the entire demon clan in a short time. Eldest brother, since we need to strengthen the overall power of the demon clan, we must conquer the myriad clans. How about I lead the remaining demon clan army to conquer the myriad clans? As long as we integrate the myriad clans into the demon clan, our strength will naturally increase. Second brother, I believe it's time to subdue the three ancient clans. Although their strength is not what it used to be, their foundation should not be underestimated. If we can incorporate these three clans into our demon clan, we will have a good chance against the witch clan. Eldest brother, subduing the three ancient clans might not be feasible right now. Our demon clan has suffered significant losses, and it may not be possible to confront the three clans in the short term. Second brother, you should first lead the demon clan army to attack the myriad clans. As long as we can gather those scattered small tribes, our demon clan will acquire a vast amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As long as we have sufficient resources for the demon clan, our army can be strengthened, and then we can deal with the three ancient clans. Hearing this, Dongwang Tai nodded and said, Eldest brother, this plan is feasible. In that case, I will lead the demon clan army to conquer the myriad clans now. After Dongwang Tai finished speaking, he immediately turned and exited the demon emperor's palace. At that moment, Dijuan suddenly remembered something and looked at Baze. Baze, this time in the battle against the human race that Guy Kunpeng didn't come to support at all. Go check it out in the North Sea. If Kunpeng defies my orders, I will certainly lead the demon clan army to flatten the North Sea. Upon hearing this, Bays immediately replied, "Yes, your majesty." He then flew towards the North Sea. At this moment in the human tribe, Chen Xuan divided the processed Kunping wings into countless pieces of meat and then placed all the pieces on the fire to roast. After some time of roasting, the meat of Kunping began to emit an incredibly enticing aroma. When the fragrance wafted into everyone's nostrils, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Hongjun looked at the Kunping meat and said, "Chen Xuan, is the Kunping meat ready to eat? I can barely hold myself back." Chen Xuan replied, "Hongjun, don't rush. I haven't added the seasoning to the meat yet." After saying this, Chen Xuan took out the seasoning he had prepared earlier from the system space and began to brush the seasoning over all the pieces of meat. As the seasoning was applied to the meat pieces, the rich aroma of roasted meat made everyone present drool involuntarily. Tontian said, "Chen Xuan, this Kunping meat is just too aromatic. I can hardly resist it now, or it smells absolutely delicious." Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, "Of course the meat I roast is fragrant. Now the meat is almost ready, you can come and get it." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi immediately stepped forward and picked the largest piece, and seeing this, Tontian immediately exclaimed, "Second brother, that's excessive. Hurry and share half of that big piece with me." Chen Xuan watched Yuan Shi and Tontian compete for the Kunping's flesh, a faint smile curling across his lips. He mused that had he never appeared, Yuan Shi would never have altered his path, nor would he ever have forged such profound brotherhood with Tontian. After all, in the original destiny, Yuan Shi and Taiqing had journeyed to Nuwa heaven to prevent Nuwa from aiding humanity, while Jane and Junti secretly guided select humans toward the western lands. Now, however, Yuan Shi not only aided humanity, but even stood defiantly against the two holy ones of the West on their behalf. Chen Xuan observed the assembly feasting with unrestrained delight, his own heart swelling with quiet joy. At that moment, Hongjun turned to Chen Xuan. "Chen Xuan, this roasted meat is truly exquisite. Had I known Kunping's flesh was so fragrant, I should have severed his legs as well." Zenyuanzi, hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. "Dear friend Hong, the next time let us jointly subdue Kunping. I shall sever his legs while you cleave his wings." Yuan Shi, overhearing their banter, thought to himself, to savor Kunping's flesh endlessly would indeed be a most delightful prospect. At that very moment, Yuan Shi schemed inwardly how to secure an unceasing supply of Kunping's flesh, while Tongtian, utterly unburdened by such calculations, continued stuffing morsels into his mouth without pause. Tongtian glanced at Chen Xuan. "Chen Xuan, this Kunping meat is divine. Do join us in tasting it." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan promptly picked up a piece and savored it. Seeing him partake, Tongtian immediately produced 2 jugs of immortal wine. "Chen Xuan, meat demands wine. This vintage has aged in my storehouse for eons. Pray taste it and tell me your thoughts." Chen Xuan accepted the jug, uncorked it, and drank deeply. "Huh, a splendid flavor. Indeed, this wine balances sweetness, tartness, and spice in rare harmony." At that moment, Yuan Shi also produced several jugs. "Chen Xuan, this is celestial apricot wine, crafted by my own hand. Pray sample it and judge its merit." Having spoken, Yuan Shi slid 1 jug forward to Chen Xuan. He accepted it and took a sip. "Excellent. Truly excellent. This vintage is truly exceptional." Having said so, Chen Xuan drank 2 more generous draughts, just as Zenyuanzi approached him. "Chen Xuan, pray also taste the immortal wine I brewed from ginseng fruits." Hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "Ginseng fruit wine. Zenyuanzi, do present it. I, the sovereign, shall test it myself." Thereupon the assembly began exchanging wines freely. Yet at that instant, Yuan Shi addressed them all. "Esteemed friends, Kunping's flesh is a rare delicacy, but with so many of us gathered, portions grow scarce. Might I propose a solution?" Hongjun turned to Yuan Shi. "Brother Yuan Shi, what ingenious idea do you offer?" Yuan Shi replied with a mischievous grin, "Kunping is but a quasi-sage. To feast upon his flesh, we must first sever his wings. Yet if we elevate him to the rank of Dao Heaven Sage, then we may slay him endlessly, reborn anew each time." Tongtian, thrilled by the notion, exclaimed, "Elder brother, what a brilliant scheme. Once Kunping attains sainthood, we may sever his nascent soul and bring his corporeal form back for roasting." Hongyun, eyes gleaming with sly amusement, added, "A fine plan indeed. But how precisely do you intend to elevate Kunping to sainthood?" Yuan Shi immediately turned to Chen Xuan. "Chen Xuan, only you possess the authority to accomplish this. The Dao heaven trembles before you alone. If you speak but a word, the heavenly Dao itself will grant Kunping sainthood without hesitation. Moreover, Sister Nuwa has voluntarily relinquished her sagehood, leaving 1 seat vacant within the Dao Heaven pantheon. Appointing Kunping to fill it seems both fitting and auspicious." Chen Xuan, finding the proposal sound, transmitted his decree directly to the heavenly Dao. "Dao Heaven, I am aware your pantheon lacks 1 sage. I hereby ordain Kunping to ascend as a Dao Heaven sage, to occupy the final seat. You surely will not object." Within the void of the Dao heaven, the heavenly Dao instantly responded, "All rests in the elder's hands." "Very well, proceed forthwith." Having issued his command, Chen Xuan dismissed the matter entirely, while the heavenly Dao, perplexed, could not fathom why the sovereign sought Kunpeng's ascension. Had the heavenly Dao known Chen Xuan's sole motive was culinary indulgence, it might well have retorted, "Then, when the feasting begins, do remember to share a portion with me." Meanwhile, in the celestial court of the Yaos, Dongwang Tai had already assembled the full Yao host. Dongwang Tai turned to Dijuan, "Elder brother, I depart now." Dijuan smiled gently. "Second brother, proceed with utmost caution. Above all, avoid provoking the Wu clan. Should they awaken, our position will grow perilous." "Fear not, elder brother. I shall return victorious, and then we shall drink deep together." With those words, Dongwang Tai led his legions toward the Honghuang continent. Meanwhile, among humanity, after a night of revelry, Chen Xuan returned to the human sovereign palace to cultivate. Notably, en route, he imparted to Yuan Shi, Tongtian, and Xinyuanzi his profound insights into attaining supreme enlightenment. Upon entering the palace, Chen Xuan retreated into his cultivation realm and simultaneously projected two avatars, one devoted exclusively to alchemy, the other remaining within the palace to safeguard humanity. As eons passed, millions of years flowed like mist. The heavenly Dao, gazing from its celestial void, addressed Hongjun. "The Yao clan has absorbed myriad races, but though their ranks swell, confronting the Wu clan remains a formidable challenge. Hongjun, I propose that Dijuan and Taiyi wed the two sovereigns of the Moon Palace. Should these lunar sovereigns join the Yao clan, the Zhou-Tian star array shall achieve perfect completion, granting the Yao strength enough to stand against the Wu. Hongjun, since you have devised this stratagem, so be it. I shall bind Dijuan's fate to Xia's. Likewise, I shall entwine Dongwang Tai's destiny with Changshi's." Hongjun nodded, solemnly agreed. "Then I shall guide Dijuan and Taiyi forthwith." Thereupon Hongjun turned and soared toward the celestial court of the Yaos, while at Shouyang Mountain, Chen Xuan emerged from his cultivation realm. He gazed upon his avatar seated in the grand hall and asked any developments from the Yao front. The avatar replied, "Nothing extraordinary, save that Dongwang Tai has waged relentless campaigns across the myriad races for nearly 10,000 years." "I see. So the Yaos seek to consolidate scattered tribes into their fold, thereby magnifying their power exponentially." Having spoken, Chen Xuan reabsorbed his avatar, then withdrew the mirror of celestial insight to observe the Yaos' movements. Simultaneously, Hongjun descended upon the celestial court of the Yaos and transmitted his voice directly to Dijuan. Upon hearing the patriarch's summons, Dijuan immediately ascended to the court's upper heavens. Dijuan looked at Hongjun and then knelt down, saying, "Dijuan greets you, master." Hongjun glanced at Dijuan and replied, "Get up. I have come this time to bestow upon you a fateful bond. I have already tied your fate with Shihi. As long as you marry Shihi, the great array of the celestial stars will be completed, and you will no longer have to fear the 12 heavenly gods' great array of the witch clan." Dijuan was ecstatic upon hearing Hongjun's words. "Master, is that true?" "Of course, I have already arranged everything for you. You just need to go to the moon star to propose." "Yes, master, I will go arrange the marriage to Shihi right away." After saying this, Dijuan immediately turned and flew towards the heavenly court of the demon clan, while a cold smile appeared on Hongjun's face as he watched Dijuan leave. "Penga, just wait. I will ensure you have no chance of returning." With that, Hongjun vanished without a trace. Inside the human emperor's palace, Chen Xuan had already seen Dijuan and Hongjun's scheme. "What a clever plan, Hongjun. You are indeed cunning, trying to use the essence of the moon star to fill the gap of the great array of the celestial stars. However, since I know your plans, I cannot let you succeed." Chen Xuan then left the human emperor's palace and looked towards the moon star, saying, "Shihi Chang, let me see if you are worth my effort to save." As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already at the moon. Looking at the desolate moon star, Chen Xuan concealed his figure and quietly infiltrated the moon star. Meanwhile, Dijuan returned to the heavenly court of the demon clan and immediately summoned Bai Zhe to the demon emperor's hall. Bai Zhe arrived and knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, what is it that you need from me?" Bai Zhe, "Prepare some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I shall use them as a dowry to marry the fairy Shihi of the moon star." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe was taken aback. "Your Majesty, is this true? You really want to marry Shihi of the moon star?" "Of course it's true. By the way, prepare 2 sets. If I marry Shihi, then Chang, she must be my brothers. I want double happiness." Bai Zhe was overjoyed and said, "Your Majesty, I will go prepare valuable gifts at once." After Bai Zhe finished speaking, he went to the heavenly court's treasury to select magical treasures and spirit roots, while Dijuan looked towards the moon star, saying, "Shihi, wait for me to come and marry you." As time passed, Bai Zhe had prepared 2 gifts. He arrived at the demon emperor's hall and said, "Your Majesty, the gifts are ready. When shall we head to the moon star?" "Bai Zhe, we shall go to the moon star immediately." I can hardly wait to see my empress. After Dijun finished speaking, he flew towards the moon star, and Baizé immediately led the gift team to. After a few days, Dijun and Baizé arrived outside the moon star. Dijun looked at the moon star and called out, "Fairy Shihi, I am Dijun of the Demon Clan. May I have the honor of meeting you?" Inside the moon star, Shihi and Chong, she were bathing when suddenly Dijun's voice echoed in. Changshi looked at Shihi and said, "Sister, why has Dijun suddenly come to our moon star? Does he want us to join the demon clan?" Changshi, Dijun's arrival at the moon star surely brings no good. Just wait here. I will go meet Dijun. After saying this, Shihi stepped out of the bath and transformed into a graceful white palace dress. Then with a step she vanished from the Guanghan Palace. When Shihi reappeared, she was already outside the moon star. She looked at Dijun and said, "Dijun, our moon star has had no dealings with your demon clan. What brings you here?" Dijun gazed at Shihi before him, thinking to himself that this would be his empress, so beautiful, with a perfect figure and exquisite features. He was determined to marry Shihi. "Fairy Shihi, I have come today to propose to you. I am the king of the demon clan, and since we are both born from the eyes of Pengu, if we unite, our cultivation will greatly enhance, and by marrying me, you will also gain a great deal of heavenly merit. Fairy Shihi, would you be willing to marry me?" Shihi looked at Dijun, who had a lecherous expression, and immediately felt a surge of disgust. "Dijun, give it up. I will not marry anyone. Please leave. Fairy Shihi, our marriage is destined by the heavens. Haven't you realized?" Shihi coldly glanced at Dijun, saying, "So what if it's destined? My sea of consciousness has given me a warning. I do not like you. If you continue to harass me, I will have to be rude." Upon hearing this, Dijun coldly snorted, "Rude? I would like to see how you dare to be rude to me, ha ha ha." Shihi, seeing Dijun's lecherous demeanor, was furious and took out the yin-yang wheel. "Dijun, you are courting death. Moon will slash." With Shihi's words, a massive crescent blade slashed towards Dijun. Seeing the moon will coming towards him, Dijun immediately summoned the river map and Luo book to block Shihi's attack. Boom! The crescent blade struck the river map and Luo book, causing a massive explosion in the air. Inside the Guanghan Palace, Chong, she heard the explosion and quickly put on her clothes, then rushed outside towards the moon star. At this moment, hiding in the shadows, Chen Xuan thought of the scene of Chong Shi and Shihi bathing, and suddenly felt a warmth in his nostrils, followed by a stream of red liquid flowing out unconsciously. "Damn, my body can achieve the sacred body of the great Dao, yet this kind of thing can make me nosebleed. It seems I need to train harder." That being said, it's quite a pity that Shihi and Chong, she would be wives to Dijun. It's better for them to be my wives instead. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan immediately transformed into a jade pendant and hung on Chang's waist. Soon Changshi arrived outside the moon star and looked at Shihi, saying, "Sister, why are you fighting?" "Changshi, you arrived just in time. Let us join forces to deal with Dijun." Although Changshi did not know what happened, she still summoned the moon god sword and slashed towards Dijun. Seeing Changshi charging at him, Dijun immediately turned to Baizé, saying, "Baizé, deal with Changshi, but remember to not harm her." Baizé nodded and said, "Yes, your majesty." He then took out the Baizé fan and attacked Changshi. Seeing this, Changshi immediately struck back with the moon god sword. Boom! Outside the moon star, the sounds of violent collisions rang out, while the small demons brought by Baizé had already hidden far away, fearing that a single misstep would lead to their demise. As time passed, Shihi's magical power began to wane. Dijun looked at Shihi and said, "Fairy Shihi, it is better for you to give up. You do not have the ability to resist me. If you obediently return with me to marry, I will treat you well. If you continue to resist after marrying you, I will take several demon concubines. At that time, I will let you experience the consequences of being unloved." Hearing this, Shihi glared angrily at Dijun and said, "Dijun, you are dreaming. I would rather die than become your empress, so give up." Upon hearing this, Dijun coldly snorted, "Very well. If that's the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Solar True Fire burn." Dijun raised his hand, and a terrifying solar true fire condensed in his palm, then he hurled it toward. Seeing this, Shihi immediately took out the wheel of the sun to defend herself. As the solar true fire struck the wheel of the sun, a terrifying devouring power engulfed the solar true fire. Dijun's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed this. "How is this possible? Could it be the legendary yin-yang divine wheel?" "Exactly. This is the Taiqing divine wheel. Dijun, if you persist in this, I will absorb all of your—" Dijun looked at Shihi and said, "Shihi, our fate is predestined by heaven, and you can never change this. If you submit to me now, I will not hold you accountable. If you continue to resist, I will have no choice but to take you back by force." Shihi smiled slightly and said, "Dijun, you overestimate yourself. I possess the yin-yang divine wheel. Your solar power is useless against me. You must be dreaming if you think I would submit to you." Dijun looked at the yin-yang divine wheel, beginning to devise a strategy to counter it. After a brief contemplation, he finally thought of a way to crack it. With a slight smile, Dijun said, Shihi, although your yin-yang divine wheel is powerful, I have a method to counter it. If you submit to me now, I will still allow you to be the empress. Shihi coldly laughed and said, if you had a method to counter it, would you be negotiating with me? Since you do not wish to leave, I will send you away. Immediately, Shihi transformed the solar true fire she had absorbed into Taiqing power, then wielded the Taiqing divine wheel, and a massive crescent moon slashed towards Dijun. Seeing the crescent blade coming towards him, Dijun swiftly summoned the Heavenly Emperor sword. With a single strike, a massive sword energy surged towards the crescent blade. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed through the void, and both Shihi and Dijun were sent flying 100,000 miles away by the shockwave. Dijun looked at Shihi and said, Shihi, since you are so stubborn, do not blame me. As his words fell, a tremendous aura erupted from Dijun. Shihi was taken aback and exclaimed, Peak of Quasi-Saint, when did you reach the peak of Quasi-God? Huh, do not worry about when I reach the peak of Quasi-God. You are only in the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. If it were not for the yin-yang divine will, you would have already lost. Shihi, give up. Otherwise I will have to get serious. Shihi coldly looked at Dijun and said, if you think you can make me surrender, you are dreaming. With the yin-yang divine, well, even if you are stronger than me, I will not necessarily lose to you. Dijun smiled slightly and said, Shihi, although the yin-yang divine wheel is formidable, if I do not use solar power, it cannot threaten me. Since you are unwilling to surrender, I will have to use my full strength. As Dijun's words fell, he raised the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand, and with a powerful swing, an even more massive sword energy slashed toward Shihi. Shihi watched as the massive sword energy came at her, immediately igniting her essence, then swung the Taiqing divine will, transforming it into a giant crescent that collided with the sword energy. Boom! Two immense forces clashed in the void, and Chang, she seeing her sister burning her essence, shouted, Elder sister. At this moment, Chang, she was entangled by Baizhe and unable to rescue Shihi. Seeing that Shihi's essence was about to be exhausted, Chang, she angrily glared at Baizhe. Baizhe, get away from me. If anything happens to my elder sister, I will make the demon clan pay the price. Baizhe smiled slightly and said, Fairy Chang, I do not wish to make things difficult for you, but His Majesty has commanded it, so you should just watch. Meanwhile, Dijun saw that Shihi was about to exhaust her essence and hastily called out, Shihi, it is not too late to surrender. As long as you agree to be my empress, I will withdraw my attack. What do you say? Shihi laughed heartily and said, Dijun, you are not worthy to make me your partner. Even if I fall, I will not. Seeing Shihi on the verge of collapse, Chang, she immediately considered burning her essence as well. However, at that moment, a voice entered Chang's mind. Do you want to save your sister? If you do, this emperor can save her, but you need to agree to one condition. Chang, she immediately responded, Senior. Who are you and why do you want to help me? I accidentally saw you bathing when I came to the Taiqing Star. If you do not mind that I will help you this once. Chang's face turned red upon hearing this, but seeing her sister on the verge of collapse, she quickly replied, I do not mind that, please save my elder sister quickly. She is about to fall. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, do not worry, your elder sister will not die. I will now elevate your strength to the saint realm, but it will only last for the duration of an incense stick. Use it wisely. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, an overwhelming power erupted from Chang. She and her realm began to rise. When Chang's realm reached the first level of the saint realm, the terrifying power finally dissipated. She sensed her own strength and then coldly looked at Baizhe, saying, you can leave now. As soon as Chang's words fell, a cold sword energy directly struck Baizhe, sending him flying billions of kilometers away. Chang, she did not harm Baizhe earlier, so she merely knocked him away. Chang, she turned to Dijun after sending Baizhe flying and said, Dijun, you deserve to die. As her words fell, she wielded the Taiqing divine sword and shattered the clash between the two. Shihi was astonished to see Chang, she suddenly become so powerful. Chang, she, what happened to you? Chang, she smiled slightly and said, elder sister, I am fine. You should rest for a while. I will deal with Dijun first. Dijun looked at Chang. This? How can it be? She has attained the Dao and become a saint. Shiha, hearing Dijun's words, immediately turned her gaze to Chang. Younger sister, have you truly attained the Dao and become a saint? Chang smiled faintly. Elder sister, I have indeed attained the Dao and become a saint. From now on, leave Dijun to me. Then Chang fixed her eyes on Dijun. Dijun, you caused my sister to burn her very source. Today I, Chang, will not let you off. Prepare to meet your end. Taiqing divine sword technique. Taiqing sword chi. As Chang swung the Taiqing divine sword, a blade suffused with extreme yin energy sliced toward Dijun. Dijun watched the terrifying Taiqing sword chi and immediately unleashed solar true fire. Yet as the solar blaze met the extreme yin sword chi, it was frozen into an icy statue in an instant. Seeing his solar true fire rendered useless, Dijun turned to flee. But the extreme yin sword chi had already locked onto him. No matter how he tried to escape, it pursued relentlessly. Just as the blade was about to strike him down, the power of Tiandao suddenly enveloped Dijun. A figure then appeared in the void. Changxi looked toward the apparition. Who are you? Why save Dijun? The figure did not answer her, but instead cried out into the void, Elder. Although Dijun has aired his crime, does not deserve death. I beg you, Elder, spare him his life. As those words fell, the jade pendant at Changxi's waist burst forth with 1,000 rays of divine light. The pendant flew into the void and transformed into a youth in white robes. The white-robed youth spoke with authority. Tiandao, you may take Dijun if you must, but you owe this sovereign a karmic debt, and when that debt is repaid, I shall come to collect it. Very well, go. Tiandao dared not linger. With a single wave, he bore Dijun back to the Yaozu Tian. Changxi and Shiha looked at the white-robed youth and immediately knelt in reverence. We pay our respects, Elder. Chen Xuan turned to them. Shiha, you burned your source. Your life is drawing to a close. Do you have any final words? Shiha smiled at Changxi, then faced Chen Xuan. Elder, this daughter has a request. Please, I beg you, grant it. Chen Xuan regarded Shiha. Tell me what you ask. If this sovereign can help, I shall do my utmost. Hearing that her sister was about to fall, Changxi immediately knelt. Elder, I beg you to save my elder sister. Changxi is willing to serve you as a slave for life. Chen Xuan replied. Changxi, rise. First, hear what your sister has to say. Shiha turned to Chen Xuan. Elder, I beg you to protect Changxi. She has never wandered the lands of Honghuang and does not understand how treacherous hearts can be. Please take her in and let her remain by your side. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Shiha, why do you not ask this sovereign to save you? Perhaps this sovereign could. Shiha laughed bitterly. You jest, Elder. My source is spent. Oh, only a thread remains within me. How could I possibly be saved? Shiha, nothing in this world is absolute. What may be impossible for others is not necessarily impossible for this sovereign. Then protect Changxi yourself. Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a 9-turned source pill flew before Shiha. Take it and swallow it. Shiha stared at the 9-ringed pill before her, puzzled. Elder, this is. Rest assured, this pill is not meant to harm you. Elder, I did not mean that. I was merely curious as to what kind of. Shiha, this is the 9-turned source pill. Once you take it, your depleted source will be restored. Hearing this, Zai's face went pale. Elder, can a pill truly be so miraculous? Shiha, swallow it yourself, and you will know. Shiha obeyed and swallowed the 9-turned source pill. As it descended, a gentle, pervasive energy spread throughout her body. Shiha sensed her inner state and found that the source she had burned was rapidly recovering. When her source was fully restored, she immediately knelt. Thank you, Elder, for saving Zai's life. Chen Xuan smiled. Do not call me Elder. Call me Chen Xuan. The word Elder feels rather antic. At that moment, Changxi suddenly spoke up. Chen Xuan, with your strength, how did you accidentally see me bathing? Chen Xuan blushed at the mention and stammered, well. This is hardly the place to discuss such matters. Let us go to Taiqing Star and speak there. Chen Xuan waved his hand and immediately brought Shiha and Changxi into Guanghan Palace. After he sealed away heavenly sight, he wore an embarrassed expression and began. Changxi, the matter is like this. When Shiha and Changxi heard Chen Xuan's explanation, they turned angrily toward Zhixiao Palace. Shiha snapped, so that's how it is. No wonder I felt a bond with Dijun. Hongjun was behind it. How odious. Changxi added, elder sister, it was not only you. Hongjun tricked me as well. I also felt a bond with Dongwang Tai. Elder sister, what are we to do now? Must we really marry those two Jinwu? Elder sister, I am not willing to marry a little bird. Chen Xuan thought to himself with some astonishment. What boldness Changxi had to say such things. Is marrying a Jinwu not ordinary enough? Although Dijun and Tai are Jinwu, something about it still felt wrong. Shiha then said, Chen Xuan, your strength surpasses even Tiando's. With such power, you should be able to restore our fate lines. Chen Xuan replied, restoring them is no problem. The issue is if your fated bonds are restored, then you will. At those words, Shiha blushed and looked toward Changxi. Younger sister, I never imagined we would end up like this. Changxi, hearing what Chen Xuan had just said, also flushed crimson. Then Changxi proposed a bold plan. Chen Xuan, since restoring the bonds would link my fate with our elder sisters, why not bind both our fate lines to you instead? That way those other outcomes would not occur, and marrying you would not be unacceptable. After saying this, Changxi bowed her head, cheeks burning. Shiha heard the proposal and immediately thought it a fine idea. Besides, Chen Xuan had just saved her life. Considering the power he had displayed, marrying such a capable man did not seem like a bad prospect. So Shiha spoke, Chen Xuan, bind our fate lines to you. That way we will no longer need to marry Dijun and Tai. Chen Xuan was immediately taken aback by this statement. Are you not afraid that this emperor might simply be lusting after your bodies by making such arbitrary decisions, eh? Changxi, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Chen Xuan, you just told us that you are the human emperor, and you came to the Taiqing Star to thwart Dijun's plans, right? Exactly. This emperor indeed came to the Taiqing Star to disrupt Dijun's schemes. Changxi smiled slightly and said, Chen Xuan, disrupting Dijun's plans is one thing, but you are also observing us sisters, aren't you? Changshi, do enlighten me, why would this emperor need to observe you? Chen Xuan, I know your strength is formidable, even surpassing the Dao, and with your abilities you have no need to fear the demon race. The reason you have come to the Taiqing Star is to see if we sisters will agree to Di Jun's proposal, isn't it? Chen Xuan smiled slightly, and said, that's interesting, go on. What you are doing has a purpose. You must be thinking that if we agree to Di Jun you will not hold back against us later, or perhaps at the moment we agree to Di Jun you might strike to annihilate us. Of course, if we do not agree to Di Jun you will definitely help us, even wanting us to join the human race, am I right? Changshi, you are indeed quite clever, but you have misunderstood one thing. Even if you agree to Di Jun, this emperor will not take action against you, for there is no need to do so. Let me reveal a bit of the future to you. Shi and Changshi immediately quieted down and looked at Chen Xuan upon hearing this. Chen Xuan looked at Shi and Changshi. In truth, this emperor has no need to deal with you, because if you agree to Di Jun the demon race will soon be destroyed, and by then the demon race will be nearly extinct. In such a scenario, do you think you can still survive? Shi and Changshi shook their heads and said no. Since you know you cannot, do you think this emperor still needs to take action against you? My observations of you are primarily to see if you are worth saving. After all, this emperor does not save just any. Changshi upon hearing this joyfully exclaimed, so does this mean we are undergoing a test? Chen Xuan nodded and said, exactly. You have indeed passed the test. You two have not fed the demon race, and She even in your fall refused to marry Di Jun, which I greatly appreciate. That is why I seek a reason to save you. However, Changshi, I did see you undressed while bathing. Changshi turned beet red upon hearing this and lowered her head. Shi beside her spoke up, Chen Xuan, since she has been exposed to you, then this bond of fate is tied to you. Although our strength isn't too great, we will still be able to protect the human race by your side. Chen Xuan looked at Shi. Are you truly decided? Will you not regret this? Changshi lifted her head to look at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, since I have been exposed by you, do you think I would still regret? Shi also chimed in, Chen Xuan, you saved me. If it weren't for you, both I and Changshi might have perished. Moreover, during your rescue, I developed feelings for you, so we will not regret this. All right. Since you do not regret this, emperor will connect your fates to mine. As Chen Xuan finished speaking, he raised his hand, gathering the power of the Dao, and with a flick of his wrist the bond of fate appeared above Shi and Changzai's heads. Then Chen Xuan cast a spell to connect their fates with his own. Once the bonds were connected, Changzai's gaze towards Chen Xuan became increasingly ambiguous, and Shi beside her was the same. Chen Xuan observed this and silently thought, wow, the bond of fate actually has such an effect. If I were to connect the bonds of all the top female cultivators in the Honghuang with mine, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Chen Xuan couldn't contain his excitement. However, considering that such an action might be somewhat unethical, he quickly extinguished the fantasy in his heart. Meanwhile, Shi walked to Chen Xuan's side. Chen Xuan, since our bonds are now connected, you shall be our husband from now on. Changshi also spoke up, Chen Xuan, from now on we are your women. You must not abandon us, or we will die. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Shi, since you call me husband, I must also tell you something. Shi said, husband, just say what you need to say. We are listening. Chen Xuan awkwardly began, Houtu is also my Dao partner. Moreover, I have already been intimate with Houtu. Shi widened her eyes in shock, looking at Chen Xuan. Husband, you mean the Houtu of the Wu tribe has become your Dao partner? Exactly. Moreover, the ancestor Wu Xianming also shows interest in me, and if nothing unexpected occurs, Xianming may also become my Dao partner. If you cannot accept this, I can sever the bonds of fate now. Upon hearing this, Shi smiled slightly. It's all right, we can accept it. After all, husband, your strength is so formidable, future Dao partners will definitely not be few. However, husband, you must remember that no matter how many Dao partners you have in the future, as long as you do not forget us, it will be fine. Changshi also added, husband, I know you will definitely have many Dao partners in the future, but as long as you do not forget us, we will always be your women. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt warm in his heart, thinking how fortunate he was to have such two Dao partners. Changshi, rest assured I will treat you both well, and I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. Shi and Changshi nodded upon hearing this, and then Shi took Chen Xuan's hand. Husband, you must be tired from the battle just now. How about I take you to bathe now? Chen Xuan became excited upon hearing this. Shi, you don't mean you want to bathe together with me, right? Shi, her face flushed, responded, husband, don't say it out loud if you know. Come on, let's go bathe together. Changshi, seeing this, immediately rushed over and hugged Chen Xuan's arm. Husband, I want to bathe too. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's heart screamed, springtime. My springtime has finally arrived, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan immediately reached out to embrace both women at the waist and headed towards the bath. When Chen Xuan brought the two girls to the bath, Shi immediately spoke. Husband, let me help you out of your clothes. After helping Chen Xuan out of his clothes, the two girls quickly removed their own garments as well, and then they both said simultaneously, "Husband, let's soak in the bath." Chen Xuan smiled slightly, then embraced He and Chang Shi as they entered the bath. Time flew by, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, during which Chen Xuan and the two lunar goddesses enjoyed a beautiful time in the Moon Palace. During this millennium, many events unfolded in the Primordial Era, the most intriguing of which was that Hongjun selected a girl with an extremely yin constitution to become the queen of the demon race for Dijun. This girl was transformed from the essence blood of the yin-yang demon god, and her power had reached the late stage of quasi-saint. Under Hongjun's arrangement, Dijun married this extremely yin girl after a millennium. In the Moon Palace, Chen Xuan looked at the heavenly mirror of the Dao. Interesting, truly interesting. Hongjun, you are indeed full of ideas. I never expected you would think of such a method. He approached Chen Xuan. Husband, what is Hongjun plotting this time? Did you not refuse Dijun? So in order to let Dijun marry Hongjun, actually went so far as to use the essence blood of the yin-yang demon god to create a girl with an extremely yin constitution. He was taken aback. Husband, Hongjun has too many tricks up his sleeve. But speaking of which, there are many female cultivators in the Primordial Era. Why did Hongjun choose to create a girl with an extremely yin constitution? You wouldn't know this, would you? Dijun's constitution is that of the sun. If an ordinary female cultivator were to be with Dijun, the only outcome would be death by the flames of solar power. Previously, Heaven's Dao and Hongjun chose you both because you are both of the yin constitution. Only those of the yin constitution cannot be burned by solar power, and only a girl of the yin constitution can bear offspring for Dijun. He nodded. I see now. No wonder Heaven's Dao and Hongjun chose us sisters. It was for this. At this moment, Chang Shi walked over. Husband, just now in the mirror, Dijun is going to marry soon. Don't you plan to disrupt it? Chen Xuan shook his head. There's no need for me to intervene in disrupting Dijun's wedding. On the day of the wedding, we can watch a good show. Chang Shi, excited at the prospect of a good show, began to dance with joy. Husband, who will disrupt Dijun's wedding then? Chang Shi, you will naturally find out then. I've been in the Moon Palace for 1,000 years. It's time for me to go plan some. Chang Shi, you both should cultivate in the Moon Palace. I previously imparted my insights on the Hunyuan Dao to you. You must cultivate diligently to strive for early attainment of the Hunyuan. He looked at Chen Xuan. Husband, are you leaving so soon? I still have many matters to attend to. Whether for the human race or for the Primordial Era, I must complete certain tasks. But rest assured, I will return soon to accompany you. You both must cultivate well. I am off now. Chen Xuan finished speaking and transformed into a streak of light heading towards the primordial continent. Chang Shi watched Chen Xuan leave. Sister, when do you think husband will come back to see us? Chang Shi, I don't know when husband will return either, but he said he would come back soon, so we just need to wait patiently. Moreover, we must quickly improve our cultivation. Only then can we assist husband in the future. Sister, I am close to breaking through. Years ago, husband allowed me to temporarily advance to the Saint Realm. Although it was only temporary, it gave me some understanding of attaining the Hunyuan. I believe I can attain the Hunyuan in the next few years. Shi smiled slightly. Sister, I am also about to break through. How about we compare who breaks through faster? Sister, we can compare, but there must be a punishment. Chang Shi, a punishment can be arranged, but what should it be? Chang Shi revealed a mischievous smile. Sister, how about if the loser serves husband with their mouth next time? Shi was taken aback. Sure. Chang Shi, it seems you had this idea a long time ago. Sister, I ask you, do you dare to bet? If you don't dare, then forget it. Chang Shi, what would I not dare to do? Just wait for the punishment. Shi said, turning and heading towards her chamber. After her sister left Chang, she immediately returned to her own chamber. Meanwhile, after Chen Xuan returned to the primordial continent, he thought that it had been a long time since he visited the Houtu Palace, so he turned and flew towards the Houtu heaven. When Chen Xuan returned to the Houtu heaven, a young boy came out to greet him. Chen Xuan looked at the boy. Is the master in the Great Hall? Big brother Chen Xuan, the empress, is currently in the Great Hall reminiscing with the great god Fuxi. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan frowned. That guy Fuxi actually came out of seclusion. Previously, I heard that Nuwa said he was in seclusion at Buzhou Mountain. I didn't expect him to come out now. Oh, it seems the final battle of the War of the Witches and Demons is not far off. Ling Zhuzi, you go play for now. I need to talk to the master about some matters. After saying that, Chen Xuan raised his head and walked towards the Great Hall of the Houtu Palace. When he entered the Great Hall, he saw Nuwa discussing Dijun's heavenly marriage with Fuxi. Seeing Chen Xuan enter, Nuwa immediately stood up and looked at him. You brat finally decided to come back. I thought you didn't plan to return to see me. Master, I've been a bit busy lately, so I returned late. Please don't blame your disciple. Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt disdain in her heart. What have you been busy with? Although I have been consolidating my cultivation in the Houtu heaven, I have been keeping an eye on the human race. You left the human race for the Taiqing star, and now only returned after 1,000 years. You probably had a comfortable time on the Taiqing star. Mph. Chen Xuan, how could the master blame you? But speaking of which, was he originally Di Jun's intended partner? Why did it suddenly change to an unknown female cultivator? Master, how do you know that he was originally Di Jun's intended partner? Chen Xuan, don't forget what my red embroidered ball is used for. I am well aware of who altered Di Jun's fate. And do you call he so affectionately? Now tell me, what good things did you do on the Taiqing star? Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan with an angry expression. Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had forgotten that this mischievous girl's red embroidered ball was used to oversee the fates of all beings. Seeing Nuwa so furious, Fushi quickly spoke up. Sister, let's talk calmly. There's no need to get angry. Nuwa glared at Fushi. Big brother, you better shut up. If you say another word, be careful, I beat you up. Fushi, hearing this, immediately shrank back and silently watched. Master, I haven't done anything particularly improper. Merely brought Shiha and Changshi back to be my wives. And they both consented willingly, master. You truly cannot blame me for this. Fushi, standing nearby, was utterly stunned upon hearing these words. And what the? This young man's romantic fortune is simply extraordinary. Shiha and Changshi are peerless female cultivators of the primordial chaos. Securing even one would be a rare blessing, yet he has claimed both. His fortune and love is truly unparalleled. At that moment, Fushi remained unaware that Houtu was also Chen Xuan's consort. Had he known, he might well have died of envy, collapsing headfirst onto the grand hall floor of Nuwa Palace. Of course, were Fushi to learn that his own sister harbored feelings for Chen Xuan, he would likely seize a 100-meter-long saber and charge straight at him. And upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Nuwa inwardly sneered. Do you take your master for blind? Do you think I am ignorant of what transpired upon the moon star? It was forgivable when you aided Changshi, but then you personally appeared to rescue Shiha. With such devotion, how could Shiha and Changshi not fall in love with you? Chen Xuan, you've truly brought honor to your master. Most cultivators of the primordial chaos have never even glimpsed the two goddesses of the moon star. Yet you have claimed them both. Master, would you believe me if I said this was all an accident? Nuwa silently scoffed. An accident? Hardly. You've coveted Shiha and Changshi long before this. Humph. Chen Xuan, why have you returned? Surely not merely to pay your respects to your master. Master. In truth, I have 3 matters to attend to. First, and most importantly, I wish to visit and pay my respects to you. Second, I request that Fushi meet his end. And third, I hope you will officiate the celestial wedding for— Upon hearing these words, Fushi stormed forward in fury, seized Chen Xuan by the collar, and snarled, Boy, you're courting death. Nuwa, observing from above, instantly descended, then grasped Fushi's shoulders from behind. Brother, be still, or I'll beat you senseless, little sister's mercy notwithstanding. Fushi whirled around, glaring at Nuwa. Little sister, are you mad? He's just declared he wants me dead, and you're defending him. Hearing Fushi call her mad, Nuwa immediately sealed his movements with divine restraint. And Fushi, startled, roared, Little sister, what are you doing? Release me. And Nuwa, weary of argument, struck him squarely across the face, then unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. After the beating, Fushi fell silent. Nuwa fixed him with a cool gaze. Brother, if you dare call me mad again, I'll strike you anew. She then turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, explain. Why must my brother meet his end? Master. Fushi now reigns as sovereign emperor of the Yao clan, the very linchpin of the heavenly calamity. Given your current cultivation realm, you surely comprehend during the great war between the Wu and Yao clans, Fushi shall inevitably perish. Moreover, the Yao clan is not Fushi's Dao. His true path lies with the human race. Only through rebirth as a mortal can he attain enlightenment and ascend as a saint. Master, you surely wish to spare Fushi the burden of the Yao clan's sins. Nuwa instantly grasped his meaning. Chen Xuan, you propose Fushi's reincarnation as a human so he may ascend as human sovereign. Thus, by serving humanity, he shall attain the sainthood of the human Dao. Precisely. That is my intention. Furthermore, Fushi has remained in seclusion at Buzhou Mountain, taking no part in the massacre of humanity. Hence, humanity will accept him. Nuwa nodded slowly. Chen Xuan, your reasoning holds merit. With your aid, the Wu clan shall undoubtedly triumph in the Wu Yao War. Very well. Your master shall now oversee Fushi's demise. She turned toward Fushi. Brother, I do this for your sake. Rest assured your journey ends here. Fushi trembled violently. Little sister, don't believe Chen Xuan's nonsense. The Yao clan will never fall to the Wu clan. Calm yourself. As Nuwa advanced, Fushi's heart raced wildly. He bitterly regretted visiting his sister. Had he stayed away, he might have lived a few days longer. Just as Nuwa raised her palm to strike the fatal blow, Chen Xuan stepped forward and gently intercepted her wrist. Master, this is not yet the time. Have you forgotten Di Jun's celestial wedding? Let Fushi accrue celestial merits from the wedding first. Then once it concludes, we shall escort him onward. Fushi glanced between Nuwa and Chen Xuan appalled. This master-disciple pair was ruthless, not only scheming to claim heavenly merits, but plotting his very demise. A torrent of curses rose in his throat, yet recalling Nuwa's brutal fists, he dared utter not a single word, fearing another savage beating. Nuwa gazed at Fushi. Brother, do not fault me. This is for your sake. Chen Xuan is a supreme Daoist sovereign, and the sky-perceiving mirror he wields reveals only truth. If you seek enlightenment, you must heed me. Chen Xuan, sensing Fushi's lingering doubt, stepped forward and touched a fingertip to Fushi's forehead. Instantly, a torrent of vast revelatory knowledge flooded Fushi's spiritual sea. Upon absorbing the information, Fushi erupted in furious roars. Hongjun, you dared manipulate me to harm my sister? Ah! Chen Xuan watched, a faint smile curling his lips. Fushi, do you still wish to serve the Yao clan? Fushi spat out the words, eyes blazing. No, I shall serve them no longer. Hongjun lured me into the Yao clan solely to turn me against my sister. I will not let him prevail. Dijun seeks a celestial wedding. Then I shall harvest its merits, before rebirthing as a human. And oh, so Fushi no longer resents our plan for your demise. Fushi flushed with embarrassment. Ah, Chen Xuan, forgive my earlier rudeness. Nuwa regarded him calmly. Brother, your choice is made. Return now to the Yao celestial court. After Dijun's wedding, come back to me. I shall personally guide you onward. Fushi bowed. Rest easy, little sister. I shall return as promised. And then I shall depart for the Yao celestial court now. Yet at that moment he realized he could not move. Little sister, release my restraint first. How else am I to leave? And Nuwa flicked her wrist, and the seal dissolved instantly. The moment his freedom was restored, Fushi whirled and fled, without glancing back, toward the Yao celestial court. Upon seeing Fushi leave, Nuwa immediately turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, be honest, and tell me, how far have you gone with Shi He and Changxi? Master, why do you ask this? Chen Xuan, there is a reason I ask you this. Will you tell me or not? Master, actually I have already. You should understand what I mean. Upon hearing this, Nuwa immediately turned and headed towards her chamber, and soon her voice followed. Chen Xuan, I have not been feeling well lately. Come and give me a massage. Chen Xuan was instantly taken aback by this. Master, if you're not feeling well, shouldn't you have Qingming do it? Why call your disciple? Chen Xuan, I want you to do it. Stop talking nonsense, and come here quickly. Chen Xuan, hearing this, felt helpless and followed Nuwa towards her chamber. Once they arrived, Nuwa went directly to the side of the bath. Then Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan. Turn around, I need to change my clothes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately turned his back. Seeing Chen Xuan turn around, Nuwa swiftly put on a thin garment and then stepped into the bath. Chen Xuan, you can turn around now. Chen Xuan turned around, and upon seeing the light mist over the bath, felt a rush of excitement. At that moment, Nuwa said, Chen Xuan, come here and massage my shoulders. Master, are you sure you want your disciple to massage your shoulders? Stop talking and come over quickly. I need to head to the heavenly court to preside over the heavenly wedding later. Master, you said it. Then I will come over and give you a shoulder massage now. At this moment, Chen Xuan only had one thought in his mind. I want to be a rebellious disciple. Just thinking about the beautiful scene to come made Chen Xuan feel a warm current flow from his nose. However, he still pretended to be calm and walked to the side of the bath. Chen Xuan looked at the thin garment Nuwa was wearing, and his body immediately reacted. Seeing that Chen Xuan had not started massaging her shoulders, Nuwa turned to Chen Xuan. What are you doing? I told you to massage my shoulders. Why are you just standing there? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately reached out to massage Nuwa's shoulders. Nuwa turned her head back, enjoying Chen Xuan's shoulder massage. Chen Xuan, did you also massage Shi He and Changxi like this on the Taiqing star? Master, no, this is my first time massaging a woman like this. Master, how does it feel? Is the pressure okay? Nuwa said with a satisfied expression. Not bad. Not bad. Chen Xuan, your shoulder massage skills are truly impressive. However, Chen Xuan was not paying attention to what Nuwa was saying. His gaze kept drifting towards her bosom, and he wished he could immediately leap forward to climb. At this moment, Nuwa also noticed Chen Xuan's unusual behavior and thought, this kid really can't handle it. Just wait and see how I deal with you. After a while, Nuwa said, Chen Xuan, go to that table over there and bring me my clothes. There's a storage ring on the table and my clothes are inside it. By the way, the storage ring requires creation power to open. As a powerful figure in the great Dao, it should be easy for you to open it. Choose a piece of clothing for me and bring it here. Hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately walked over to the nearby table. Looking at the storage ring before him, he quickly used his creation power to open it. Then using his divine sense, he checked and found it full of various garments, even including undergarments. Looking at the various clothes, Chen Xuan felt a bit overwhelmed as he realized that while these garments were beautiful, they were far too conservative and couldn't showcase Nuwa's stunning figure. Nuwa noticed that Chen Xuan had not yet brought the clothes and immediately turned to him. What's wrong? Haven't you picked out the clothes yet? Chen Xuan withdrew from the storage ring and looked at Nuwa. Master, these clothes are indeed beautiful, but I feel like they lack something. Master, I have a piece of clothing that I have been preparing for you. Why don't you try wearing what I give you? Upon hearing this, Nuwa smiled slightly. Chen Xuan, you're quite thoughtful. Bring it here for me to see. Seeing Nuwa say this, Chen Xuan took out the garment he had received as a reward in the human emperor's palace and walked towards Nuwa. Master, this clothing can be considered a chaotic treasure made from chaotic divine crystal. It has the ability to resist the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and can freely traverse space. Nuwa looked at the garment in Chen Xuan's hand, and her face turned slightly red. Chen Xuan, the upper part of this garment is fine, but why is the lower part mesh? Master, don't worry about that, just try it on. Seeing this, Nuwa immediately took the garment from Chen Xuan's hand and said, you turn around first, and I will show you once I'm dressed. Yes, master. Chen Xuan immediately turned his back, and as soon as Nuwa saw him turn, she put on the white palace attire. Once she finished dressing, she blushed slightly and said, Chen Xuan, you can turn around now. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Chen Xuan turned around to see Nuwa dressed in white palace attire with her legs adorned in white stockings that highlighted her noble and elegant aura. Seeing this scene, Chen Xuan felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. Nuwa, noticing Chen Xuan's dazed expression, decided to tease him. She walked over to him and whispered in his ear, Chen Xuan, do you think I'm beautiful? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately responded, beautiful. So beautiful. Master, your legs are really stunning. Chen Xuan, do you want to see them every day? Master, if you are willing to wear this every day, then I would definitely want to see it every day. Seeing that the teasing was enough, Nuwa immediately raised her hand and tapped Chen Xuan on the head. You little rascal, do you think I am your wife? Hearing this, Chen Xuan muttered softly, being my wife wouldn't be bad. Anyway, I am determined to be a rebellious disciple. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's mumbling, Nuwa's face turned red, thinking that this guy already had 3 wives, yet he still thought of her. However, recalling the scene where Chen Xuan would take her down, Nuwa immediately dared not think further. Chen Xuan, I need to head to the heavenly court to preside over the heavenly wedding now. Do you want to come with me? Master, you go ahead and preside over the wedding. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I will go to the heavenly court to find you. Hearing this, Nuwa immediately understood that Chen Xuan wanted to give Dijun a little surprise, so she spoke. Chen Xuan, are you planning to disrupt Dijun's heavenly wedding? Master, I have no such thoughts. After all, the heavenly wedding has its merits and Fushi also needs the merits of the heavenly wedding, so I won't disrupt it. However, although I cannot disrupt Dijun's heavenly wedding, giving him a little gift is still acceptable. Nuwa, upon hearing this, became interested. Chen Xuan, what gift do you plan to give Dijun? Master, you need not worry about that. You'll know when the heavenly wedding starts. If you want, say, then I shall head to the demon clan's heavenly court right now. You go arrange your little gift. Oomph. As Nuwa's voice fell, she instantly disappeared from the spot. After she left, Chen Xuan quickly communicated with the heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao, didn't I ask you to make Kunping a saint? 1,000 years have passed, and Kunping still shows no signs of becoming a saint. In the void of the heavenly Dao, it received Chen Xuan's message and immediately responded, Your Majesty, the human emperor. Although I had Hongjun grant Kunping the primordial purple energy, that fellow still hasn't attained the Dao. Oh, I have no way to force it. Chen Xuan sneered. Heavenly Dao, I see you have no idea how to establish a religion for Kunping. Very well. I shall offer you a suggestion. You can have Kunping establish the Xian Shui sect to educate the water tribes throughout the world, thus allowing Kunping to become a saint. Remember, I want you to make Kunping a saint immediately and to celebrate the heavenly wedding for Dijun at the demon clan. Upon hearing this, the heavenly Dao immediately responded, Rest assured, Your Majesty, the human emperor, I will give Kunping a hint to help him become a saint. Receiving the message from the heavenly Dao, Chen Xuan no longer paid attention to it, instead tearing through space towards Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, the heavenly Dao thought to itself, what on earth does the human emperor intend to do? Why does he want Kunping to become a saint so urgently? Could it be that the human emperor intends to use Kunping as a pawn? It seems that Kunping is in for some trouble. Thinking of this, the heavenly Dao became somewhat excited. After all, it also wanted to see what the human emperor planned to do with Kunping. As long as it doesn't affect its own ascension to the great Dao, there is no need to become enemies with the human emperor. Even if it were to become enemies, it would still be a dead end. Understanding this, the heavenly Dao immediately hinted to Kunping, and the latter, who was in closed-door cultivation in the northern sea, flew into the air upon receiving the message. Upon arriving above the northern sea, Kunping immediately declared, Heavenly Dao above, I am the demon master Kunping. Today I establish the Xian Shui sect, taking the education of the water tribes across the 4 seas as my responsibility. I hope the heavenly Dao acknowledges this. Xian Shui sect established. As soon as Kunping finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the wilderness, followed by billions of merits appearing in the sky. Immediately afterward, the merit golden clouds transformed into two streams of merit golden light that descended. 80% of the merit golden light entered Kunping's body, causing his aura to surge dramatically, and soon Kunping broke through to the first level of sagehood. The other portion of merit fell towards Buzhou Mountain. At that moment, Chen Xuan, who was already within the witch clan, saw the merit from the heavenly Dao descending towards him and immediately understood that Kunping had become a saint. After collecting the merit from the heavenly Dao, Chen Xuan headed straight to the Panga Hall. Upon entering, he saw the 12 ancestral witches discussing how to disrupt Di Jun's heavenly wedding. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches noticed someone entering and immediately looked towards the door. When the ancestral witches saw Chen Xuan, they hurried forward to greet him. Houtu looked at Chen Xuan. Husband, you are truly impressive. I already know about your affairs on the Taiqing Star. You stayed there for 1,000 years. Have you already taken down Shihe and Changxi? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan suddenly felt quite embarrassed. That, Houtu, it's not exactly as you imagined. Before Chen Xuan could finish, Houtu interrupted. No need to explain. If my guess is correct, you have already taken Shihe and Changxi, right? You don't have to worry, husband. Oh, I won't be angry. After all, you are too outstanding, and who among the female cultivators of the wilderness doesn't want to be your partner? Just remember me in the future, that's all. Chen Xuan embraced Houtu, saying, Houtu, rest assured you will always be my wife. Then he turned to Di Jiang. Big brother Di Jiang, were you all discussing how to disrupt Di Jun's heavenly wedding just now? Chen Xuan, we indeed had this intention. However, you previously mentioned that no battles are allowed within a Yuan meeting, so we are discussing how to give Di Jun a surprise without starting a conflict. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Big brother Di Jiang, actually, I don't wish for you to disrupt the heavenly wedding, but giving Di Jun a little surprise is acceptable. Chen Xuan, my little brother, do you have any ideas to share? Big brother Di Jiang, hasn't Kunping already become a saint? We could slay Kunping and then use his physical body. The ancestral witches all burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhurong spoke up, Chen Xuan, your idea is excellent. Just leave the roasting of Kunping's body to me. I will make it delicious, causing that group of demon clans to drool just thinking about it. At this moment, Gong Kong interjected, Chen Xuan, although the idea is great, who will catch Kunping? Now that Kunping has become a saint, his speed is likely beyond our reach. Chen Xuan grinned wickedly, saying, Don't worry, I have a way to catch Kunping. Houtu, you should go to the northern sea now, and shortly I will send Hongjun to support you. Upon hearing this, Houtu smiled slightly, saying, Husband, I can catch Kunping alone. Houtu, I know that you alone are enough to slay Kunping, but I need Hongjun to bring Kunping's head for our congratulations, so after you and Hongjun slay Kunping, you can go with Hongjun to the demon clan's heavenly court. Big brother Di Jiang, you should head to the demon clan's heavenly court now. I believe the heavenly wedding will commence soon. Di Jiang responded immediately, all right. Then we will set off now. Following this, the 11 ancestral witches flew towards the demon clan's heavenly court, while Houtu looked at Chen Xuan. Husband, I will now head to the northern sea to catch Kunping. Chen Xuan wrapped his arms around Houtu's waist, saying, Houtu, let's go together. It's perfect. I also want to see how you've been cultivating lately. After all, merely cultivating without practical experience is not useful. It's essential to have some real battles too. Husband, just make sure to watch closely. I'm quite formidable now. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Sure. I will watch your performance, but first let me inform Hongjun. After saying this, Chen Xuan immediately communicated with Hongjun and then flew towards the northern sea with Houtu in his arms. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's message, Hongjun immediately set off towards the northern sea. At that moment, Kunping had just ascended to sagehood when the heavenly Dao's voice resonated within his consciousness, commanding him to attend the celestial wedding at the Yao clan's celestial court and aid Emperor Jun and Taiyi in their war against the Wu clan. Though deeply reluctant, Kunping dared not defy the heavenly Dao's decree. Thus, immediately after attaining sagehood, he soared toward the Yao clan's celestial court. Yet before he had flown a mere 10,000 meters, two figures suddenly materialized before him. Kunping fixed his gaze upon them and recognized the Wu clan's ancestral god Houtu alongside a human cultivator. Kunping regarded Houtu, ancestral god Houtu, I have now ascended to sagehood. If you wish to avoid annihilation, step aside, now. Kunping Houtu replied with a faint knowing smile, Do not presume your sagehood renders you untouchable. Submit willingly to my blade, and perhaps I shall spare your nascent soul from utter obliteration. Resist, and I shall erase both your body and soul together. Before the echo of her words faded, another figure descended beside Houtu. Esteemed friend Houtu, the newcomer said, Might this Kunping be entrusted to this humble Daoist? Houtu turned And upon recognizing Hongjun, she declared without hesitation, Daoist Hongjun, I had discovered Kunping first. I shall not yield him to you. Hongjun sighed, visibly crestfallen. Very well. Then let esteemed friend Houtu deal with Kunping. At the sight of Hongjun, Kunping erupted in furious roars. Hongjun, long ago you severed my wings. I demand your life as recompense today. Hongjun met Kunping's glare with serene disdain. Kunping, if you truly seek to slay this Daoist, then come. Test your strength. With those words he raised a hand and crooked a finger, beckoning Kunping forward to strike. Enraged by Hongjun's arrogance, Kunping lashed out with razor-sharp wind blades, only for a pair of colossal fists to shatter them midair. Kunping, your adversary is me. Houtu, stand aside, or I shall cut you down without mercy. Houtu merely raised her hand, silent, defiant, inviting his attack. Kunping instantly transformed into his primordial form and lunged forward, claws outstretched toward Houtu. She, undaunted, summoned the power of her sovereign realm, then unleashed the overwhelming might of a supreme immortal of the primordial chaos realm. Kunping recoiled in shock. The being before him had been but a quasi-sage moments earlier, yet now stood as a supreme immortal of the primordial chaos realm. Realizing her true cultivation level, he instinctively halted his assault. But Houtu granted him no reprieve. Seizing his talons barehanded, she hurled him downward with cataclysmic force, sending him plummeting from the heavens. Boom! Kunping crashed onto an unnamed island, carving a colossal crater into the earth. Houtu gazed into the abyss. Kunping, I know you are not so easily slain. Emerge now. Her words had scarcely faded when a guttural roar echoed from the crater, and Kunping surged forth, wings flaring. Houtu, you overstep all bounds. Today, even if I must self-destruct, I shall drag you down with me. With that vow, he gathered every ounce of his power into his chest. Houtu, let us perish together. Houtu scoffed, a cold, contemptuous laugh. Self-destruction before me. Do you truly believe it possible? Her voice rang out like thunder. 3,000 Dao divine arts, spatial binding technique, primordial seal art. In rapid succession, she wove 2 supreme divine arts, binding Kunping, utterly sealing even his primordial essence. His heart seized with terror at the realization. This cannot be. Since when do the Wu clan wield divine arts, especially ones of such profundity? Impossible. The Wu clan possess no nascent souls. How could they master cultivation arts? Observing Kunping's stunned disbelief, Houtu's expression hardened with disdain. You understand our clan far too little, Kunping. Today I shall offer your body as a wedding gift to Emperor Jun. Rest in oblivion. She raised her hand, summoning a celestial sword, then shot forward, cleaving Kunping's head from his shoulders in a single flawless stroke. Catching the severed head, she tossed it toward Hongjun. Daoist Hongjun, this is yours. He caught it, then unfurled a crimson cloth and wrapped the head reverently within. Esteemed friend Houtu, my deepest gratitude. No sooner had Hongjun spoken than Kunping's nascent soul fled northward toward the northern sea. Houtu instantly deployed spatial binding, freezing the soul mid-flight. The nascent soul strained against the binding, but overwhelmed by the chasm in cultivation and weakened by its disembodied state, it proved utterly powerless to break free. Houtu drew the nascent soul into her palm, then turned to Chen Xuan. My lord, how shall we dispose of Kunping's nascent soul? Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Crush it, utterly. It holds no value for us whatsoever. At her husband's command, Houtu closed her fist, and Kunping's nascent soul dissolved into nothingness. As he perished, a crimson rain began to fall across the primordial chaos realm. Simultaneously, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sensed Kunping's demise, and his brows knotted in grim concern. His gaze swept northward, where he beheld Houtu standing triumphant beside Chen Xuan and Hongjun. Kunping's head severed, his soul extinguished. A silent thought stirred within Hongjun's mind. What do Chen Xuan and Houtu intend? Do they dare oppose the celestial wedding itself? Then, clear and immutable, the heavenly Dao's voice resonated within his spiritual sea. Hongjun, let Kunping's death be. Nuwa has consented to officiate Emperor Jun's wedding, thus Chen Xuan will not disrupt it. At most, he seeks only to humiliate the celestial court, using Kunping's corpse as a vessel of scorn. Hearing the heavenly Dao's edict, Hongjun withdrew his attention from the northern sea, knowing full well that even his intervention would prove futile against Chen Xuan. High above the northern sea, Chen Xuan and Houtu sensed Hongjun's fleeting scrutiny. Houtu spoke. Chen Xuan, shall we ascend to the Zixiao Palace and strike? Chen Xuan shook his head. No need. Since Hongjun refrained from acting, neither shall we, for now. Yet your strength is now revealed. He will surely watch you closely henceforth. What of it? Sooner or later revelation was inevitable. And should I falter before Hongjun, you, my lord, shall strike him down. Chen Xuan smiled, finding her logic irrefutable, then drew her close into his arms. Let us go to the Yao clan's celestial court. Hongjun, watching them embrace, groaned, Chen Xuan. Save the affection for when no one's looking. Must you flaunt your romance before me? Chen Xuan glanced at him amused. Hongjun, you ought to find a Dao companion soon. Else you'll feast on romantic fare daily. With that he lifted Houtu and soared toward the Yao clan's celestial court. Hongjun watched them vanish into the distance, and inwardly resolved, truly, I must seek a Dao companion. Else life shall become unbearable. Then with quiet determination he followed in their wake. At the demon clan's heavenly court, Emperor Jun was currently preparing the venue for the heavenly marriage, while Donghuang Tai had just returned from battles in the lower realms. Donghuang Tai looked at Emperor Jun. Elder brother, congratulations on finally finding a Dao partner. Second brother, since you have returned from the lower realms, it seems you have nearly conquered them all. Elder brother, with me Donghuang Tai on the move, it's naturally an easy task. However, although I have subdued myriad tribes, the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan remain unconquered. I plan to take action against the Dragon Clan after the heavenly marriage. Second brother, there's no rush. After the heavenly marriage concludes, I will join you in subduing the dragon. There's no need for that, elder brother. While the Dragon Clan was formidable in ancient times, they are no longer a match for me now that the ancestor dragon is absent. You just need to enjoy your time with sister-in-law. However, just as Emperor Jun was chatting with Donghuang Tai, a boundless blood rain suddenly fell from the sky of the primordial world. Seeing this, Donghuang looked at Emperor Jun and said, Elder brother, it seems someone among the saints has been slain. I hope this does not affect the heavenly marriage. Emperor Jun smiled slightly and replied, no worries. With Saint Nuwa presiding over the heavenly marriage, I believe the other saints will not dare to disrupt the ceremony. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain Yuanshi, at Jinao Island Tongtian, and at Sumi Mountain Jiayin and Zhuanti all sensed that Kun Peng had been slain. Yuanshi looked towards the direction of the heavenly court. It seems another spectacle is about to unfold. After saying this, he immediately ordered Guang Chengzi to fetch a treasure, then flew directly towards the demon clan's heavenly court. At Jinao Island, Tongtian gazed at the demon clan's heavenly court. Interesting, it seems this trip to the heavenly court will feature a good show. After saying this, Tongtian immediately flew towards the demon clan's heavenly court, while at Sumi Mountain in the west, Jiayin looked at Zhuanti and said, Junior brother, since Kun Peng has just become a saint and has already been slain, it seems the human emperor intends to bestow a grand gift upon the demon clan's heavenly court. Elder brother, it seems there will be quite a spectacle at the heavenly court. Why don't we join in the fun? Haha, junior brother, that is exactly what I intend. Let us head to the heavenly court now. As Jiayin finished speaking, the two flew directly towards the demon clan's heavenly court. At this moment, Emperor Jun was unaware that this heavenly marriage had become a spectacle for all the saints. As Emperor Jun watched the clan leaders present their congratulatory gifts, his heart was already filled with joy, for what the heavenly court lacked the most now were spiritual roots and celestial treasures. Just as Emperor Jun was feeling delighted, Fu Shi arrived first at the heavenly court and said, Emperor Jun, long time no see. Seeing Fu Shi, Emperor Jun immediately stepped forward and said, Fu Shi, welcome back to the heavenly court. Fu Shi smiled slightly and then produced a high-grade celestial treasure, saying, Emperor Jun, congratulations on finding your Dao partner. Emperor Jun gratefully accepted Fu Zai's gift, saying, Fu Shi, since you have returned, stay in the heavenly court to assist me. Since you joined the heavenly court, you have been in seclusion. Now that the heavenly court is thriving, your assistance will surely help me become the sovereign of the primordial world. Fu Shi smiled slightly and said, Emperor Jun, rest assured, since I Fu Shi have emerged from seclusion, the matters of the heavenly court will also be mine. At this moment, Nuwa also approached Emperor Jun and said, Emperor Jun, congratulations on your wedding today. I have no other good gifts, so I will present this ethereal celestial robe to your Dao partner. After Nuwa finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a celestial robe appeared before Emperor Jun. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jun immediately accepted the robe, and then looked at Nuwa, saying, Thank you, Saint Nuwa, for the treasure. Nuwa nodded, and then led Fu Shi into the heavenly marriage venue. Just as Nuwa left, Yuanshi and Tongtian also arrived simultaneously, followed by Jiayin and Zhuanti, who entered the heavenly court. After all the saints had presented their respective treasures, they immediately headed towards the heavenly marriage venue. Seeing that most guests had arrived, Emperor Jun looked at Donghuang Tai and said, Second brother, let us go. The heavenly marriage banquet should begin now. Upon hearing this, Donghuang Tai nodded and said, Let's go. After Emperor Jun and Tai arrived at the heavenly marriage venue, Donghuang Tai quickly found a spot to sit down. Emperor Jun meanwhile walked up to the high platform and looked down at all the gods below. Welcome everyone to attend my heavenly marriage. I now officially announce that the heavenly marriage begins. After Emperor Jun finished speaking, he immediately stepped down from the high platform, while Baizhe walked up and said, Esteemed immortals, let us welcome the heavenly empress to the stage. As by Zez's words fell, a red palanquin appeared above the heavenly court with 4 demon saints carrying. When the palanquin landed, Emperor Jun immediately stepped forward and opened the curtain. As the curtain lifted, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from within. The woman looked at the gathered saints and said, "Wang Li pays respects to all the esteemed saints." Niuhua and the other saints nodded in response, while Emperor Jun took Wang Li to the high platform. Seeing this, Niuhua immediately rose to the air above the high platform and spoke. "I am Niuhua of the human race. Today Emperor Jun has specially invited me to preside over the heavenly marriage. Today I will use this red embroidered ball as a witness for the heavenly marriage of Emperor Jun and Wang Li. Let the heavenly marriage commence." As Niuhua's words fell, 1,000,000 acres of merit golden clouds appeared in the sky, followed by the golden light of merit raining down upon the demon clan's heavenly court. All who witnessed the heavenly marriage in the demon clan's heavenly court would share in a portion of the merit. Once all the merit had been distributed, Niuhua finally put away the red embroidered ball. Then Niuhua directly walked to her seat, while Emperor Jun, having gained the merit of the heavenly way, saw his strength elevate from the peak of quasi-saint to sub-saint. Though Dong Huang Taiqing beside him also gained merit, his strength remained at the quasi-saint level. Upon witnessing this, Dong Huang Taiqing immediately understood that to become a saint one must gain the recognition of the heavenly way, otherwise he would forever remain at the sub-saint level. Thinking of this, although Dong Huang Taiqing felt quite reluctant, there was nothing he could do. However, at that moment 11 figures appeared in the sky above the demon clan's heavenly court, followed by 2 more figures. Emperor Jun looked into the void and said, "12 ancestors of the witch clan Hongjun, what brings you to my heavenly court?" Houtu looked at Emperor Jun and said, "Emperor Jun, I have come to present a gift to you." "What? Are you not welcoming us 12 ancestors of the witch clan?" Emperor Jun coldly replied, "Houtu, you 12 ancestors of the witch clan are mortal enemies of our demon clan. Why would you be so kind as to present me with gifts?" Houtu smiled slightly and said, "Emperor Jun, although we are enemies, you are having a wedding. How could we not come to present our gifts?" Houtu watched as Jun spat a mouthful of blood and immediately mocked him. Jun, look at this frail mortal shell of yours, spitting blood at the slightest provocation. In my view, you do well to feast upon Kunpeng's flesh. It might just strengthen certain faculties of yours. Upon hearing these words, Jun's face flushed crimson with rage. "Houtu, you go too far," he thundered. "Houtu, what I say is truth itself. After all, did I not merely slay Kunpeng once? Then why must you bleed at the mere sight of his corpse? Or is it that you and Kunpeng? Houtu, you speak nothing but slander. How could this sovereign ever associate with one such as Kunpeng? Is that so? If indeed there is nothing between you and Kunpeng, then why does the sight of his severed body make you bleed?" Jun fell silent, utterly at a loss for reply. How could he admit that his hemorrhage stemmed from their brazen disruption of the celestial wedding and their grotesque presentation of a saint of the Yao clan as a wedding gift? Realizing he could gain no advantage in debate, Jun drew the celestial emperor's sword. "Houtu, your tongue is sharp as a blade. But if you continue this slander, this sovereign shall strike you down here and now." At that moment, Jun remained unaware that Houtu had already attained the supreme Daoist cultivation of Hunyuan Wuji de Luo Jin Xian. If he had known, he would never have dared utter such words. Seeing Jun raise his weapon, Houtu calmly raised her hand in warning. "Jun, if the celestial court wishes war, then let it begin." Jun glared at Houtu, gripping the celestial emperor's sword tighter, and prepared to strike. Just then Dong Huang Taiqing stepped forward and restrained him. "Elder brother, we must not act first. If we do, the human sovereign will surely intervene against our Yao clan. A full cosmic cycle nears its end. Let us endure just a little longer. Then we shall settle our accounts with the Wu clan." Jun burst out in fury. "Brother, this humiliation burns too fiercely to swallow. I know your anguish, elder brother, but for the sake of our entire Yao clan, we must bear it." Nearby Hongjun, standing beside Houtu, turned toward Jun and said with a sly smile, "Jun, I too have brought a wedding gift, though it is rather unconventional." No sooner had Hongjun spoken than she flicked her wrist. A crimson-wrapped object soared toward Jun. He caught it instinctively and unwrapped it, only to recoil in horror upon revealing Kunpeng's severed head, which he dropped to the ground in panic. "Hongjun, you, displeased with my gift. Long ago you besieged me without mercy. Today I return the favor with deliberate insult. Dare you strike back?" As Hongjun spoke, an overwhelming saintly aura erupted from her being. "Jun, dare you raise your hand now? Should you move, I shall reduce the entire celestial court of the Yao clan to dust and ash." Jun clenched his fists until his nails pierced his palms, unfeeling, consumed by fury. Seeing his seething resentment, Hongjun taunted him. "Jun, do you feel that bitterness now? Once you drove me to this very precipice. I merely repay you in kind. Then turning toward Jie and Zhuan-Ti, Hongyun added, Jie Zhuan-Ti, our reckoning remains unfinished. This time I shall spare you, but next time, that remains uncertain. Jie met Hongyun's gaze and replied earnestly, Hongyun, indeed, it was my failing in days past. Whatever recompense the Western lands can offer, we grant it freely. We beg you, Hongyun Dao, you spare our Western disciples from suffering. At that moment Jie longed only to flee westward. Had he known Hongyun would appear, he would never have ventured into the Yao clan's celestial court for profit. After all, Hongyun now stood under the human sovereign's banner, and should the sovereign intervene, the Western lands would be utterly annihilated. Sensing their dread of the human sovereign, Hongyun declared plainly, Jie Zhuan-Ti, fear not. Your karmic debt to me shall be settled by my own hand, not by the human sovereigns. At that moment Di Jiang interjected, Hongyun, your affairs with those two bald monks can wait. Now let us eat. For though we came to present Di Jun with a wedding gift, he has neither offered us hospitality nor invited us within. So we shall simply roast meat ourselves. Di Jun inwardly cursed. These Wu clan barbarians invade my celestial court, then demand feasting and wine. Their audacity knows no bounds. Di Jiang, reading Di Jun's expression, knew exactly what raged in his mind, yet he cared not a whit how Di Jun perceived him. After all, he still intended to provoke Di Jun and every guest attending the celestial wedding. Turning to Houtu, Di Jiang said, Little sister, if Di Jun refuses Kunping's body, let us roast it ourselves. Then with a pause, by the way, Chen Xuan was with you, is he not? Where has he gone? Houtu replied, Elder brother Di Jiang. The husband said Di Jun's celestial wedding was unworthy of his presence. So en route to the Yao clan's celestial court, he turned back towards Shouyang Mountain. But fear not, elder brother Di Jiang. The husband entrusted the provisions to me. We may begin roasting Kunping's flesh at once. As soon as Houtu finished speaking, Gong Gong darted to her side. Little sister, Kunping's body requires preparation. Some parts are unfit for consumption. Houtu promptly handed over Kunping's corpse. Gong Gong accepted it, then swiftly employed the mysterious water art to cleanse it, excising unsuitable portions before dividing the remaining flesh into manageable cuts. Having completed the task, Gong Gong turned to Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong, it is your turn. Zhu Rong immediately summoned divine flame and began roasting the flesh. Soon an intoxicating aroma rose from the sizzling meat. At that moment, Di Jun, Taiqing and the assembled sages found themselves unconsciously swallowing. Houtu, judging the roasting complete, produced seasonings gifted by Chen Xuan and applied them precisely as instructed. The instant the seasonings touched the meat, an irresistible fragrance bloomed across the celestial court. The 7 great Yao saints began salivating openly, and even Di Jun and Taiqing were no better off. Di Jun repeatedly swallowed, while Jie and Zhuan-Ti beside him did likewise. Meanwhile, in the void of the heavenly Dao, Kunping resurrected. Upon sensing the scene unfolding in the celestial court, he surged forth at ultimate speed toward the celestial wedding. When Kunping beheld his own roasted corpse, fury exploded within him. Oh, Kunping, you've revived. Alas, you arrived too late. I meant to gift your body to Di Jun, but since he refused it, I decided to roast it instead. Kunping, take a whiff. Does your own flesh smell delicious? Kunping looked at his previous physical body being roasted into chunks, his heart filled with rage that threatened to drive him to madness. He glared at Houtu, saying, You Wu clan are truly going too far. Do you really think I, Kunping, can be so easily bullied? Houtu smirked and replied, Kunping, are you really that hard to bully? Don't forget how you were slain by me before. Kunping was infuriated upon hearing this. Houtu, you. What's wrong with me? If you have the ability, go ahead and attack me. Come on, if you dare, do it now. As Houtu finished speaking, he took out a red elixir. Kunping, I give you a chance to strike. If you attack now, I will not retaliate. How about that? As long as you can catch this elixir. Seeing the elixir in Houtu's hand, Jane and Zhuan-Ti immediately recalled the scene where Red Cloud had used this elixir to blow himself up. Jane looked at Kunping and said, Kunping, you must remain calm. That is an explosive pill. Once it detonates, the entire monster race's heavenly court will be destroyed. Hearing this, Di Jun and Taiqing quickly stepped forward to stop Kunping. Di Jun looked at Kunping and said, Kunping, don't act impulsively. Houtu is deliberately provoking you to act. If you act, Houtu will have a reason to strike at us. Although Kunping was eager to attack, he understood he was certainly no match for Houtu, so he coldly snorted. He then found a place to sit down. Seeing Kunping back down, Red Cloud immediately mocked. Kunping, becoming a saint of the heavenly Dao doesn't mean much, does it? You don't even have the dignity of a heavenly Dao saint. Kunping, next time you must not fall into my hands, otherwise I will continue to pluck your wings. Kunping glared at Red Cloud, saying, Red Cloud, don't get too smug. One day, I will definitely slay you. Seeing Kunping like this, Red Cloud felt an urge to continue mocking him, but Houtu interjected. Red Cloud, there's no need to waste words with Kunping. His flesh is already cooked. Let us all enjoy Kunpeng's meat together. At this moment Daijang also spoke up. Red Cloud, there's no need to ridicule Kunpeng. After all, he has contributed his entire body. After saying this, Daijang picked up a piece of Kunpeng's meat and looking satisfied said to Red Cloud, Red Cloud, come over and try this. Kunpeng's meat is simply exquisite. Upon hearing this, Red Cloud immediately flew over to Daijang's side and began to enjoy a piece of Kunpeng's meat. Meanwhile, at the wedding scene, Tong Tian and Yuanshi looked at Daijang and the others with Tong Tian saying, Second brother, shall we also try some? Yuanshi smiled slightly and said, Third brother, I was just thinking the same. As Yuanshi finished speaking, the two of them flew over to Huta's side simultaneously. Yuanshi said, Huta, long time no see. Tong Tian also said, Greetings Daoist Houtu. Huta smiled slightly and said, Yuanshi, Tong Tian, you also want to eat Kunpeng's meat, right? Tong Tian laughed heartily saying, To not hide from Daoist Houtu, ever since the last tasting of Kunpeng's meat we have been thinking about when we could have another meal. I didn't expect it to be just 1,000 years later that we have the opportunity to taste it again. Houtu covered her mouth and laughed. Please, Dao brothers, enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian immediately flew to Daijang and the others with Yuanshi looking at Daijang. Daoist Daijang, how have you been lately? Daoist Yuanshi, it has been 1,000 years since our last separation. Now that we meet here, let us enjoy Kunpeng's meat together once more. After saying this, Daijang immediately picked up 2 pieces of Kunpeng's meat and handed them to Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Seeing the piece of Kunpeng's meat in his hand, Yuanshi said, Daoist Daijang, having meat alone is not enough. I have some fine celestial wine here. How about we taste it together? Daoist Yuanshi, if you have fine celestial wine, quickly bring it out for us to share. After Daijang finished speaking, Yuanshi immediately took out over 30 jars of celestial wine, and the other 10 ancestral witches immediately rushed forward to ask for a jar of celestial wine. Xianming opened a jar of celestial wine and took a sip. Daoist Yuanshi, this celestial wine is truly excellent. Do you have more? Daoist Xuanming, I have plenty of this celestial wine. If you like, I will have my disciples send some over later. Yuanshi, you said this. Do not go back on your word later. At this moment, Dijuan, Tai and Kunpeng saw this scene and became furious instantly, but when they caught a whiff of the meat's aroma, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Dijuan secretly transmitted a message to Tai saying, Second brother, this Kunpeng meat is too fragrant. Oh, I can barely hold back. What should we do? Elder brother, even if you can't hold back, you must endure. This is the Wu clan deliberately tempting us. We must hold on. Meanwhile, Kunpeng watched as his flesh was being devoured by the ancestral witches. Although he wished to slay them all, the sin of his meat made him wonder, could his flesh really be this delicious? At this moment, Kunpeng had an inexplicable desire to take a bite. Jane and Juni looked at the ancestral witches savoring the meat, and seeing Yuanshi and Tong Tian also enjoying Kunpeng's flesh, they too wanted to try. Jane and Juni flew to Houtu and Jane said, Daoist Houtu, may we brothers have a bite of Kunpeng's meat? Houtu looked at Jane and Juni saying, Aren't you bald donkeys abstaining from meat and fish? Are the teachings of your Western sect merely for show? Upon hearing this, Jane and Juni felt quite embarrassed. However, at this moment, Kunpeng could no longer bear it. He glared at Jane and Juni saying, You shameless ones, you still wish to eat my flesh. I cannot afford to offend the Wu clan, and I don't take you two Western saints seriously. Junti quickly said, Daoist Kunpeng, please do not be angry, we brothers were just joking. Jane added, Daoist Kunpeng, we were just making a joke. Daoist Houtu, we won't eat Kunpeng's meat anymore. Dijuan, we have disturbed you today, we take our leave. After Jane finished speaking, he immediately flew towards Shumi Mountain, and Junti quickly followed suit. After the two Western saints left, Kunpeng finally sat down again. At this moment, Houtu noticed Nuwa swallowing hard, so she said, Nuwa, why don't you join us and have a taste? Although you are my husband's master, we are still sisters. As long as we each have our own discussions, it is fine. Hearing this, Nuwa glanced at Kunpeng's meat and then moved closer to Houtu. Houtu, since you invited me to enjoy it together, I will not be polite. After saying this, Nuwa reached for Kunpeng's meat, and Houtu leaned close to Nuwa's ear saying, Nuwa, perhaps we will really become good sisters. Upon hearing Houtu's words, Nuwa's face turned slightly red, and she quickly went to Yuanshi and the other. Yuanshi noticed that Nuwa's face was slightly flushed, and he immediately asked in confusion, Sister Nuwa, why is your face red? It's just a bit embarrassing. Yuanshi replied, I see, it's just a piece of Kunpeng meat. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. With your strength, Sister Nuwa, eating Kunpeng meat should be a piece of cake. Sister Nuwa, come try this. The Kunpeng meat is incredibly delicious. Hearing this, Nuwa immediately picked up a piece of roasted meat and began to eat. Nuwa couldn't stop once she started eating. Tong Tian was astonished. Sister Nuwa, your appetite is impressive. Nuwa ignored Tong Tian and continued eating. At that moment, Dijun and Tai were left speechless by the sight of Nuwa's voracious eating. Dijun secretly communicated, Second brother, is Kunpeng meat really so fragrant? Seeing Nuwa eat like that makes me want to try it too. Elder brother, I don't know how fragrant it is, but I really want to taste it now. At that moment, not only Dijun and Taiqing thought this way, the other gods present at the wedding ceremony also wanted to take a bite, but due to Kunping's presence they all held back. On the other side, after Nuwa Yuan Shi Tong Tian and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft finished eating the Kunping meat, Nuwa felt it wasn't enough, so she looked at Kunping. Kunping, your meat is too fragrant. How about you sacrifice again? Don't worry, if you sacrifice once I will gift you a piece of innate spirit treasure. Kunping looked at Nuwa. Nuwa, don't go too far. Seeing the look in Nuwa's eyes, Kunping felt uneasy. If this continued, Nuwa might not be able to resist making a move against him. So Kunping turned to Dijun and Taiqing. Dijun, I am returning to the North Sea. If the demon tribe has any matters, feel free to send someone to find me. After speaking, Kunping immediately unleashed his maximum speed and flew towards the North Sea, fearing that if he stayed longer, Nuwa would really catch him to roast. Seeing that their purpose had been achieved, Houtu glanced at the other 11 ancestors of witchcraft and said, let's go. Since the demon tribe's heavenly court doesn't welcome us, we have no need to make things difficult for them. Upon seeing Houtu leave, Dijiang turned to Dijun. Dijun, next time we meet, we won't hold back so easily. After Dijiang finished speaking, he immediately led the ancestors of witchcraft back to Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, Nuwa looked at the nearby Hongjun. Friend Hongjun, after you return to the human race, immediately bring that brat Chen Xuan back to Honghuang Palace. I have matters to discuss with him. As soon as Nuwa finished speaking, she vanished from the spot. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian saw Nuwa leave and quickly bid farewell to Hongjun before returning to their own places. Seeing that everyone had left, Hongjun also flew towards the human race. At this moment, Dijun thought to himself, finally they are all gone. If this continued, the demon tribe's heavenly court might be torn apart by the saints. After the Eastern Emperor Taiqing saw that the saints had departed, he immediately looked at Dijun. Elder brother, the banquet is almost over. It's time for you and sister-in-law to enter the bridal chamber. Hearing this, Dijun's face turned red, and he hurriedly left with the heavenly queen. Once Dijun left, the other gods also began to depart from the demon tribe's heavenly court. Seeing that all the gods had left Eastern Emperor Taiqing immediately turned to Baizé. Baizé, the affairs of the heavenly court are temporarily entrusted to you. I must lead the army to the East Sea to subdue the dragon tribe. Baizé, hearing this, immediately knelt and said, yes, your majesty, Eastern Emperor. Eastern Emperor Taiqing nodded and began to summon the demon tribe's army. Soon Eastern Emperor Taiqing led the demon tribe's army towards the East Sea. Meanwhile, Hongjun returned to Shouyang Mountain and immediately came to the human emperor palace. At this moment, Chen Xuan was observing the movements of the demon tribe with the heavenly mirror. Seeing the Eastern Emperor leading the demon tribe's army to the East Sea, he understood that the Eastern Emperor Taiqing wanted to subdue the dragon tribe and bring them into the demon tribe's heavenly court. Noticing Hongjun's return, Chen Xuan immediately stood up and said, Hongjun, did you enjoy your time in the heavenly court this time? Chen Xuan, I must say this time was truly enjoyable. It's just a pity that Kunping managed to hold back. If he had made a move, we could have had another meal of Kunping meat. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. No worries, that guy Kunping has already attained the status of a saint. As long as we want Kunping meat, we can go to the North Sea to catch him anytime. Meanwhile, after Kunping returned to the North Sea, he began to rage, venting all the grievances he suffered in the heavenly court on the beings in the North Sea, causing many of them to perish because of him. However, Kunping was unaware that he had already become a lamb raised by the witch clan and Chen Xuan. As long as the ancestors of witchcraft or Chen Xuan wanted to eat meat, they would definitely come to the North Sea to hunt him. If Kunping knew this, he would surely regret why he wanted to become a saint. Meanwhile, Eastern Emperor Taiqing had already brought the demon tribe's army to the skies above the East Sea. He said, Dragon King of the East Sea, I come to pay my respects. I wonder if you could come out to meet me. Deep in the East Sea, a shrimp soldier rushed into the dragon palace. Dragon King, it's bad. Eastern Emperor Taiqing is leading the demon tribe's army in the skies above the East Sea and has specifically requested to see you. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang was greatly alarmed. How many people did Eastern Emperor Taiqing bring? Report to me, your majesty. There are over 1 million. Ao Guang was shocked. Damn. I didn't expect our dragon tribe to fall to such a state. Minister Gue, accompany me to meet Eastern Emperor Taiqing. Upon hearing this, Minister Gue immediately responded, yes, your majesty. Then Ao Guang and Minister Gue flew out of the East Sea. Ao Guang looked at Eastern Emperor Taiqing. Eastern Emperor Taiqing, what brings you to my East Sea? Ao Guang, the dragon tribe is no longer the ancient overlord. If you are willing to submit to my demon tribe's heavenly court, I will still allow you to govern the East Sea. If you are unwilling to submit, I will bloodily cleanse the entire dragon tribe in 3 days. Ao Guang, go back. Take 3 days to think it over. If you want to avoid the destruction of the dragon tribe, lead them to submit to my demon tribe's heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang immediately returned to the dragon palace furious. That Eastern Emperor Taiqing is going too far. If it weren't for my dragon tribe's decline, how could the demon tribe be so rampant? Minister Gui looked at Ao Guang, Your Majesty. What should we do now? Is there no way to save the dragon tribe? There is a way to save the dragon tribe. I am now heading to the dragon tomb to seek Lord Zhulong. If Lord Zhulong makes a move, Eastern Emperor Tai, it will definitely not be our dragon tribe's match. On the Shouyang mountain, Chen Xuan gazed at the sky observing mirror. I never expected that the Zhulong has not perished yet. Hongjun, what do you think? If we were to take Zhulong as a mount, would that not be quite impressive? Chen Xuan, while Zhulong is indeed impressive, wouldn't the ancestor dragon be even better? With your abilities, reviving the ancestor dragon should be quite easy. Hongjun, that guy ancestor dragon isn't dead. He is merely suppressed by the heavenly Dao at the eye of the East Sea. However, although the ancestor dragon hasn't died, yet he likely won't last much longer. During ancient times, the three clans erupted into war, leading to the extinction of nearly all beings in the wilderness, while the Western Luo, Ho, took advantage of the conflict to gather malevolent energy, intending to use it to activate the world-annihilating formation. Thus, entering the Dao through slaughter, achieving the status of a Hongyuan Duo Golden Immortal, but in the end his plan was thwarted by Hongjun, while the heavenly Dao suppressed the three clans. The ancestor dragon is suppressed by the heavenly Dao at the eye of the East Sea. The Yuan Feng is suppressed at the indestructible volcano, and the Qilin suppresses the resentful spirits and malevolent energy on the battlefield of the three clans. Hongyun Zhulong is indeed mighty, but unfortunately he is not suitable for this emperor. How about this? You should make a trip to the dragon tomb and take Zhulong as your own mount. As for the ancestor dragon, you should release him. However, you must ensure that the ancestor dragon submits to our human race, otherwise you can erase him. After finishing his words, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a divine sword appeared in the air. Hongyun, this is the Dao slaying sword. Take it with you to the dragon tomb. With this sword, severing the chains of the heavenly Dao will be no problem. Immediately after, Chen Xuan took out the everlasting life pill. Hongyun, this is a pill that will restore the ancestor dragon's life. With it, the ancestor dragon can return to his peak. Seeing this, Hongyun immediately put away the Dao slaying sword and the everlasting life pill. Chen Xuan, I will head to the East Sea first. By the way, Nu Hua said to remind you to return to Huang Tian. Remember that yourself. After speaking, Hongyun immediately turned and flew towards the East Sea. As he approached the East Sea, he became invisible and quietly entered its depths. Meanwhile, Ao Guang was heading towards the dragon tomb, unaware that Hongyun was stealthily following behind him. When Ao Guang arrived at the entrance of the dragon tomb, he immediately used magic to open it. At that moment, Hongyun suddenly appeared beside him. Ao Guang, you wish to enter the dragon tomb to find Zhulong to resolve the crisis of the dragon clan, right? Hearing this, Ao Guang was greatly startled. Hongyun, how did you get here, and how do you know that the little dragon wants to enter the dragon tomb to find Zhulong? Hongyun smiled slightly and said, how I know is not for you to care, just know that I am here to help you. We will enter the dragon tomb together. I want to personally talk with Zhulong. Hongyun, this is not allowed. The dragon tomb is a forbidden place of my dragon clan, and no one but the dragon clan can enter. Hongyun coldly laughed, not allowed to enter. Fine. I won't go in any way. The destruction of the dragon clan has nothing to do with me. Ao Guang, if you believe Zhulong can defeat Donghuang Taiqing, then you can refuse to let me in. But remember, Ao Guang, Donghuang Taiqing is a quasi-saint powerhouse, while Zhulong is just a peak quasi-saint. Do you really think Zhulong can defeat Donghuang Taiqing? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang fell silent. Indeed, with Zhulong's current strength, he was not a match for Donghuang Taiqing. To resolve the crisis of the dragon clan, only a saint could intervene. Thinking of this, Ao Guang immediately spoke. The little dragon knows you have attained the Dao, so since you wish to talk to Zhulong, let's go in together. Then Ao Guang took the lead into the dragon tomb, and upon seeing this, Hongyun followed him inside. When the two entered the main hall of the dragon tomb, they saw a giant dragon 100 billion zhang in length coiling within the hall, its body marked with countless claw marks. Hongyun looked at the giant dragon. Zhulong, your fleshly body is indeed severely damaged. Upon hearing this, the giant dragon raised its head to look at Hongyun. Hongyuan Thuo Golden Immortal, who are you, and why have you come to my dragon clan? Hongyun smiled slightly and said, I am the protector of the human race. I have come to talk to you about two matters. Upon hearing this, Zhulong immediately transformed into a human form and looked at Hongyun, asking, may I ask how the saint is addressed? Zhulong, you may call me Hongyun. Then Hongyun looked at Ao Guang. Ao Guang, step outside for now. My conversation with Zhulong is not something you should know. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang immediately looked up at Zhulong. Seeing this, Zhulong gestured for Ao Guang to step outside and wait. Ao Guang turned and walked out of the dragon tomb. Once Ao Guang left, Hongyun immediately addressed Zhulong. Zhu Long, I have come to ask you to be my mount. Before Hongjun could finish, Zhu Long roared angrily, impossible. My dragon clan will never be anyone's mount, not even for a saint. Seeing Zhu Long so furious, a sly smile appeared on Hongyun's face. Zhu Long, if you refuse to be my mount, then I shall not save the ancestor dragon either. Originally, I wanted you to be my mount, and then rescue the ancestor dragon, and after saving the ancestor dragon, help the dragon clan break free from the heavenly Daoist karma. Since you Zhu Long are unwilling, then I will take my leave. After saying this, Hongjun immediately turned and walked towards the exit of the dragon tomb. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Zhu Long hastily called out, Hongjun, is what you said true? Can you really save my elder brother? Upon hearing this, Hongjun stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said, of course it's true, but if you are unwilling to become my mount, then I have no reason to save the ancestor dragon. Hongjun, if what you say is true, then I Zhu Long am willing to be your mount, and will never betray you for all. However, how can you prove that you can save my elder brother? I Zhu Long cannot simply take your word and be. Hongjun smiled slightly, and then took out the Dao slaying sword. Zhu Long, this sword is a supreme treasure of the Dao. With it, do you think I cannot rescue the ancestor dragon? Looking at the sword in Hongyun's hand, Zhu Long felt a tremendous pressure emanating from the sword, instantly rendering him immobile. Seeing Zhu Long suppressed by the Daos, might Hongjun quickly put the Dao slaying sword away. Zhu Long, do you now believe me? Zhu Long nodded and said, I believe. Hongjun, hurry and go save my elder brother. As long as you can rescue my elder brother, I Zhu Long will immediately offer my life source. Hongjun shook his head, saying, I do not need your life source, for I know you would never dare to betray me. Let's go. We shall head to the Eye of the East Sea to rescue the ancestor dragon. After saying this, Hongjun walked directly towards the exit of the dragon tomb, and upon seeing this, Zhu Long immediately followed. Soon Hongjun and Zhu Long exited the dragon tomb, where Houtu and another individual were waiting outside. Houtu immediately spoke, Lord Zhu Long, the demon clan's heavenly court has given us 3 days to pledge allegiance to them, or they will wipe out our entire dragon clan. Hearing this, Zhu Long was instantly filled with rage. What did you say? The demon clan wants us to submit to them. Who do they think they are? If it weren't for our dragon clan being caught in the chaos of the 3-clan war, how could they be so arrogant now? Houtu, how long has it been since then? Lord Zhu Long, it is already the 2nd day now. Zhu Long turned to Hongjun, how long will it take to rescue my elder brother? Rescuing the ancestor dragon will only take a moment, but speaking of which, Zhu Long, your injuries are quite serious. If not treated in time, your cultivation may regress. Zhu Long smiled slightly and said, no matter, even if my cultivation regresses, as long as I can rescue my elder brother, I will have no regrets, even if I lose all my strength. Hongjun, upon hearing this, became displeased. Zhu Long, that won't do. If you lose all your strength, how will you be able to serve as my mount in the future? I have a life-reviving pill here. If you take it, your injuries will heal instantly. After finishing, Hongjun took out the pill and handed it to Zhu Long. Seeing this, Zhu Long immediately swallowed the pill, and a surge of immense vitality healed all his injuries in an instant. Once Hongjun noticed that Zhu Long had recovered, he grasped his shoulder and tore through space toward the Eye of the East Sea. After Houtu saw Hongjun and Zhu Long leave, he immediately returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, after arriving at the Eye of the East Sea, Hongjun asked, is the ancestor dragon within the Eye of the Sea? Zhu Long nodded, exactly. My elder brother was sealed within the Eye of the East Sea. To rescue him, we must enter the Eye of the East Sea. Hongjun looked at the Eye of the East Sea and then directly flew inside. Zhu Long followed suit as soon as he saw Hongjun enter the eye. Upon entering the interior of the Eye of the East Sea, they saw a gigantic dragon over 100 billion zhang long, bound by heavenly chains in the air. Hongjun looked at the giant dragon and said, Ancestor dragon, you seem to be on the brink of perishing. How about we make a deal? The ancestor dragon lowered its massive head and looked at Honghuang Primordial Chaos, great, immortal. Ancestor dragon, I am Hongjun, a protector of the human race. My friend is the human emperor who has sent me to rescue you, but there is one condition: the dragon clan must henceforth pledge allegiance to the human race. The ancestor dragon, upon hearing this, was instantly furious. Dream on. My dragon clan is one of the ancient overlords. How can we submit to a mere human race? That is absolutely impossible. Ancestor dragon, I haven't finished speaking yet. Your dragon clan is now entangled in karma. It is impossible for you to re-emerge in the primordial world. However, if you pledge allegiance to the human race, the dragon clan will have the opportunity to regain its former glory, and you, ancestor dragon, can achieve primordial chaos, great immortal status. The ancestor dragon laughed heartily. Impossible. How could a mere human race possess such vast fortune? Even if they do, they would never share it with my dragon clan. Ancestor dragon, what if I told you that the one who came to rescue you is a great Dao expert? Would you then be willing to pledge allegiance to the human race? The ancestor dragon fixed its gaze on Hongyun. Are you saying that the human emperor is a great Dao expert? If the human emperor is truly a great Dao expert, then I would indeed be willing to pledge allegiance to the human race. But how can you prove that the human emperor is a great Dao expert? Hongyun, upon hearing this, immediately took out the great Dao slaying sword and swiftly severed the head. Then Hongyun pulled out a life-reviving pill. Ancestor dragon, take this pill. It will replenish all the life force that has been drawn from you. The ancestor dragon, upon hearing this, transformed into a human figure and took the pill from Hongyun's hand. He felt a surge of immense life energy from the pill, but he did not swallow it. Seeing that the ancestor dragon did not consume the pill, Hongyun disdainfully said, Ancestor dragon, are you afraid that I have poisoned it? The ancestor dragon fell silent at this, for he was indeed worried that Hongyun might have played tricks with the pill. Zhulong, noticing that his elder brother had not taken the pill, stepped forward and said, Elder brother, you can take this pill with confidence. I have already consumed this very pill before. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon finally felt at ease and consumed the pill. Instantly, all his injuries healed and his strength returned to the peak of Saint. Meanwhile, in the void of the heavenly path sensed that the heavenly chains had been severed and was instantly furious. Who is it? Who dares to sever the heavenly chains? I will find you and ensure your demise. After calculating, the heavenly path began to deduce who had severed the heavenly chains. When it deduced that it was Hongyun, the heavenly path immediately became fearful. The heavenly path knew that Hongyun was linked to the human emperor, meaning that Hongyun's rescue of the ancestor dragon was undoubtedly instigated by the human emperor. If it were to kill Hongyun, the human emperor would surely come to seek retribution. Thinking of this, the heavenly path quickly suppressed its anger, reasoning that as long as the ancestor dragon did not contend for supremacy in the primordial world, it had nothing to worry about. Inside the eye of the East Sea, after the ancestor dragon had recovered from his injuries, he immediately thanked Hongyun. Thank you. I am grateful for the life-saving grace of Saint Hongyun. Hongyun replied, don't thank me yet. If you want to express your gratitude, then thank the human emperor. Ancestor dragon, your injuries have healed now. Let us go resolve the matter with the demon clan's heavenly court. After we deal with the demon clan's heavenly court, you can accompany me to meet the human emperor. As soon as Hongyun finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. The ancestor dragon and Zhulong, upon seeing this, transformed into their true forms and flew towards the sky above the East Sea. When the ancestor dragon and Zhulong arrived above the East Sea, they saw that Hongyun had already appeared before Honghuang Tai. Hongyun looked at Honghuang Tai and said, Honghuang Tai, the dragon clan is now a subordinate force of the human race. If you wish to make a move against the dragon clan, I do not mind playing with you. As soon as Hongyun finished speaking, a 99 scatter soul gourd appeared in his hand. Honghuang Tai looked at Hongyun and said, Hongyun, do not be complacent. When I break through to the Saint Realm, I will personally strike you down. Hongyun smiled slightly and said, Honghuang Tai, I will be waiting for your breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Perhaps then I might even enjoy a bowl of chicken soup. Seeing he could not out-talk Hongyun, Honghuang Tai immediately led the demon army back to the heavenly court. Once Honghuang Tai left, Hongyun turned to the ancestor dragon and Zhulong, let us go. Follow me to the human race. After saying this, Hongyun flew towards the human race, and the ancestor dragon glanced at Zhulong. They both nodded and flew towards the human race. Hongyun brought the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon to Shouyang Mountain. Hongyun immediately sent a message to Chen Xuan, as entering Shouyang Mountain required Chen Xuan's approval, otherwise one would be killed by the mountain's formation. Upon hearing Hongyun's message, Chen Xuan responded right away, let them in. Outside Shouyang Mountain, after receiving Chen Xuan's message, Hongyun turned to look at the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon. Let's go. Follow me to meet the human sovereign. Immediately Hongyun entered Shouyang Mountain with the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon following closely behind. When the three arrived at the human sovereign's palace, they saw Chen Xuan using the skywatching mirror to observe the movements of the demon race. At this moment Hongyun spoke, Chen Xuan, I have returned. Chen Xuan turned to look at Hongyun, then at the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon. Ancestral dragon, I sent Hongyun to rescue you. You should understand my true intention. I want your dragon clan to submit to the human race. Is there any objection, ancestral dragon? The ancestral dragon looked at Chen Xuan, realizing he could not see through Chen Xuan's cultivation, and then said, Human sovereign, what benefits would my dragon clan gain from submitting to the human race? Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, You have already received half the benefits, and the other half is that once the dragon clan submits to the human race, they will reappear in the wilderness and will no longer be subjected to karmic erosion. Is this benefit satisfactory to you? Human sovereign, are you certain my dragon clan can reappear in the wilderness? That is natural. If I say it can be done, then it certainly can. Then Chen Xuan took out the Kongtong seal and declared, I am the human sovereign, and today, I bestow the Kongtong seal, a treasure of the human race, to officially designate the Dragon Clan as a totem of the human race, granting them the protection of human fortune to safeguard my human race's safety. As Chen Xian's words fell, the eye of humanity appeared above the human race, and then the fortunes of the human race and the Dragon Clan connected together. Moreover, the eye of humanity descended, bestowing merits to wash away the Dragon Clan's karma. Upon witnessing this, the ancestral dragon immediately knelt and proclaimed, "My Dragon Clan will forever submit to the human race and will always protect the human race." Chen Xian smiled slightly and said, "Rise. From now on, the human race and the Dragon Clan will coexist peacefully and strengthen their races together." Ancestral Dragon, there are no strict rules here. As long as the human race is in danger, the Dragon Clan should assist. Human sovereign, your great kindness is something I, the little dragon, can never repay. I wish to become your mount and follow you for eternity. Chen Xian looked at the ancestral dragon and then shook his head, saying, "Ancestral dragon, I cannot accept you. However, if you are willing to become my master's mount, the Dragon Clan's karma will be washed away even faster." The ancestral dragon frowned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, if he could not see through Chen Xian's cultivation, then his master must be even stronger. Seeing the ancestral dragon deep in thought, Chen Xian revealed a sly smile, saying, "Ancestral dragon, my master may not necessarily be stronger than me, but she is the master of humanity and possesses the ability to mobilize the power of humanity. As long as your Dragon Clan protects the human race, well, you will naturally soon wash away the Dragon Clan's karma. Would you be willing to become my master's mount?" Hearing this, the ancestral dragon immediately knelt and proclaimed, "I, the little dragon, am willing." "Very well. You may follow me to Honghuang Tian. Candle Dragon, you and Hongjun guard the human race, and if necessary, mobilize some dragons to protect the safety of the human race." "Ancestral dragon, let us go." Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon immediately flew out of the human sovereign's palace, transforming into its true form, saying, "Human sovereign, please sit on my head. We will go to Honghuang Tian together." Chen Xian, upon hearing this, looked at Candle Dragon and Hongyun, saying, "I leave the matters of the human race to you. I must go to Honghuang Tian." After saying this, Chen Xian flew out of the human sovereign's palace and sat on the ancestral dragon's head, saying, "Let's go." The ancestral dragon replied, "Human sovereign, please hold on tight." As the ancestral dragon spoke, it immediately flew towards Honghuang Tian. Meanwhile, in the demon race's heavenly court, Dong Huang Tai roared in anger, "Damn it. I never expected this guy Hongyun would actually help the Dragon Clan. If it weren't for Hongyun's appearance, the Dragon Clan would have been captured by me already." Dijun looked at Dong Huang Tai, saying, "Second brother, don't be angry. Hongyun's assistance to the Dragon Clan is probably instigated by the human sovereign. Since the human sovereign wants the Dragon Clan, then we will give the Dragon Clan to the human race. After all, the three ancient clans do not only consist of the Dragon Clan. Let us go to the undying volcano and subdue the Phoenix Clan instead." "Elder brother, but I am unwilling. Just when I was about to capture the Dragon Clan, they were snatched by the human race." "Second brother, what good does being unwilling do? We cannot provoke the human race. Not to mention how strong the human sovereign is, we cannot deal with Zhenyuan Zi and Hongyun, and Nuwa also stands on the human race's side. Do you think we can afford to provoke the human race?" "Elder brother, but I..." "Second brother, I understand you are unwilling, but we really cannot afford to offend the human race. Since we cannot capture the Dragon Clan, we will capture the Phoenix Clan instead. Second brother, you should lead the army to the undying volcano. The Phoenix Clan is within the undying volcano. As long as we capture the Phoenix Clan, then the losses from the Dragon Clan will not be worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai nodded and said, "All right. Elder brother, I will lead the army to the Phoenix Clan now. If this time, we must bring the Phoenix Clan into the heavenly court." Then Dong Huang Tai led the army towards the Phoenix Clan. However, he did not know that this attack on the Phoenix Clan would also end in failure, because Qing Ning is a disciple of Nuwa and is also Chen Xian's senior sister. At this time, Chen Xian and the ancestral dragon arrived at Honghuang Tian. Chen Xian glanced at Honghuang Tian and then looked at the ancestral dragon, saying, "Let's go. We are heading to Honghuang Palace." However, just as the ancestral dragon was about to fly towards Honghuang Palace, a figure suddenly blocked its path. Chen Xian looked at the figure and immediately exclaimed in excitement, "Master, why have you come?" Nuwa saw Chen Xian and thought to herself, this kid is mixing with the ancestral dragon. Could it be that he has captured the ancestral dragon as a mount? "I sensed the approach of a quasi-saint near Honghuang Palace, so I came out to take a look. I didn't expect to find you here too. Tell me, how did you end up with the ancestral dragon? You didn't capture the ancestral dragon as a mount, did you?" "Master, the ancestral dragon is not my capture. He came voluntarily. You can ask the ancestral dragon if you don't believe me." Nuwa turned to the Ancestral Dragon and asked, Ancestral Dragon, is what Chen Xuan said true? The Ancestral Dragon looked at Nuwa and said, Saint Nuwa, to be honest, I the little dragon came willingly. Chen Xuan saved me, so I wanted to serve as his mount, but he is unwilling to let me be his mount. Nuwa looked at Chen Xuan and said, Oh, kid, the Ancestral Dragon is the leader of the Dragon Clan. Even other saints would find it impossible to capture the Ancestral Dragon, yet you are now unwilling. Master, isn't this to hand the Ancestral Dragon over to you? Master, Qing Ning has always been treated as your disciple by you. It wouldn't be proper for you to ride her all the time. Therefore, I want the Ancestral Dragon to be your mount, so that Qing Ning can be considered your true disciple. Nuwa heard those words and found them persuasive. After all, Qing Ning had followed her for countless years and had long been nurtured like a disciple. Formally accepting Qing Ning as a disciple would not be a bad idea. Chen Xuan, you are thoughtful indeed, Nuwa exclaimed. Then she looked toward Zulong and asked if he would consent to be. Zulong turned to Nuwa and declared the little dragon is willing. Nuwa smiled faintly and said, Very well. From this day forward you shall be my mount. I will not take even a shred of your Yuan Shun. Do not disappoint me. Chen Xuan, since you have returned, stay in the Nuwa Palace and keep me company for a while, Nuwa instructed. There is also a matter I must discuss with you. We will speak of it back at the palace. With that she turned and flew toward the Nuwa Palace. Chen Xuan and Zulong followed at once. At the palace gates, Chen Xuan looked at Zulong and said, Zulong, from now on you will remain in Nuwa's realm. Having spoken, Chen Xuan entered the Nuwa Palace. Nuwa watched him enter and smiled, then asked Chen Xuan, Can you guess why I summoned you? Master, the disciple would not presume to guess and risk offending you, Chen Xuan replied, covering his mouth in mock caution. Nuwa laughed softly and said, Very well, I will not tease you. The real reason I had you return concerns Fushi. At those words, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. Master, you have not finished him off yet. Nuwa confessed frankly that she found herself unable to do it and proposed that Chen Xuan take action instead. Master, you truly want the disciple to strike? Chen Xuan asked. Indeed, Nuwa replied. If you deliver the blow, it will be better than if I do it. I simply cannot bring myself to. Very well then. Call Fushi forth, Chen Xuan said. At once Nuwa waved her hand and Fushi appeared at the center of the great hall. Chen Xuan faced Fushi and declared, Fushi, I will send you to your death now. Before Fushi could reply, Chen Xuan conjured an iron hammer and raised it to strike. Seeing Chen Xuan so merciless, Fushi hastily protested, Wait, Chen Xuan, is it not excessive to kill me with such an instrument? Is that excessive? Chen Xuan replied coldly. It is only one blow. Besides, you are to die anyway. What does it matter how? Fushi retorted, I, Fushi, am at least a quasi-saint. To perish like this would be unbearably humiliating. Chen Xuan offered tersely, Very well. How then do you wish to die? Fushi considered and said, Just do not use a hammer. Hearing this, Chen Xuan transformed the hammer in his hand into a wolf-tooth club. This will do surely, Chen Xuan said. Fushi looked at the spiked club and shuddered, imagining the grotesque blow the spikes would make upon his skull. Fushi pleaded, Even this is not acceptable. Change your weapon once more. Chen Xuan's temper flared. This is not acceptable. That is not acceptable. Will you ever simply die? He snapped. Nuwa watched Chen Xuan grow angry and worried that in his fury, he might accidentally destroy Fuxis Yuan Shun. If Fuxis Yuan Shun were killed, Fuxis' chance of reincarnation would be lost forever. Seeing that Fushi was still protesting, Nuwa rose at once and cut him off. Brother, hush. Is it not all the same way to die? You are going to perish anyway. Why fuss over it? Since you disdain Chen Xuan's hand, I will do it myself. She raised her palm and struck down. With a thunderous crash, the giant palm smashed Fux's body to powder, and his Yuan Shun drifted in. Chen Xuan watched Nuwa's brutal efficiency, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Oh, she was indeed merciless, pulverizing Fux's flesh with a single palm. Nuwa turned to Chen Xuan as Fuxis Yuan Shun hovered there, and said, Chen Xuan, I entrust Fuxis Yuan Shun to you. Make arrangements to have him reborn among the human race. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. No problem. But the 6 realms of reincarnation have not yet come into being. Wait until they do, and then I will arrange for Fushi to be reborn as a human. At that moment, Qing Ning burst into the hall. She faced Nuwa and exclaimed, Master, please intervene and save the Feng clan. The demon clan is attacking Busi Fire Mountain. Nuwa listened, ran her fingers in the air to divine the situation, and then turned to Chen Xuan. I am not able to personally deal with the demon clan. You must go to Busi Fire Mountain and rescue the Feng clan. Chen Xuan blinked in surprise. Master, Senior Sister Qing Ning seems bent on saving you. Are you sending me simply to find an excuse not to go yourself? Chen Xuan, Nuwa replied, I must go to the human realms to preach to the people, so I cannot go to Busi Fire Mountain. Will you go in my stead? Master, you said you would preach to the humans. If I return and find you have not, do not blame the disciple for smacking your backside, Chen Xuan said with a grin. Having spoken, Chen Xuan waved and gathered Fuxis Yuan Shen. He then turned to Qing Ning and said, "Senior sister, let us depart for Bu Si Fire Mountain at once." Qing Ning seized Chen Xian's hand, and without delay they left the Nuwa Palace and took to the sky. After Chen Xian left, Nuwa's cheeks flushed with a hint of shame. Recalling Houtu's words and Chen Xian's earlier remark, she decided in an instant that she would not go to preach to the human race after all. Outside the palace, Qing Ning looked at Chen Xian and said, "Junior brother, let us hasten." At once she transformed into a magnificent phoenix and invited, "Climb upon me, we must speed to Bu Si Fire Mountain." Chen Xian wasted no breath. He leapt onto Qing Ning's back and said, "Let us go." Qing Ning gave a single clear cry, and their flight took them toward Bu Si Fire Mountain. Soon they arrived above Bu Si Fire Mountain. Chen Xian peered below and saw countless demons locked in battle with the Feng clan, while several leading phoenixes were engaged in a fierce struggle with Dong Tai. At the sight, Chen Xian shouted, "Cease." The familiar voice caused Dong Tai to look up toward the. When Dong Tai recognized the arrival, he immediately halted his assault, as did the phoenixes leading the. Dong Tai addressed Chen Xian, "Human Emperor, the conflict between the Demon Clan and the Feng Clan is hardly your concern. What business do you have here?" Chen Xian fixed him with a steady gaze. "Dong Tai, who told you that the phoenixes have no ties to me? Qing Ning is the crown princess of the phoenixes, and she is my senior sister. When you strike at the phoenixes, did you not consider that someone stands behind them?" At those words, Dong Tai understood immediately any attempt to move the Feng clan today was impossible, and in the future it would be equally unthinkable. The realization filled Dong Tai with anger, yet even in his wrath he knew better than to provoke the. Though Dong Tai seethed inwardly, prudence restrained him. The human emperor was not a foe to be. The human emperor said, "Since the Feng clan has a connection with you, I shall not attack them. All demon armies retreat." After finishing his words, Dong Tai turned to return to the demon heavenly court, but at that moment Chen Xian suddenly appeared before him. "Dong Tai, since you are here, why hurry to leave?" He continued, "I offer you an opportunity. As long as you pledge allegiance to the human race, I will ensure the survival of your demon clan. What do you say?" Dong Tai looked at the human emperor. "Human emperor, you stand with the Wu clan. Do you think I would believe your. The Wu clan wishes to annihilate my demon race, and you being a powerful figure behind the Wu clan, would you protect my demon race? Who would believe such words? Dong Tai, whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. I must remind you, if you wish to avoid death, hide a fragment of your primordial spirit within the Donghuang bell. That may grant you a glimmer of hope. All right, I have said all I needed to say, you may leave." Dong Tai glanced at Chen Xian and then flew directly towards the demon heavenly court, while the demon army followed suit. At this moment, Qing Ning transformed into human form and approached Chen Xian. "Junior brother, are you really going to let Dong Tai leave like this? Senior sister, now is not the time for Dong Tai to fall. Moreover, I am also keen on subduing both Dong Tai and Dijun. Junior brother, since you wish to subdue both of them, why not strike directly to suppress them? That way the demon heavenly court would belong to you. Senior sister, we are in the midst of the Wu Yao calamity. It is not the right time to subdue Dijun and Taiqing, and the heavenly court must be controlled by the human race. Thus I am not in a hurry to subdue them. Now that the matter of the Feng clan is resolved, let us proceed to rescue my mother." Hearing this, Qing Ning was overjoyed. "Junior brother, you are so kind to your senior sister, I do not know how to repay you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian thought to himself that there was no need for repayment, as long as her mother could repay him later. At this moment, if Qing Ning knew that Chen Xian was coveting her mother's body, she would probably be furious. "Senior sister, what are you saying? You are my senior sister, it is only natural for junior brother to help you." At this moment, if Qing Ning knew that Chen Xian was coveting her mother's body, she would probably be furious. "Senior sister, what are you saying? You are my senior sister. Elder Feng Yu of the Feng clan, I greet you, senior. Thank you for your help in saving the Feng clan." Chen Xian looked at Feng Yu. "No need for thanks, Qing Ning. Is my senior sister assisting the Feng clan is the least I could do. Elder, please wait here with your people. I will go and rescue the Yuan Feng clan leader." Hearing this, the elder was taken aback and exclaimed, "Senior, can you really save our clan leader?" "Of course I can. You all stay here and make sure no one enters the undying volcano." Then Chen Xian turned to Qing Ning. "Qing Ning, let us enter the undying volcano together." Hearing Chen Xian's words, Qing Ning immediately flew towards the undying volcano. Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly followed. When the two arrived at the entrance of the undying volcano, Qing Ning spoke, "Junior brother, this is the entrance to the undying volcano. As long as we enter here, we can reach the deepest part of the undying volcano. However, this entrance is sealed by the heavenly Dao chains, and the further down we go, the more heavenly Dao chains there are. Any cultivator who enters will have their lifespan drained by the heavenly Dao chains." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded and said, "I see the heavenly Dao has set up so many chains to prevent you from rescuing Yuan Feng. However, these heavenly Dao chains pose no threat to me. Senior sister, please wait here." I will go down to rescue your mother." After saying this, Chen Xuan tore through space and disappeared inside. When Chen Xuan reappeared, he had already arrived at the deepest part of the undying volcano. He looked around and saw that the area was filled with lava with eruptions occurring from time to time. Seeing this scene, Chen Xuan thought to himself that this place was like a hellish world. The only race that could survive in such an environment must be the Feng clan. At this moment, Chen Xuan looked up to the sky and saw a phoenix bound by the heavenly Dao chains. Suddenly, the phoenix opened its eyes and locked its gaze on Chen Xuan. "Who are you? What brings you to the undying volcano?" Chen Xuan looked at Yuan Feng. "Yuan Feng, I am the human emperor of the human race. Your daughter Qingning sent me to rescue you." Hearing this, Yuan Feng replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but you cannot save me. This is the heavenly Dao chains. No living being can sever them, so you need not bother." "Yuan Feng, what if I can sever the heavenly Dao chains?" Yuan Feng sneered, "Impossible. Even if you attain the Dao of primordial chaos, it's not possible unless your strength is greater than that of the heavenly Dao. Human Emperor, although I cannot see through your strength, you are certainly not stronger than the heavenly Dao. If you truly can sever the heavenly Dao chains, then I would not mind becoming your Dao partner." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly. "Yuan Feng, you said this yourself. I have not forced you. Just wait until I sever the heavenly Dao chains. You do not regret it then. Human Emperor, as long as you can sever the heavenly Dao chains, I will not regret it." However, just as Yuan Feng finished speaking, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and the power of the great Dao gathered in his palm. With a firm grip, the heavenly Dao chains began to shatter. Yuan Feng's eyes nearly bulged out at this sight. "How is this possible? You are a great Dao powerhouse." Chen Xuan replied, "Yuan Feng, do not concern yourself with my strength. Now that I have shattered the heavenly Dao chains, are you ready to fulfill your promise? Rest assured, since I have said I will act, I will certainly do so. However, my lifespan is limited, and even if I become your Dao partner, I cannot accompany you for long." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly. "Lifespan is a simple matter. As long as I wish it, you shall never." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan took out the everlasting life pill. Upon sensing the life force emanating from the pill, Yuan Feng was greatly astonished, saying, "What kind of pill is this? Why is the life force so potent?" "Yuan Feng, this is the everlasting life pill, a pill I refined. Once you consume it, the life force absorbed by the heavenly Dao chains will be restored." After saying this, Chen Xuan immediately brought the everlasting life pill to Yuan Feng's lips. After Yuan Feng swallowed the pill, her previously dwindling life force began to recover. Once Yuan Feng's life force was restored, she immediately transformed into human form. However, upon seeing this, Chen Xuan's eyes nearly bulged out, for Yuan Feng was not wearing any clothing. Yuan Feng, noticing Chen Xuan's gaze upon her, quickly covered her mouth and laughed. "Husband, am I really that beautiful?" Chen Xuan, hearing her words, stepped forward and embraced Yuan Feng, exclaiming, "Beautiful, absolutely beautiful." Seeing herself being held by Chen Xuan, Yuan Feng hurriedly spoke. "Husband, my injuries have not yet healed. I must undergo nirvana rebirth. However, during my rebirth, the fiery desires within me will bring immense pain, and I will need your help to alleviate it." Chen Xuan nodded and said, "All right, begin your nirvana rebirth." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng unleashed the flames of nirvana, enveloping herself. As time passed, the flames of nirvana began to transform into the true fire of the phoenix, and Yuan Feng's expression started to show signs of pain. "Husband, now is the time." Seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately stripped off his clothing and rushed to Yuan Feng's side. Yuan Feng looked at Chen Xuan and promptly tackled him down. The ensuing scene. After 100 years, Yuan Feng finally healed her injuries. Moreover, she achieved a state of harmony thanks to a thread of celestial power given by Chen Xuan. At this moment, Yuan Feng looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Husband, you truly are formidable. After 100 years, your vigor remains so robust." Chen Xuan laughed heartily. "Yuan Feng, you should have experienced just how powerful I am over this century. However, I still have not had enough fun." As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, he pounced on Yuan Feng, and another round of vigorous activity ensued. After another 100 years, Chen Xuan, finally satisfied, put on his clothes. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng lay exhausted in the flames, gasping as she said, "Husband, you are too intense. I can barely keep up." "Yuan Feng, if you can't keep up, how will you serve me in the future?" "Oomph. Chen Xuan, if you have the ability." Yuan Feng, appearing indignant, caused Chen Xuan to burst into laughter. "All right, let's not have another battle, otherwise Qingning will surely come in on us. When Qingning comes in, it will be. Sigh, I gave birth to Qingning, but now you are Qingning's senior brother. How am I supposed to face her?" "Yuan Feng, this is easy to resolve. We simply keep our matters separate. Besides, I don't concern myself with the past." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng felt it made sense. "All right, let's keep it separate as long as you don't care about the past. Then let us go out now? Otherwise, that girl Qingning will surely be anxious." "All right, But you should put on some clothes first, otherwise I might not be able to hold back again. Yuan Feng smiled slightly, and then conjured a fiery red gown. Once dressed, she looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Husband, let's go out." As Yuan Feng finished speaking, she flew out of the inextinguishable volcano, while Chen Xuan, watching her, thought to himself that he had gained another wife and would enjoy good days ahead. Following this, Chen Xuan also flew out of the inextinguishable volcano. Once they emerged, Qingning immediately flew to Yuan Feng's side, saying, "Mother, you are finally out." Yuan Feng stroked Qingning's head, saying, "Child, you have grown up. Mother, in your eyes I will always be your..." Then Qingning turned to Chen Xuan, saying, "Senior brother, thank you for saving my mother. If you have any requests in the future, I will definitely help you with all my strength." At that moment, Feng Yu flew into the air with members of the Phoenix clan. "Feng Yu, I pay my respects to the clan leader." Yuan Feng smiled and replied, "Rise. Today I announce that Chen Xuan is my husband. Henceforth, Chen Xuan's commands shall be my commands. Do you all understand?" Upon hearing this, Feng Yu immediately responded, "Yes, clan leader." The other members of the Phoenix clan also echoed, "Yes, clan leader." Meanwhile, Qingning, hearing this, felt her mind go blank. She looked at her mother and then at Chen Xuan, saying, "Mother, you both." Chen Xuan looked at Qingning and said, "Qingning, senior sister, you will still be my senior sister in the future. We will keep our matters separate, but of course if you want to call me father, that is fine too." Upon hearing this, Qingning made a face of disdain and said, "Chen Xuan, you can't expect me to call you father. Since you said we will keep our matters separate, you can only be my senior brother." Humph. Chen Xuan, seeing this, did not press Qingning further. He turned to Yuan Feng and said, "Yuan Feng, the karmic burden of the Phoenix clan is too great. It will be difficult for us to re-emerge in the primordial world. However, if the Phoenix clan joins the human race, then the Phoenix clan will have a chance to reappear in the primordial continent. Are you willing to let the Phoenix clan join the human race?" "Husband, I will follow your arrangements." "Good. In that case, the Phoenix clan shall join the human race and become a totem of humanity. Relying on the fortunes of the human race, the Phoenix clan can more swiftly wash away their karmic burden and reappear in the primordial world." Chen Xuan then took out the Kongtong seal, saying, "I am the emperor of the human race. I hereby decree the Phoenix clan to be a totem of humanity to enjoy the blessings of human fate, and the Phoenix clan shall protect the human race for generations, ensuring their everlasting prosperity." As Chen Xuan's voice fell, the eye of humanity appeared above the inextinguishable volcano. Instantly, countless merits descended. When the merits fell upon the members of the Phoenix clan, their karmic burdens were significantly reduced. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Feng Yu, saying, "Feng Yu, leads some members of the Phoenix clan to the human race. Remember, only by diligently protecting the human race will the karmic burdens of the Phoenix clan have a chance to be washed clean." Feng Yu nodded and said, "Yes, senior." Subsequently, Feng Yu selected some elite members of the Phoenix clan to head to the human race, while Chen Xuan transmitted a message to Hongjun to arrange for the dwelling of the Phoenix clan. After completing all this, Chen Xuan looked at Qingning and asked, "Senior sister, how long have you been waiting at the inextinguishable volcano?" "Junior brother, I have been waiting for 200 years at the inextinguishable volcano." "What? 200 years? Oh no. Has Donghuang Taiqing already subdued the Qilin clan?" Qingning nodded and replied, "That's right. Donghuang Taiqing subdued the Qilin clan 100 years ago. However, although Donghuang Taiqing subdued the Qilin clan, he did not rescue the initial Qilin. Senior sister, Donghuang Taiqing does not have the ability to rescue the initial Qilin. Since he cannot rescue it, we should go to the Qilin clan. If I can subdue the initial Qilin, it will be akin to subduing the entire Qilin clan. Qingning, you should return to Huahuang Tian. I will go to the Qilin clan with your mother." Upon hearing this, Qingning nodded and said, "All right. I will leave my mother in your care, and you mustn't bully her, understand?" Hearing this, Chen Xuan thought to himself, "I have already bullied her enough. What do you know, you little girl? Understood, you can head back now." Upon hearing this, Qingning turned to glance at her mother, saying, "Mother." After saying this, Qingning turned and flew towards Huahuang Tian. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court of the demon clan, Dijun looked at Taiqing and said, "Second brother, although we have subdued the Qilin clan, I still feel that we have not captured the original Qilin. I fear that one day the Qilin clan will rebel against us, the demon clan. Elder brother, you need not worry about that. The original Qilin is suppressed by the heavenly Dao and has no chance of escape. Moreover, if the Qilin clan dares to betray us, I shall annihilate the entire Qilin clan." On the other side, Chen Xuan and Yuan Feng had already arrived above the Qilin clan. Upon seeing that the Qilin below were sparse, Chen Xuan frowned slightly. Taiqing really is ruthless, having dispatched most of the Qilin to the heavenly court. It seems he is afraid I will cause more chaos. Yuan Feng, do you know where the original Qilin is suppressed? Husband, the original Qilin is suppressed beneath the Qilin ancestor. We can enter directly underneath the Qilin ancestor. Chen Xuan nodded, saying, "Let's go." We shall subdue the original Qilin. After finishing his words, he immediately wrapped his arms around Yuan Feng and then tore through the space, instantly arriving beneath the Qilin ancestor. The original Qilin sensed a familiar aura and immediately opened its eyes. When it saw Yuan Feng, its eyes nearly popped out. Yuan Feng, you actually escaped the suppression of the heavenly Dao. How is this possible? Original Qilin, you need not concern yourself with how I escaped the suppression of the heavenly Dao. I only have one question for you. Do you wish to break free from the heavenly Dao suppression? Yuan Feng, do you want to help me escape the suppression of the heavenly Dao? Speak. I do not believe that you have come here with good intentions. Yuan Feng smiled slightly, saying, Original Qilin, I want you to pledge allegiance to the human race. If you are unwilling, then you shall watch the Qilin clan perish. Yuan Feng, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to destroy my Qilin clan? Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng coldly laughed, saying, To annihilate your Qilin clan, I need not lift a finger. The Qilin clan has already been subdued by the demon clan, and if nothing unexpected happens soon, the Qilin clan will be completely destroyed. At this moment, Chen Xuan looked at the original Qilin and declared, Original Qilin, I am the emperor of the human race. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to us, I can guarantee the survival of the Qilin clan and allow them to reappear in the Honghuang continent. The original Qilin looked at Chen Xuan and discovered that it could not see through his cultivation level. Not only that, but it could not even see through Yuan Feng's cultivation. The original Qilin asked Yuan Feng, Have you comprehended the Dao of Hongyuan? Yuan Feng smiled slightly and replied, Indeed. This was helped by my husband. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to the human race, my husband can also help you comprehend the Dao of Hongyuan. Hearing this, the original Qilin was taken aback, exclaiming, Yuan Feng, you have a husband. Could it be that your husband is this emperor of the humans? Indeed, my husband is the emperor of the humans. Original Qilin, you now have the chance to escape the suppression of the heavenly Dao. Oh, it all depends on your choice. The original Qilin looked at Chen Xuan and asked, Emperor, you mentioned that the Qilin clan will soon be completely destroyed. What exactly is going on? Original Qilin, Yuan Feng did not speak falsely. Your Qilin clan has been subdued by the demon clan, and soon a calamity will arrive. As one of the protagonists of this calamity, do you think the Qilin clan can survive? Upon hearing this, the original Qilin could no longer hold back. It thought that it would rather be suppressed by the heavenly Dao with the goal of leaving a sliver of hope for the Qilin clan. But now that the Qilin clan had been subdued by the demon clan, when the calamity descends, how could the Qilin clan possibly survive? Thinking of this, the original Qilin immediately spoke, Emperor, I am willing to join the human race. Please save my Qilin clan. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled and said, Very well. Since you are willing to join our human race, I shall release you. After saying this, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and a force of the Dao enveloped his palm. Then with a grasp, the chains of the heavenly Dao binding the original Qilin began to shatter. The original Qilin looked at the force of the Dao in Chen Xuan's hand and instantly understood that the other party was a powerful figure of the Dao. Thus, the original Qilin said, Emperor, please allow me to be your mount. I am willing to follow you for eternity. Seeing this, Chen Xuan immediately shook his head, saying, No need. I have Yuan Feng, which is enough. Since you want to be a mount, I will give you a chance. Soon the Earth Dao will emerge, and I want you to become the mount of the Earth Dao Lord. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, the original Qilin nodded, saying, I will follow your arrangements, Emperor. Very well. From today onward, you shall join our human race, but now is not the time for bestowing titles. Afterward, Chen Xuan walked over to the original Qilin and whispered a few words in its ear. The original Qilin nodded in understanding after hearing this. Then Chen Xuan took out a sustaining life pill and said, Original Qilin, your life force has been nearly drained by the chains of the heavenly Dao. Take this pill, it will restore your life force. The original Qilin took the pill and instantly felt a surge of life force within it. It then swallowed the sustaining life pill, and its life force began to gradually recover. Seeing that the original Qilin's life force had almost fully recovered, Chen Xuan then said, Original Qilin, it is not yet your time to appear in the world. Please shrink your body so that it will be easier for me to carry you out. Upon hearing this, the original Qilin transformed into a small Qilin. Chen Xuan picked up the original Qilin and teased, Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite adorable after shrinking. Emperor, we Qilin are all very cute when we're young. Unlike the Dragon Clan, which is simply unsightly. At this moment, Yuan Feng interjected, Original Qilin, since you have shrunk, your name should change as well. We can't keep calling you Original Qilin when you go out. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Chen Xuan also thought it made sense. He looked at the original Qilin in his arms and suggested, How about we call you Shao Qi from now on? The original Qilin heard this name and felt it quite agreeable, so it responded, All right, from now on I shall be called. Seeing that everything was nearly resolved, Chen Xuan turned to Yuan Feng and said, Let's go. It's time to return to Shouyang Mountain. Immediately after, Yuan Feng flew out of the Qilin ancestral land and transformed into her true form. Chen Xuan, seeing this, quickly leaped onto Yuan Feng's back. Let's go, Yuan Feng called out, and then flew directly towards Shouyang Mountain. Soon Chen Xuan and Yuan Feng returned to Shouyang Mountain. After entering the Human Emperor Palace with Yuan Feng and Shao Qi, Chen Xuan arranged for Yuan Feng to cultivate in the palace while he took Shao Qi to the Witch Clan. Upon arriving at the Witch Clan, Chen Xuan immediately made his way to the Houtu tribe.